values to the maximum. This meant that anyone who saw this data would believe that the server had been destroyed. Following this, Singe used the camouflage code of the ghost domain to connect to one of the IP addresses, searching for all wireless networks associated with it. The infinite code was activated, establishing a network on the opponent's wireless network. At this moment, even though Singe was in a certain region, his IP address appeared as that of the opposing hacker. The network Singe connected to belonged to a particular individual whose location was in a desert region of a certain country, a nation known for its fierce spirit, where people would charge out with shovels if provoked. The individual noticed a brief lag in the network, checked his own connection, and found everything normal. All system files were intact. However, everything was as deceptive as a certain celebrity's appearance. Singe's camouflage code left no trace, allowing him to access the network system of that country openly. He boldly logged into a military network and published a large amount of military data online. What could attract a nation's attention more than this? Soon, the individual's IP address was detected by the military, and a large armed force surrounded the residential area. While the individual was lost in thoughts of beautiful beach scenes and a future wealthy life, the door was kicked open by special forces. The soldiers spared no time, swiftly striking with the butt of their rifles. This scene was clearly observed by Ramp and other hackers from Nirvana. The bearded man had been compromised, and they had to ponder one question: how was he destroyed? Ramp instructed his subordinates to access his operating system. Everything seemed normal, and it was indeed his own IP accessing the military server, also uploaded to the network using his ID. This was puzzling. Why would the bearded man do this? Only a fool like Ramp would believe it was all the bearded man's doing. Alan returned to his room and immediately ordered his bodyguards to get him off the ship as quickly as possible because he knew that the ghost butterfly had made its move. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago if they had that technology. Clearly, they did not. The only explanation was that the ghost butterfly had joined this cyber battle. The creator believed this too. The bearded man was a hacker he had developed at great expense. Even if he wasn't, he wouldn't have acted this way on his own. It seems that group of thugs hasn't killed you yet. The creator muttered to himself, as if talking to someone. Singh had taken out one. And after receiving the creator's orders, the remaining 9 immediately cut off the network and abandoned control of the main program. They only wanted to destroy the target, not to provoke a global war. The shield code eradicated all viruses entering the unit, and Singh opened the unit's network completely. The main program appeared, and all virus data automatically entered it, then merged, causing the viruses in the network to reseed like a tide. Naeem and others received Singh's orders and rushed back to the secure room, finding that the unit's capacity had returned to normal. They were astonished at how Singh managed this. What shocked them even more was that Singh instructed them to immediately access various network nodes and use the main data to eliminate all viruses. At this point, Singh turned to Johnson and said, "I need your authorization to rewrite your network permissions. Only then can your network be restored." Johnson couldn't easily agree to this request. If the network was authorized to Singh, there would be no secrets left before him. This was also the consensus among the president and other officials. They lacked the courage to comply with Singh's request. They couldn't pull their country out of the wolf's den only to fall into Singh's jaws, could they? But did they have a choice now? A senior engineer suggested, "We can give them basic permissions, but keep the critical data closed off. The secrets won't fall into their hands." Upon hearing this, Johnson chuckled and said, "Everyone, does our country have any secrets left? I think we have nothing but reconstruction." Everyone fell silent. Outside, it felt like the end of the world. Nearly all their valuable possessions had been taken by Nirvana, and the only thing they could retain before Singh was their meager dignity. The president stated, "Guarantee our permissions. Only give Singh access." The other members of that team must not know. Singe gained network access and immediately rewrote their national code. To everyone except a few, Singe appeared to be an engineer, unaware that his true identity was that of a hacker. In the library, you could command him to fetch any book you wanted, but online, in front of him, you were nothing. Wealthy individuals, governments, presidents, these were mere facades. Therefore, hackers sometimes feel the need to engage in typical hacking activities, like embedding a backdoor in a national code or placing a secret startup module in a core permission program. Why not? Every hacker wishes to do this, especially since it's not his own country, so he could act freely. After completing the rewriting of the permission code, Singe reviewed it again, only to be stunned to find that all the code had been restored. Their entire afternoon's work had gone to waste. Oh, my backdoor. This was the most frustrating part for Singe. The files he had painstakingly written had vanished. How could he not feel distressed? Chapter 353. Recovery. Singe never imagined that this battle would be so difficult. An entire afternoon's effort had been wasted. He didn't expect that Nirvana had preemptively modified the national code. The so-called national code is the highest command authority of a country's network, capable of controlling all network data. It is common for a certain country to use its national code to delete information in the fourth domain that cannot be seen. such as previous armed attacks on another country, the assassination of its leader, or other scandalous events. Singe finally understood why the network had fallen so quickly. It was because Nirvana had already begun rewriting their national code while attacking other network data. Gaining control of the national code was equivalent to obtaining the command authority of the network in the fourth domain, which made their arrogance understandable. Singe wanted to know how Nirvana had rewritten this code and initiated an analysis program, but was unable to extract any information. Nim remarked, "Singe, this thing is as dead as a doornail, with no backdoors, bugs, or weaknesses." Singe couldn't help but chuckle. Having a humorous companion nearby certainly lightened the mood. First, he needed to restore the basic network, even if it was dormant. If it consumed more resources, he would still poke at it. When the time came, he would use tools like a spade or a mace to prod it. This was Singe's plan. For now, the national code would do nothing, and their programs could not access it for analysis. They could only wait for it to activate on its own before they could poke at it. He initially intended to organize some data and take a break, but then Down sent Singe a message along with a local area network permission data. "Singe, this is Victor's data. He is using my local area network to create a channel and has accessed an unknown infinite network. The data is encrypted. Can you crack it?" Singe glanced at Victor, who was in his 20s and sat at the back. Coming from a certain country, Victor was a master in the field of wireless technology. The wireless penetration program he created had always been the original model imitated by hackers worldwide. Like most hackers, Victor was a quiet person. His parents were killed by shelling in conflicts in his home country, and as an orphan, he grew to detest the world, relying on his hacking skills to survive. It was said that he had his own hacker club, where many well-known hackers from his country frequently gathered. However, their activities were less about exchanging hacking techniques and more about drug use, dancing, and casual encounters. Nirvana once offered a substantial sum to buy his club, but Victor refused, stating that the club belonged to the hackers of his country and no one else. However, it seems that Victor didn't sell the club, but rather his own soul. Singe discreetly used his infinite code to access the channel and quickly connected to the data network of the channel. However, he found that the data module was unlike any encryption pattern he had encountered, even lacking an IP address. Initially, he thought the IP address might be hidden, a common tactic among hackers, such as when using someone else's network without their knowledge. But there was simply no IP address at all. Singe opened the data file he had sent out, only to find that its contents were entirely encrypted, using a method similar to that of the channel's network module. Despite trying various methods, he couldn't unlock the encrypted content. Suddenly, he recalled the ship that had been sunk, which had logged into the network using satellite encryption. Could this data also be uploaded and relayed via satellite? This was Singe's weak point. He had yet to break through in this area, and doing so now wouldn't be easy. Fortunately, Victor was unaware that he had been discovered and continued with the tasks Singe had assigned him. Singe glanced at Johnson and aimed a beer can on the table at Victor. Without a word, Johnson drew his gun and approached Victor. Upon seeing Johnson's expression, Victor immediately understood and reached for the keyboard. Johnson, not being foolish, anticipated his move, grabbed him by the neck, and dragged him to the ground. Aside from Singe and Downs, the others had no idea what was happening, and Naeem even remarked, "Does he also discriminate?" Downs stated, "He's a mole." After saying that, he quickly typed a series of codes into his computer and showed it to Singe. Although Singe didn't know what method Downs had used for encryption, he could tell from the data opened in the local network cache that it was a set of coordinates, along with several other coordinates. As Victor struggled, he asked, "How did you discover this?" Singe looked at Downs and said, "Do you know why I wanted to set up a local network? Due to the fact that all of your data files are cached on the local network server, I can access your records at any time. You really don't know anything, do you? In that case, what kind of hacker do you think you are?" Aglis said, "Damn, we didn't know either. At that time, I downloaded a lot of local content." With that, Victor had nothing more to say, but he had to reveal the decryption method for the files. Otherwise, how would anyone know what he uploaded? Clearly, Victor was reluctant to do so. Johnson remarked, "Everyone, this might be a bit hard to watch." Naeem responded, "Are you trying to throw chili powder in this bastard's eyes?" Johnson remained silent and directly pulled out a dagger, stabbing it into Victor's thigh without blinking, severing an artery. And blood gushed out uncontrollably. "You can last for at most half an hour. If you tell me how to crack the files, you can survive." Victor was in so much pain that he could barely breathe, but still gritted his teeth and said nothing. Sung didn't want to witness this scene and simply left the basement, heading to the bar upstairs. Most of the network had been restored, and now even TV programs were back, albeit only playing music. However, Sung could still hear the sounds of gunfire outside, not from a battle, but in celebration. The network had finally been restored after several days of interruption, and even the leader of the nation fired a few shots in jubilation. Chapter 354. Vulnerable Sung did everything he could to temporarily restore the network connection, but the national code still couldn't be breached. Of course, Some suggested replacing the core of the network, but doing so would mean completely rebuilding the entire network. Moreover, the data in the national servers would be deleted, which was absolutely unacceptable. After listening to Johnson's analysis, Singh merely shrugged it off. He didn't care about any of this. His contact with Nirvana was just to assess their strength and analyze their attack methods. As for the nation, he wouldn't mind if Nirvana dismantled it. Currently, Nirvana was like a frightened dog, hiding in its den and doing nothing, leaving everyone in the dark about their thoughts. It was time for Johnson to receive his reward. The promised 100 million euros and the private hospital specializing in spinal research. Everyone has their own lives, right? When he is not hacking. He is just an ordinary person with emotional ties, experiencing pain or joy. At such moments, Singh always felt that the world in his mind was becoming increasingly distant, while the world before him was drawing ever closer. Having given everything to Sung, Johnson still wanted to thank him, but the fight wasn't over yet. Johnson hoped Sung would continue to fight to the end. After all, the nation was already in such a state. How much more damage could be done? Singh had no intention of leaving the nation, at least not until Chin Nin could stand up again. All the doctors and nurses at that private hospital were now under Singh's control. He also took Siyu and Chin Nin to a certain country. The longing between lovers is always so deeply etched, like a program that can never be severed. Every time it echoes, you find yourself clicking through it in your mind. Therefore, the moment Siyu saw Singh, she was already in tears, diving into his embrace, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them. The people around them remained busy, having lost so much and wanting to recover everything as quickly as possible. After all, it was just a few days. And the lifestyle of that country appeared in every corner. Only Singh knew that everything was fragile. If the organization wanted to launch another attack, it could all be destroyed in the blink of an eye. But who would truly care? As long as they felt it was still that country, they could continue to act as if nothing had changed. After all, the whole world wanted to see them fall, yet they still stood here, competing over trivial matters. Singh immediately arranged for Chin Nin to go to the hospital, where the doctor conducted thorough examinations and finally told them that the probability of Chin Nin standing again was 70%, but it would require a long recovery time. Possibly a year, 5 years, or even longer. No one cared about the length of time. Just like those of us who can stand, we must keep moving forward. Johnson specifically found a villa in a particularly good environment for Singh, allowing him and Siyu to stay there temporarily. Singh accepted it, but did not thank Johnson. No matter how good this villa was, it could not compare to his own, and he wouldn't be staying long. Chin Nin would have surgery in a week, and then he would return home. This was not his home. Now, there were all kinds of people in that country, except for agents. Even Nicole and Basha had joined the operation, searching for members of the organization worldwide, with a plan that sounded pleasant, called the Revenge Plan. It sounded like the title of a Marvel movie, but who cared? The country wanted revenge. The organization had attacked them, and in the words of the country's leader, even if they ran to Mars, they would still be hunted down. Up until now, Neem and others did not know who Singh really was. Only a limited number of people knew that Singh was the ghost butterfly, and in that country, only Basha, Nicole, and Johnson were aware. Even the country's leader believed Singh was merely a team member developed by Johnson. No hacker could remain hidden in darkness forever, and Singh never thought the world recognized him as the ghost butterfly. Only a few people knew, just like the organization, when they obtained those 10 codes from Singh. They already knew everything about him. If the world faced just one person, you would find yourself insignificant, but when you stand alone against the entire world, you realize you cannot see it all. Even if you could use codes to modularize this world, using all technical means to hide your identity, there would always be someone wanting to know who you are. And some already knew, like the creator. But what can he do if he knows? In the eyes of many, he is a creator, a person capable of crafting a world. Yet in his heart, he has spent his life pursuing the 10 lines of code held by Sung, even willing to exchange everything for them. Only he knows that his creator program is almost defenseless against certain lines of code from Sung, and he cannot determine how much Sung actually controls, nor how Sung intends to end everything for him. What he can do now is to quickly create his own hacker empire, or the realm created for Sung. Because he cannot access the code, everything can only belong to Sung. The mainframe being cracked by Sung was within his expectations. When Sung attempted to crack the core code he modified, he really wanted to ask the leader of a certain country how much it cost to bring Sung out. At this moment, Sung felt that 100 million euros, along with a private hospital, was indeed a bit too little. Tanks were already deployed. Yet this task only earned 100 million euros. It's laughable to mention it. The battle is not over, and he has plenty of opportunities to make money. Sung understands the importance of money. After all, moving books in the library only cost a few thousand. Now that he has this 100 million euros, he plans to return to the library and have the old librarian move books for a week. After hearing Singh's plan, Siyu helplessly said, "Is this all you aspire to?" Singh truly doesn't know what he should pursue. If 100 million euros could bring his father and mother to his side. Siyu's plan then expanded. First, reckless shopping. Then, indiscriminate shopping. Finally, unreserved shopping. Hearing this made Singh's facial muscles tremble. With such spending, it was likely that the 100 million euros would quickly disappear. Chapter 355. UNIC Sung proposed visiting the net headquarters, and Johnson immediately arranged it. This is a place that even Nirvana would hesitate to approach. The entire base, including every unit, has no firewalls because no one thinks about attacking here. When Sung walked into the world's highest network department, it felt like entering a true network empire. All network data from around the world passes through here. Every website you visit, every HEPSCOM or net address, is registered here, with data exchanges reaching trillions of times per second. Although this center is a base, it is directly governed by the United Nations Internet Center, UNIC, and no country, including any from the coalition, can control any of the data here. The reason no hackers access here is that it is a connecting node for the global internet. Damaging any data would disrupt the connectivity of a country or even multiple countries, limiting access to only the local area network. If an attack is launched against this network from within a country, UNIC would automatically sever that country's network from connecting with the rest of the world. No country can control this place either, out of fear that such power could be used to impose sanctions on certain countries. During the war in a certain country, authorization was granted by an international organization to carry out a network disconnection, ultimately forcing the local leader to seek connections in neighboring countries. This organization was originally intended to be off-limits to private visits, as it was a highly classified location. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary military base in a desert region, but in reality, it housed this organization. The site was managed by military personnel from allied nations and engineers secretly selected from around the world. Interestingly, when a character named Sung entered this place, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had returned home to see his parents. Singh knew this was an illusion, as he was too immersed in the world of networks, a dreamlike realm that was perfect, devoid of flaws, loneliness, and pain, just like the organization before him, where all data was rapidly transmitted and interconnected through machinery and fiber optics, linking the world and the emotions between people. How wonderful it would be if he could communicate with his parents, bridging years of longing. He examined each piece of data closely. To others, it might seem incomprehensible, but to Sung, it represented everything, like his modules, his networked world. Each piece of data, each symbol seemed to come alive. Following Sung was a companion named Johnson, who occasionally glanced around until his gaze landed on a dark window. He knew someone was watching Singh from within. Indeed, he was correct. Inside were two middle-aged individuals, a man and a woman. The man tightly embraced the woman, trembling with tears, and the woman softly called out, "Xiao Gu, my child, mommy misses you." The man said, "Son, you've grown up. Daddy really wants to hug you." They were Singh's parents, connected by heart and emotion. No wonder Singh felt such familiarity upon entering this data center. His parents were behind him, shedding tears as they watched him. However, they could not meet, despite their overwhelming desire to hold their child and express their apologies. They were high-ranking engineers and supervisors within the organization, tasked with critical roles. Singh's mother, Wanru, held the rank of general and had previously served as a senior official in the strategic department of their nation. Singh's father, Sinjiu, also a general, had been a senior engineer in the National Network Development Department. They had received a top-secret order to join this organization and had been working there for over a decade. Given the nature of their work and the fact that Sung was still a child at the time, with no other relatives, they had no choice but to leave him behind, driven by a sense of duty to their country, ready to sacrifice their lives for the honor of their homeland. UNIC is the highest authority in the fourth sector of the world, and Singh's parents can be considered among the most powerful individuals globally. With just a word, they could ruin a nation's economy, and with a mere gesture, they could destroy a superpower in an instant. However, they have never done so, which is precisely why UNIC allows them to hold the highest positions. They have devoted their entire lives, all their emotions, and their love for Singh to UNIC. The decision to have Johnson invite Singh to a certain country came after much deliberation. They wanted to see their child in person, up close, rather than just catching a glimpse on video, as they usually do. This was approved by the coalition, and one official, after reviewing their application, stood up during the vote and said, "Nothing is more important than family. Is there anyone among us who can go years without seeing their child and give everything to humanity in this world? I agree to let them see their child." Everyone raised their hands in agreement, with no one opposing. Perhaps it was hard to believe that this application had been approved a year ago, but there had been no opportunity since they couldn't directly allow Singh into UNIC. They could only see him when the chance arose. This time, during the incident involving the United States, Singh managed to have Johnson invite him there. Singh felt as though someone was watching him. A feeling reminiscent of when he was a child, and his mother watched him walk away as he left for school. Suddenly, he turned around, as if he saw something in that moment, but there was nothing there. He even purposely looked closely at the window, but ultimately concluded that it was just his imagination. Meanwhile, Wanru was crying uncontrollably, knowing that Sing could feel her, that he must sense her pain and longing. Thinking this, she desperately wanted to rush out of the room to embrace her child, but she was held back by Senyu. Wanru, calm down. We can't do this. Just being able to see our child is already a blessing, isn't it? I believe our child will serve the country just like us. Wanru walked back to the window, but Sing was about to leave, which made Mingru cry even harder, and Senyu was also in tears. After taking a few steps, Sing looked back at the dark window. Chapter 356. Kidnapping Qin Sing left UNIC, and for him, it represented the highest network department in the world. For his parents, it was a moment of familial connection and years of longing. Sing was unaware that his long-missed parents were just behind that window, a mere barrier that separated their longing but could not sever the ties of destiny. This parting felt ephemeral, as time passed without knowing when they would meet again. Senyu and Wanru silently prayed for Sing's happiness throughout his life. In the elevator going down, Johnson patted Sing on the shoulder, a sudden gesture that made Sing glance back at him, sensing something was off. Then he asked, "You black devil, go find someone who's into guys. What do you think of UNIC?" Johnson could only change the subject to divert Sen's suspicion. He merely wanted to comfort Seng, who was now growing increasingly distant from his parents. What in the world could be harder to accept than that? Very powerful, completely beyond my imagination. It truly was beyond his imagination, as among the symbols displayed on many data units, he actually caught glimpses of his own code. Moreover, he was certain that those symbols served the same purpose in the units as his mysterious code. This led Seng to wonder if his code originated from UNIC. Seng was not one to indulge in speculation, yet life is full of guesses. We often fail to find the answers we seek and may even begin to doubt life itself. Seng had never pondered what his life would become, but now, more and more, he found himself speculating. Outside Unix base, Johnson lit a cigarette. It was the first time Seng had ever seen him smoke. They say smoking makes a man look more masculine, but to Seng, Johnson smoking was like he was doing drugs. You can leave that country anytime. This is no longer our fight. As he spoke, Johnson seemed somewhat dejected, his eyes unusually profound. Seng replied, "After Qinan's surgery, I'll return to my home country." From what you're saying, it seems that country already has other ways to attack Nirvana. Once cyber warfare escalates into armed conflict, it's beyond our control to stop it. That country has secured support from allied nations, and the whole world is declaring full-scale war on Nirvana. The legislature has authorized several intelligence agencies and military bases worldwide to eliminate anyone associated with Nirvana upon discovery. As for the national code of that country, the leader is prepared to sacrifice everything. Seng laughed. Your leader is quite open-minded. But you must understand, rebuilding the national server means all your data will vanish. More importantly, no one can guarantee that those shady government files haven't already been taken by Nirvana. If Nirvana gets hold of those files, the world will learn about all the dirty deeds of that country. By then, the entire world might turn against it. Another possibility is that country has found a solution to this problem. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to persuade the allied nations to target Nirvana. Who cares? This isn't my fight, nor is it my country. If it gets destroyed, so be it. Honestly, the world would be better off without that country. Back at the villa, Siyu had made soup for Seng. After drinking it, he grimaced and nearly cried. Siyu, no matter how you make chicken soup, it shouldn't taste like beer. What on earth did you put in this damned soup? Don't blame me. It's the chicken from that country. It's no good. Even their water is problematic, and their sugar isn't sweet. If we were back home, even back home, your soup was just as bad. Every time I drink it, I feel like I'm drifting between life and death. Maybe you should take some lessons from Qin and when you have time. At that moment, the private hospital contacted Seng. A few minutes earlier, a dozen masked thugs stormed into the hospital and kidnapped Qin. Upon hearing this news, Seng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He immediately rushed to the hospital with Siyu, and before leaving, he specifically asked Siyu to bring her laptop. The scene was chaotic. Tables and chairs were overturned, many medical devices were damaged, and several doctors and nurses had been injured and were being bandaged. The hospital's director, Thompson, told Seng, those people came in and started smashing things. Then they kidnapped Qin. They had weapons and injured many people. Seng said nothing and turned to leave the hospital, with Siyu following closely behind, asking where he was going. Seng remained silent, as he had no idea what to do. His mind was in turmoil, and he couldn't think clearly enough to answer Siyu's question. Finally, Siyu grabbed his arm, panting, and said, "Don't go. Think about who kidnapped Qin." He punched a tree in frustration, unable to fathom who would kidnap Qin. The only thing he was certain of was that these people had kidnapped her because of him. If that were the case, They were likely connected to a certain organization. The problem was, how could they know Qin Nan was at this hospital? Among everyone he knew, only Johnson and Siyu were aware of her presence there. The hospital itself knew about Qin Nan, but they had no idea who Seng was and had always thought they were just treating patients from a certain country. Could it be that Johnson had betrayed him? Seng quickly dismissed that thought. There was no basis for Johnson to do such a thing. However, until he figured out who had betrayed him, he couldn't trust anyone except Siyu. When one becomes absorbed in a problem, they can become calm. And Seng was now very composed. He first glanced around and noticed a hotel across from them. He booked a room and opened his laptop. Connecting to the hotel's network to check the video footage around the hospital at that time, he discovered a detail. The armed, masked thugs seemed to know that Qin Nan was injured. Their movements were cautious, and she appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness, likely due to being injected with anesthetic. Siyu pushed the room's furniture against the door because she suddenly recalled how those thugs had attempted to assassinate Seng in the capital city. After reviewing the data several times, she turned around and was startled to see that she had even moved the bed against the door. Stop moving things. The person they want to assassinate isn't me, she asserted. You can be so certain, but I can't. Right now, I'm the only one by your side, and I need to protect your safety. No one is going to harm you. In Chapter 357, Seng analyzed that Qin Nan was likely not kidnapped by the organization, but possibly by an assassination group related to her parents. He was sure that Qin Nan's life was not in danger at this moment. However, Seng did not trust those around him. So he reported to Liao Ximin and asked Long Tianwu to come and assist him. However, Liao Ximin's order to Seng was to return to the country immediately. Gezi, Tianwu is a soldier and cannot carry out missions in other countries. According to our intelligence, there will be actions from Nirvana soon. And for the sake of our nation's cybersecurity, you must return home right now. If I go back, what will happen to Qin Nan? I absolutely will not return without rescuing Qin Nan. Seng's mind was made up. He was not going to compromise. Liao Ximin followed up, asking, Seng, which do you choose? The nation or personal feelings? Before you answer my question, think about your parents. If they were to ask you this question, how would you respond? Seng replied without hesitation, Qin Nan saved my life. I cannot abandon her to return home. Of course, I will not give up on my country either. If you insist on an answer, I can only tell you that I will return once Qin Nan is rescued. Siyu gently placed her hand on Seng's shoulder, and Seng lightly grasped her hand. The sense of helplessness seemed to drain his soul, leaving him at a loss. Just then, there was a knock on the door. No one knew they were staying here, and it couldn't be hotel staff. Seng and Siyu remained silent as the knocking continued. Seng slowly stood up, moved the things blocking the door aside, and Siyu grabbed a vase, standing behind the door. They exchanged a glance, and Seng opened the door. At the door stood a middle-aged man and woman, both wearing sunglasses. The man was in a black suit, and the woman wore a black dress, giving off a particularly mysterious vibe. Who are you? The middle-aged man spoke first. Let the one behind the door put down the vase. We mean no harm, and are here to help you. Seng replied, I don't need your help. The woman said, no you do. We can tell you about Qin Nan. Seng thought for a moment and let them into the room. The two of them were not polite and took chairs to sit down. Siyu still held the vase, watching them with a guarded expression. Now tell me everything about Qin Nan. Seng asked impatiently. The middle-aged man said, Seng, you don't need to guess who I am. I can tell you directly that I am Qin Nan's father, well, her adoptive father, and this is her adoptive mother. Qin Nan is now at our home. Seng just stared at them, and the middle-aged man continued. We are indeed assassins, but we never intended to kill you. We love Qin Nan no less than you do. You should not have let Qin Nan come here. We don't know how you provoked Nirvana, but now nearly all assassins in the world want to kill you. And this order came from me. Siyu snorted coldly and said, Dream on. Let us see who kills whom first. The middle-aged woman laughed and said, Don't misunderstand. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. I promised Nan Nan that I would escort you away from here. This is the last compromise she made for you, and she will not see you again in the future. You should understand that Qin Nan is safest when she is with us. After finishing, both of them stood up. The middle-aged man continued, Now we will send you away. Back to your home country, where you will be safe. Our mission there has never been successful, and it almost cost our daughter her life. Seng kept pondering their words, considering the truth behind this statement. From many angles, it made sense, and they had a point. Qin Nan was indeed safest with them. Now he was at war with Nirvana and would continue fighting. Seemingly with no choice, they left and returned to their home country. Liao Ximin personally came to greet them. Seng thanked them, but felt like something was left behind. Back at Seng's villa, he took a shower, as if washing away everything that had happened, letting it flow down his body. Everyone had left, leaving only Liao Ximin. He said to Seng, Gezi, this country is your home. Only we can protect your safety. I know you have objections about returning, but I want to tell you that you have no idea what we have done to ensure your safe return. You are still a child, and you don't see the bigger picture. But always remember this. Only with a country do you have a home. Sang whispered. I never thought I had my own home. Liao Simin sighed. Gezi, you are destined to become someone special, or perhaps this is what people call fate. From the moment you were born, you were meant to endure all of this. But you must believe me, you will never regret what you have experienced today. Sang suddenly felt that Liao Simin's words were very profound, as if he was trying to express something deeper or knew something more. Liao Simin continued, saying, whether in sadness or joy, no matter how weak you feel or how strong you become in the future, you must do something. You must live for everyone. This is your destiny. Liao Simin left, and Gung Yu remained sitting on the sofa until the sunset and night fell, and only then did Sang slowly stand up. The next day, at the office, Sang saw Liao Simin again. Have you figured it out? Liao Simin was looking down, organizing documents, not even glancing at Sang. Sang replied, yes, I will go back to the library to work, still as a librarian. Liao Simin suddenly looked at Sang, his eyes filled with excitement and admiration. He nodded and said, good, very good, it's approved. Sang smiled and said, Uncle Liao, thank you. I hope you can let the person I want to protect know that I will do everything well. Liao Simin's eyes became a bit misty, and he continued, I initially wanted to give you a military rank, but for a hacker, that means nothing. Tianwu has arranged everything for you. Go back to the library. And you know what to do. Sang said nothing, just nodded and turned to leave. In the afternoon, the company disbanded, and all staff were integrated into CNC. The old curator of the library, having had a bit too much to drink, said to Sang, it's good to go back to the library. You don't know without you. Even the urine can't spray high. Sang replied, at this age, how high do you expect it to spray? Chapter 358. A return to the past. Sang returned to the library, and the experiences felt as fleeting as the moment of picking up and putting down a book. After he encountered 10 lines of code, his life changed completely. Yet, he still felt that world did not belong to him. He just wanted to lead a simple life. Meet some simple people, and it was time to forget some things. A person's life will undergo many changes, but some things remain constant. Just like the world in Sang's eyes, it is always busy and transparent. What changed was that he became an ordinary person again. But he was still a hacker at heart. Siyu was no longer working at CNC, spending all her time following Sang around, even waiting outside the restroom. The old curator saw this and thought she shouldn't be so idle all day, so he decided to let her work at the library too. But only for a third of the salary, and she would have to move books all day. She didn't care about that. For Sang, she would do anything, even die. She told the old curator to save her salary to buy roast duck for him. The old curator was blunt, saying, with that little salary, you can't even buy a duck leg. At most you can afford a bowl of soup without bones. Sang didn't mind. After going through so much, even hovering near death a few times, he had matured, and his personality had changed somewhat. He now cherished everyone around him more, realizing that perhaps these people were the only ones who truly cared for him in his life. It had been a few days since Sang returned to the library, and he hadn't seen Sister Hua. The old curator said her daughter was sick, and she took leave to visit her. Sang merely nodded, not taking it to heart. Life was like that, wasn't it? After work, Sang and Siyu held hands to go grocery shopping. Tianwu had gone home first with the keys. He now lived with Sang, a decision made by Liao Simin, whose orders were everything to him. Just as dinner was ready, Sang received an urgent message from Sister Hua. Gezi, please save Yuehan, I beg you. Before she could finish, Sister Hua broke down in tears. After leaving home, Yuehan went south to work in a restaurant in a city. Although she didn't earn much, it was enough for her expenses. Occasionally, she would video call Sister Hua, and her personality had brightened considerably. However, in the past week, there had been no word from Yuehan. Worried, Sister Hua took leave to visit the south. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she learned that Yuehan had stopped working there half a month ago. In the vast city, Sister Hua felt lost and could only sit at the restaurant's entrance, as she had nowhere else to go. No mother could leave at such a time. One of Yuehan's colleagues happened to start working at a restaurant. She had seen photos of Huajia and Yuehan before, so she approached Huajia and said she knew where Yuehan was. However, she mysteriously mentioned that Yuehan had fallen in love with a generous patron who often dined at the restaurant, and eventually, they stopped working there together. Everyone thought Yuehan was lucky to have found a wealthy man, but no one knew that the man was actually a lowlife. Yuehan's fate was quite unfortunate. She initially believed she was in a good relationship, only to be manipulated by the man. Now, she was forced to work under his watch every day. Huajia found the small salon based on the address and immediately spotted Yuehan among the crowd. Yuehan looked emaciated and lifeless. Without hesitation, Huajia rushed in and embraced Yuehan tightly. A bouncer pulled Yuehan aside and leered at Huajia, saying, "What? Looking for a girl?" In anger, Huajia slapped him hard and tried to take Yuehan away. The bouncer covered his face and shouted, "You dare hit me? I'll make you regret it, you old hag." At that moment, a few thugs rushed out of the room. dragging both Yuehan and Huajie inside. Yuehan pushed Huajie away, urging her to leave and not to worry about her. However, Huajie refused to leave, sitting on the floor and screaming for help. People around them hurried past, not even glancing in their direction, afraid of attracting the thug's attention. The bouncer grabbed Huajie's hair and started dragging her into the salon. Yuehan picked up a pair of scissors and held it to her throat, threatening to harm herself if they didn't let go of Huajie. But the bouncer closed the door and began to beat Yuehan, ignoring Huajie's desperate cries. Eventually, they decided to report to certain authorities. When help arrived, the people inside had already escaped through the back door. The city was so vast, and there was no place to search for them. The only person Huajie could think of for help was Sang. Sang took on the task without hesitation. Feeling a sense of duty, he entered the secret room, set up the laptop, and in that brief moment of looking up, he saw a familiar reflection in the mirror. Are you planning to make a comeback? The deep gaze reflected a definite answer. He was not doing it for anyone else, but for himself. As a hacker, he wanted to live life on his own terms. A few hours later, Sang arrived in the most bustling city in the south. The stifling heat enveloped him, making it hard to breathe. It was 10 o'clock at night, the peak time for nightlife in the city. Sang was not fond of this lifestyle. The night was meant for sleep or for certain people to blend in. Yet, the people he saw hurried past, each wearing a dry smile as if they were plants that had lost moisture due to the heat, now cracked and parched. She waved her hands. But the more she fanned herself, the hotter it became, as if her clothes were about to soak through. Long Tianwu didn't seem so hot. In fact, he was always so cold, even in the south. When he saw Sister Hua, her hair was a mess, and her eyes were swollen from crying. The moment she saw Sang, she felt like crying again. The city's prosperity never truly warms you, no matter how dazzling the lights are. They can't compare to the smile of a loved one. They found a hotel and booked a room, and Siyu went into the bathroom to take a shower. Sang opened his laptop and turned to Sister Hua, saying, "You don't need to worry. I'll let you see Yuehan in an hour." Sister Hua nodded. Sang always made her feel safe. Every word he said reassured her, and she never doubted him. It's just a pity he wasn't her son, but only had a suffering daughter. Long Tianwu went to buy a lot of food and personally made instant noodles for Sister Hua, even peeling the skin off the sausages and serving them to her. Sang glanced at the sausages and then at Long Tianwu, sensing something interesting in the situation. Chapter 359. Black Eating Black. Sang wanted to be a hacker different from others, and it wasn't about personality, it was simply his desire. The online world has developed to a point where it is on the brink of controlling everything. In the future, whoever can control the internet can control the world. He didn't want to control anyone. He just wanted to build his own life this way. Otherwise, what was the point of being a living hacker? Everyone has their own purpose in life, and everyone is in pursuit of it, just with different means and methods. Just like those who use despicable means to control Yuehan. Their pursuit was to leave this world as soon as possible, so they were recklessly courting death. Sang had already opened the gates of hell for them. Yet those people were still cluelessly introducing their so-called beauties to their clients. He accessed the city's control system, found video footage of them hitting Sister Hua, extracted their faces, and entered other department systems. In less than 5 seconds, those individuals were located. Sister Hua looked at the screen and pointed, cursing, "It's this damned one. He hit me and Yuehan." Excited, she splashed some soup from her noodles, and Sang quickly reassured her, "No need to be upset. I'll help you get back at them." He activated the ghost domain and searched. All the data on the city's edge appeared. After watching code for so long, he could scan through anything in a flash, not missing a single character. What he was looking for was the so-called underworld boss here. Being a hacker himself, sometimes it was better to find darkness within darkness. Soon, Sang locked onto a target with a rather imposing name, Tan Niden, nicknamed Ballbuster. How did this person gain notoriety? Legend has it that he used to be an ordinary factory worker, the kind that went unnoticed, known for his good temper. If someone kicked him, he would turn around and ask if their foot hurt. Once, after drinking with others, he got a bit too much, and, after leaving the restaurant, he found himself less than 500 meters from his doorstep. He kicked at least 15 people in the groin as they walked by, completely unbothered. As he approached his home, a local gang leader happened to walk by with his lover. Being the leader, could he just step aside? "Were you blind? Get lost," he shouted, completely disregarding the leader, and walked right past him. Soon after, someone reported him. "Hey, come see. There's someone kicking people in the groin on the street." Over a dozen have been sent to the hospital. Thus, in a drunken stupor, he was carried away, still in disbelief and unafraid. The real victim was the gang leader. His subordinates didn't care about that. This was the biggest news in the underworld. "Hey, did you hear? So-and-so got kicked, and they say he's all swollen. Hey, so-and-so's groin got messed up. They say he can't do anything anymore. Did you know so-and-so got his groin cut? So tragic. They say it was his wife who hired someone. You all got it wrong. I saw it that day. His wife was with her lover at home. And when he came back, he was ready to fight, but his wife bit it off. Who had such a temper? Not even respecting him. They say the guy's name is something like Kick Your Groin. From that day on, his reputation grew. He stopped going to work and spent his days bragging about kicking 15 groins, hanging around with a group of thugs. Surprisingly, he even ended up owning several nightclubs. After some quick searching, I found information about Kick Your Groin, and just looking at him nearly made me laugh. No wonder he had that name. He looked like a complete fool, especially the way he looked at people, as if saying, "Who are you calling a fool? You're the fool. Your whole family is fools. I look like this, deal with it." Within 5 seconds, I had uncovered all his secrets and knew his current location, inside one of his nightclubs. Business was booming there, with flashing lights and people dancing wildly, all lost in the music. Kick Your Groin was smoking a cigarette, his beady eyes scanning the women, swaying to the music like a sunflower in a game. But just then, all the fire sprinklers in the nightclub activated, drenching everyone. The music stopped, and everyone turned into a bunch of soggy chickens. The nightclub transformed into a bathhouse. Wiping the water from his face, Kick Your Groin stood up and shouted at his subordinates, "What's going on? What the hell is this?" The soaked manager rushed over and said, "Boss, I didn't notice anything wrong. Get the hell out of here." He kicked the manager to the ground, leaving him unable to make a sound. "Nothing's wrong. This is like a bathhouse, water pouring everywhere." A drenched beauty with curvy figures passed right in front of him, and he couldn't help but wonder about the style of her underwear. Just then, he received a message. Initially reluctant to check, he was startled by the incessant notifications. When he opened it, the message read, "This water was released by me. If you want your nightclubs to stay open, do as I say, or else." Suddenly, water sprayed everywhere, causing the guests to flee in panic. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted. "I don't know you, but I know everything about you. I want these people. There's a girl named Yuehan among them. Deliver her to the place I specify, as if she were your ancestor. As for the others, bring them to your nightclub. No tricks. I can unleash water or blood. You have half an hour. 1 second late, and your nightclub will end up like this." With a loud snap, the nightclub's power went out, and several people were shocked as they stood on tables in fear. The atmosphere was tense, and if there had been guests present, it could have turned deadly. "All right, I'll take care of it immediately. You only have half an hour." He quickly showed the photo to his subordinates. "Find these people in 10 minutes. One subordinate exclaimed, "Isn't this Wu Ba? I know him and where he is. Bring him to me." "Boss, do you know who his boss is?" Chapter 360. Ghost Sin's approach was to have the underworld eat itself, like hackers targeting gangsters. A method as simple as having a meal. Orders had been given, and now they were just waiting. Tundun had made it this far not by being reckless. He understood that there were many he couldn't afford to offend in this city. Wu Ba's boss was the city's most notorious figure, Luo Anan, nicknamed Scorpion. He couldn't afford to cross this man, so he messaged Senj, "Brother, I'm just a small fry. Wu Ba is associated with Scorpion. You should go after him instead." Before he could finish, the water started spraying again, and the power was cut off. Senj replied, "You have 25 minutes. Senj knew who Scorpion was, but he had his own plans. This game was going to be thrilling. Tundun, feeling helpless, had no choice but to send his subordinates to carry out the task. Half an hour later, a battered Yuehan was dropped off at the entrance of a department store. As she looked around in terror, a coat was draped over her shoulders. She looked up to see it was Senj. In that moment, Yuehan completely broke down, throwing her arms around Senj and crying uncontrollably. The entrance of the department store was bustling with people, all of whom paused to watch. But who cared? They merely thought it was a couple arguing. Yuehan was completely unfazed by the gazes around her. In her eyes, the world only contained Seng. Thinking of everything she had gone through, how could she not be moved by Seng's appearance during her most helpless moments? How could she not break down? She didn't even wear shoes, standing barefoot on the ground. But what did it matter? It was Seng holding her. "All right, don't cry, don't cry. I'm here. You have nothing to fear, don't cry." If a woman is sobbing so intensely in your arms, your attempts to comfort her might only make her cry harder. The first part is pain and sadness, while the latter part is filled with feelings of being touched and aggrieved. Women often like to see themselves as children in the eyes of men. Seng glanced at Tianwu not far away, who nodded to confirm that no one was following. Only then did Seng take Yuehan to a mall to buy her shoes and clothes, and then they returned to the hotel. The moment they saw Sister Hua, the mother and daughter embraced and cried together. What mother wouldn't feel heartbroken seeing her daughter tortured in such a way? Even Siyu shed tears upon witnessing it. At that moment, a message came from Dan Niden, saying that those few people had been stuffed into sacks and thrown into a nightclub. What did they want to do next? Seng simply replied with one word: hit. The video clearly showed masked Dan Niden and several thugs beating those guys until they were howling like dogs. They even mentioned their boss, Scorpion's name. Seng snorted coldly and instructed Dan Niden to continue hitting them until they revealed Scorpion's unsavory business dealings before stopping. Sister Hua found this very satisfying, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Hit them! Kill them for what they did to my daughter! Kill them!" Seng said, Killing these few won't help. As long as their boss is alive, more girls like Yuehan will suffer. This was one of Seng's changes. He was now thinking more maturely about issues rather than just attacking or defending blindly. Addressing the root of the problem was the best approach. Seng had already obtained information about Scorpion. The official data was quite limited, but the information from those thugs in the sacks was more valuable. One piece of information indicated that Scorpion used various means to abduct women and coerce them into selling themselves for profit. Out of 100 girls in this city, 90 were under his control, most of whom were from other places working in the city. To coerce these girls, they employed extremely cruel methods, including needle pricking, scalding, and drug use. Seng gritted his teeth as he gathered all the information and immediately made it public online, including video evidence and Scorpion's personal details. In an instant, the internet was in uproar, with some people even suggesting armed action against Scorpion and his men. At the same time, Seng had control over all the data from Scorpion's devices. This individual had a rather unfortunate habit of taking photos of every woman he had abused. Out of respect for these women, Seng blurred their faces. At this moment, the Scorpion was battling in his lover's bed, while his subordinates rushed into the room as if they had lost their minds, placing the computer in front of his bed. The scoundrel quickly jumped up to get dressed, but the Scorpion tattoo on his arm was covered by his sleeve. However, could his frenzied behavior be concealed? What Seng wanted was for him to perish. Seng won easily this time. Before the Scorpion even stepped out, he was kicked to the ground by a special forces soldier who pressed a gun to his forehead. Seng put away the computer and said, "We're heading back to the capital. I've had enough of this heat." He was also fed up with the cold indifference of this glamorous place. Even though it was so enchanting and vibrant, it still couldn't wash away the evil in people's hearts. Its beauty only made good people sigh. As they exited the hotel, the air was still sweltering. Seng asked Long Tianwu, "How come you don't feel hot at all?" Long Tianwu replied, "Sometimes, a man just needs to stay cool." Seng remained silent, looking at him. And after a few seconds, Tianwu finally said helplessly, "It is indeed very hot." Sister Hua bought a few bottles of ice water, first handing one to Tianwu, who opened it and drank it without hesitation. Sister Hua kindly reminded him, "Take it easy, there's more." After drinking 3 bottles in one go, Seng looked around. "Sister Hua, where's my water?" Yuehan said, "You can drink mine." Shiyu quickly intervened, "No need, I'm not thirsty. Let my husband have mine." Yuehan just glanced at Sung and didn't say anything further. Upon returning to the capital, Sung told Yuehan not to leave Sister Hua again. Yuehan vowed that she would never leave again. She had originally thought that changing the environment would lead to a different life, but the result was still the same. This was fate. Sung didn't believe in destiny, but he believed in fate, just like the precious things he had lost, the taste of which he had never forgotten. After sending Sister Hua home, Sung and the others disappeared into the night. They also vanished from a monitor, where a graceful finger gently closed the computer. "Ghost Butterfly, are you a good person or a bad person?" The lights in the room were all turned off, and a ghostly figure slowly walked to the window, gazing at the enchanting capital of Long Country. Chapter 361. The library. Sung left CNC, disbanded the company, and returned to the library. On one hand, he wanted to change his life. On the other hand, he didn't want to get involved in the world's disputes. Sometimes, one shouldn't think too highly of oneself. He was just a hacker. However, a person's pursuits are often hard to achieve. This was not destiny, but rather human obstruction. The ghost of the 7 sisters had secretly arrived in Long Country, including the head of the 7 sisters, the Empress, who was unaware of her whereabouts. The 7 sisters had temporarily separated when leaving their homeland, as smaller targets were safer. However, the ghost could not accept this failure, could not forget it. And every day, it would awaken her from dreams. Later, when the 4th domain fell, the ghost knew that Ghost Butterfly would definitely appear. Because no hacker would act against the hacker code like Ghost Butterfly did. Like a man who always goes to the women's restroom. What is he doing? She discovered Sung, who had been watching him until he resolved the cyber warfare, eliminating most of the organization's members and returning to the capital. Thus, she also arrived at the capital. The ghost knew she was no match for the Phantom Butterfly. She had considered making Sung's information public, but in the end, she did not go through with it. She devised a plan to get close to Sung. Only by understanding your opponent can you defeat him. This truth never changes. At that moment, Sung was sitting in a secret room, not activating any devices, pondering a question. How does the Phantom Butterfly dance? And how to crack the remaining code? He was not invincible yet. His life system had only completed 1/3. Then he contemplated a question. If a person can change, why can't code change? Why can't programs change? These 10 lines of code seemed to be the ultimate, but as Sung fully immersed himself in it, he gradually realized that this was not the end, but a process. The ultimate goal needed to be created by himself, and that was what he would do in the future. There must always be a beginning, right? However, Sung could not find this door now. It started to rain outside again, and he gently closed the window, as there was still someone named Siyu lying on the bed. Even with the lightest movement, Siyu opened her eyes. She had become accustomed to seeing Sung the moment she opened her eyes, no matter the time. What she wanted to do next was like a child, reaching out for a hug. The quilt was warm, like the embrace of her mother in childhood. A feeling that was cherished and touching. Sung held Siyu tightly in his arms. In an hour, it would be time to get up and start a new day. Siyu mischievously smiled and said, "Can you last an hour?" Sung laughed. When his world accepted a person, her every move would make him happy. Just like Siyu at that moment. Her smile, her kiss, and her warmth igniting their desires, burning brighter and brighter. After a woman loses her virginity, her desires are like a widow trapped on a deserted island for many years. When she leaves the island, there is nothing left, not even a big tree. Although Siyu did not feel this intensely, when her first blood appeared beneath her and Sung, she did not cry like other virgins, but laughed heartily. Sing asked her what was so funny. Siyu simply replied, "You will be mine from now on. Don't worry, I will never let you down. I will treat you well." From that day on, Sing suddenly realized that a virgin was even more precious than a maiden. Breakfast, leaving, the library, everything was on schedule, nothing had changed. Except for a few more guests. Observing their sitting posture, their gazes, and the bald heads that looked like they had a plate on them. Sing knew they were senior leaders. What they wanted was simple. This library was to be shut down. The reason is that ever since computers became available, there have been too many idle people in this library, yet the benefits created are minimal. No one cares whether this city should have this library. But there are concerns about how much salary the state needs to pay to the people in this library every month. Therefore, after research and decision-making by the higher authorities, the library will be closed, and all employees will need to find other jobs. Everyone in the library will no longer be civil servants. The former director said, "Many leaders from various countries have come here to borrow books. Its value cannot be measured in money. What it provides to this city is culture, refinement, and people's thirst for knowledge. If it is closed, we are not just losing a few employees, but a part of the human civilization process." One balding man sighed and said, "I know you have dedicated your life to this library, while others have long since retired. Yet you have been managing this library all along. The leaders of our municipal bureau still care about you." Everyone outside the door was listening, and each person's expression was heavy. Although the salary in the library is not high, at least it is considered a cultured job, and they could still say they are civil servants. Once it is closed, they will be nothing. What will happen to the books here? The former director's voice trembled. He had watched over these books his entire life, and they were like family to him. They can be sold. If they can't be sold, they can be moved somewhere else for storage. But what will happen to this library? It can be contracted out. A hotel or restaurant could be opened here. Look, this is a commercial area, the land is expensive, and doing anything here would earn more than running a library. Former director, this is the pace of the times. You can no longer keep up. You all get out. The former director finally erupted, and his shout echoed the anger of everyone outside. Sister Hua was the first to push the door open and walk in, followed closely by Sang, who stood by the former director's side. They didn't need to say a word. Their eyes already conveyed to those bald gentlemen that they fully supported the former director's decision. It was understandable for the former director to be angry, and the others were not upset, just urging him to calm down. But how could the former director calm down when they were destroying what he had protected his whole life? As long as I am alive, no one can have designs on the library. If you want to open a restaurant here, there's no way. This is a library, representing the cultural heritage of generations. You want to take all of this. Before he could finish, the former director felt a wave of dizziness, almost collapsing, and Singh quickly supported him. Seeing the former director so agitated, the group could only stand up and take their leave, but they would return. Because this was a task assigned to them by their superiors, and it was not up to them to decide. Chapter 362. Tianlei Sang closed the door to the meeting room, and the former director suddenly returned to normal, nearly scaring Sister Hua to jump onto the table. "Oh, you old-timer, you scare me to death." The old director gave her a perplexed glance, and then said, "What you should be afraid of is not me. But what will happen to you after the library closes? Where will you go to earn money to buy skirts and those ridiculous high heels?" I pretended to faint just to buy some time. Come on, everyone, how do we get through this? No one could offer a solution. They were just ordinary people, without any extraordinary power or means to challenge the municipal authorities' decision. Gezi, say something. Everyone chimed in. Yes, Sing, you say something. You've run a company and have connections with the military. You should have some ideas. Sing had no intention of discussing this with Liao Ximin or Xiaolong. He left CNC and disbanded Sing Network to return to being an ordinary person outside of hacking. Since they wanted him to speak, he said, "I feel that the municipal authorities' decision is not wrong. We live in an economic era where everything is based on efficiency. Our library has been around for many years, and the number of visitors can be counted on one hand. Every month, You all receive salaries from the state, and over time, that adds up to a significant expense. The state can support a library, but it cannot foster dissatisfaction among others. We are all working for the state, so why can't they be idle? Uncle Lian interjected, saying, don't summarize things like that. Instead, tell us how we can keep this library open. It's simple. Create income for the state, and we can keep it running. The old director said helplessly, to be honest, there are some books here that I don't even want to read. In the earlier years, the state could afford to introduce some new books, but that has stopped in recent years. Nowadays, people prefer thrilling and exciting content, especially things that leave them feeling invigorated. Can you make them interested in why foot fungus spreads to the face? Everyone exchanged glances, unable to respond. They understood the old director's point. For the library to generate income, it needed to have appealing features, just like a cinema. If you only show domestic films, who would want to watch? Look at Gal Gadot, and then at those plastic-faced actresses here. They all seem like they've been pumped with adrenaline. Seng didn't say anything further. Talking was less effective than taking action. At noon, Seng went to the municipal office and found the person in charge of the library's reform, Dao Keidu. This person was a typical old-school civil servant, buried in paperwork all day, and spoke in an official tone. What do you mean? You want to take over the library? Seng nodded and said, yes, I want to convert the library into a private contract. This way, we won't hold back the state, and we can generate income for it. Isn't that good? Dao Keidu understood that it was a good idea, but he didn't believe that this young man had the capability to take over the library. Is this your director's idea, or is it just yours? Seng felt a bit impatient. What difference does it make? If it's your director's idea, we can consider it. If it's just your personal idea, kid, taking over the library requires a lot of money, and I don't think you can afford it. I have a meeting to attend, so I won't discuss this any further. After finishing speaking, Dao Keidu was about to get up and leave. It was the middle of the day. What meeting could there be? Seng said, Director Dao, please wait a moment. Before you make a decision, could you tell me how much it costs to contract the library for a year? Dao Keidu was in a hurry to eat and thought there was nothing to discuss with someone like a child. Reluctantly, he replied, the leadership hasn't explicitly said that the library can be contracted, so you might as well stop asking. Seng also stood up and suggested, how about this, Director 2? It's lunchtime. Let's find a place to eat and talk. That wouldn't work. They weren't familiar with each other, and it didn't seem appropriate. They really weren't acquainted. And Seng had no intention of getting to know him. He merely viewed him as a procedural entry point within the municipal bureau system. There were many ways to demonstrate one's strength, and speaking was the least necessary. It was just a meal, but at the best restaurant in the capital. Even a plate of shredded potatoes cost 88. Seng's personal assets had already surpassed 100 million, which could amount to several billion in local currency. Did he care about a few plates of shredded potatoes or a library? Seng did this simply to preserve the best things. If spending money could achieve that, it was not a problem at all. Dao Keidu wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, Mr. Sung, actually, I don't have the final say on this project. The higher-ups intend to close the library to save costs for the country. It would be even better if it could generate income. So many business people have approached me about contracting the library. There's one named Ni who is the most capable, and the higher-ups are considering contracting it to him. Many details have already been negotiated, but the leadership also needs to consider the opinions of subordinates. The old director disagrees, so it can't just be closed. That's why I've been asked to personally visit the library these days. How much is this Mr. Ni planning to offer for the contract? 1,500,000 a year. Dao Keidu's tone was serious, using this method to remind Seng, and this was indeed the highest bid. In addition, Dao Keidu shared some background about this Mr. Ni. His full name was Ni Tianlei, one of the top 10 wealthy individuals in the capital, who started in the restaurant business and owned dozens of restaurants in the capital, with personal assets worth hundreds of millions. Director, I can offer you 1,800,000. I can give you the check right now, and you won't even need to go to the library anymore. What do you think? Dao Keidu no longer doubted Seng's capabilities. Being able to say that and invite him to such a high-end place for a meal already proved his strength. At the very least, he was doing much better than Ni Tianlei, who was still running restaurants and treating him to skewers. Mr. Sung, I know you have this capability. I don't doubt that. This project is also under my responsibility, but to be honest, whether it goes to Ni Tianlei is not something I can decide. For me, it's just a process. And initially, the proposal to contract the library was his idea. You understand what I mean, right? Seng certainly understood, observing Dao Keidu's mannerisms while dining. He didn't seem like someone who could make decisions, but there was no need for him to decide anyway. Now let's focus on Ni Tianlei. Seng wants to see who gave him the courage to target the library. Chapter 363, The Perverted Villain. Seng returned to the library. Perhaps because everyone was in a bad mood, it felt even quieter here. He took his laptop to the conference room, closed the doors and windows, and pulled down the curtains. Hackers are destined to work in the dark because only in darkness can they forget themselves and unlock the cheats of life. NIT Onlay is still a well-known entrepreneur. His Onlay Industries has gone public and not only runs restaurants, but also several food companies. In the eyes of others, he is surrounded by a halo, but in Sing's view, he is a fool who would immediately start to doubt life. The program windows on the monitor kept changing, and the data collection speed of the ghost domain was extremely fast. With the analysis software Sing wrote himself, everything about NIT Onlay became clear in less than a minute. Sing Woon-T launched a substantial attack on him and tell him to abandon the library project. That would be no different than revealing that he was a ghost butterfly. The best approach is to make him disappear. There are many ways to disappear, but Sing would never kill anyone. He is a hacker, not a killer. NIT Onlay also has his company website. Sing used the access code to click into the server, which surprisingly still used free hosting. The richer they are, the more stingy they become. Moreover, aside from the basic website programs, there was no useful information in the server's dataset. This is normal. Can you expect a butcher to study the meaning of life every day? Sing utilized an infinite code intrusion feature to control NIT Onlay's portable device. All records, including WeChat, QQ, and text messages, were clear at a glance. He initially thought this guy, as a famous entrepreneur, would have some character, but like other wealthy individuals, he was lecherous. This guy was not only lecherous, but also perverted. His perversion was not just limited to lust, it extended to other aspects of his private life. He was no longer satisfied with merely satisfying his desires with women, but had shifted his attention to men and young girls. One of his WeChat records involved negotiating with a migrant worker's wife who had come to the capital, asking how much it would cost to sleep with her 10-year-old daughter for a night. He even suggested that they could all play together, with her husband watching on the side. Some say that there are many kinds of evil in people, but NIT Onlay's wickedness would make even his ancestors rise from their graves to spit in his face. Seeing this, Sing shook his head helplessly. If a person is driven to such madness, what is the meaning of living? He connected with Nemu, the black guy he had fought alongside in another country. He was the only hacker Sing still kept in touch with. In this world, many things cannot be accomplished by one person alone, and hackers are no exception. They can launch attacks on all networks, but sometimes they need help from others. Hey Sing, when are you going to invite me to your country for some fun? He wanted to say prostitution in Mandarin, but foreigners' tongues are always so stiff. No wonder they always like to lick around. You'd better solve this problem in a certain country. You black devil. This time, I need a favor from you. Speak, boss, what business do you have for me? During the great upheaval in that country, I carved out a space in one of their government servers they had taken over. I'll give you the data node. Use this space to build me a website. It seems once again, someone is about to suffer. Ghost Butterfly remains still until it moves, but each time it acts, it causes massive shockwaves. That's Singer's method in nature. Just like this space, it's actually a backdoor in that country's government network server, opened by Singer. His purpose is to be able to deliver a dreaming dodgy swiftly to the opponent if cyber warfare ever breaks out. Singer has opened many such backdoors. An hour later, the website was completed, the upload channel was set up, and the domain name was ready. This is why Singer turned to NIM. If Singer had set it up himself, it would have taken much longer and could have been detected by the cyber monitoring in his home country. Since almost all servers for adult content websites are located in that country or others, and many have been blocked over the past few years, such content can never be fully eradicated. Singer used server space from that country to prevent the entire space from being shut down rather than just blocked. If it's only blocked, one can simply change the domain name to regain access. But if the space is shut down, access is lost completely. All of NIT Onlay's materials, including videos he filmed himself, were uploaded to the server. Tests confirmed the site was accessible. Then, Singer sent the domain link to everyone NIT Onlay knew. As for NIT Onlay, this wolf in sheep's clothing, he had just finished lunch and was in his office discussing so-called office intimacy with his secretary when her portable device received a message with a shocking title, NIT Onlay's private videos. As soon as she opened it, she pushed away NIT Onlay, who was busy behind her, hurriedly dressed, and nearly burst into tears from panic. NIT Onlay had no idea what was happening. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you on drugs? See for yourself. See what? This is, the rest of his words stuck in his throat. On the screen was everything happening in his office. The naked, bloated man looking down at the desk was none other than himself. Every employee in the company saw it clearly. Everyone he knew, including his wife, business partners, and more, watched closely. The office door was kicked open, and the secretary's husband struck her across the face with a folder, dragged her out by her hair, and started punching and kicking her. NIT Onlay didn't care who was hitting whom because his world had just collapsed. The first thing he did was cut off the video devices he had hidden in his office himself. He never imagined that one day these very devices would become weapons exposing his privacy from every angle. Yes, weapons, he was attacked, he knew it was hacked. But at that moment he didn't care about that. He had money, and he believed there was nothing that money couldn't solve. He called the network engineer hired by the company and demanded, "You find the reason immediately, or you're fired." The engineer sweated profusely while carefully checking the company's network, but found no issues, not even a virus. Meanwhile, people had already started launching personal attacks against him, starting with his wife, followed by the company's board members, and many others he didn't even know were attacking and condemning him online. The website had already reached millions of clicks in less than 10 minutes. Chapter 364, Filling the Body. Seng's temper was just like that. Is being wealthy really impressive? Is having power really impressive? How many people's curses have you suppressed? Do you think you're the boss? In our eyes, someone like him is nothing, just a mere nobody. You may buy everything with your money, but you can never buy human nature. This is what Seng wanted to do. This is what Ghost Butterfly wanted to do. I don't care who you are. As long as you make people hate you, I will go after you, and I will make sure to ruin you. Don't think this is just a fictional rant. There are righteous hackers in this world, and countless people have joined their ranks. These hackers do not seek profit, nor do they care about life or death. Their goal is to eliminate the evil that people despise. Within half an hour of the website going public, several glass panels of Ni Tianlei's company had been smashed, and one person even angrily threw feces at the company's entrance. Ni Tianlei's wife personally came to the company, and before she could say anything, she spat in Ni Tianlei's face. If a single spit could solve the problem, Ni Tianlei wouldn't be so helpless. Even if it were a knife cutting into him, he would have to endure it. The company's network engineer looked at Ni Tianlei's wife, unsure of what to say. He had already informed Ni Tianlei that the company's network had been compromised, and that he was incapable of handling it. Ni Tianlei wiped the spit from his face and told the engineer, no matter how much it costs, bring the best network engineer in the capital and clear all these videos. As for how his wife was making a scene, it was unnecessary to elaborate. Ni Tianlei felt like his world was ending. Still, he thought, is being wealthy really that impressive? He believed that the experts he hired could clear everything. But after reviewing the company's network, these so-called experts turned to Ni Tianlei and said, "Boss and I, there are no issues with your company's network. The problem may lie with the equipment where you store the videos, but with our current technology, we cannot resolve this issue." Ni Tianlei angrily retorted, "What do you mean you can't handle it? Are we just going to let this continue?" The engineer helplessly said, "We can't even find the IP address of this website. The only thing you can do now is to apply for blocking this URL." At that moment, Ni Tianlei felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. But did he have a choice? When Seng got off work, he specifically reminded Neem that the URL changes every 10 minutes. To this end, Seng had sent him a software he developed using a key code pattern. Even if it was blocked, as long as this URL was clicked, the software would know to import the access data into the server and continue accessing until tomorrow morning before the stock market opened. After arranging all of this, Seng went to buy chicken with Siyu again. He didn't know why he had been so fond of eating chicken lately. It felt like his body was empty, always wanting to fill it with something. Just as the chicken was finished cooking, Ni Shichi and Meng Ro came to visit Siyu. Since moving in with Seng, this girl hadn't gone home, and now the old man missed his daughter so much that he had to come see her in person. Ni Shichi knew some of Seng's actions, but the core matters were known to very few. These were as confidential as Seng's identity. Siyu told Ni Shichi that Seng had started an internet company, which he later discovered was not profitable, so he disbanded it and returned to work at the library. What parents wouldn't think of their daughter? In Ni Shichi's heart, he always believed Seng's job wasn't very good and was worried that Siyu would suffer by being with him. However, Ni Shichi also knew that a grown daughter cannot be kept at home. He understood Siyu's temperament. Once she decided on something, she wouldn't turn back. Now, he could only visit her from time to time. As the future father-in-law, which was like a half-father, Seng had to make an effort. But no matter what Seng did, Siyu wouldn't allow it. She only let him talk to Ni Shichi. Seng felt helpless. Was he supposed to discuss the basics of hacking with this old man? Moreover, he knew that Ni Shichi wasn't very satisfied with him and was always trying to find fault, bringing up the so-called life discussions, a topic too heavy for Seng. He remained silent, but Ni Shichi couldn't just stay quiet. "Gezi, look at your physique. You're as weak as a kitten. I could knock you down with a single finger. You should go to the martial arts school and learn some skills. Stop being idle all day." A hacker who knows martial arts is unstoppable. Even a martial god would hesitate in a one-on-one with a kitchen knife. But the key was that Seng had no interest in such physical combat. "Uncle, the library has been quite busy lately. If I have time, I will definitely ask you for guidance." Ni Shichi could only sigh helplessly, dreaming that Siyu would find someone interested in martial arts to pass on his skills. But fate had other plans, and in the end, Siyu found a bookish person who couldn't even handle a chicken. After finally sending the old man away, Seng let out a long sigh. Not even a fierce battle felt this exhausting. While Siyu was taking a shower, Seng sneaked into the secret room, opened the computer, and Neem had already sent him the access records. The data was encrypted, but Seng didn't even need to decrypt it. just by looking at the symbols. He understood their meaning. The Internet Management Department of the Dragon Country has indeed blocked this website, but with the help of software, all access is still ongoing. By opening the infinite code, Seng entered Ni Tianlei's portable device, where all the data had been deleted. But what was the point of doing this? From the video equipment, it was evident that Ni Tianlei looked like a chicken before being slaughtered. He wanted to transfer the assets in his hands and leave the Dragon Country, putting an end to everything. He felt that everyone around him wanted to kill him and take everything away from him. No one could help him now. They had all placed Ni Tianlei on the opposing side. He wanted to leave, believing that what he had left could allow him to regain everything. But would Seng let him go? So Seng accessed his personal financial system and donated all his assets to an orphanage and some charitable funds. He didn't even use his name. He had harmed so many children, he truly deserved to die. Ni Tianlei watched helplessly as his assets were taken away batch by batch. He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and attacked anything in sight. In his eyes, he was striking down the devils who were taking his assets. After he finished attacking others, he took his own life. Chapter 365. Character Seng did not know that Ni Tianlei had committed suicide. The news came from Dao Keitu at the entrance of the library. Of course, Dao Keitu also wanted to ask Seng if he still intended to take over the library. Of course I want to take over. I was actually thinking of talking to Mr. Ni about it, but it seems that's no longer necessary. Seng felt no remorse over Ni Tianlei's suicide. People like him should die more often. Since Seng still wanted to take over, Dao Keitu felt relieved. And Seng immediately prepared the check and placed it in front of Dao Keitu. When Dao Keitu saw the amount on the check, he immediately stood up. Mr. Sung, this is the fee for 10 years. From now on, this library will be mine for the next decade. What more was there to say? Dao Keitu had never seen so much money in his life, even if it was just a check. What surprised him even more was that the young man before him, the librarian, showed no extra expression while handing him the check, making Dao Keitu wonder just how many assets Seng truly had. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. The old librarian observed everything clearly from the window. He initially thought Dao Keitu had come to demand the library back, but after a few words with Seng, he left in high spirits. The old librarian was puzzled. What exactly had Seng given him to make him so happy? Of course, Seng had simply mentioned that the library would not need to close. Who knew that this single statement would lead the old librarian to immediately convene a meeting with all the staff? During the meeting, the old librarian had never been so serious in asking Seng to speak and explain what was going on. Seng didn't want to say much, but felt he had no choice, so he recounted the process of taking over the library, of course omitting Ni Tianlei's part. Even if he mentioned it, they wouldn't know who he was. After listening, the 30 or so people in the conference room were in an uproar, but the old director remained silent. Now the library belonged to Seng, and although he could keep it, it was time for the old director to retire and go home. However, he still wanted to stay here, to see these people appear before him every day, moving books, even laughing and joking. He had gotten used to this life. How could he change? Seng glanced at the old director and could already guess his thoughts from his expression. To be honest, he wouldn't let anyone leave. Especially not the old director, who had once guided him through the big door and taught him how to work. This was a kindness Seng couldn't ignore. So he said, "Director, please don't think too much about it. This library can't do without you. I may have contracted this place, but I'm still your employee. Nothing has changed. You don't need to worry." "Oh my goodness," the old director exclaimed, breaking into a sweat from excitement, and everyone even applauded him. He then made a few formal remarks, thanking the organization and everyone for recognizing his work. "In the future, I will dedicate myself even more to every task assigned to me by the organization." Seng looked at the ceiling, then at Huajia and Siyu beside him. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he interrupted, "Director, you should take a break. You don't need to be so excited, otherwise you might have an accident when you go to the restroom." Huajia looked at everyone and said, "Seng, you've spent so much money contracting the library. Do you have any plans for the future? Please share with us." Everyone understood the implication. Huajia was telling them that the library now belonged to Seng. Although the old director still held the position, it was merely nominal. From now on, everyone present would be relying on Seng for their salaries, and they would have to listen to him. Such fundamental changes in the system couldn't be resolved with just a few words. While others saw Seng as a big shot, Huajia couldn't afford to overlook that. She had received help from him multiple times, and no matter what, she would always stand by Seng's side. The old director shared the same sentiment. Previously, everyone had viewed Seng as a child, which sometimes led to excessive behavior in work and personal matters. Now that he had become the owner, rules needed to be established. Seng thought for a moment, and since everyone wanted him to speak, he decided to do so. He hadn't anticipated any returns from the money he invested. But with so many people relying on him for their livelihoods, the pressure of having no income was significant. Therefore, Seng decided to renovate the library, introduce new books, add a comic section, a computer reading room, a reader's club, and so on. Only by making the library profitable could everyone have a better life. Throughout that day, they didn't do anything else but calculate how much money would be needed for the renovations. Singe still let Huajie handle the finances. These issues were left for her to calculate, and Singe only needed to invest according to the budget. While everyone was discussing these matters, Long Tianwu walked into the conference room and whispered in Singe's ear, "The leader is waiting for you outside." Singe nodded, instructed everyone to continue their discussions, and followed Long Tianwu to a bar across from the library. Liao Ximin had already ordered a bottle of red wine and was enjoying it. Upon seeing Singe, he smiled and said, "Gezi, come on, make yourself at home. Just sit anywhere." What a redundant statement. There was only one chair in front of him. Where else could he sit? That old man had a mischievous grin, as if he had just found money, clearly up to some trick again. After not seeing each other for many days, Singe felt quite nostalgic. Today, with some free time, he ordered a glass of sake to chat with him. But he hoped Liao Ximin could speak properly. Liao Ximin chuckled, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just missed you. Wanted to see how you've been faring." Singe helplessly replied, "In this world, aside from you, no one else is messing with me, especially when you have that smile on your face. I know exactly what you're after. Isn't my smile just charming in a middle-aged man's way? Tianwu, don't you think?" Long Tianwu said expressionlessly, "Leader, I didn't see anything." With that, Liao Ximin could only helplessly say, "He's a person without character. Let's talk about something else. Did you take care of Nit Onlay?" Singe blinked and pretended to be puzzled. "Who is Nit Onlay? I don't know him." Liao Ximin put away his smile and continued, "Don't deny it here. You already took over the library today, didn't you? We don't need to worry about that, but there's someone you need to deal with." "Who?" "Nit Onlay's son, Ni2. Chapter 366, The Tycoon. After hearing this, Singe already had some questions in mind. Anyone whom Liao Ximin personally mentioned was definitely not an ordinary person. Just as Singe thought, after graduating from university, Ni2 had been living in a certain island city. He was considered special because he was also a hacker. After Nit Onlay's suicide, Ni2 had disappeared as well. Hearing this, Singe's mind was filled with questions. Firstly, why didn't Ni2, as a hacker, help his father when Nit Onlay was under attack? Secondly, why did Liao Ximin bring up this person in front of him? Moreover, it seemed that Liao Ximin was quite familiar with Ni2's day. Liao Ximin continued, "I want this person. If necessary, he can die. As for his detailed information, I won't need to provide that to you. Is there anything in this world that you can't obtain?" Singe remained silent. After all, he had already left CNC, but he had to deal with Ni2 regardless. He needed to clarify all these doubts. From another perspective, if it weren't for his hacking of Nit Onlay, there would have been no suicide. Ni2 must have ample reasons for his actions. However, he currently knew nothing about Ni2 and was filled with questions about Liao Ximin's plan. There are many hackers in the country, but why does Liao Ximin specifically want this Ni2, regardless of life and death? What has Ni2 done? Liao Ximin saw the doubt in Singe's eyes and continued, "No matter the profession, there are good and bad individuals, and they vary in degrees. The same is true for hackers. A good hacker can help others, while a bad hacker can only bring destruction or death. I believe you can understand what I mean." Having said that, Singe got up and left the bar, knowing for sure that Liao Ximin would not deceive him. Back at the library, everyone was still studying. He went to the back of the bookshelf and opened his computer. Information about Ni2 gradually appeared before his eyes. As Liao Ximin said, Ni2 is a bad hacker. He once breached the firewall of a well-known financial enterprise in a major city in just 1 minute, causing all ATMs to malfunction and resulting in hundreds of millions in losses. Following that, he hacked into the medical system of the same city, leading to a collapse of the entire healthcare system. The anti-cyber attack team had classified Ni2, codenamed Avenger, as a high-level threat. However, a month later, Ni2 voluntarily walked into Hat, claiming he was retiring from hacking and would no longer launch any cyber attacks. Hat made a move that left everyone puzzled. They actually let Ni2 leave. This incident caused a huge stir, but speculation yielded no answers. Seeing this, Singe opened Hat's homepage. For others, it was a passive acceptance of an unconvincing answer, but Singe preferred to seek answers himself. The server contained over 100 gigabytes of data, yet it only hosted a website of a few megabytes. Besides that, there was nothing else. The website's backend was equipped with a restoration system. Even if the website were deleted, it would still be restored. This was Hat's strategy. They, as an anti-cyber attack team, had to ensure they were not attacked. The best defense was not a firewall or antivirus system, but rather having nothing at all. They allowed attacks, even permitting the deletion of the web page, knowing the restoration system could recover it within seconds. Singe had no intention of attacking this server. He wasn't desperate enough to seek trouble. He merely browsed the website's content, which surprisingly had no personal names listed. Now looking at it, this was probably the most absurd website Singe had ever encountered. In the end, He downloaded an I2's photo and conducted a regional search for any footage, but all video devices had no images of him. There were also no entry and exit records. It was as if this guy had evaporated. At that moment, C called him back for a meeting, as it was almost time to get off work. The old librarian reportedly wanted to treat everyone to dinner soon. Singh needed to think carefully about how to find an I2 and understand the underlying motives behind his sudden disappearance. So, he shut down the computer and returned to the meeting room. He didn't pay attention to what others were saying, only focusing on the table, pondering how he could locate an I2 and what his intentions were for vanishing so suddenly. At this moment, the old curator said, "Gezi, it's great that you can help the library. There are some questions I probably shouldn't ask, but since I brought you into the library, I've always considered you family. I just want to know, where did your money come from? How could you be so wealthy?" Everyone looked at Singh, except for the old curator and Sister Hua. Everyone was actually concerned about their own interests. If Singh's future investments didn't keep up, wouldn't they all starve? As for how Singh made his money, they didn't care. Singh smiled and said, "I made some money when I started my company and earned a bit more by doing software for others. You don't need to worry." Sister Hua then spoke up, "Gezi, I've always regarded you as my son. I absolutely support your ideas. Unlike some people who only care about what's in their own pockets." "What kind of insight is that?" She looked at Uncle Lien as she spoke. Singh just smiled. Their concerns were normal, and there was no reason for them not to think about it. A child they remembered suddenly becoming a millionaire was something everyone had to ponder. Uncle Lien hurriedly explained, "Look at what Sister Hua said. Now Gezi is our fortune god. In the future, everyone will rely on him for their livelihood. We absolutely support him. Gezi, don't worry. If there's anything you need me to do, just say it. I'll go through fire and water for you." Singh laughed and said, "I still stand by my words. I am still me, and we are still family. The library is still the library. Just one thing. Sister Hua will handle the financial matters from now on, so everyone should try to support her work." Sister Hua seemed to have ascended to a higher status, and those who were close to her were delighted. However, Uncle Lien, who often bickered with Sister Hua, looked a bit long-faced. It was quite helpless. After all, who could blame Sister Hua for having such a good son? Later on, Sister Hua made a rough estimate of the investments. Singh meant that everything should be the best, and the library also needed a complete renovation. So according to Singh's idea, an investment of 10 million was required. Singh could fully accept this number. He had spent hundreds of thousands on a secret room. So how could he not for such a large library? He immediately handed the check to Sister Hua. Everyone watched as Sister Hua put the check into her pocket. Uncle Lien's breathing became rapid. This was money, 10 million, enough for him to live several lifetimes. Could it be that Singh really was a millionaire now? Chapter 367. Hat Singh wanted to figure out what Neetu's true intentions were. First, he needed to know what role Hat was playing in this. There must be some agreement between Neetu and Hat, but as an independent department, it was absolutely impossible to show you the information without a superior's order. It wasn't impossible to access their servers, but doing so would destroy the myth that Hat had never faced a hacker attack since its establishment. If he hacked into their servers, it would be like slapping Hat in the face, something no one could accept. But Singh didn't care about these things. Since Hat had hidden itself, let it show itself actively. After work, the old director insisted on treating everyone to dinner, claiming that this time it would be quite a lavish affair, costing 500. Singh felt it would be inappropriate not to go, so he could only accept with a bitter smile. In the past, Singh would never have participated in such events, but life is life. You have to do something with everyone. Even if you're a hacker, you still need to eat. What Singh found most difficult to accept was that everyone, including the old director, regarded him as a leader. Having worked in this system for a long time, everyone performed their tasks methodically, and each person could see their role in the changes, whether they were new or old. Originally, they were working for the public sector. But now that it had shifted to a private enterprise, it was normal to have to consider the boss's mood. Even though Singh repeatedly emphasized that while the system had changed, and the signed contract clearly stated that library staff would no longer enjoy the state salary policy, he had no intention of letting anyone go. Therefore, there was no need for everyone to act as if they were competing for something. Singh said, "Everyone, the library will start renovations tomorrow, but you can't take a break. You still have to work. The rules of the library will not change, and starting tomorrow, each of your salaries will be multiplied by 5. Upon hearing this, the old director dropped his cup on the table. Singh had made everyone so excited. 5 times the salary. What does that mean? It meant that what used to be a single egg for breakfast could now be a pancake made from eggs. Things that were once unaffordable could now be bought without hesitation. Who wouldn't want to be rich? An old colleague summarized everyone's feelings perfectly with a single sentence. "Boss, from now on, we old-timers will follow you. Just say the word, and we will go through fire and water for you. No hesitation." Dinner lasted until 10 o'clock at night. When Singh returned home, he collapsed onto the sofa, feeling exhausted. He always felt this way whenever he pondered over issues. Seeing him press his forehead repeatedly, Siyu felt a pang of sympathy and started to massage him. Nestled in Siyu's embrace, the soft and warm feeling was truly enjoyable. Every man needs a little enjoyment, right? What you enjoy depends on your own preferences. For example, if you enjoy having a moment to yourself before every shower, then soaking in a bathtub, lighting a cigarette, taking a deep breath, and exhaling slowly while swaying your head, that can be quite pleasurable, right? You would tell everyone that what you seek isn't merely a feeling, but an enjoyment. But when one day you find yourself in the South, having to shower 3 times a day, you realize that your enjoyment is actually self-destructive. In comparison, Sing's enjoyment was far more profound. While most men would not want to lie on a woman's body, Sing was the only one who could leave. It was quite distressing, wasn't it? But not being able to deal with that certain person would be even more troubling for Sing. The secret room was his battlefield. When he stepped into that room, his identity transformed into that of a hacker, a fighter in the digital realm. Before starting each task, Sing meticulously planned every step. The first thing he needed to do now was to connect to Hat's data. This is not difficult. Sing first logged into a corporate website in a certain region. What this company does is irrelevant to Sung. He simply needed the key code symbol to access the backend of the site, where all the data was clearly visible. Why choose this company? It wasn't random. It was because the company used a server firewall provided by a certain organization, known as Skyfire. This organization once stated that the data processing technology used by the Skyfire firewall was developed by an independent software development team over 5 years. Its core technology is to isolate all abnormal access data. Abnormal access data refers to attempts to enter the server through hacking, attacks, or other means to modify or steal data files. Simply put, if you enter your password incorrectly, the firewall will treat it as a brute force attack and immediately isolate all access data. This isolation technology is their core technology because it can effectively identify data modules before access. Typically, when hackers attack certain networks, the access data they use is disguised. However, the Skyfire firewall only accepts traditional, normal access programs, automatically isolating any abnormal access data. It sounds impressive, but in the face of Sing's key code, it was completely ineffective. Sing's access data seemed to leap over the firewall, entirely disregarding its existence. Once the phantom domain is activated, all network data within the area is under Sing's control. How could a firewall possibly compete? Next came step 2, which Sing particularly enjoyed, modifying the homepage of the website to replace it with his own content. This content was quite provocative, as the homepage content completely vanished and was replaced with a video of a Siberian husky playfully interacting with a local dog. The CEO of the organization, Tang Yujia, a man in his 40s, was using his limited leisure time to play tennis with his partner in a gym. He was someone who enjoyed sweating because it made him feel vibrant and allowed him to manage his department more effectively, always keeping himself in the best condition. This organization was also the only one in the region that mandated weight limits for employees. Male employees weighed in at 160 pounds and female employees at 105 pounds. Exceeding this by even a pound meant termination. Therefore, at this time, the gym was filled with employees from the organization. All thoughts of indulgence, bars, and one-night stands were forgotten. They only needed to remember Tang Yujia's words. Even if they only occupied this position for a day, they should face all work with the best spirit. Just as he was fully enjoying his game, a sweating man in a suit walked straight up to him, looking quite anxious. The secretary had been with him for 10 years, knowing his habits. He absolutely could not be disturbed while playing tennis. However, this time he walked straight up to him. Tang Yujia wiped the sweat from his face, waiting for the report. President, our system has been compromised, and the homepage of the companies using the software has been tampered with. As a department head, one must remain completely calm. Tang Yujia was in this position because he was not the type to act impulsively. He had his own ideas and ways of thinking about problems. His wife, a young fashion model, handed him a bottle of water. She had a great figure, and the secretary thought this every time he saw her, or rather, every man would think this. Tang Yujia took a sip and pinched his shoulder, saying, "The system was updated yesterday. Some servers need to be restarted to integrate the new program for protective measures. Tell our engineers to handle it." "Yes, President, I'll take care of it immediately," he replied. "Also, don't disturb me while I'm playing. Think about how to solve it calmly first." Hearing this, the secretary felt more terrified than learning about the system breach. He had been with Tang Yujia for 10 years, but to this day, he only understood one thing about him. No matter how much effort you put in over 10 years, it might not count for anything, but if you make one mistake, be prepared to be out. He was someone who did not tolerate any errors from others. In his eyes, whatever subordinates did was simply what they were supposed to do, and there was nothing commendable about it. 2 young engineers from HAT, carrying their work laptops, arrived at the company's server, chatting and laughing as they connected the diagnostic software to begin checking the server data. The company's manager asked, "Is it a problem with our server or your software?" One of the engineers replied with a smile, There's no issue. The diagnostics show no viruses. Just restart the server, and it will be fine. Thankfully, the manager felt relieved this time. However, no one expected that everything they tested on the server was completely visible to Sang, including the number of films in their database, which Sang's analysis software had listed out. What he wanted were not these, but the access records and connection data from their computers. The software quickly analyzed all access directories, and Sang simply glanced through them before locating the data server address of HAT. This data connection to HAT's server was used for software upgrades and other services. Sang was able to find this data address so quickly because HAT was indeed a substantial department that had its own independent external IP. The difference between internal and external networks is that the computers you use are mostly on the internal network. To put it simply, internal networks save IP addresses. Data exchange and access require passing through many devices, resulting in numerous internal addresses under one external IP. Having an independent external IP that only drags along all internal users utilizing the Tianhu firewall or other software from HAT allows for network access services at the terminal. This not only provides certain advantages in access speed, but also offers comprehensive security features. It's not an exaggeration to say that HAT has built a network empire, as very few software companies would undertake such actions. Sung directly dragged this IP address under the control code of a specific domain, subsequently cutting off all connections. Sung casually clicked the mouse, causing the websites of tens of thousands of enterprises in the area to suddenly become inaccessible, all displaying code errors. Even the engineer checking the server could not connect with the server to obtain software support. The two exchanged glances, seeing fear, panic, and even a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. They knew little else, except that HAT was under attack. What does an attack on HAT mean? Tens of thousands of corporate websites are inaccessible, and hundreds of thousands of individual users can't access the internet. In the gym, the secretary rushed in, and Tang Yujie glanced at him but did not stop his game until the secretary reached behind him, wiping the sweat from his face with a towel. He didn't even look at the secretary as he spoke. I think I mentioned this to you. Before he could finish, the secretary interrupted. President, HAT's network is down. It might be a hacker attack. Tang Yujie remained calm, saying, a disconnection is normal. It could be the government conducting network maintenance. The secretary interrupted again. President, we are under a hacker attack. Now HAT is completely offline, and all internal users under the IP cannot access the network. Our engineers have no ability to restore it. After hearing this, Tang Yujie finally became serious, quickly packing up his racket and heading for the door. His model wife called out, Yujie, aren't you going to continue playing? He indeed wanted to continue, but not with tennis. He wanted to confront someone. At the financial center building downstairs, dozens of reporters rushed toward Tang Yujie as soon as they saw him, bombarding him with questions like a tsunami. Tang Yujie refused to answer any of them, leaving everything to the secretary. Among all the questions, he only heard one. Didn't HAT claim that your Tianhu firewall would never be breached? This question felt like a slap in the face to Tang Yujie, leaving him with a stinging sensation. But as the president, he needed to remain calm. At least in terms of external image, he couldn't show any signs of weakness. The bodyguards blocked the reporters outside, and several senior executives from HAT headquarters gathered around Tang Yujie. Without needing to ask, he knew they had already reported the situation. Just before stepping into the elevator, Tang Yujie suddenly turned and asked, how is our server? A female employee replied, no signs of an attack have been detected. As the elevator doors closed, these employees hurriedly took another elevator, while Tang Yujie used the exclusive elevator for executives. The other one was for the staff. Singe indeed did not sabotage their servers. He only wanted to obtain the information from NI2, and he has already acquired it. It turns out that NI2 is actually an employee of HAT, and he was recruited by Tang Yujie during his time at the university in Xiangdao. Chapter 369. Isolation. Singe did not expect that NI2 was an employee of HAT, which publicly claims to be a counter-cyber attack group, but its full name is actually a technology research and development company for counter-cyber attack, founded by Yujie. It turns out to be a tech company, making it seem like a government department in Xiangdao. These people really know how to play tricks. The real story is that when Tang Yujie was developing the Tianhua software, he encountered a technical bottleneck and could not overcome the final core technical challenge. Introducing foreign technology was not something Tang Yujie could accept due to funding and security concerns. By chance, Tang Yujie came across a technical concept called isolation on a hacker forum in Xiangdao, posted by someone named Avenger. After reading it, Tang Yujie personally messaged Avenger to request a face-to-face meeting, which NI2 readily agreed to. NI2 is a passionate person, very similar to Tang Yujie, and their personalities brought them closer together. After several discussions, Tang Yujie invited NI2 to become the chief technical consultant at his company, which at the time was located in a very modest office building with only 4 employees. NI2's involvement quickly led to the successful development of the Tianhua software. Incorporating the isolation technology he developed, making the software more comprehensive and powerful. However, getting people to accept this software was not easy. In Xiangdao, there are countless companies that produce firewalls and antivirus software, each with its own characteristics and strong capabilities. For Tang Yujia's company to penetrate this market, they needed to employ different tactics. Thus, NI2, under the identity of the Avenger hacker, began to launch large-scale attacks on financial enterprises in Xiangdao, as well as some businesses and individual users, causing widespread panic among local companies. Some even forbade their employees from using computers during work hours. At this moment, Yujia's company emerged, with their Tianhua software effectively countering the Avenger virus attacks and strengthening systems, preventing any further virus and Trojan attacks. The Tianhua software was initially trialed in several companies with excellent results, leading hundreds of companies to place orders for it. Within a week, Tang Yujia became a super-rich individual and was subsequently recognized as an outstanding young person by the Xiangdao government. In the same month, Tang Yujia established a counter-cyber attack group and became a strategic partner with the Cybersecurity Department H&T of the Xiangdao government. Afterward, the Avengers ceased attacks and voluntarily approached HAT. It is understandable that to the outside world, Tang Yujia merely stated that NI2 was not the Avenger but had once used the Avengers online name, while the real Avenger was someone else. Given Tang Yujia's status at the time, no one doubted him. The show he directed has finally received a perfect conclusion. Tang Yujia gained both fame and fortune, becoming an idol for hundreds of thousands of people. Meanwhile, NI2, as a secret shareholder of Yujia Network, also became a wealthy individual. At this point, Sung Ge finally understood why Liao Ximin was so determined to take down NI2. Because Yujia Network was the biggest enemy of the cybersecurity sector in the region. Just like Sung Ge severed their network connection, the entire area was shaken within 10 minutes. Just imagine, if one day Tang Yujia were to profit immensely using all the private data of his clients, it would be a terrifying act. It is important to note that businesses or individuals using the software had passively accepted the usage agreement, granting full access to their servers or systems. Sitting in his office, Tang Yujia could be privy to all business transactions and financial flows of these companies. Could the state genuinely believe that someone who employs extreme measures for personal gain is wholeheartedly contributing to the economic development of the region? Thinking of Liao Ximin, Sung Ge chuckled. That old fox was always quick to strike. Unable to eliminate Tang Yujia through conventional means, they resorted to underhanded tactics. Moreover, employing Sung Ge, a super hacker, made it difficult for anyone to voice objections. As for Tang Yujia, he instructed his secretary to immediately call NI2 back. However, the secretary hesitated and said, "President, we have no idea where NI2 is. His father recently committed suicide, reportedly due to being hacked. It's very likely he has returned to the mainland to avenge his father. Get a Guang here." "Yes, President." 5 minutes later, a man in his 30s with a middle-parted hairstyle entered Tang Yujia's office. He was Tang Yujia's financial director. "How long will it take to transfer my assets overseas?" Tang Yujia was very cautious. With NI2's father having been killed by hackers, he worried that if NI2 were to be attacked, their initial plan would be exposed, and he would lose everything. While there was still a chance, he planned to move all of his assets and leave the region. Sung Ge, feeling thirsty, left the secret room to get a drink. This was a habit he could never change. Siyu was aware of the secret room. Every time Sung Ge entered, she would stay in the adjacent room watching television, and when she felt tired, she would go to sleep without disturbing him. She cherished the relationship they had, and would never do anything to jeopardize it. Of course, when Sung Ge was in his hacker role, he would forget everything. This was his world, wasn't he it? This performance could only be played by him. Every late night, Sung Ge would immerse himself in this tranquility, with only his heartbeat and the passage of time breaking the silence. However, the calm of this evening was interrupted by Tian Wu. After dinner, Sung Ge had him take Huajie back. What should have taken half an hour ended up taking a few hours, and he returned with wet hair, clearly having taken a shower. Did he shower at Huajie's place? But why would he shower there? Long Tianwu said, "It was hot, so I just rinsed off." Singe laughed and said, "I think you're just feeling a bit overheated. But taking a shower is nothing. You can just move over." Long Tianwu had nothing to hide in front of Singe. His willingness to follow Singe so closely showed that he trusted this person. Hearing Geng Yu say this, Tianwu rarely smiled and replied, "Not yet. We've only gotten a bit close." Singe almost spat out his drink at him. "I always thought you were gay. Turns out you're straight." "I'm not gay. I'm perfectly normal. And I like Sister Hua. I want to marry her." Singe laughed heartily. "Go ahead and marry Sister Hua without hesitation, you gay guy." Chapter 370. Love and Hope. Singe was a hacker, but he also understood that hackers need to enjoy life. And what is life? Love and hope. Although most people find it hard to feel these two things in their lives, at least we are still alive. And you will one day feel all of this. He never believed he had everything because he was still pursuing more, like everyone else. Every day when he opened his eyes, He had to complete various life tasks to earn everything needed to survive. Yet, there are many who lack the ability to earn. They pray to the heavens, hoping to get everything they desire. Senj could provide for them, while not everything. At least he could allow those suffering around the world to enjoy a beautiful night. The investor was Tang Yujia from the Xiangdao Yujia Company. In less than a minute, he donated all his funds to global charitable organizations, leaving not a single cent for himself. Guang walked into the office, and Tang Yujia, holding a glass of red wine, turned and asked, "Is everything taken care of?" In his mind, this was a matter of course. Everything he did was for money. Otherwise, what was the point? Those enterprises, or individual users? He himself thought it was a joke, but Guang's voice sounded very unnatural to him, as if someone was squeezing his throat. "President, all your funds, shares, and assets, including your mansion, no longer belong to you." The glass fell to the ground and shattered, the spilled red wine glaring like blood, representing his entire world crumbling and disappearing. "Get out." Tang Yujia wanted to be calm. He believed there was still a chance to recover because he still controlled all the client privacy associated with the Tianhua system. As long as he pocketed the benefits from this privacy, he could still enjoy power for the rest of his life. In the capital of Long Country, in Senj's private chamber, after completing the data collection, Senj had to give Liao Ximin some face and help him resolve the risk of Hat's privacy leak. This step wasn't too difficult. First, he cracked the Tianhua software to obtain its program architecture. Then, Senj wrote a permission-modifying file and uploaded it to the core program of the software. Following that, he connected Hat's internal IP to the Xiangdao internal network and completely cut off and replaced Hat's network protocol using Ghost domain code. All disconnected network users have fully restored their internet connections, and the system automatically downloaded the upgrade files. The protocols have been modified, and all privacy intrusion programs have been shut down. After completing all this, Seng glanced at the time. It was already 4 o'clock. The price of enjoying the night is sleeping when going to work the next day, a common issue for many who love to enjoy life at night. Who cares if the boss or supervisor looks as unpleasant as can be tomorrow? Tonight, one must enjoy themselves first. Some may indulge in personal matters. But Seng just finished a network connection, leaving the other party in a completely devastated state. Tang Yujia found that he could not access the server at all. As one of the developers of the system, he was surprised to see a message indicating that he did not have permission to access the server. He slumped completely in his chair, his mind involuntarily replaying everything he had experienced since childhood. Why does the past always seem so beautiful? Yet no one can return to the past. All one can do is endure. Just one night, Tang Yujia's hair had turned completely white, and he looked like he had aged decades in an instant. His staff were already aware of everything that had happened last night, and no one felt like working. Standing outside Tang Yujia's office discussing the situation. At that moment, several individuals in black suddenly appeared at the company and pushed open the office door. "Mr. Tang Yujia, we are from the commercial investigation team." At 9 o'clock, when the stock market opened, Hat's stock plummeted, leading to chaos among the company's 10 board members. Some fainting and others being sent to the hospital. By noon, Hat's headquarters was vandalized by angry employees, and in the afternoon, all businesses or individuals using the software began to uninstall it. In just one night, Hat completely vanished from the city. As for the subsequent work, others would take care of it, and Seng didn't need to think about it. At noon, Liao Ximin sent a message to Seng, saying he had done well, and that only NI2 was left. "According to our intelligence, NI2 has returned to the mainland, but his current location is unclear." Seng replied, "Oh, given my age, could you say a few more words?" "Forget it, not saying anymore." The library was set to undergo renovations, and starting today, aside from Seng and CU, everyone else's long-suppressed enthusiasm for work erupted at that moment. Without mentioning others, even Uncle Lien moved 50 books. Seng shouted, "Uncle Lien, are you on a roll?" Uncle Lien turned around, and all 50 books fell over. The old librarian was even busier, rummaging through every cabinet while occasionally shouting, "Whose broken shoes are stuffed in here? Do you think this is your home? Why is there even a rice cooker? Bored, huh? Just make something to eat. Oh my, whose sanitary napkin is this?" Every corner of the library was bustling, except for the conference room, where Seng was. In the past, these people would have started directing Seng to work, but now, no one dared to disturb him. Seng was enjoying his leisure, opened his computer, and began to browse the internet. What Seng needs to do now is find NI Tuesday. He doesn't care about any other profession. The only thing that gives him a headache is dealing with hackers. Because you never know when they will launch an attack. Especially with hackers like NI2, who have no clear targets. If he directs his hatred elsewhere, it would be a different story. Of course, regarding the cemetery and NI Tianlei's company, Sung doesn't even need to think about NI2 showing up in those places. Otherwise, Liao Ximin would have already made a big scene in front of him. At this moment, Si pushed open the meeting room door and said to Sung, "Hey boss, there's a foreign beauty downstairs who wants to find a job." The director asked me to check with you if we should send her away or tell her not to bother. Upon hearing this, Singh thought, is there even a choice? Just send her away. However, considering the future development of the library, he realized that the current staff was definitely not enough, and they were all quite old, unable to handle image-related work. It would always be good to bring in some young newcomers. It was said that she was a foreign girl, so he decided to meet her. Chapter 371. Ghost Plan. Being a hacker is a profession that some people secretly aspire to, as most who want to become hackers first seek to cause destruction, then transform themselves into all-powerful wealthy individuals, with at least 10 beauties by their side every day. Therefore, this profession is secretive and even considered controversial or dangerous. Are you ready to be a hacker? Even if you are ready, it doesn't matter, just keep reading. Sung wanted to meet this foreign beauty, but C was not happy and pouted, slamming the door shut. Not long after, C walked into the meeting room with a blonde beauty. In fact, everyone has a different perception of beauty. The type of beauty in Sing's eyes is pure, like the morning dew, elegant, like the fragrant flowers in the afternoon. Purity is an image, while elegance is a person's smile and temperament. The woman in front of him was pure yet elegant, noble yet retaining a woman's sensuality. Her smile was delightful, like a daffodil, her presence uplifting everything around her, bringing joy, ease, satisfaction, and happiness. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and even Sung felt his heart race. Wearing a black bodycon skirt and black stockings, as she moved, the subtle glimpse of her skirt's hem showcased her beautiful, full, and sexy legs. It was only when she approached Sung that he blinked. C placed a cup of water in front of Sung, intentionally blocking his view with her body, warning him with a look, if you keep staring, I'll deal with you. Sung cleared his throat and said, please take a seat. Thank you. Her voice was like a falling flower, stirring ripples in Sing's previously calm heart. Are you here for a job interview? Yes. May I ask your name? My name in my home country is Wani. Her eyelashes were indeed long, and as she blinked, there was a certain charm that made Sing shy away from meeting her gaze. You can start working tomorrow. No need to ask anything else. Your appearance says it all. However, Siyu was a bit surprised and hurriedly asked, what can you do? Moreover, this library is currently under renovation, and we are looking to hire staff who can work for many years. If you are just looking for a part-time job, we won't hire you. Wan Ni's red lips moved as she smiled and said, the country I love is my favorite, and I won't be leaving for the next 10 years. As for what I can do, would it be okay if I wanted to be Mr. Sen's personal secretary? Sing's tongue almost slipped out. A personal secretary is quite appealing, completely belonging to you. In fact, Sing wasn't a lecher, but Wan Ni was truly his type. Regardless of whether she was a hacker, he was still a man. Siyu heard this and thought, this is an open flirtation, they just met for a few minutes. If she weren't there, these two would probably be getting it on in the office. Frustrated, Siyu pinched Sing's leg hard. The sudden pain shattered all of Sing's pleasant feelings, making him double over on the table. Wan Ni, somewhat puzzled, asked, Mr. Sun, what's wrong? Siyu smiled and said, it's nothing. My partner has intermittent irrationality. It'll pass soon. Now where were we? Right, my partner doesn't need a personal secretary, so I think we won't have the chance to work together. I'd like to hear Mr. Sen's thoughts. Sung, fearing Siyu's pinch, moved over to make room for another chair and said, you can come to work tomorrow, but not as my personal secretary. You will start with basic tasks like everyone else. Someone will inform you about the salary and benefits. If you're not satisfied, you can leave at any time. Wan Ni glanced at Siyu, her eyes filled with the look of victory, stood up, and said, in that case, I will come to work on time tomorrow. After saying that, she extended her hand to shake Sing's and turned to leave. Siyu was furious, thinking, you jerk. That hand you shook with her can't touch me for a month. Sung helplessly said, is it really necessary? Siyu's expression changed again, and she put on a cute face, saying, Gidge, can we not hire her? I just feel like this woman is doing it on purpose. Can you trust me? But I don't see anything wrong. If that's the case, you'll have to keep an eye on her from now on. The ghost leaving the library kept wiping her hands with a tissue, unable to imagine that she had actually shaken hands with Sung. Men are always men. Regardless of whether they are hackers or ordinary people, they are always so lecherous. Regardless, her first step had already succeeded, and now it was time for her plan's second step, to enter Sing's personal space. However, Siyu seemed to have a deep prejudice against her. Women are like that, aren't they? When they feel they are about to lose something, they can turn into bombs ready to explode at any moment, and if necessary, they will destroy everything. Meanwhile, Sing had not logged into the hacker forum for a long time and clicked on the homepage of that site. The entire forum interface has changed, and the most prominent feature on the homepage is a ghostly blue butterfly. This clearly shows how much influence this individual has on the forum's development. It has evidently become a personal homepage for him, with the number of his admirers soaring into the tens of millions. The most popular section is the help requests for the butterfly, where people from all over the world, both hackers and non-hackers, seek assistance. with tens of thousands waiting for the butterfly to appear each day. He briefly browsed through these topics. He has never been very enthusiastic about helping. Everyone has their own life paths, and no one can change their fate. He is just a hacker, not the so-called deity that these people believe him to be. A good title is like a person's name. It always attracts attention. At that moment, he clicked on a post titled, "Butterfly, are you a god or a devil?" The content was simple yet unique. Butterfly, as a hacker, you are omnipotent. Everyone regards you as a godlike existence, and your position is unshakable. If you are a god, please help us. If you are a devil, then please help us too. Looking at the time, this topic was posted last week, and the number of views had already exceeded 10 million. Someone asked what they had encountered. They simply replied with 2 words, doomsday. In chapter 372, the Butterfly Forum, he browsed a hacker website and found an interesting topic requesting the butterfly's help, claiming they were facing doomsday. Growing increasingly interested in this content, he logged into the site using the unique username of the butterfly and discovered that he had now become an administrator of the site, along with a letter sent to him by the site's creator. Upon opening it, he found that the butterfly now owned 50% of the site. This share would provide cash dividends to the butterfly, and so far, over the past 5 months since the hacking war, around 10 million euros had been accumulated. The method for withdrawing these funds was detailed in encrypted files in the forum's backend. He was somewhat surprised. Could becoming a super hacker mean earning money while sitting idle? Earning 10 million euros in just 5 months. Would he even need to work anymore? He could spend his days at home cooking chicken and fish without running out of money. How could a mere forum be so profitable? Upon reflection, it made sense. To register as a member on this site, one must pay. And to post topics in certain specific sections, one also has to pay to buy ranks. Over 90% of the site's visitors are hackers, and they don't care about such small amounts of money. Sometimes, a topic with over 100,000 views would also charge fees, which would accumulate significantly. The site's creator, not wanting him to think they were profiting off his fame, decided to give him 50% of the revenue. In fact, he had no objections to this arrangement. His concept of money is that if it is earned in a legitimate way, he can accept it. Just like this website, its explosive growth relies entirely on the butterfly. On the flip side, it also provided Sang with a platform to understand global hacker trends, which is certainly better than creating a website on his own. Moreover, there is nothing wrong with charging for access. One must understand that the world of hacking cannot be measured in monetary terms. Sang then accessed the backend and activated the search module, quickly locating the encrypted file. The website's creator must also be a skilled hacker, as evidenced by this encrypted file. He is likely an expert in file encryption and decryption. Typically, the encryption level of a file is categorized into various tiers, each employing different encryption methods. And only specific systems or software can decrypt them. The creator's file encryption has completely surpassed conventional encryption techniques. If categorized by levels, this file has reached 1,000 levels. This is a desperate measure, as over 90% of the forum's users are hackers. A single hacker can at most access the backend to modify system files. 10 hackers could potentially alter the website significantly, and 100 hackers could render the site completely unusable, filled with viruses, traps, and trojans. With thousands of hackers gathering here, the creator contemplates daily what these troublemakers might attempt next. Therefore, file encryption is the best defense. At this moment, considering the file through Sang's perspective, it represents top-tier encryption technology. However, the creator knows this would not stump Ghost Butterfly. Indeed, it did not. Within 10 seconds, Sang decrypted the file. The powerful analysis and decryption capabilities of the key code are built upon all systems' foundational files globally. In other words, any encrypted file created via a computer can be cracked by the key code. Consequently, Sang acquired 10 million euros quite easily, as the encrypted content was merely the username and password for a foreign financial system, allowing for unrestricted operations once accessed. The website's creator also has a sense of humor, as evidenced by comments in several other files Sang casually browsed. One of them stated, "Congratulations on successfully hacking this file. But that doesn't mean you've become a super hacker. Now go take a dump and wipe yourself clean." Interestingly, someone added a reply to his file, "Done," followed by other hackers chiming in, "Same here." Finally, the creator responded, "You bunch of weirdos." Upon reading this, Sang laughed heartily. The hacker world is bizarre, and each hacker has their own way of existing. Yet humor is a consistent thread running through it all. Isn't that what hacking is about? Even humor can be a bit edgy. Returning to the theme of gods or demons, Sang made a reply, "Apocalypse? The weather is quite nice today." Little did Sang expect that within 10 minutes, the click count for this topic would reach 10 million, with various similar themes flooding in like Ghost Butterfly. This is the charm of the mysterious figure, capable of shaking the world of hackers with just a few words. However, the person who posted the topic did not respond at all. Of course, the other party couldn't just wait by the computer for a reply. He intended to offer help. But whether or not that opportunity would be appreciated depended on the individual. The girl was still angry, slamming her book loudly. What could he do? Naturally, he aimed to make her happy. Sometimes, love requires you to play the fool. Don't worry about your pride, as it serves no purpose other than to cause loss. I noticed that when you're angry, you have a unique charm. He leaned against the bookshelf, deliberately appearing deep in thought. She glanced back at him, prompting him to strike a sorrowful pose and softly say, "Who can truly understand a man's silent sorrow?" She stifled a laugh, blinked, and said, "I want to spend money, and I want you to come with me." "Well, I need to check on the old curator. I heard he had a mishap today." He turned to leave. "Stop right there, you jerk." She jumped onto him, tugging at his ear. "I recited poetry for you. So why are you still spending money and pulling my ear? Will you go or not?" "I'll go." "That's more like it." "I said I'll go. Are you really going to do this?" Eventually, he was dragged into the mall by her, where they bought nothing but cleared out an entire rack of stockings. "What are you planning to do with so many stockings?" He was speechless. "I'll wear them for you to see all at once, so you won't have to see others later." He shook his head helplessly. Women. Yet, in doing so, he inadvertently spotted a familiar figure. Could it be him? Chapter 373. The mysterious number he remembered correctly. The man buying clothes was indeed the one in the photo. Moreover, he was looking around cautiously while choosing clothes. He immediately contacted his associate, urging him to arrive at the mall without delay. Meanwhile, she was still browsing, but he forcibly pulled her away. Having spent time in the military, she could tell from his expression that there was likely danger nearby. Without asking many questions, she followed his gaze and spotted the man. They pretended to shop for clothes as they slowly approached him. The man changed into another outfit and turned to leave. He immediately followed, pulling her along. The man was very cautious, frequently glancing back. Just as he reached the exit, he vanished. Not in a hurry, he sat on a nearby bench, took out a portable device, and connected to the mall's network. This was purely a brute force method, as the mysterious codes couldn't be used on portable devices. The hacking software was developed based on infinite codes, while some simple hacking tasks were still feasible at that moment. He connected to all the mall's video equipment and soon spotted the man leaving in a hurry. "Let us follow him." After finishing their conversation, the two quickly ran out of the mall. As Singh walked, he connected to the video devices along the way, and Ni2's figure remained in front of his eyes. After following for about half an hour, Ni2 turned into a residential area, and Singh clearly saw which building he entered. At this moment, Tianwu and the soldiers from the special forces had also arrived outside this residential area. Since it was daytime, everyone was in plain clothes. Singh didn't need to worry about the details of the operation. As long as he captured Ni2, the mission would be complete. Therefore, Singh felt quite relaxed at that moment and took C to a nearby restaurant for dinner. C didn't ask who that person was, giving Singh the space he needed. After all, women should allow men some space, right? It's important not to be like some women who need to report every little detail. Even when a man goes to the restroom, men need space. Otherwise, it feels like trying to relieve oneself in a crowded place without any comfort. So, C never questioned Singh's identity as a hacker, but she firmly believed that he would never do anything to betray his country or himself. Just as they received their first dish, Tianwu walked into the restaurant, sat next to Singh, and quietly said, when entering the room, "Ni2 was killed by someone. His throat was slit, and the assassin was not found." Singh frowned. Did they find anything useful? The assassin took his notebook. Aside from that, there was nothing else. What was on his computer that made someone go so far as to kill him for it? Was it Tang Yujia from the island who ordered this? However, even Tang Yujia wouldn't need to go that far, right? Just when they thought the mission was over, Ni2 was suddenly killed, plunging the task into a larger conspiracy. Singh immediately lost his appetite, only taking a few bites. After C finished eating, they returned to the villa. Singh dove into the secret room, needing to gather more information about Ni2 to figure out who wanted him dead. The only place to obtain such information was the hacker forum on the island. Ni2 often logged into this site when he was there, and he had published several posts, most of which were theoretical concepts about hacking. However, there was one post that left Singh puzzled. The title was Trial Release, and the content was a string of random numbers. Before this post, Ni2 had already published several topics. What was he trying to test? Singh looked at the replies, and most of them were similar to his own, full of question marks. Only one reply stood out, consisting of just 2 words, normal. Logically, this could mean that the trial release was normal, but when Singh checked the profile of the user named Red Demon Channel, he found that in the 2 years since registering on the site, this user had only accessed this particular post and replied with those 2 words, never logging in again afterward. Singh searched for the keywords Red Demon Channel, but the results were bizarre and none were useful. The IP address he used to log in was no longer in use the day after his response. Now, the only way to solve this puzzle is to understand what this string of numbers means. Singh experimented with many methods, but achieved no results. Not every hacker must stubbornly seek to clarify the unknown. Sometimes, Taking time to think can yield unexpected outcomes. After closing the hacker forum, Singh opened the Ghost Butterfly forum. The post about the apocalypse had already received over 20 million views, and the person who published the post was online, waiting for him. He dragged the data into the chat window and instantly connected. A black girl appeared on the video, her surprised gaze mixed with a hint of daze. Judging by her attire and the background of her home, her life seemed quite good. The IP address indicated she was at a university in a certain country. "Are you Ghost Butterfly?" Singh typed. "Yes," the girl exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Singh wondered why people were always so astonished to connect with Ghost Butterfly. Did they really see her as some kind of deity? "Oh my god, you are really Ghost Butterfly. You actually looked at my post. Thank you. Thank you." Singh sighed and replied, "I don't have much time. You can stop being surprised now. You'd better tell me what your apocalypse is." The girl's name was Aisha. Her sister had gone missing a week ago and had not been found since. Her parents were devastated by this. And what was even harder to accept was that several other girls had also disappeared from her sister's school, all aged between 18 and 19. So far, there had been no progress from the government in that country, and none of the missing children had been found. No one knew if they were alive or dead. Aisha pleaded with Ghost Butterfly to help her find her sister. Seeing the desperate tears in Aisha's eyes made Sung feel a pang of sorrow, but he had no confidence that he could actually find them. The intelligence agency in that country was well-ranked globally, and if they couldn't gather the necessary intelligence, Singh certainly didn't think he could either. Chapter 374. Morse code. Singh didn't believe he could help Aisha. He was just a hacker, not a miracle worker. "Aisha, I think I can't help you much. You should talk to your government. That's my advice." Rejected by Ghost Butterfly, Aisha burst into tears, her expression filled with despair, as if her entire world was collapsing before her eyes. She was determined not to give up on finding her sister. Their family had to be together. Singh should have been moved, but instead, he remained calm and contemplated whether he could meet someone else's demands or if he even wanted to. He already had enough enemies, especially those whose strength was unknown. Moreover, Singh didn't have a good impression of the people from that country. The last time, he felt he was deceived by them. And this time, he wouldn't fall for it again. Aisha said, "I won't give up. I'll wait for you to change your mind." Singh did not respond, but instead cut off the connection. Soon after, Aisha posted a message on the forum, stating that Ghost Butterfly had rejected her. But she would continue to wait, believing that Ghost Butterfly would not turn a blind eye to her plight. Many hackers comforted Aisha, expressing their belief that Ghost Butterfly would surely help her, as Ghost Butterfly was the true savior. There were also many hackers who spontaneously wanted to assist Aisha, arguing that the world would not collapse just because Ghost Butterfly was absent. These world-class hackers could also create astonishing things. Seeing their replies, Singh sighed helplessly. These hackers would never understand that, like ordinary people, what hackers feared most was the invisible enemy. Singh's caution was not without reason. During the last mission in the Fog Nation, Gung Yu had inadvertently acted as a pawn for the bad guys. Therefore, Singh still felt that time should be focused on that string of numbers, as that was the real problem that needed to be solved, wasn't it? Back in the bedroom, under the sultry lighting, Siyu donned a uniform, her beautiful legs in black stockings beneath a fitted black skirt, looking mesmerizing, wild, and sexy. She played some upbeat music and danced energetically. Finally, she slowly wrapped her arms around Singh's neck and asked, "Honey, do you like it?" Singh sniffed and replied, "I like it." She then playfully challenged him. "So, who has a better figure, me or that foreign woman?" "Both are good," Singh responded. "I'll take care of you," Siyu said, grabbing Singh's collar and tossing him onto the bed. The next day, Singh sat in front of the bookshelf, his eyes fixed on the workers who were disassembling it, the hammer in their hands striking the wooden boards rhythmically, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Suddenly, it seemed like Singh had discovered something and shouted, "Tian Wu, where are you?" Tian Wu was in the office sweet-talking with Sister Hua. Upon hearing Singh's shout, he immediately ran out. "Find someone who understands Morse code. I'll get right on it." Tian Wu turned and left. As Singh waited, he suddenly thought of Morse code, which communicated through variations in sound speed, and of course, these sounds could also be converted into numbers. If these numbers were placed in Morse code, could they reveal content? While Singh waited, he noticed Uncle Lian sneaking into Sister Hua's office with a lunchbox. What are these two up to? Curious. Gung Yu hid behind the door to listen. At that moment, Uncle Lian said, "Sister Hua, these are seafood dumplings made by my wife. I brought you a box. Would you like to try?" Sister Hua smiled and replied, "Oh, you're so thoughtful. Thank your wife for me. Why are we being polite? Now you're quite the big shot in front of the boss. I heard the boss is hiring, and my daughter just graduated from university this year. But her grades aren't great, and she hasn't found a job. I was wondering if she could come work at the library." Sister Hua responded, "I see you brought me dumplings for this reason. Gezi said we are hiring, but if your daughter wants to come to the library, I'll have to talk to Gezi first. You see what Hua Jie said, this little problem, is there a need to tell the boss? You can just decide for yourself, right? Hua Jie said. Lian, you've been working in the library for quite some time. How come you still don't understand? We all work for the organization. Indeed, I have a closer relationship with them, and they trust me so much and have given me such great power. I can't do anything behind their back. You bring me dumplings. Why not say you're bringing them to the boss? What do you want me to say about you? The boss is so wealthy, not to mention seafood filling, even shark filling they can afford. Would they care about my dumplings? Gung Yu suppressed a laugh and suddenly walked into the office. Hey, Uncle Lian, what are you doing here? What are you two up to? Hua Jie replied casually. Uncle Lian has nowhere to put his hands. He was just about to go to the restroom, but suddenly walked into the wrong door. Good thing you didn't have an accident. Hey, what's this? After saying that, Singgu opened the lunchbox. Hua Jie, did you make this? It smells good. As Singgu stuffed it into his mouth, what could Hua Jie say? She could only reply, it's made by Uncle Lian's wife. Oh no. Singgu quickly put down the lunchbox and said, Uncle Lian, I'm sorry, I thought this was made by Hua Jie for me. Look, I've already eaten half of it. Uncle Lian was almost on his knees, saying, Boss, go ahead and eat. You like it is my greatest honor. Actually, I just wanted Hua Jie to taste it first. If she says it's good, I'll immediately have my wife make a batch for everyone. Seeing everyone working so hard, I want to contribute too. Sunggu said, all right. I'll thank Uncle Lian on behalf of everyone. These dumplings are great. I like seafood filling. I'll go back and make some right away. After saying that, Uncle Lian dashed off. Singgu laughed. That old man is definitely cursing himself in his heart right now. Hua Jie also laughed. You, how have you become so sly? At that moment, Tian Wu walked into the room and whispered a few words in Sung Ji's ear, and the two immediately left. In the conference room, a female soldier in her 20s, dressed in military uniform, stood up to salute Singgu and Long Tian Wu. This is a soldier from our communications team. She can translate Morse code. Thank you for your hard work. After saying this, Sunggu took out a string of numbers, and the female soldier quickly pulled out paper and a pen to start translating. A few minutes later, the female soldier said, this is indeed Morse code, but it is encrypted, and I cannot fully translate it. Chapter 375. Hacker Alliance. Singgu did not expect that Morse code could also be encrypted. The female soldier explained. Morse code sends and receives content through dots, dashes, and spaces. During World War II, to prevent their Morse code from being cracked, the organization employed Native Americans for encrypted communication, making it impossible for the enemy to decipher even if they got the intelligence. This was an early method of encryption. Nowadays, the application of Morse code is not widespread, only used in very few special circumstances. If both parties agree on an encryption method, then only those who know how to decrypt it can crack this code. Hearing this, Singgu asked, based on your experience, do you think you can fully decrypt it? It should be possible, but I need time. Long Tianwu said, I will apply for more time from the superior, and you will focus on cracking this code. Yes. Now there is hope to decipher this mysterious content, and Seng finally feels a bit relieved. At that moment, Wanru walked into the meeting room and said to Seng, Boss, the workers asked me to check with you how much space you plan to leave for the club. As she spoke, Wanru's eyes inadvertently glanced at the number sequence on the table. Just a quick look, but she quickly memorized it. No one, including Long Tianwu, noticed her action. That night, Seng entered the secret room as usual, turned on the computer, and immersed himself in the world of hacking. Every piece of data and every line of code on the internet was traversing in this realm. One digital module after another appeared before Seng's eyes. This was the Matrix. Much like a person's soul, making the network world seem alive. On the Ghost Butterfly forum, just because of a reply from Seng, he earned tens of thousands of euros. The speed at which he made money left Seng astonished. Some people work hard their entire lives and may never earn that much. While he had only typed a few words, truly, a word could be worth £1,000. A team initiated by some hackers to find the missing persons from Mist Country had fought hard for a day and had now basically determined that the missing girls had either been kidnapped and sold to a certain country in Europe, becoming prostitutes controlled by some gangs. The hackers from that country immediately responded, entering those brothels through other means and taking some photos. It was confirmed that these girls were indeed the missing ones from Mist Country. Moreover, there were not only girls from Mist Country. The brothels in that city had women from all over the world. Only 10% were there voluntarily, while the remaining 90% were trafficked or forcibly abducted. According to the information, they were forced to take drugs and sell their bodies to make money for the local gangs. And this country had explicitly stated that these brothels could operate openly, with the government reaping substantial profits from it. The sex industry was the main economic pillar of this country. Every night, when the lanterns were lit, almost all the display windows were filled with prostitutes, vibrant and alluring. To maintain a fresh experience for customers, these gangs regularly sought new prostitutes from around the world to make money for them, with the main suppliers being foreign gangs. As that hacker said, this black industrial chain cannot simply be broken. It requires not only passion but also significant strength. Moreover, the gangs controlling these businesses have close ties with some extreme organizations around the world, and some are even directly controlled by these terrorist organizations. The peripheral industries of the sex trade, such as drug trafficking and arms dealing, are significant profit points for these gangs. If you disrupt their income, they will fight back fiercely. That makes sense. However, some hackers do not care about this at all. In their words, the darkest representatives of this world are not these gangs but the hackers themselves, as they are the ones living in the darkness. Hackers never leave any traces of their actions. They have the ability to rescue these girls. Within just one day, this justice organization dedicated to saving the girls from the Foggy Nation has grown to include hundreds of hackers. They have formulated a series of plans. The first of which is to attack the government network of a certain country to force them to rescue those girls. Seeing this, Singh closed the webpage, took a sip of water, and prepared to go to sleep. There was nothing worth watching. If every problem could be solved by attacking the government network, would there be any issues that hackers couldn't resolve? For example, if one couldn't relieve themselves, would they attack? If they felt dry, would they attack? If they couldn't last a minute in bed, would they attack? If they couldn't have children, would they attack? Eventually, if they argued with their spouses, would they attack? If their in-laws lost their rationality, would they attack? If they were walking and suddenly got angry, would they attack? If that were the case, would there be any hope for this world? Night is truly the realm of hackers, and this statement holds true. Sitting in front of the computer, apart from Singh and those hackers contemplating how to launch their attacks, there was a woman, one of the members of the Seven Sisters, known as Ghost. She is now Singh's employee and is named 1 and I. She has already deciphered the meaning of that sequence of numbers, and the content astonishes her while also filling her with excitement. This is undoubtedly a significant test for Ghost, and it could allow her plan to be realized ahead of schedule. What she needs to do now is to wait quietly. Although this plan may not be enough to eliminate Ghost in certain crucial moments, with a little manipulation, she can significantly amplify the destructive power. Regardless of whether it ultimately succeeds or not, she incurs no loss. She is still Ghost from the Seven Sisters, isn't she? Even though the whereabouts of the other 6 women are unknown to each other, Ghost knows that the Empress will one day summon them back together. And when that time comes, it will be the moment of Ghost's triumph. She is even a bit impatient for it. After not seeing Xiao Jie for a long time, he mysteriously approached Singh from behind within 5 minutes of his arrival at the library and suddenly slapped Singh on the back, startling him. Turning around, Singh saw it was him and exclaimed, "Have you eaten too much chicken? Why are you so jumpy? You're not at CNC anymore. Where am I supposed to go for chicken? After such a long time without seeing each other, you didn't even say you missed me. How about I come to your place for chicken stew at noon?" "Stew what? Do I have time for that? Look at how busy I am today." Xiao Jie plopped down on a chair, resting his feet on the table. Singh glanced at him and said, "Look at you, acting like you've hit the jackpot. Hey, let me tell you, this is even better than finding money. Yesterday, I took Ming Ro home, and the old man was particularly satisfied." Chapter 376, Dining. After hearing this, Singh laughed heartily and said, "Congratulations. When are we celebrating your wedding? Why are you in such a hurry? Yesterday, I went to see my old man. And today I'm going to see Ming Ro's old man. I'm a bit scared, you know? I wanted you to bring CU and come back with me." Singh grinned and said, "Everything else is negotiable, but please let me off this one. That old man wants to fight me every time he sees me, and I really don't want to provoke him." Xiao Jie replied, "Gezi, I'm not trying to criticize you, but with your current status, why are you still afraid of him?" Just then, CU walked into the meeting room. Hearing Xiao Jie mention having dinner at home, she pulled Sun Gu to go back with her. Sun Gu said, "Can you just let me off this once? As soon as your dad sees me, it's like he loses his mind and wants to throw me over his shoulder. I'm not in the mood to deal with him." CU said, "He's still your future father-in-law. Can't you just accommodate him a little?" Sun Gu sighed and reluctantly agreed. He found meeting that old man the most bothersome. He couldn't go empty-handed, so after work, Sun Gu went to the mall with CU and bought a lot of food before heading back to the martial arts school with Xiao Jie. As soon as they entered, they heard Ni Shichi shouting at his students, "Go for his groin. How many times have I told you? If you get the chance, go for his groin. When he lifts his leg like a dog urinating, just turn around and kick him in the groin. His stance is just to let you kick him." Sun Gu and the others exchanged glances, and CU, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "My dad's crotch kick is his secret technique. Most people can't learn it. I don't need him to teach me, as long as I don't get kicked." CU hurried a few steps and called out, "Dad, I'm back." And Aishichi smiled when he saw CU and said, "Oh, my girl. You finally came back to see your dad today. I thought you didn't recognize the family door anymore. Look at what you said. I'm just busy. Whenever I have time, I come back to see you, so stop nitpicking. Look who all has come today." Sun Gu and Xiao Jie walked up to Nishichi, and Ming Ro said, "Master, I brought Xiao Jie back to see you." Nishichi had met Xiao Jie on his birthday and had a decent impression of him, so he smiled and said, Let me take a look at him. This young man seems fit. Have you trained? Xiao Jie was a bit nervous. Who wouldn't be nervous meeting their future father-in-law for the first time? Once they got familiar, he would just call him old man. And Aishichi said, I practice combat skills in the military. And Aishichi nodded and said, everyone has some skills, right? It's better than being weak and helpless. Scholars and martial artists don't often get along. Only those in good health can live long. Someone who stumbles over a raindrop has no future. Sin Ji's face flushed. Those words were clearly directed at him. He had prepared himself mentally, but it was still so harsh. If it weren't for Siyu, he would have turned around and left. What was there to discuss with these martial artists? Meng Rou also looked at Sun Ge with a sympathetic gaze. Even now, her heart still held on to Sun Ge. Although it was unfair to Xiao Jie, matters of the heart could not be forced. She agreed to date Xiao Jie partly to support her junior sister Siyu, and partly to slowly forget Sun Ge, as they were destined to be apart. Siyu said, Dad, it's not easy for Sun Ge to come home for a meal. Why are you saying all this? I didn't invite him. And Aishichi turned around and went back into the house. Sun Ge bit his lip and said, forget it. Siyu, you guys eat. I'll head back first. This meal was impossible to enjoy. Sun Ge was not the type to endure being scolded. Dignity was the most important thing to him. From the day his parents left him, Sun Ge knew that dignity was the only thing that made him feel superior. If he lost even that, what else did he have left? What was so great about an Aishichi? Did he even know himself? But Sun Ge wanted to understand him. It would only take a minute. Siyu pulled Sun Ge, insisting that he shouldn't leave. Why should you leave? I don't believe that I can't bring my man home for a meal and still have to watch others' expressions. Meng Rou also said, Sun Ge, don't go. Master always talks like this. He doesn't have any dissatisfaction with you. A few of them kept persuading him and managed to pull Sun Ge back into the house. Yuhu's apprentices were also there, and when Yuhu saw Siyu, he said, oh, my little junior sister. You look even better after not seeing you for a few days. Shut your mouth. Do you have any place to talk here? Siyu was in a bad mood, and this guy was flirting with her right in front of Sun Ge. How could Sun Ge look at her family like this? Yuhu's face turned red from the comment, and he shook his head, deciding not to speak anymore. And Aishichi patted the chair beside him and said to Xiao Jie, Little Jie, come sit by uncle and tell me what skills you've been practicing in the army. Xiao Jie was not polite and sat down, sharing some of the combat skills he had learned. When he got excited, and Aishichi pulled him to demonstrate a couple of moves. Siyu interjected, are you guys done? Are we here to eat or to watch you show off? If you want to practice, don't do it in front of us. We don't want to see it. Sister, are we going to eat or not? If not, we'll leave. And Aishichi had no way to deal with Siyu and quickly said, all right, no more practicing. We can't let the little lover go hungry. Meng Rou, let us serve the food. Bring out that bottle of wine. I'll drink with little Jie. Yes, master. While the dishes were being served, Siyu said to Sun Ge, honey, don't be angry. Just eat and drink. Forget about everything else. Sun Ge just smiled and said nothing. With his temperament, anyone else would have lost their temper by now. And Aishichi had lived a lifetime and couldn't see this. No wonder Siyu was angry. Meng Rou first poured a glass of wine for Aishichi, then for Xiao Jie. Knowing that Sun Ge didn't drink, she didn't pour for him. And Aishichi thought Meng Rou was not pouring for him without his orders, and said, pour him a glass too. But Sun Ge placed his hand over the glass and said, no thanks, I don't drink. Xiao Jie insisted, if I tell you to drink, just drink. Why are you so talkative? Actually, Xiao Jie had good intentions, wanting Sun Ge to make a good impression in front of the old man. And Aishichi, however, said, he doesn't take me seriously. He's an intellectual, right? Always reading books, how can he drink? Forget it, let us just drink, the two of us. Senj let out a cold snort and said, Xiao Jie, I told you to kneel down for me. Do you dare not to kneel? Chapter 377. The dark magic plan. Senj could no longer tolerate it and finally found the opportunity to explode. He directly ordered Xiao Jie to kneel. Everyone at the dining table turned to look at Xiao Jie, and except for Siyu, they were all waiting for Xiao Jie's outburst. This was simply an insult to him. If he could endure this, could he still call himself a man? However, Xiao Jie unexpectedly surprised everyone by saying, Senj, look at you. I don't have any other intentions. What you're doing is, Senj slammed the table, startling everyone, and then said, I'll have your father come meet me now. Does he dare not to come? Xiao Jie shook his head. The people around were puzzled. What was going on? They all knew Xiao Jie's identity. How could Senj intimidate him? But what shocked everyone even more was that Senj continued, I can make your entire CNC disappear within a minute. Do you think I can do it? Xiao Jie nodded and replied, yes. What was happening? And Aishichi was dumbfounded. Was this for real? Senj, a frail scholar, could act so domineering? What was so great about knowing a bit of martial arts? How much had he contributed to the country? The term commoner was meant for people like you, thinking that knowing a bit of martial arts made you superior. How many truly powerful people can you even see? What is there to show off? Every minute, someone wants to take everything you have away from you. If you're so impressive, can you see where your enemies are? Yelling and boasting. As if others don't know you can fight a little. And Shichi felt embarrassed, like a monkey's backside, while Xiaojia just lowered his head and remained silent. After Sinj finished speaking, Siyu continued, Dad, Sinj has made countless contributions to the country. He has contracted the library for tens of millions. He is a real boss. A martial arts school like yours, he could buy a whole bunch. Look at how Sinj carries himself. Don't think that just because someone is good-tempered, they should put up with your nonsense. You're supposed to be a martial artist. Don't you know that those with real strength often remain hidden? You say he contracted the library for tens of millions? For the country? Contributing? And Shichi's voice trembled slightly. Xiaojia then added, Uncle, Siyu is right. Sinj has indeed made many outstanding contributions to the country. We can enjoy our wonderful life now, and we have much to thank Sinj for. Compared to him, I really feel ashamed. And Shichi suddenly stood up and turned to go back to his room, feeling that he couldn't face Sinj anymore. As soon as the old man left, Sinj said, Xiaojia, you won't make the old man sick with anger, will you? Siyu whispered, Impossible. My dad is in good health. He just feels ashamed to face you, so he went back to his room. If I'm not mistaken, he is probably cursing himself in front of the mirror right now. Mingru said, I told you this idea wouldn't work, but you didn't listen. What if he never wants to see Sinj again? Siyu replied, Sister, don't worry. He will come out in a minute. Sure enough, a minute later. And Shichi walked out with a big smile on his face. As soon as he sat down, he said to everyone, Let's eat. Mingru, see what Gezi likes to eat and go to the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes. Okay, I'm on it. Siyu replied, Dad, your mood changes pretty quickly. What do I have to change? Seng is my future son-in-law. If I weren't satisfied, would I let you date him? I just think Seng's physique is too weak and should exercise a bit. It's for your own good. The old man said so, and Seng should take a step back. Before coming, they had researched this for a long time and finally decided to use this strategy to change Inai Shichi's view of Seng. And now the effect is very good. Seng has no reason to continue pretending. Uncle, as long as I have time, I will exercise. All right, if the library needs help, just let me know. It's our family business. We all need to pay attention to it. Indeed, he was a martial artist. His training showed on his face. The meal was very enjoyable, and after returning home, Siyu hugged Seng and asked, When are we getting married? On the day the seas dry and rocks crumble. I'd rather bite you to death. Have you never thought about marrying me? Seng replied, Marriage will definitely happen, but there's no need to rush. After Xiaojia marries your senior sister, we can talk about it. Siyu leaned against Seng's chest and softly said, Seng, I can't live without you. If one day you leave me, I will commit suicide. Seng gently kissed Siyu's face. He refused to discuss this because, until now, he still hadn't found the feeling of love, or perhaps he and Siyu needed more emotional connection. However, the love Siyu gave him couldn't fill the emptiness deep within his soul. Even when they were together, Seng sometimes felt very lonely. Perhaps the hacker's soul had replaced the emotions he should have had, but what was the hacker's soul? Seng couldn't figure that out. But he knew that until he could truly give Siyu genuine love, he would never mention marriage. Liao Simin arrived early at Seng's villa, looking very serious. Before Seng could speak, Liao Simin placed a document in front of him. This is the content translated from Morse code. Take a look. Opening the document. The content read, The main network line of Xiangdao has been connected to the external network, and control software is under development. Is the black magic plan about to be executed? Liao Simin continued, and I too joined a mysterious intelligence organization while in Xiangdao. We have been secretly collecting information on him. Later, when you dealt with his father, it completely disrupted our plans, even in I2's plans. After returning to the country, he was assassinated by that mysterious organization. And a very important notebook was taken by the assassin. Seng said, So, the software controlling the main network line of Xiangdao is likely in that notebook? That's right. If they gain control of Xiangdao's network, you know what will happen without me saying it. So, this time, you need to help Xinyu restore Xiangdao's network security. Sinj shook his head and said, It's not like I personally killed Ni Tianlei and Ni 2, and besides, I've already withdrawn from CNC. I really don't want to take on this task. Liao Simin replied, If you don't deal with Ni Tianlei, can he commit suicide? Can his son be assassinated? After you finish, you just say it's a dirty job, right? Can you still be a decent person? At my age. I came to talk to you early in the morning without even taking a bathroom break, and you're still pretending, aren't you? Chapter 378. The island Sinj genuinely didn't want to take this job, but Liao Simin said that if he didn't, she would immediately make a scene on the couch. Come on, can you not be so impulsive? He said, That's more like it. For this task, I still don't know anything. While you're restoring the network security of the island, you also need to figure out what the dark magic plan really is and what organization is behind it. Sinj nodded. He still took on the job, as he too wanted to know what the dark magic plan was. It was Saturday, and the weather was nice. But Sinj could only stay in the secret room. He covered the entire island's network with the ghost domain, carefully scanning each data node. He found no abnormalities. Data exchanges and network data were normal, and the shield codes did not scan any dangerous network data programs. This suggested that their control software was not yet completed, otherwise, the island's network wouldn't be so quiet. However, finding the main trunk line and its connection to external networks would not be easy. The so-called external network means that the network trunk line has been artificially connected to other network programs. Simply put, it means that external computers have connected to your local area network, even when you have prohibited it. Singe thought for a moment and decided to personally visit the island. As without data exchanges, he could only check the trunk line himself. Upon hearing they were going to the island, Shiyu jumped with joy. Singe had to remind him that they were going there to work and wouldn't have much time to play. However, Shiyu didn't care about that. He had long wanted to visit the island, and this time it was finally happening. Long Tianwu had to come along. With him by Singe's side, he would feel safer. The island was a shopper's paradise and a fashion capital, quite prosperous. The more prosperous it became, the busier people were. Everyone hurried about, working hard just to survive in this thriving city. Singe checked into a hotel on the island, booking 2 presidential suites, one for himself and Shiyu, and one for Tianwu. To others, they seemed like wealthy tourists from the mainland, and Singe wanted them to think that way. After experiencing the major conflict, Singe had become particularly cautious, and the assassination organization targeting NI, too, was likely on the island. This time, it was a secret mission, and he absolutely couldn't let anyone discover it. Singe downloaded a map of the island's network trunk line, and, based on this map, planned a sightseeing itinerary. The city area was manageable, but the undersea cables were not so easy to inspect. However, this did not stump Singe. He immediately developed a software based on the Ghost domain code. But this software required support from a signal receiver. In the region, obtaining such a receiver was easier than having a meal. Once both the software and the receiver were ready, the plan for exploration began. Singe wanted to create this receiver because he suspected that the other party was using hardware to interfere with the main data line. This was somewhat similar to Wi-Fi. But the purpose of this hardware was not data exchange, but rather data interception. The question was where this hardware was located, which was what Singe needed to consider. If he searched for it piece by piece, given the vastness of the region, it could take an indefinite amount of time to find it. Therefore, Singe made a total of 10 receivers and placed one at each of the 9 critical nodes of the main data line. He also placed one at the main server of the network data center. This particular installation was entrusted to Tianwu, as it required infiltrating the data center building. Of course, with Tianwu's skills, completing this task was more than sufficient. That night, Tianwu donned all black attire, covered his face, and entered the building. Singe, in the hotel, had completely taken control of the video equipment in the data center, clearly seeing where the guards were positioned, and opened the doors to the server room for Tianwu. With Singe's assistance, Tianwu moved as if in an unguarded territory, quickly installed the receiver, and left in a hurry. Singe immediately activated the software, and the receiver began to work, allowing him to gain control over all the radio frequency signals of the main data line. Now, all that was left was to wait for the other party to initiate an attack, at which point Singe could quickly locate the nodes they were using to connect to external networks. The crucial question was, when would they launch this attack? Singe had to make a calculation regarding the complexity of the control software developed by the other party. Based on his understanding of hacker software, creating such software was not difficult. The complexity lay in the special functions it possessed. In other words, after they controlled the network, what were their intentions? What did they want to achieve? If it was for money, they had no need to go to such lengths. If their sole aim was to disrupt the network, there were countless ways to do so, and for some super hackers, it would be a piece of cake. Why did they specifically need to control this main line? The night in the region was indeed beautiful, with flickering lights creating a stunning spectacle, almost dreamlike. Yet, no matter how beautiful a city is, there are always those who wish to destroy it, as if such beauty is their natural enemy. They only revel in destruction and darkness. Suddenly, Shiyu shouted from the bed. "Ah, there's a concert by a local star. Honey, will you take me to see it?" Singe thought for a moment. Since he was waiting anyway, it wouldn't he hurt to go see it, as he also enjoyed music. Everyone has some sentimental feelings, don't they? The next day at noon, Tianwu managed to buy tickets for the concert, securing the best seats, though the price was also the highest. The so-called best spot is actually the one closest to the stars, where you can see every detail clearly. The concert officially starts at 7 in the evening. After dinner, they arrived at the venue at 6:30. This place is known as the paradise for celebrities. Every singer dreams of holding their concert here, as it symbolizes honor. Singe still prefers to call the young fans holding pictures of stars or various dolls at the entrance star chasers. This term sounds easy to understand and accept, but there are always those who insist on calling them by different names, making it feel as trivial as having a late-night snack. It's hard to tell what excites these fans so much, as if they've been given a boost of energy. The entrance to the venue was temporarily inaccessible due to the crowd. Eventually, with the help of security, Seng and his friends managed to enter the venue. They had VIP tickets, and a dedicated staff member led them to their seats. As soon as they entered, waves of enthusiasm erupted. CU said this was passion. Chapter 379. Data download. Saying, didn't he think this was passion? It felt more like a mental breakdown. The shouting and cheering, with people making faces and swaying their heads, was nothing short of chaos. When the concert began and the first star appeared, the crowd surged forward. Sitting in the front row, Sang felt that the money spent was not worth it. Wasn't this supposed to be a concert? The row of people in front of him was moving around, making it impossible to enjoy the show. Give me a drink of love, and I'll give you a bottle of water. Just get off the stage. Sang was really starting to lose patience. Music should be appreciated quietly, not like this frantic display. Finally, the first performer exited, but the next one came on and started shouting, which made Sang want to go up and hit him. Look at the lyrics, dying for love. If you're really dead, what else left to love? Watching the crowd in a frenzy, each person seemed on the verge of collapse, shouting every kind of noise. One guy screamed, dying but still loving. Then he looked over at CU, who was also shouting and even standing up. I love you. I love you. Sang shook his head helplessly. She loved him, yet she had to pay to see him. Why didn't he say he would pay to see her? Just then, the entire venue went dark with a loud pop. All the lights were turned off, and even the sound system failed. Initially, they thought it was a trick by the production team, but soon realized it was a power outage. Sang frowned. How could such a large concert have a power failure? He tapped CU and Long Tianwu and stood up to leave. Hey, what are you doing? The crowd was in an uproar, but Sang couldn't hear anything. Once outside, he saw total darkness. The entire area around the venue was without power. Sang quickly took out his portable device, connected it to the hotel computer, and opened the receiver software. An unknown signal was connecting to the main network server. At that moment, Tianwu and CU also ran out, looking around in surprise. Honey, how could this happen? They've started attacking. We need to head back to the hotel immediately. Without hesitation, several people rushed back to the hotel. In the 9 districts of the island, there was a blackout, and many residents stepped out of their homes to figure out what was going on. The hotel began using generators, and everything seemed normal. Sang immediately launched the software to trace the signal's origin, but to his surprise, there were at least 90 signal transmitters across the island, almost covering the entire network backbone. Whatever they intended to do, they first needed to connect to the network data. Sang activated the ghost domain code, using the backbone as a reference, and instantly covered the entire island's network. Upon checking the data exchange, Sang was taken aback. Data from all over the island was rapidly downloading through the signal transmitters wirelessly. Connecting to one of the transmitters, he immediately activated the tracking feature of the infinite code. This was a characteristic of the infinite code, allowing him to trace the downloading server or computer based on the data flow. Soon, Sang pinpointed the location of the downloading server, right on the island itself. To find out who was downloading this data, he needed to mobilize the troops. Long Tianwu immediately connected with Liao Ximin. Meanwhile, Sung began analyzing the data they were downloading, discovering that they were even pulling regular citizens' chat records. Following that, Sung accessed the power plant system, and the shield code promptly triggered warnings that the system had been infected by a virus and was under complete control. Seng's fingers flew over the keyboard, and every line of code he sent back revealed a shocking situation. Analyzing with the ghost domain, Sung realized that all the power from the plant was directed towards the location of that server. He understood that to download such a large amount of data, a massive server would be required, needing a significant power supply. By controlling the power plant, all the electricity could be used by that server alone. At the same time, all senior officials on the island convened an emergency meeting. The head of the power plant informed the highest official, according to our engineers, the generator units are functioning normally. We suspect it might be a wiring issue and are currently looking for someone to check. The highest official nodded and said, "You must restore power to the island as quickly as possible." Just then, a secretary whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing this, the official suddenly turned to the secretary, his previously calm demeanor now tense. He seemed unable to believe his ears and wanted to confirm if what the secretary said was true. The secretary nodded, between him and the official. There could be many things, but jokes were not one of them. Immediately have the counter-terrorism unit commander meet with me. Everyone else disperse. With that, he hurriedly left, leaving others exchanging puzzled glances. Why was the counter-terrorism unit being mobilized? Was there a terrorist attack? Regardless of the nature of the attack, Seng's goal was simple: to stop them. The best way to stop them is to cut off the power supply to their servers. This isn't very difficult. By connecting the power system to the protective code, the antivirus function immediately activates. No virus can survive the onslaught of the protective code. Within a minute, the Trojan files and control programs in the power system are completely eliminated. Following that, the system is restored to its default parameters, and the power system returns to normal, restoring electricity to the entire region. With the opponent's servers powered down, all transmitters stop working, the signals disappear, and data is no longer downloaded. Although everything has been restored, Singa knows it's not that simple. Why are these hackers downloading data from ordinary citizens? Moreover, this is just a minor issue. What surprises Sungu the most is that they were able to download data even when the computers were powered off. This is something Sungu himself cannot do. How did they manage that? Sungu analyzes the data they downloaded once again. From his perspective, this data appears to be completely useless, which is the most suspicious part. These hackers went to such lengths, even causing a power outage across the entire region to supply power to their servers, just to see what's on these citizens' computers? Did they set up such a large server just to download personal videos from all citizens' computers for their own viewing? That makes no sense at all. At this moment, Long Tianwu walks into the room and says to Singu, "The location you provided is the headquarters of the counterterrorism unit." After listening to Tianwu's report, Singu laughs. This time, they played high. Even the tracking program of the protective code couldn't catch them. Singu doesn't take it to heart. The hacker world is like this. There is no perfect system or flawless code. Moreover, among the 10 codes Singu possesses, none are specifically designed for tracking. The protective code merely utilizes the virus transmission channel for tracking, and in other hacking operations, tracking is also done using key codes or stealth methods under specific circumstances. This means that among the 10 codes, there should be codes specifically for tracking, as tracking methods are an important aspect of all hacking programs. Many hackers disguise their IP addresses to conceal their attack traces, or simply set them to be hidden. World-class hackers use extremely sophisticated methods for hiding or disguising, which are very hard to crack. Of course, the software Sungu wrote can crack them, but this time, he was outsmarted. Singu doesn't take it to heart because he never considers himself the master of the hacker domain. In some ways, he is just an ordinary hacker and will still have moments where he can't handle things. If one can't withstand even this minor setback and realization, they might as well not pursue hacking at all. Moreover, this time can be considered a draw. Singu has prevented their data download and discovered the locations of all their transmitters. Singe carefully analyzed the data they had downloaded and found that it consisted entirely of civilian information, with no government-level or financial system data. Just as Singe was pondering the issue, there was a knock at the door. Long Tianwu opened it to find a middle-aged man in a suit, looking troubled. He was Luo Qinan, the highest official of the security department in the region. After revealing his identity, Long Tianwu, instead of inviting him in, simply said, "Wait a moment," and closed the door, stating he needed to consult Singe first. Luo Qinan felt a bit embarrassed as he glanced at the ceiling lights in the corridor. Liao Simin was right. Their standards were quite high, and if they wanted to resolve this crisis, it was better to endure a little. Singe eventually invited Luo Qinan into the room. Siyu poured him a glass of water before she and Long Man went to another room. "Mr. Luo, what brings you here so late?" Singe asked. "Mr. Singe, I need your help. The region needs your help. Mr. Liao has already informed me that for this mission. I will do my utmost," Luo Qinan replied. Singe quickly responded, "Mr. Luo, I think you have made a mistake. I can't help you or the region at all. I'm just a tourist here." Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Liao Simin sneezed several times. "Damn it, Singe, you must be cursing me." Singe indeed felt like cursing him in his heart. It was supposed to be a secret mission, yet it had become common knowledge. Did these people really need to know he was a hacker? Of course, he understood Liao Simin's good intentions, which were meant to provide him with more support for his actions in the region. But he was a hacker who always found himself in ambiguous situations. The more people who knew his identity, the greater the danger. At that moment, Luo Qinan continued, "Mr. Singe, Mr. Liao has already told me in detail that I am the only one in the entire region who knows your identity as a senior official of the Special Security Group. No one else will know who you are, so you can rest assured." Singe smiled and replied, "I have nothing to rest assured about, nor am I worried. If there are any developments, I will communicate with you at any time. Likewise, if you have any intelligence, please share it with me. That is certain. But so far we can say we know nothing at all. We have no idea what these hackers want," Luo Qinan said. Singe remained silent because Luo Qinan did not understand hackers at all. Who said hackers always had to want something? They were a very special and mysterious group. Some hackers attack not for money or power, but simply for the sake of attacking. Whether it's out of character, soul, or even emotion, they launch attacks. If you insist on knowing why they do it, it can only be said that they are expressing their true selves. Everyone wants to vent their anger, but not everyone is a hacker. Those who truly become hackers experience life in their own way and construct their own empires. Just like Sung. The past has kept him living in his own world, accompanied daily by loneliness and inferiority. After mastering hacking skills, he even contemplated destroying everything, merely to feel alive. However, someone unfamiliar with hacking might think that hackers are just like anyone else, motivated by money and destruction. For instance, Luo Qinan, as the head of a security bureau, found it somewhat laughable to claim to understand what hackers want in front of the world's top hackers. But who can blame him? After all, he is not a hacker. And Sung doesn't care about that. The profession of hacking is inherently mysterious and incomprehensible. Can you really expect someone like Luo Qinan to understand it? After seeing off Luo Qinan, Sung took Tianwu to retrieve a launcher. He didn't share the details about these launchers with Luo Qinan because Sung knew that these hackers would continue their attacks. Sung intended to find them and eliminate them. Long Amon asked Sung why he was doing this. Sung chuckled and said, because they played me. They wanted to play with me. So I'll show them what a super hacker is. But you let them play you. Looking at Long Amon's expressionless face, Sung helplessly remarked, Liao said it perfectly. You really have no character. After saying that, Sung left, but Long Amon smiled as he watched Sung's back. Back at the hotel, Sung dismantled the launcher and studied it carefully. The internal structure was quite simple, consisting of a wireless signal collector and a satellite transmitter. They were using satellites for data transmission, which was quite ambitious, Sung mused. If measured by data flow, they had downloaded over 10,000 gigabytes in just 10 minutes. If they were to buy this data flow, at 50 cents per megabyte, it would amount to 512 followed by 4 zeros. Downloading data through a main line would inevitably cause significant network congestion, slowing down their download speed. So they set up this dedicated line to utilize wireless networks for data download. Chapter 381. Yu Ming-sing had to consider a question. What exactly did these hackers or some organization intend to do with such a large-scale network? It's said that hackers seek all sorts of things, but they always have something they want, even if it causes societal panic or is simply about launching a cyber attack. Isn't that also what they desire? However, this time, it was definitely not as simple as a mere cyber attack. Sung wanted to understand their plans and could only wait for them to strike again. During this time, he needed to find the specific tracking code among the remaining 5 codes. With 10 codes and 100 different symbols, each code represented an unknown, mysterious world. Based on his understanding of the first 5 codes, Sung ultimately selected one code for analysis. Like studying the other codes, there was simply no starting point. The so-called tracking involves using the other party's data to trace and find their real IP address. Sung simulated a disguised address and created a tracking software, adding 10 symbols of this code individually into the core program, but the result was fruitless. The more he couldn't figure it out, the more determined he became to delve deeper. Feeling like he was searching for a treasure, the closer he got to the core, the more mysterious and exciting it felt. Singh thought of everything he could, yet the results remained the same. Time always seemed to fly by when he wanted to think deeply about a problem. Before he knew it, sunlight streamed in through the window. Siyu pulled back the curtains, opened the window, and stood there, gazing at the sprawling bay of the island. The weather was particularly nice today, and Siyu wanted to play at the beach. Singh was also feeling overwhelmed and thought it would be nice to get some fresh air. So the two of them held hands and walked out of the hotel to the beach. The feeling of walking barefoot on the sand was truly wonderful, especially when stepping into the sea, as if their mood became as blue and vast as the ocean itself. Once at the beach, how could they not collect seashells? Sung picked up many beautiful shells and turned to see Siyu had caught a crab. Honey, let us take it back and cook it, Singh said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. What are you talking about? Just let it go? No way. I want to take it back to cook for you. There are plenty more over there. I'm going to collect more. Every woman is like a child in front of her beloved man, and this saying couldn't be more accurate. At that moment, Siyu was just like a child. Sung sat on the beach, watching her collect shells. Everyone wants to return to their childhood, right? Yet when we were children, we all wanted to grow up quickly, so we wouldn't have to go to school and could do whatever we wanted, even fall in love, without the need to sneakily pass notes during class, only to be caught and scolded by the teacher. But when you truly grow up, you realize there's nothing particularly good about it. Everyone wants to go back to their childhood, because then our parents would seem younger too, wouldn't they? Just like the little girl sitting next to Sung, around 5 or 6 years old, cute and adorable, who smiled at him when she noticed he was looking her way. Uncle, are you a good person or a bad person? Sung glanced around. Not far away, a young couple, likely the girl's parents, smiled helplessly at him. So, do you think I'm a good person or a bad person? Do you want to be a good person or a bad person? Of course I want to be a good person. Then why don't you buy me a drink over there, okay? Sung couldn't help but smile at how charming the little girl was. He got up and went to a nearby stall selling drinks, bought a few bottles, and handed one to her. The child's parents approached him, expressing their gratitude and insisting on giving him money. But Sung refused, saying it was just a bottle of drink. No big deal. From their conversation, he learned they had also come from the capital, but not for leisure. They were there to take their daughter for medical treatment. The adorable little girl has a congenital heart condition. A professor in a certain island can treat this type of illness, so they brought Yuma to that island. While speaking, the child's father seemed a bit sad. Sang casually asked him about his feelings, and he expressed his distress about having been on the island for half a month. spending a lot on accommodation and meals, but the professor has been too busy to see them. They are just ordinary people and have exhausted all their resources to get treatment for their daughter. If the professor doesn't schedule an appointment for Yuma soon, they will have to return to their hometown. Sang sighed, looking at Yuma, who was happily catching crabs with Siyu, feeling a pang of sadness. Such a lovely child should be enjoying her carefree childhood. Seeing her smile so brightly made Sang feel even more pity for them. Yuma's mother said, actually, people like us from the mainland don't get fair treatment here. It's mainly because we can't spend money like those wealthy individuals. Otherwise, Yuma could have already received their services. Sang completely believed this. On that island, there are many private doctors who run private hospitals, catering specifically to the wealthy, while the common folks are disregarded. At that moment, Siyu and Yuma returned with a pile of crabs, with Siyu wrapping them in her coat and holding Yuma's hand. Look, dear, we've gathered so many. Whose child is this? So cute. Sang introduced them, and Siyu picked up Yuma and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Noticing the time, it was lunchtime, and Sang stood up saying, let us go have lunch together. It's fate that we met here. Yuma's parents exchanged glances. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Siyu said, don't be so polite. It's just a meal, plus Yuma helped us gather so many crabs. The group found a nice restaurant near the hotel and went inside. They ordered several dishes, and Siyu even asked them to cook the crabs. Shortly after, the dishes began to arrive, and they chatted while eating. Yuma's father is named Tang Yunan, and her mother is called Zwa Mengmeng. They are both from the post-80s generation, and because they are factory workers and married later, Yuma is already 6 years old. Yuma really enjoyed the dishes Sang ordered and ate a lot. Siyu even peeled several crabs for her. Watching Yuma enjoy her meal made Sang feel increasingly sympathetic toward the child. Thus, he wanted to do something for her. Chapter 382. Orders. Sang still held some national pride. Some might say that girls from a certain region end up becoming prostitutes, but Sang didn't care. Just encountering a child on the beach made him want to do something for her. It's simple. The child is from a different country, and that region isn't his country, so why should he care? If one doesn't see that as a reason, then what if he is a hacker? Sang has his own thoughts and things he wants to do. No one can force him to do anything, at least not for now. Perhaps Sang really should do something for this child. Before finishing her meal, Yumeng fainted at the dining table. Sang, along with Siyu, helped take the child to a private hospital named Huangfa. The nurse hurriedly carried Yumeng to the hospital bed, and a doctor came to take a brief look. Finally, shaking his head, he said, this child needs to undergo surgery immediately. Tang Yunan asked nervously, can Professor Huang treat my daughter now? The doctor replied, not for the moment. Professor Huang is currently giving an academic report abroad and is not in the city. For this surgery, I can recommend someone else to you. He is also an expert in this field, though he is somewhat less experienced than Professor Huang. However, his fees are quite affordable, so you should be able to manage. It was clear that they believed she couldn't afford the surgery, which is why they weren't willing to operate and were referring them to another hospital. While the fees might be cheaper, it was uncertain whether the other doctor could effectively treat Yuming's condition. They are doctors, after all. Why should they care so much? Most doctors think this way. They measure the value of life based on the monetary worth of a particular organ. If you don't have money, they see no life in you. They are doctors, aren't they? The only profession in this world that can control life and death through some technical means. In fact, they can be even more terrifying than the devils of hell. Their souls are like the surgical knives in their hands, ready to cut your throat at any moment. Don't take it personally. I'm only referring to some doctors. Of course, there are good ones too. Otherwise, everyone would die of illness. Everything in the world has its good and bad sides, and people are no different. Take Sang for example. He is a good person, and all good people share one trait. They cannot stand bad people. The doctor is a bad person, and Sang cannot tolerate him. As a hacker, he doesn't throw money around like those so-called wealthy individuals to deal with these bad people. Sang has more thrilling methods. The nurse first gave Yuming an injection, and soon she woke up. This child is very strong. No matter how uncomfortable she felt, she always wore a lovely smile on her face and held Sang's hand. Saying she wanted to go crab fishing tomorrow. Sang nodded and said, all right, tomorrow uncle will take you to catch crabs. You just rest well today. Yuming nodded. And perhaps due to the medication, she quickly fell asleep. Sang reassured Tang Yunan and Zhu Mingming that there was no need to worry. Miracles always happen. Because he is the one who creates miracles. Back at the hotel, within 2 minutes, Sang had hacked into everything about Professor Huangfa. This man, with a heart of stone, had mastered such advanced medical skills, which was truly a tragedy for humanity. Huangfa, aged 45, had studied medicine in several countries, including Fog Country and Flower Country, and was particularly skilled in heart surgeries. He had some surgical experience with congenital heart disease and served as a private doctor for many wealthy individuals in the city, holding various titles such as Outstanding Young Person of Society. This halo of accolades had elevated him almost to the heavens. But so what? Even in a perfect system, there are backdoors. Even in a perfect person, there are flaws. As a doctor, he can cure many people's illnesses, but he cannot heal his own, which is his inner demon, his obsession and worship of money. Under the control of this inner demon, he engages in the trafficking of human organs, buying unknown organs from some individuals and selling them at high prices to the wealthy. In his private life, he is a perverse individual, enjoying playing non-consensual games with some female patients. Some of these women are willing, while others are coerced, many of whom are the wives or lovers of wealthy men. Singe downloaded all the images and data from his computer and portable devices, then connected to Huang Fa. At that moment, Huang Fa was in a conference room with his employees, discussing, Mr. Ni is our major client. Half of the properties on Jordan Road belong to him. I don't want to lose this lucrative opportunity, so let's arrange his surgery quickly and analyze the organs we ordered last time. Just as he finished speaking, Huang Fa received a message. He looked down, then suddenly raised his head and shouted, everyone out. The doctors and nurses exchanged glances. Huang Fa was completely enraged. Get out now. His voice echoed in the conference room, making it buzz. The others thought he had lost his mind and rushed out of the room. At this moment, Singe used software to connect with Huang Fa and said, your hairstyle looks good, but what's inside you is utterly ugly. You claim to be a doctor. Yet I see nothing related to medicine, only devilish deeds. Wiping the cold sweat from his face, Huang Fa asked, who are you, and what do you want? Who I am is not important. What matters is who you are. You say you're a doctor, so I expect you to do what a doctor should do. What do you want me to do? From now on, you and everyone in your hospital will perform all necessary surgeries for a child named Yu Ming until she is healed and leaves your hospital. Don't think about playing tricks. I have everything under my control. I can make all your assets disappear instantly, and I will expose all your hidden activities. Don't even think about leaving the city. Even if you try to escape, I can end you. Fine, we can discuss whatever you want. This is not a negotiation, it's an order. To make you believe this is real, I will seize all your assets. Once you complete everything, they will be returned to you. After cutting the connection, Singe transferred nearly 100 million units of currency from Huang Fa's accounts to a financial account specifically for testing, using a foreign financial system that couldn't be traced. Watching all his money being taken away, even his stocks were transferred to new holders. It all felt like a dream to Huang Fa. He wanted to stand up and leave the conference room, but found he didn't even have the strength to do so. At this moment, Singe connected with him again, saying only one sentence. Chapter 383. The Mother Body Empress Gung Yu said to Huang Fa, now you should believe that everything is in my hands, right? Listen carefully. If you can't cure Yu Ming, you will die. If you leak this information, you will die. If you pretend in front of Yu Ming's family or say anything related to our conversation, you will die. If I'm in a bad mood, you will die too. Huang Fa was almost in tears. His life was tied to this situation. What did he do in his past life to deserve this? In the hospital ward, Tang Yunan and Zhuo Mengmeng were feeling down when suddenly the door was pushed open by a doctor. Almost all the doctors and nurses in the hospital came in. And finally, Huang Fa walked in too. Hello, I am Professor Huang. This child is Yu Meng, right? Tang Yunan said in surprise. Yes, Professor Huang, is that you? He wanted to ask Huang Fa why he was back so quickly, but felt it wasn't appropriate, and swallowed the question. Moreover, seeing Huang Fa's sincere expression made Tang Yunan even more puzzled. I just returned this morning. You don't need to worry. I already know about Yu Meng's condition. It's not serious, just a surgery is needed, and after a period of recovery, she will be just like a normal person. I've performed many surgeries like this, and there won't be any problems. Hearing this, Tang Yunan and Zhuo Mengmeng were about to burst into tears, but then Tang Yunan thought of another issue and said, Professor Huang, I really appreciate you treating my daughter, but about the costs. Suppressing his feelings of heartache, Huang Fa smiled and said, you don't need to worry about the costs. Our hospital never charges for children, and since you are from Longhua, and I am also from Longhua, we are family, so everything here is free until Yu Meng leaves here full of life. Tang Yunan and his wife could hardly believe their ears. The miracle that Seng spoke of had truly appeared. It is said that Xiangdao is a place where miracles often happen, and it seemed that was indeed the case. There was no need for excessive gratitude. Huang Fa instructed the nurses to take Yu Meng to the special care ward, where she would be monitored 24/7. The adjacent room was also opened for Tang Yunan, allowing them to see Yu Meng at any time. The doctors and nurses looked at Huang Fa in astonishment. This was the notoriously stingy Huang Fa, known for being so frugal that he would calculate the time spent on a sneeze. How could such a person suddenly act so generously? As they left the ward, one doctor quietly said to Huang Fa, Professor Huang, do you want me to invite a Taoist priest? Forget it. Huang Fa cursed and left. The doctor looked at Huang Fa's back, puzzled, and muttered, my mom can't exorcise demons. Everything has been arranged on Seng's side, and he continues to study his tracking code. Several hours have passed, but there has been no progress. Of course, there are feasible solutions, but they require a desktop computer to complete. The laptop simply does not meet Seng's standards in this regard. By the way, this computer was a gift from Qin Nan, and occasionally, when he is lost in thought, Seng remembers her. He wonders how her leg is doing now and whether they will meet again in the future. When a man falls into memories, it feels as if time stands still, with only the images in his mind shifting in and out. Seng forces himself not to reminisce, but once the door is opened, it cannot be closed, making it difficult for him to focus on the code. Every time he cracks the code, Seng feels like he is shedding a layer of skin, and the more he progresses, the harder it becomes to crack. He starts to wonder about those martial arts characters who often retreat to cultivate. Are they also deciphering their own codes? Returning to the bedroom, Shiyu is watching a concert on television. Seng recalls the scene from last night, where the hackers looked like ghosts in the dark, elusive, and unpredictable. When would they launch their next attack? Just as this thought crosses his mind, the receiver software on his computer beeps with an alert. He quickly jumps out of bed, rushes to the study, opens his computer, and starts the ghost domain. This time, the hackers are downloading files from the government server of a certain region. Seng activates the infinite code, trying to trace the location of this data. But the infinite code cannot obtain the other party's IP address. The power plant's program shows everything is normal, with no intrusion occurring. Seng absolutely cannot allow them to take these government files, so he immediately activates the ghost domain lock code. This is also a characteristic of the key code. Without manually disconnecting the network, he can use the ghost domain lock code to cut off all network data transmission in and out of the ghost domain, as if severing a rope in the middle. This is a function of the ghost domain code that Seng has recently developed. In fact, every code has many unique functions, and Seng has only developed about 10% of them. With the network data cut off, the download is forcibly interrupted, and the entire network of that region can no longer access the outside world. Although he has protected the files, this method is not what Seng desires. He is not merely a defensive hacker. Counteroffensive is his forte. Moreover, Seng is adept at calmly identifying his advantages. Just like now, the hackers on the other side cannot possibly know his identity. They must think it is the network department of that region that has actively cut off the network or interrupted the server's power supply. Therefore, Seng concludes that they will continue to launch attacks. He immediately drags out the fusion virus program he cracked during the big battle, which he had stored on a USB drive, rewrites its core program, and names it the Mother Queen. While in a certain country, this virus was capable of devouring everything, nearly consuming the entire network servers of that country. After being cracked by the integrated code, the system did not modify its functions but instead rewrote the control permissions, making it uncontrollable and turning it into something completely controllable. The system restarted the network and embedded the central queen into the government server's files, disguising it as a document. Just as anticipated, the other party began to download it again. Chapter 384. A visit. What the system wanted was for them to download it, even if it meant taking the central queen away. Don't think of it as an easy hacker to deal with. No one understands the meaning of hacking better than the system. Hackers, whether they stand for justice or evil, use methods of attack and destruction. The central queen was completely downloaded, and the system activated its own tracking program, which could search through the ghost domain to find the address of the other party. This was a last resort, as the other party was clearly an expert in this area, hiding their IP address very deeply, to know where they were. This was the only way. Once the central file was downloaded, it was immediately activated. The system was not mistaken. The central queen began to indiscriminately devour all the files in the system. The tracking program started, and the analyzed IP address was immediately sent to the system's software. Upon opening this IP address, it turned out to be linked to the network security department of a certain region. Angered, the system slammed the table, cursing under its breath. You guys are quite skilled. The inability to trace the other party's address was undeniable. The system thought it was just like the last time with the counterterrorism unit. The real IP address was definitely set to redirect and had a forced redirect program added. Otherwise, the software wouldn't be unable to trace it. Although the IP address could not be traced, the download suddenly interrupted. The system coldly snorted, "Let us see who suffers." Once the central queen was activated, it would consume everything in sight. This once caused fear in the system, and it couldn't believe that those damn hackers were not afraid of this virus. It was like playing a competitive game against a computer. Now it was over, and it was time to see what would happen next. The system estimated that within a few days, they wouldn't be able to recover, and during this time, it could fully crack the tracking code. The next day, Gung Yu and Si Yu went to the hospital to see Yu Meng. Tang Yunan excitedly told the system that a miracle had really happened. Professor Huang had agreed to perform the surgery on Yu Meng for free, giving them many special discounts. Gung Yu was also happy, feeling quite satisfied with Professor Huang. However, the system was there to say goodbye, as it would return to the capital at noon. Tang Yulong promised to treat the system to a meal once they got back to the capital. In the evening, The system returned to the capital and first took a look around the library. Uncle Lian's daughter and Yuhan had come to the library to help out, which was actually the system's intention, as the library needed to recruit staff anyway. Using anyone was fine. The renovation is progressing quickly, and everything is proceeding according to the design. The old curator practically lives in the library, keeping a close eye on the workers. He knows if anyone takes even a nail home. Seng says nothing, as long as the curator is happy. Returning to the villa, Siyu went to the martial arts school to deliver gifts to Inai Shichi and the others, while Seng went back to the villa alone. He intended to sneak into the secret room, but just then, the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Wanru. What are you doing here? Seng wondered how she knew he lived here. Can I come? What's wrong? Aren't you going to invite me in? Seng was indeed a bit reluctant. It was late, and Wanru was dressed quite revealingly, in a tank top and a form-fitting skirt, her long legs drawing attention. Most importantly, Siyu could come back at any moment. If she walked in and saw Wanru sitting there, he would be in trouble again. But with her standing at the door, she attracted the attention of neighbors and passersby. Her sexy figure was truly eye-catching. Please come in. Seeing no other option, Seng decided to let her in, not wanting others to think he was entertaining a foreign lady. Have a seat. He poured her a glass of water and sat down across from her. Wanru looked around the room, noting that this was Seng's home. It looked old and worn. Who would have thought that the super hacker ghost butterfly lived in such a characterless villa? It's quite late. What brings you here? Seng's question made Wanru retract her gaze, and she smiled. I also live in this community. Just came by to see you. You live here too? I haven't seen you around. Seng was curious. Normally, he would have noticed such a stunning foreign woman in the neighborhood. There are 100 villas in this community, and a high-rise residential area across a park. Although people from that area occasionally come to play in the park here, Seng had seen everyone who frequented the park. I just moved in not long ago. We'll be neighbors from now on, and I'll be coming over to mooch off your meals. For some reason, Seng always felt something was off about Wanru, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Despite her sexy appearance, he sensed a certain coldness in her gaze at times, as if she wanted something from him. That's fine. You can come over for meals anytime. Then it's settled. I won't be polite. Wanru's smile had a captivating quality, gently tugging at one's heartstrings and evoking a strong resonance. Some women's smiles possess such magic, while others can feel harsh and off-putting. A smile like Wanru's, followed by a sudden moment of silent eye contact, could make any man want to kiss her. But Seng couldn't give in. He held back and broke the silence, asking, How's it going working at the library? Are you getting used to it? It's fine, but I think your management style isn't very good, and it will affect your business in the future. Seng doesn't know much about business, but this topic piqued his interest, and he gestured for Wanru to continue. They used to rely on the state, and now they rely on you, constantly consuming resources, while you have entrusted the key aspects to others. One day, you will realize that your trust in them is merely a harm to yourself. If I were you, I would choose someone truly trustworthy to manage the library. Investments need to yield returns, right? You're not running a charity, and you know very well that many people are no longer fit to work in the library. They can't create any value for you. Seng had never considered this, mainly because he had been working in the library for so long that he was used to everything. Chapter 385. Clear out. Seng had never thought about these issues. He had no interest in business at all. Running the library was mainly to ensure everyone could have a meal and to preserve the library and his memories. Now that Wanru brought up these issues, he had to consider the future development of the library. The people in the library used to rely on fixed salaries, and now that the library belonged to Seng, they relied on him again. However, their understanding of work remained the same. Ingrained habits are hard to change, including Seng himself. His first reaction upon waking up every day was that he was going to be late for work. However, Seng was not good at expressing himself verbally. He would first think about many things after hearing them. At this moment, he was pondering what Wanru meant by saying all this. It was definitely not about driving these people away, but the key was that Seng didn't understand her true intention. Just then, the door creaked open, and Siyu came in carrying a bag of food. She immediately spotted Wanru, and her expression darkened. Seng quickly stood up and said, Wanru lives in this neighborhood too. She's just visiting a neighbor and talking about work. You can say whatever you want, just pretend I'm not here. As he spoke, he opened the refrigerator and began tossing the items inside. Wanru merely smiled and showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she said to Seng, Let's continue our conversation. Seeing this, Seng thought it was better to stop talking. If they continued, it might lead to trouble, so he said, Wanru, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. I'll think about what you said, and we can discuss the rest at the library tomorrow. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. Good night. Seng walked her to the door, closed it behind her, and turned around to find Siyu standing right behind him, startling Seng. Do you think I'm not beautiful? Do you think I'm not sexy? Do you think my legs aren't as nice as hers? Seng helplessly replied. Don't all men talk about work with female colleagues at home? Is it necessary to get this upset? Throwing eggs into the fridge, what if they freeze? How will you clean that up? Siyu, however, buried herself in Seng's arms and began to cry. Sengkaer was most afraid of women crying in front of him, and he hurriedly said, "What are you doing? I'm not blaming you. Egg, I can't lose you. I don't want to lose you. I can't be without you. Please don't leave me, okay? When did I say I wanted to leave you? What I mean is, Egg, you can only belong to me," he replied. At that moment, Siyu kissed Sengkaer on the lips. Sengkaer was stunned. The woman's tears were truly salty, flowing into his mouth and leaving a bitter taste. The woman's pain was unexpectedly so bitter, and Sengkaer's heart ached instantly. Forget the egg. 2 hours later, Sengkaer finally entered the secret room. The first thing he did after starting the computer was to analyze the cracking plan from the island. Sengkaer first used his own program to simulate a hidden IP address, then launched a sandbox attack on the shield. He integrated the 10 symbols that matched into the shield code. Because the shield code had antivirus attack features, the attacking IP address would be immediately recorded by the shield code. After the virus was stripped away, it would be thrown back according to the original IP address. However, for an IP address like the one from the island, the shield code couldn't track it because they didn't use a virus attack. They simply opened network permissions to download files. To be precise, this was theft, not destructive attack. Theft is one of the common tactics used by hackers and is a basic skill that every hacker must master. Some novice hackers use this technique, such as back-end listening programs to steal certain file records from the target computer, with Trojan files being the most commonly used. Don't think that those so-called free or paid antivirus and anti-Trojan software can do much. They can at most eliminate some poor-quality Trojan viruses used by novice hackers. When faced with intermediate or advanced hackers, or even world-class super hackers like Sengkaer, those software are utterly useless. They are like a sound that doesn't exist. They can be downloaded or ignored silently. The hackers from the island were true experts. In light of this, Sengkaer had to decipher this code. Otherwise, this battle would never end. Sengkaer did not have time to play these cyclical games with those hackers. However, Sengkaer's plan still failed. The code symbols showed no response, as if he had placed parts from another machine into a different machine. He shook his head helplessly and casually opened a hacker forum, wanting to see how those hackers attempting to deal with extremist organizations were faring. Before he could start browsing the topics, he received a message alert from the creator. In just 2 days, Sengkaer had earned about 10 million euros. He didn't feel joy or excitement. Instead, he thought that those hackers must have failed. After ensuring the funds were received, Sengkaer began browsing topics, and the one with the highest clicks in the past 24 hours was the one released by the Justice League, which had already garnered over 10 million replies. The topic aligns with what Sung had in mind. The hacker alliances failed. However, what Sung did not expect was that several hackers ended up dead. It turns out these hackers attacked a government website in a certain country. Initially, everything went smoothly, and high-ranking officials from that country even appeared on television, claiming they would crack down on these gangs and return women who had been trafficked to their home countries. The hackers thought they had won, but they overlooked one crucial point. How could a few hackers take down gangs that had operated with impunity for so many years? Although they were not familiar with hackers, these gangs had money and hired a hacker organization known as Elimination to conduct a comprehensive attack against the hackers targeting the government website. While hacker attacks themselves are not terrifying, the real fear arose when the gang obtained the hackers' information and hired assassins to kill several members of the alliance. The alliance has now been forced to disband, and all hackers must hide. All responses are calling for the appearance of Ghost Butterfly, with one hacker stating that only Ghost Butterfly has the ability to end this, hoping that fate will allow Ghost Butterfly to appear. Chapter 386. The fury of Ghost Butterfly Sung was truly furious this time. He wanted these ignorant individuals to understand what a hacker is. He intended to make the callous people of that country taste fear. He took control of the national television channel and immediately opened the server channel on the Ghost Butterfly forum. Other hackers quickly began looping videos of the gang-controlled prostitutes on television. The region of that country personally met with the Prime Minister and issued a single command. "I want you to restore everything. I want that Ghost Butterfly dead." The Prime Minister replied, "Your Highness, I'm afraid we can't do that." The regent took a sip of red wine, walked to the window, and looked at the garden outside. Whenever he felt down, he liked to gaze at that garden. Everyone has their habits, don't they? Even if he is the regent of that country. What is the internet, really? The regent did not understand it. In a year, he only spent a few hours interacting with the internet. He controlled over 70% of the military in that country, and aside from the king, he was the most powerful person in the nation. He had never thought that one day, his country could fall to the internet in a matter of minutes. The office fell into silence. Even the Prime Minister could not answer this question. Perhaps in his mind, the internet was merely a product of the times, providing convenience to people's lives. What else could it do? Of course, he knew what hackers were, but in his impression, so-called hackers were just people akin to thieves. All they could do was express their dissatisfaction through the internet. He hadn't touched the computer in his office for almost a few months. Like the regent, he was busy every day thinking about numerous issues, making many decisions, meeting with foreign leaders, going home to educate his children, and spending time with his spouse. Sometimes, he even had to satisfy his lover. When did he have time to go online? Just then, all the lights in the office went out, and the luxurious office suddenly dimmed. The Prime Minister glanced at the chandelier above and helplessly said, "It seems our power plant has also fallen." The regent turned and said, "We cannot compromise with a hacker. No matter what he wants, we can't give it to him. Connect me with the president." They didn't take the network seriously. So how could those below them possibly care? Van Wert and his HNS could only watch helplessly as the phantom butterfly invaded and took control, unable to do anything else. Singe opened a module, which was the securities management server of a certain country. All the data, including that in the backup server, was completely copied and deleted. In the securities trading hall, the data on the big screen suddenly reset to 0. My God! A staff member dropped the cup in his hand, shattering it on the ground. He rushed out of the office, and the entire hall was in chaos. Just then, with a loud bang, all power in the trading hall was cut off, plunging it into darkness. All the Prime Minister could do was suggest that the king address the public on television, calming citizens to wait quietly for everything to return to normal. The king had just sat down at his desk when the power went out. The head of the power plant shouted at the employees, sweating profusely, "What are you all doing? Where has our electricity gone?" As he spoke, suddenly a blue light appeared on all the monitors and televisions, and a dancing phantom butterfly emerged. The system engineer slumped helplessly in his chair, dazed, and said, "It's him. The phantom butterfly, the phantom butterfly." Singe opened their military network again. The firewall technology was decent, using the first-generation firewall from a certain company. The design of this firewall was good, employing matrix recognition technology to decompose and isolate all brute force attacks. However, the key code Singe used didn't require brute force. In less than a second, it covered the core components of the firewall and gained access to all server permissions. On another monitor, the military network module of that country had already formed. Singe opened the missile control system within it. The encryption level was first grade, but to Singe, this encryption was child's play. In less than a minute, Singe cracked all the encryption programs and took control of the core components of the missile launch system, while the guiding satellites overhead immediately recalibrated and began transmitting coordinate signals. The regent's first words to the president were, "He has destroyed the country and taken control of our missile system. According to our ground radar, our own missiles are now aimed at most targets within that country." The leader of the nation said helplessly, "I can't help you at all. You know, there was a recent hacking war, and all the cities fell. Now, the economy has regressed by at least 100 years. If I were you, I would ask that hacker what they want, and then give it to them." The whole world is focused on the news of the recent cyber attack affecting the nation, but Singh walked out of the room to relieve himself. Every hacker needs to take a break, right? Even while attacking other countries, they still have to. Everyone knows this was done by the super hacker, but only a few people know who they are: Johnson, Basha, Nicole, Xiao Jia, Xiao Long, and Liao Ximin. Yet, no one would tell Sung to stop what he's doing. First, Seng's actions are completely driven by personal justice. Second, they can't stop him even if they wanted to, so it's better to pretend they know nothing. The Prime Minister and the Regent entered the King's office, and in the absence of electricity, they had to light candles. The King's face showed no emotion. Even with the nation having fallen, he maintained his nobility and dignity. He is the king, after all. He has everything, but now he is slowly losing it all. I want to put an end to this, to stop that hacker from ruining this country. I want to talk to them. Can you help me arrange that? The Prime Minister and the Regent exchanged glances and then turned to leave. All the hackers in the nation were summoned to the Regent's conference room. The Regent asked, "Is there a way to end this?" A young man in his 20s chuckled and said, "That's impossible. No one can stop the hacker unless they decide to quit. Then you must be able to connect with them." The Regent replied. The young man laughed. "We only know of one website you could try, but right now, the entire nation's network is down. You'll have to go to another country to access the internet." Chapter 387. The weakness of the Phantom Sung received another message from the creator of the hacker forum. Since the attack began, they had already amassed over 100 million euros, giving Sung half of it. The creator also requested Sung to develop an encryption program for the forum's core components, ensuring the safety of the creator and a few other technical engineers. Upon reading this, Sung could only smile helplessly and replied, "Don't worry, no one can touch you." Sung didn't take this to heart, but someone was watching everything unfold from the shadows. She was Phantom, one of the 7 sisters, one row. She could easily expose the hacker's identity, but she chose not to because she wanted to stay alive. The reason she became a hacker was to survive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left her homeland. If she revealed the hacker's identity, the entire world would be doomed. Phantom only sought her own interests and had no reason to act otherwise. Even though she had always wanted to eliminate the hacker, she is currently powerless. Under the absolute strength of Sung, any attempt to take action is impossible, so she might as well just watch. It's not that she hasn't tried, but Sung has only opened a channel code. Any IP entering the network through this channel cannot escape Sing's surveillance, no matter how much they hide or disguise themselves. This is Sing's domain, where he is the ruler of this world. She initially thought about publicly revealing the information of the creator and technical engineers of the Ghost Butterfly Forum, but she knows very well that if she does that, hackers worldwide will stop at nothing to eliminate her, making it not worth the risk. A helicopter, escorted by dozens of armed helicopters, slowly landed in the border city of Iching. The regent of the Netherlands, along with the prime minister and several military officers, came to this city to access the internet. When there was a network available, these individuals wouldn't even move a muscle, but now they had to specifically go to another country to go online, which was a blatant slap in the face. Local government officials personally welcomed the regent and the prime minister with no small talk, directly entering the mayor's office to go online and log into the Ghost Butterfly Forum. However, the system prompted that a registration fee of €100 was required to log in. After paying the fee, registration was successful, but to enter the forum, they first had to check in on the newcomers thread. The regent was on the verge of collapse. Suppressing his anger, he instructed the officer operating the computer to check in. After completing the check-in, they could finally browse the forum. The regent then saw several attack plans posted by Ghost Butterfly and immediately had him click on a thread to take a look. The prompt indicated that as a newcomer, he needed to be online for an hour before he could browse the thread. The regent asked, "Is this keyboard expensive?" The officer replied, "Not very expensive." As soon as he finished speaking, the regent grabbed the keyboard and smashed it repeatedly, the sound echoing outside. The mayor of Iching looked at the prime minister, who said, "Your office is secure." After smashing the keyboard, the regent felt much better. He never had to wait in line to buy things. Yet here he had to wait an hour. In the Netherlands, he was a regent, but in the online realm, who knew who he was? An hour later, they could finally browse the thread, but the system prompted that they needed to pay €10 to access that thread. "Give me the keyboard." After spending €10 and getting a keyboard, they finally accessed the thread. The content was simple. Ghost Butterfly was planning a cyber attack on the Netherlands in retaliation for the death of several hackers. Now the regent finally understood why Ghost Butterfly was doing this. It was because their officials had never taken these hackers seriously. And now they were being slapped in the face, with the entire country under attack. After reading all the threads published by Ghost Butterfly, the regent said, "Reply to Ghost Butterfly, tell him I want to connect with him." The officer really wanted to tell him, "Stop pretending. Who does he think he is?" His country was as fragile in someone else's hands as a sugar cube. Did he think the whole world was at his command? "Your Highness the Regent, if we reply, he probably won't see it. There are already millions of replies. By the time he sees your message, it might be around this time next year. The Netherlands can't wait until next year. I want him to see it now. We can post a new topic, but it will cost €10. Then give him €10, you fool." Sang refreshed the forum data and saw that topic, which said, "I am the Regent of the Netherlands, Ghost Butterfly, and I demand to see you." This topic was posted for 5 minutes, and there were already nearly 1,000 replies, with the most common response being, "Go back to your Netherlands. Is Ghost Butterfly someone you can just meet? This regent, you are nothing here. Go back to your country and continue squeezing every penny from your prostitutes." Singh used special forum privileges to post a reply, telling your king to sit at his computer in 5 minutes. "I will only give him 1 minute." The regent was infuriated by the insults, but what could he do? In the end, he still informed the king. Even the king could only helplessly sit in front of his office computer after 5 minutes. When the 5 minutes were up, the office's power was restored, and the computer started up, followed by the voice of Ghost Butterfly from the speakers. "You have 1 minute. Speak quickly." The king said, "What do you want from this country?" "For all the gangs to disappear, and for those forced into prostitution to return to their own countries." "This can be easily done," Sang snorted coldly. "If it's so easy, why didn't you do it before? Now that your country is under attack, you think of doing this? How did you become king?" The king sighed, unable to retort, and could only say, "Please do not attack this country anymore. I will immediately fulfill your request." That's more like a human response. "But you must meet my demands within a day. Otherwise, I will make this country disappear from the world. You know I have the ability to do so." The connection was cut off, and the king turned to the officers and senior officials in the office and said, "You all heard that. Let's do as he says." Sang first restored their power supply and internet connection, then shut down the ghost domain, but did not revoke all server permissions. He would wait until they dealt with those gangs. Chapter 388. The honor of hackers. Sang restored the power supply and internet connection to the Netherlands, but the core program was still in his hands. Someone on the forum specially made a flag for Ghost Butterfly, with a pattern of the Matrix world at the bottom and the Ghost Butterfly emblem on top. The main position of the entire Ghost Butterfly Forum displayed this flag to celebrate Ghost Butterfly's victory in this war and to defend the honor of all hackers. At the same time, a topic titled Confessions of the Purger also appeared on the forum. The members of this clearing group were completely taken advantage of by those gangs for unclear reasons, which is why they provided the hackers information to them. In return, they were willing to give all their earnings to the families of the deceased hackers, hoping that their spirits could understand their intentions. These matters were not something that Sang wanted to concern himself with. The hacker world is like this. One cannot measure everything a hacker does in terms of good and bad. In this world, it is impossible to distinguish clearly between good and bad. Now every hacker was united, but this situation wouldn't last long. It could disperse at any moment and revert to how it was before. Who cares? Singh never expected these hackers to come together. They were just hackers after all. When time signaled to Sung that it was already morning, he turned off his computer. At that moment, he felt like a soldier stepping off the battlefield, exhausted. After going for a run and picking up breakfast, Siyu saw Sang sleeping on the sofa, and her heart ached. She didn't want to wake him, but he still stirred, as if waking from a dream, with the world appearing in black and white. In a daze and silence, Sang walked into the bathroom, where the sink was filled with cold water, and he submerged his entire face into it. At that moment, all sounds and colors were cut off, leaving only the buzzing in his mind and the pain of the cold water enveloping his cheeks. When he lifted his head and looked at himself in the mirror, the water running down his face resembled tears, conveying waves of sorrow and desolation. Wiping everything away with a towel, the world finally returned to its original colors. Nothing had changed. He didn't want to go to the library today. Without figuring out the tracking code, he couldn't complete the task from the other side. So he needed to dedicate most of his time to cracking the code and had no mood to deal with anything else. Seeing that he wasn't going, Siyu also decided not to go, staying home with him. Sung didn't push her, but feeling too tired to work, he eventually fell asleep under Siyu's massage. When he woke up, it was already noon. Siyu had prepared lunch and made him chicken soup. Sung drank several bowls. Her cooking was getting better and better. Just as they were finishing lunch, Mingru came to invite Siyu to go shopping. Sung said, "Go ahead, I'll sleep a bit more in the afternoon." Nothing could stop a woman's desire to shop. They always believed that the items in the mall could completely change their appearance. So they would rush into the mall without hesitation, like soldiers charging into an enemy fortress, ready to conquer. The room fell quiet again. Sung poured himself a glass of water and returned to the secret chamber, but he suddenly realized he had nothing to do. He was supposed to crack this code, but he had already tried all the methods he could think of and still couldn't solve it. Sung understood that cracking a code couldn't be forced. Just like the previous codes, they were cracked by chance. This code should be similar, just a bit more challenging. Hacker Forum. He no longer wanted to log in, knowing that the local authorities would definitely act according to his words. Right now, he wasn't in the mood to look at these matters. After some thought, Sang decided to leave the secret room and head to the library. As soon as he entered, he noticed a commotion. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Wanru arguing with several workers, while Huajia and others stood around. Strangely, none of them intervened. What exactly was happening? Hearing Sing's voice, one of the workers stepped forward and said, "Boss, you're just in time to help us settle this. While we're working, it's hard to avoid unintentional waste. But this foreigner claims we are wasting on purpose. Do you think it's easy for us to work?" Wanru retorted, "Who are you calling a foreigner? In my eyes, you are the real foreigner. I've been watching for a long time. A piece of wood could have been cut in half and used twice. Yet you insist on cutting it 1/3 of the way, wasting the rest. Don't think I'm unaware of your inside dealings. The more wood you use, the more commission the sellers give you. Boss, look at all this wasted wood." Sang saw that it was indeed the case. The wood could have been cut in half for use, but they chose to cut it in a way that wasted material. Wanru continued, "This is the difference I'm talking about. It's not their money, so they don't care. But I can't do that. You hired me to work here, so I need to manage this." Her words made Huajia and the old curator blush. It was clearly directed at them. Sang had entrusted the financial matters to them, yet they were oblivious to the waste happening around them. How could Sang feel about that? When the worker tried to speak again, Sang waved his hand and said, "No need to say more. Huajia, pay them their wages and let them go. Every penny counts." Although Sang was now a billionaire, he couldn't afford such waste. He didn't believe that they had it tough. Each worker earned 500 a day, which was far more than what a normal worker could earn. And yet they were always seeking sympathy. Such people were the most contemptible. Sang continued, "From now on, the renovation work will be handled by Wanru. Originally, this task was the responsibility of the old curator and Uncle Lien, but now that Sang had said this, both fell silent. The old curator felt particularly uncomfortable. Sang was now the boss here, and he had nothing to say. This was no longer his domain. Because of this, Uncle Lien and others looked down on Wanru even more. To them, she was just trying to become Sang's favorite, aiming to gain all the power in the future. Seng returned to the conference room and said to Wanru, now that all the workers are gone, what do you think we should do? Don't worry. I've already found you new workers. They are employees from a reputable renovation company. They can not only provide renovation services, but also offer discounts on renovation costs if you purchase their materials. Plus, they have dedicated designers to provide you with free designs. Seng smiled and said, I never realized you were so capable. Chapter 389. Breaking Through. Singe admired Wanru in his heart, partly because of her abilities, and partly because of her beauty. A woman focused on her work always attracts men's attention, as she exudes a certain allure. Indeed, it is an allure. Why are men often drawn to women in the workplace? It's not just about temperament and physique. More importantly, women in the office tend to be more intellectual, able to transform a quiet space into something extraordinarily enticing, leaving traces of femininity everywhere, prompting men to pursue them without hesitation. However, Singe would not act that way. A man of his depth preferred to appreciate this beauty internally. Unlike some men who, after a simple visit to the hospital, might end up behaving inappropriately with a nurse. But no one cares about these things, as most people are too busy figuring out how to approach other nurses. Who has the time to concern themselves with you? Within an hour, the renovation company arrived. This was a big business deal for them, with the owner personally coming to discuss matters with Singe. However, Singe was not in the mood to talk, so he asked Wanru to handle it, and simply left the library. In the vast sea of people, Singe felt like a wave, experiencing a moment of height before inevitably crashing back into the ocean. Unknowingly, he walked into a park where people were enjoying the afternoon sun, with many games for children to play. Some seemed simple yet had been popular for years, consistently drawing in crowds. Singe remembered playing some of those games as a child, reminiscing about how happy he was back then. As he watched, Singe suddenly noticed a game where a clown was encouraging a group of children to throw their balls into a tube. If successful, the ball would roll down the tube, encountering forks along the way. If it landed in the right channel, they would receive a gift. Otherwise, it would simply roll out of the tube. Singe suddenly slapped his forehead and turned to run. He realized that while he had been thinking about how to track someone, he had never considered that sometimes tracking requires setting a trap. The opponent's data was like that ball, and his code was the tube, guiding the ball into a channel without gifts, resulting in nothing at the end. Ghost domain, shield, infinity, key, fusion. These were all methods to prevent the opponent from entering, controlling all data modules by encirclement, shattering their offensive intentions. Everything seemed to be under his control, but if the opponent used simulated data attacks, all his code would still defend according to its inherent functions. Tracking code was meant to import the opponent's data into sandbox mode, analyzing their data patterns without severing their connection. Bursting into the secret room, he eagerly opened his computer and used the fusion code, first merging the key code. The fusion code acted as a binding agent, capable of merging all codes. The purpose of merging the key code was to allow the tracking code to have its own channel when the ghost domain was activated. Following Seng, the tracking code was written behind the integration code, yet the miracle he was waiting for did not appear. Did I miss something? Seng carefully rewrote each step, but still, there was no response. How could this be? Seng stared at all the components and code on the monitor, once again lost in thought. It needed to create a channel. So let's give it a channel. Isn't that what it wanted? Suddenly, it hit him. The ghost domain is a room, and to create another room within it, you first need to deal with the gatekeeper. This gatekeeper is the shield code. He deleted the key code and directly replaced it with the shield code, feeling excited as he clicked confirm. Then, Seng made a helpless gesture. He felt like he was trapped in a maze, with the exit right in front of him. Yet he couldn't touch it. Si and Mingru returned from shopping, having bought a lot of food, planning to cook at home that evening, and Xiaojie tagged along. As Si entered, she called out to Seng, and with no choice, he went downstairs to see them. Women mostly shop for men, and some items are kept for later use in bed. Si first showcased the expensive clothes, perfumes, and other items she bought, but to Seng, they all looked like code. After that, Si took out a box containing a necklace, which was clearly quite valuable. Honey, I bought a necklace today, so don't say I waste money. I just really like it. Seng saw the necklace and suddenly jumped up, turning to rush upstairs. This startled Xiaojie and Mingru. Surely, this necklace couldn't be worth such a reaction? Honey, he called as he ran halfway up, then rushed back down and hugged Si, giving her a kiss. Great purchase. Let us go buy 10 more tomorrow, one for each of us. After saying that, he dashed upstairs again. Si looked at the necklace and then at Seng's retreating figure, wondering, what is wrong with him? Xiaojie shook his head and said, don't mind him. He has lost his reason. What should we eat tonight? Seng ran back to the secret room, deleted all the code, his hands trembling from excitement. Seeing that necklace, the exit of the maze finally appeared. The 5 codes he mastered formed a whole, like software with many functions, each code responsible for a specific feature. If it were an empire, each code would be an essential component of this empire. This meant that the channel was built on top of all the codes. another important component of this empire. To integrate, all the codes had to be merged together. Starting with the key code, Seng connected all the codes using the integration symbol, finally inputting the tracking code. Before hitting the confirm button, Seng took a deep breath. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Confirming it, the miracle he had been waiting for finally appeared. After the fusion, all the symbols quickly transformed into a pattern resembling a fishhook, shimmering in gold. Like a mountain of gold that had just been discovered. Its brilliance encompassed all dreams and pursuits. In that moment, Seng felt as if a brand new world appeared before him. Every time he cracked a code, he imagined standing at the pinnacle of the world and shouting at the top of his lungs. He tried to remain calm, as he still didn't know how many incredible miracles lay behind this pattern. Thus, he clicked on the icon. Chapter 390. The Eye of Magic. Seng cracked this code like a person walking through a maze, finally finding the exit, stepping out to be greeted by treasures all around. Upon clicking the icon, a data display window appeared on the monitor, very simple, with no unnecessary icons, except for a data input window. Seng attempted to connect to an external network, and the data window immediately displayed all the IP addresses connected to this network, the open and closed ports. All the IP addresses currently connecting to the website, and the IP address analysis data of the website, among other things. He also created a simulated attack program and used multiple encryption techniques to hide and disguise the IP addresses. It's worth noting that Seng's method of hiding IP addresses was exceptionally skillful. It cannot be said that no one in this world could crack it, but at least until now, no one had been able to trace his real IP address. He randomly selected a foreign website, accessed its server, planted a virus, and set the upload time to 1 minute. When the time came, it would attack another website. Seng dragged the website data into a ghost domain and temporarily disabled the shield code. Since Seng was just testing the IP address, the shield code didn't need to be involved. Once the time was up, the virus began attacking the target website, and the data window immediately started analyzing, including the type of virus, the programming software used to write it, and the modifications made to the target website as programmed through that port, all of which were displayed clearly. In the end, 2 IP addresses appeared distinctly in the window. One was the IP address of the website sending the virus, and the other was Seng's own IP address. This program surprisingly analyzed the initial IP address that uploaded the virus. Seng suddenly felt his throat dry, his heart racing. This was not just a tracking code. It was also a data analysis code because it merged the key, the shield, and infinite codes. Thus all its data analysis was based on these codes. At that moment, a prompt suddenly appeared in the window. Your IP address is not secure. Would you like to set it to hidden? Without thinking, Seng clicked confirm, and the data in the window immediately disappeared, replaced by a message indicating that the IP address was being cleared. A few seconds later, another prompt appeared. Your IP address has disappeared. Go ahead and wreak havoc on this world. Seng burst into laughter, almost hugging the monitor to give it a kiss. Like other codes, Seng also named this code Magic Eye, because it resembles the eye of a deity. Everything in the world is beneath its gaze. The term magic was chosen because Seng recognized himself as a hacker, and magic best represents his profession, hence the name Magic Eye Code. The interface of the Magic Eye Code allows any software to be dragged in for analysis, revealing its vulnerabilities and the core program's coding, among other things. Of course, Seng cannot master all its functions. Up to now, he has only grasped about 50% of the capabilities of the earlier codes. He can only discover more through practical application. The breakthrough of this code led Seng to ponder a question. If the Magic Eye can integrate all codes, once all 10 codes are cracked, can they be merged into a supercode? Seng believes his idea is not impossible. As he cracks more codes, he seems to grasp their characteristics. Each code serves as the foundation for the subsequent ones, meaning that when the 9th code is cracked, the ultimate code will follow. It's still a bit early to think about this, as he has 4 codes left to crack. He will consider it once all are completed. At that moment, he heard Siyu calling from the staircase. Honey, it's time to eat. Seng remained silent, feeling too excited to be hungry. What as for dinner? We have stewed chicken. He immediately shut down his computer and exited the room. Who could resist stewed chicken? And there's Xiaojia, who eats chicken faster than he breathes. Seng often wonders if this guy was a fox in his past life. Today's dishes were all prepared by Mangru, and they tasted particularly good. Seng drank several bowls of chicken soup, and every thought of the Magic Eye Code made him grin foolishly. Siyu pouted, saying, is it really that great? Just because my senior sister cooked, you're acting like this? Mangru's face flushed, and she hurriedly said, don't say that. Why don't you all think it tastes good? Seng didn't bother to explain. If it tastes good, it tastes good. Besides, it truly was delicious. Seng is someone who enjoys reminiscing, and this meal reminded him of his childhood. But now Mangru is Xiaojia's girlfriend, and some things cannot be said casually. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Siyu opened the door and was surprised to see Wanru. What do you want? Siyu's brows furrowed immediately. This fox is here to seduce Seng again. Isn't she? Wanru sniffed the air. It smells so good. Are you all eating? Can I join? Before Siyu could respond, Sing said, of course, come in and sit. Siyu slammed the door shut and sat next to Song, as she is the mistress of the villa now, not even given a pair of chopsticks. In the end, it was Mingru who handed Wanru a bowl and chopsticks. Wanru was quite unreserved, picking up the dishes and eating. Sing watched her and suddenly noticed a problem. Her chopstick skills weren't very good. But then he thought, foreigners are used to using knives and forks, so it's normal that they might not handle chopsticks well. He didn't take it to heart. Siyu then said, I told you to slow down. Are you eating or stuffing your face? I'm really hungry. Of course, I have to eat quickly. Seng laughed and replied, slow down, slow down. Don't accidentally swallow the chopsticks. Wanru, I've already talked to the renovation company. They can start work tomorrow. And the price is less than half of what those previous workers charged. You've worked hard. From now on, you'll be in charge of the renovations. Siyu hurriedly asked, honey, hasn't he, the old curator, and Uncle Lian always been in charge? Why has it changed to her? Seng briefly explained what happened in the afternoon. After hearing this, Siyu said, honey, what does the old curator think about this? Isn't this a bit too abrupt? Wanru interjected, now Seng is the boss. They all depend on him for their livelihood. If their work isn't good, shouldn't they be criticized? I'm talking to my husband. Why are you butting in? Your husband is also my boss, so of course, I'll speak up. Chapter 391. The pervert Seng saw that the two were about to argue and hurriedly said, enough. I know what I'm doing. Just focus on your own work. Siyu pouted and stopped talking, while Wanru just glanced at her with disdain. At Uncle Lian's home, the old curator downed his drink and slammed the glass on the table. Uncle Lian said, old curator, drink less. I've told you, don't call me curator anymore. Seng is the boss now. I'm just like you, working for him. Uncle Lian knew the old curator had been feeling stifled since the afternoon, so he brought him home to drink a bit. Seeing the old curator like this, Uncle Lian sighed. You can't blame Seng. He is still a kid. If anyone is to blame, it's that damn foreigner, always acting like she owns everything. Seng is young. I see that sooner or later he'll lose control in front of her. The old curator said, I'm getting old. It's the younger generation's world now. I think I should just go home and retire. Please don't think that way. Seng wouldn't let you go. As for the library, besides Sister Hua, you have the best relationship with Seng. Sister Hua is now the financial manager, holding all the power. She doesn't have to worry about anything. And you don't need to worry either. You can't leave. The old curator had another drink, stood up, and said, I'm not drinking anymore. I'm going to the park to dance with the old ladies. Take it slow. After sending off the old curator, Uncle Lian started drinking alone. His wife came out of the bedroom and asked, gone? That old curator had a tough afternoon. You should think about yourself first before worrying about others. Also, my brother is still unemployed. When can you get him a job at the library? Lian Shu snorted and said, just shut up. I arranged for our daughter to start working, and people are already looking down on her. As soon as I got her settled, Hua Jie sent her daughter to the library too. It's obvious, isn't it? And now, Gezi only listens to that foreign woman. I don't even have the right to speak in front of her, and you want me to arrange a job for your brother? Do you think I'm the boss? I don't care. I've already told my brother. If you can't arrange it well, you know his temper. Don't say I didn't help you when the time comes. Get lost. Lian Shu was so angry that he smashed his cup. He initially thought that with the library under Seng's control and a salary increase, life would surely improve. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be even more difficult than before. Seng hardly ever inquired about the library work, and Hua Jie had her own ideas. Even getting close to Seng's bodyguard, he had hoped the old director would still have some power, but now, that foreign woman made them completely irrelevant. With work unsatisfactory and a harsh wife at home, Lian Shu felt like he wanted to die. The more it was like this, the more he hated Wanru. Now he was thinking about how to drive that foreign woman away. After contemplating, he finally focused on his harsh wife's face and said, all right, stop wailing like you're in labor. If you really want your brother to work at the library, listen to me. Tomorrow, let him go to Seng's villa. After dinner, everyone can sit together and chat. After dinner, Xiao Jie asked Seng, why haven't we seen Long Tianwu all night? Seng smiled and replied, he's a busy man now, fighting for his happiness in the second half of his life. Meng Ro asked, isn't he your bodyguard? If you're in danger and he's not around, what's going to happen? Seng responded, I'm just an ordinary person now. What danger could there be? Let Tianwu handle his own business. By the way, Wanru, I'm going to Shangdao tomorrow and might stay for a few days. You'll have to take extra care of things at the library. Wanru nodded and said, don't worry. Boss. Xiao Jie chimed in, you're going to Shangdao again? Why not take Meng Ro and me along this time? We can have a few days of fun too. Seng replied, if you pay for yourself, I'll take you. Look at you being so stingy. We're all family now. Why separate everything so clearly? See, you said. The only family here is my senior sister. What are you? Oh my, you rebellious girl. Are you trying to act tough now that you're not at CNC anymore? What's wrong? Now that Seng and my senior sister are on my side, those outsiders can't play tricks. Everyone wasn't foolish. C was referring to Wanro. But Wanro maintained a smile, not taking it to heart, like a proud lotus flower, full of her own pride and dignity. This was what Sing admired most. It's rare for a woman to be so proud. In contrast, Siyu seemed a bit lacking, but this was endearing to Sing. If Siyu didn't love him, how could she possibly protect their love in every situation? As a man, you must always recognize the good in women. Early the next morning, Wanro walked towards the library as usual. In some ways, she and Singgu were alike. They both enjoyed passing through that park, listening to the birds chirping in the trees and breathing in the fresh air. However, a few tattooed men with brutish faces and lewd smiles blocked her path. Wanro instinctively held her bag to her chest, retreating while fearfully watching them. Suddenly, someone from behind picked her up, and she screamed for help. After just a couple of cries, her mouth was covered, and she struggled desperately, tears streaming down her face. She was a hacker, but more importantly, she was a woman. In the digital world, she could easily bring certain people down, but in this world, she lacked even the ability to protect herself. The leading man, with a typical lecherous appearance, grinned wickedly, saying, "I've played with all kinds of women, but never with a foreign girl like you. Today, I'll try something new and taste what you have to offer." Wanro shook her head vigorously, her long hair falling wildly, reflecting the chaos in her eyes. Everything seemed on the verge of shattering. Nearby, people glanced over but quickly turned away. Could they be blamed? They were just protecting themselves. Just then, an angry shout rang out from behind them. "Let her go." Everyone turned to see a handsome boy staring furiously at them. Wanro recognized the speaker. It was Singgu. Chapter 392. Moved. Singgu had originally planned to take the earliest flight to a certain island, while Siyu was at home sorting through clothes. Singgu had cracked a difficult code the day before and was in a particularly good mood that morning. He decided to buy breakfast and took a stroll in the park, thinking about enjoying the fresh morning air. While humming a little tune, he stumbled upon the scene of a girl being threatened. Realizing he was alone against 4 or 5 burly men, he quickly grabbed a stick from the nearby woods. "Let her go? I said let her go?" One of the thugs turned to look at Singgu and sneered. "You better get lost. Look at those muscles of yours. They're pathetic." Singgu replied, "You thugs, harassing a woman in broad daylight. What kind of behavior is that?" The group of thugs laughed out loud, and the most aggressive one stepped closer to Singgu and swung a punch. Singgu suddenly saw darkness, his head buzzing, and blood began to flow from his nose. The thug wasn't done. He followed up with a kick right in Sung Ji's stomach. Singgu felt a surge of pain in his insides, lost his footing, and fell to the ground with a thud. Uncle Lian, hiding behind a tree with another man, felt like crying. They had only intended to scare Wanro, never expecting Singgu to show up, and even less so that these thugs would actually beat him up. Others might not understand Sung Ji's background, but did he not know it himself? At this moment, Seng was holding his stomach and slowly stood up. He knew he wasn't a match for these people, but he couldn't allow them to mistreat Wanru. Every man has a sense of persistence, no matter how painful the blows. This persistence will never give up. "Oh, looks like you've got some guts. I'll take you apart today." Before he could make a move, Wanru bit her attacker hard and rushed in front of Gingyu, shouting, "You can't hit him. Get lost." One of the thugs kicked out, and Wanru closed her eyes. She didn't even know why she suddenly felt so brave, not wanting anyone to hurt Seng. Was it because Seng had bravely stepped forward to save her, touching her deeply? At that moment, Seng suddenly pushed her aside, and the kick landed heavily on Seng's chest. In that instant, it felt like his breath was cut off, as if his soul had left his body, and he fell to the ground again. Wanru rushed to Seng's side, hugging him tightly and calling out his name. Just then, the park security guards, along with a group of elderly people out for their morning exercises, rushed over. Seeing this, one of the thugs sneered, "You filthy woman. I know you work at the library. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you regret it." The group then left. The elderly men and women helped the tearful Wanru lift Seng up. At this point, Seng finally managed to catch his breath and immediately asked Wanru, "Are you hurt?" Wanru's heart skipped a beat. Seng's concern felt like a heavy hammer breaking through 1,000-year-old ice, releasing a surge of warmth. "I'll take you to the hospital." After thanking the elderly people, Wanru helped Seng out of the park. Seng was taller than Wanru, and as she supported him, his hand pressed against her chest. The soft sensation felt electrifying, and Seng's legs went weak, nearly causing him to collapse. Wanru, not thinking much, assumed Seng was seriously injured and lifted him up again, saying, "Hang in there, Seng, you must hold on." With this embrace, Seng leaned against her, and his nose started bleeding again. Hold on, hold on." Seng really wanted to tell her to let him go. He had only sustained some superficial injuries, and if this continued, he might pass out. Finally, they arrived at the hospital, and Wanru began to shout, "Help! Help!" A group of doctors and nurses rushed out, wondering what was happening. As they approached, a doctor looked at Seng and asked, "How did you end up like this?" Wanru quickly replied, "Please save him, please save him." The doctor pressed his finger on Seng's nose, causing Seng to tear up in pain. Doctor, are you here to save lives or to take them? Stop playing dumb. It's just a superficial injury, and you're acting like it's a life or death situation, lying on the girl. Feeling good, huh? Seng coughed a little, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, well, I just got into a fight with a few thugs. You didn't just get into a fight. You got beaten up by a few thugs. Help him inside. I'll give him some medicine. Siyu was at home organizing her suitcase when the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, a man exclaimed, hurry to the hospital. Your partner got beaten up by a group of thugs while trying to save a girl. Siyu's head went blank. No, don't say that. He was really badly beaten. They say his eye was almost popped out. At the hospital, Siyu held Sung Ji's hand, watching as the doctor treated his wounds. In that moment, all tasks and worries were forgotten. Singgu stood up for her, and that alone was enough to move her deeply. After a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed Sunggu only had superficial injuries and could be discharged after treatment. Just then, the office door swung open, and upon seeing Sunggu, Siyu nearly fainted. She cried out hoarsely, what were you thinking? Why did you fight those thugs? Do you want to make my heart ache? Singgu pulled his hand away and smiled. It's nothing to worry about, just minor injuries. Don't cry, please. He wiped the tears from Siyu's face. The feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful. Who said this wasn't a form of affection? The doctor glanced at Siyu and then at Wanro, whispering, this guy, always busy with domestic and foreign matters. At that moment, Long Tianwu, Sister Hua, Xiao Jie, and Meng Ro entered. Tianwu hurriedly asked, are you okay? Before Sung Gu could respond, Siyu turned and said, what kind of bodyguard are you? We hardly see you around. It's just a few thugs now. But what if it were assassins? Tianwu didn't say a word, but he had to consider Siyu's words. Liao Ximin had assigned him to protect Singgu, but recently, he had been wrapped up with Sister Hua. If it were really an assassin attacking Singgu, he didn't even want to think about it. Singgu quickly said, Siyu, stop it. It's my fault for confronting those thugs. Don't blame Tianwu. Just then, Liao Ximin's voice came from outside the ward, if you don't blame him. Who will? Chapter 393. Beating the old man. News of Sung Ji's injury spread quickly, and even Liao Ximin personally came to the hospital. He was more anxious about Sung Gu than anyone else. Although he was no longer in the divine realm, he had always regarded Singgu as his own son. Moreover, Singgu was a talent needed by the country. As long as he was around, the fourth domain of the nation would never face any danger. Long Tianwu kept his head down, not saying a word. Liao Ximin approached Singgu, looking him up and down, and scolded, fighting with thugs again? Don't you see how big your arms are? Was it thrilling? Look at you, beaten to this state. See, you told me you almost lost your eye, which scared me to death. Thankfully, your eye is still intact, but you saved the lives of all the thugs in the capital. If the higher-ups found out, they would mobilize the military. The doctor nearby nearly fainted upon hearing that. Why would the military be mobilized? Who is this young man? Liao Ximin turned to the doctor and asked, have you checked everything? There are no serious injuries, right? Well, it's just a minor injury. Sometimes, taking a beating can help with blood circulation and metabolism, and even prevent dementia. When Seng heard this, he thought it was just a matter of getting a beating to feel better. Isn't that a ridiculous notion? Liao Ximin then turned to Long Tianwu and said, starting today, you don't have to follow him anymore. You can go train with the local troops. On the surface, it sounded like training, but in other words, it meant he was being reassigned from the capital to serve as an ordinary soldier in another unit. This punishment was quite severe. Chief, I still want to say something. Long Tianwu thought to himself, feeling quite wronged, but he couldn't find the words. He was Seng's bodyguard, and it was unacceptable for Seng to get beaten by thugs. He was a soldier from the elite special forces, and such mistakes could not happen even once. Seng quickly interjected, Uncle Liao, just forget it. Tianwu has been doing well with me. If you take him away, who will protect me in the future? Liao Ximin replied, can he really protect you just by being by your side? He still got beaten by thugs. I'll find someone else to protect you. This punishment is something he must accept. Uncle Liao, if you insist on making Tianwu leave, fine, but I won't take responsibility for what happens in the city. Liao Ximin shook his head helplessly and pulled Seng outside the room, speaking in a low voice. Gezi, I'm doing this for your own good. Have you forgotten about your gunshot wound? According to our intel, the remnants of Nirvana are still active. You've destroyed their organization, and they want to give up on assassinating you. Do you understand what I mean? Seng responded, if that's the case, then Tianwu should stay by my side even more. This time, it's really not Tianwu's fault. Please give him another chance, I beg you, Uncle Liao. I'm just giving him one more chance because of you. But this is the last time. The next thing to do was to find those thugs. Could they just get away with what they did? The thug had already sold out whoever was behind him with his parting words. It was either the renovation team or someone from the library. Logically, the renovation team wouldn't have the guts to retaliate against Seng in the capital, and the old director of the library definitely wouldn't do such a thing. That left only Uncle Lian. Seng handed this matter over to Wanru completely, and with Liao Ximin supporting them, it would be manageable. Wanru returned to the library and called Uncle Lien and his daughter to the conference room, where Sister Hua and the old director were present. There was no need for questions. Wanru directly told them to go home. Uncle Lien stubbornly protested. Why should I? Who do you think you are? Wanru replied. You know the reason better than anyone. Those thugs beat Sang, and you think it can just end there? You know who hired them, right? I'm not going to waste my breath with you. I want to see Sang. The boss won't see you. Uncle Lien turned to Sister Hua and the old director, hoping they would side with him. Could they really let a foreign woman dominate here? Sister Hua was even angrier than Wanru. If it weren't for Sang pleading for Tianwu, he would have already been reassigned, and their relationship had just begun to develop. Old Lien, this time none of us can help you. You'd better just leave. I'm not leaving. I've worked here most of my life, and you think you can just tell me to go? It's easy to say walk out of the library. But what about his future? At his age, what else can he do? And his daughter? She's only been working here for half a month and hasn't even been paid yet. How can you just tell people to leave like that? Is that even reasonable? Everyone from the library was watching outside the meeting room door. They didn't know what was happening, but they had no objections to asking Uncle Lien to leave. His selfishness was well known in the library. He never missed an opportunity to take advantage. Before, when the library was state-funded, no one bothered with him. But now that it's privately owned, what can he do? Just as he was shouting, jumping, and causing a scene, Xiao Jia and Tianwu pushed through the crowd and walked in. Uncle Lien immediately shut his mouth. These two were not to be messed with. Even 100 thugs wouldn't be enough to deal with them. Xiao Jia said expressionlessly, Look at you, you're so old. What are you even trying to gain? Cut the nonsense. Where are those thugs from? If you say one more unnecessary word, I'll beat you to death right in front of your daughter today. Uncle Lien said with a pained expression, I really don't know what you're talking about. Smack. A sharp sound rang out as Xiao Jia slapped Uncle Lien so hard he fell sideways to the ground. Dad. Lien and I rushed to his side and helped him up. When she looked, his mouth was bleeding, and he was in so much pain he kept smacking his lips, almost foaming at the mouth. Xiao Jia had no patience for his antics. He grabbed him by the collar. But Lien and I tried to stop Xiao Jia from hitting him and started clawing at him instead. Xiao Jia pushed her aside and said, Get out of the way. You foolish girl. Do you even know what your father has done? Uncle Lien could take being beaten himself. But he couldn't let Xiao Jia lay a hand on Lien and I. He pulled her back and said, Sweetie, don't go. Listen to your dad. Xiao Jia said. Hurry up, no more nonsense. Where are those thugs from? Uncle Lien didn't hide it anymore and told them everything about the thugs. Xiao Jia glanced at Tianwu, then turned back to Uncle Lien and said, Gezi asked me to tell you that he never wants to see you again. Have Sister Hua give you 3 months' pay, then leave the library. Gezi, I've wronged you. Uncle Lien slumped into a chair, crying bitterly. Xiao Jia's slap had completely woken him up. Chapter 394. Marrying Gezi didn't necessarily need to find those thugs, but if they weren't taught a lesson, they might harass Wanru again in the future. Since that was the case, he might as well settle it once and for all. Xiao Jia and Tianwu arrived at a bar in a certain district of the capital. It was still morning, and the bar hadn't opened yet. Tianwu kicked the door open with one strike. The thugs who had attacked Gezi that morning were sleeping in a private room. Xiao Jia and Tianwu charged in and beat them up so badly that several holes were punched through the walls of the room. They looked quite imposing and were tough fighters, but in front of the two skilled individuals, they didn't even have the chance to fight back. With a series of powerful strikes and a couple of beer bottles, they were all on the ground. One of them was pulled up by the hair and asked, Who sent you to attack this morning? Thugs are still thugs. They claim to fear nothing, but they truly fear pain. These two were clearly experts, especially the darker-skinned one, whose kick could break a leg. What kind of skill gives such high attack power? Without needing to ask a second question, they revealed who their leader was. The man said, From now on, if I see you in any entertainment venue, you're finished. Understand? They replied, Got it. We'll go see a doctor and then head to the countryside. From now on, we'll quit the underworld and serve the people in the country, dedicating ourselves until death. After the two left the bar, the remaining thugs were still bowing their heads in submission. One said, Let us take care of their leader first. Root out the problem. The other agreed, I think so too, but we need to be quick. We have to head to another city. Outside a luxury villa in the capital, one of them rang the doorbell. A middle-aged woman opened the door and, not recognizing them, was about to speak when he pushed her aside and walked straight into the house. At the dining table, a man in his 40s, with a bloated face and a constipated expression, set his newspaper down and, noticing their aggressive demeanor, glanced at a bodyguard in a black suit beside him. Before the bodyguard could say anything, the woman rushed at them, hair disheveled and anger flaring, yelling, Who do you think you are? You dare push me? I'll fight you today. He responded with a hard slap, knocking her to the ground. Look at you. It's been 10 years since you've had a man. Hasn't he it? The bodyguard pointed. Who the hell are you? Just as he took a couple of steps, the other one delivered a powerful kick to his head, sending him crashing into a lamp and knocking him out. The woman quickly closed her mouth, and the man rubbed his eyes. Having not even seen how the bodyguard was taken down, one of them pulled out a chair and sat down across from him, saying, "There is someone known as the 5 Tigers. He is your subordinate, right?" The man replied, "Who are you two? What misunderstanding do we have?" He slowly said, "Misunderstanding my ass. How dare you talk back? Who are you? Who the hell are you? You. The man adjusted his hairstyle and said, "They are my subordinates." He replied, "To save time, let me be clear. Your subordinate, the one known as the 5 Tigers, attacked a young man this morning. I won't bother explaining who he is, but since they're your subordinates, your freedom is gone for the next 10 years. Now come with us, no tricks, or you'll pay with your life." As he spoke, he placed a gun on the table. The boss suddenly knelt down with a thud. He was a clever man and understood the situation clearly. His subordinates had picked the wrong target today, and as the leader, he was bound to face the consequences. These two men were armed, and it was obvious they were not ordinary individuals. In the underworld, the last people one should provoke are those kinds of people. "Gentlemen, I failed to recognize your status. If my subordinates have made any mistakes, I will certainly discipline them. I hope you can show mercy and spare me this time. What is your name?" "I am Chu Long. Since you are so sensible, we won't make things difficult for you. Starting today, you are responsible for the thugs around the district library. I do not want to see any troublemakers in that vicinity. There is also a person nicknamed Lucy. Take care of him and make sure he understands his place." "I understand. I will have someone handle it immediately. Now let us continue our meal. We are leaving. Remember my words. All your actions are under my watch. Don't try any tricks." And Xiaojia pointed at the woman on the ground and said, "Is she your wife?" "Indeed, she is my partner. No wonder you look so constipated. You should find someone else." "I've been thinking that for a long time." As Xiaojia and Long Tianwu were about to leave, a sudden scream came from behind. "Hey, you damn woman. Why did you kick me?" At the hotel, Sang organized his things and took Siyu and Tianwu to the Huangfa hospital. Yuming's surgery was very successful, and in about 10 to 15 days, she would be able to be discharged. With her daughter's health restored, Tang Yunan was in high spirits and insisted on going out for drinks with Sang. Sang replied, "Let us skip the drinking. I'm quite busy right now. I just came to see Yuming, and then I have to leave. We will have plenty of opportunities." He placed the toys and snacks he bought for Yuming on the bedside. After a few days, the child had slimmed down quite a bit. Upon seeing Sang and Siyu, Yuming wanted to go crabbing with them. Sang pinched her cheek and smiled. "When you can come down from the bed one day, we will go crabbing, okay?" Yuming nodded and giggled. "Yes, uncle. When I grow up, I will definitely marry you, so you have to wait for me." Everyone burst into laughter, and Sang said, "All right. I will definitely wait for you to marry me." After leaving Huangfa Hospital, Siyu wrapped her arm around Seng's and said, "Honey, let us have a baby." Seng was taken aback. He had never thought about this. He felt that even marriage was still a distant concept for him. The main reason was that he was not yet ready to build a real family, or rather, he hadn't achieved his own ambitions yet. However, to avoid making Siyu sad, Seng smiled and said, "Okay, we will have a baby after we get married." He took Siyu's hand and placed it on his heart. It was undeniable that Siyu was increasingly touching Seng's heart. Chapter 395. Concealed technology. Before the hackers launched another attack, Seng could only wait, occasionally checking the movements on the Ghost Butterfly forum. Currently, the situation in that country had been resolved according to his requests, and all women who were not willing to stay had been sent back to their original countries. In this war, the Phantom Butterfly won again. Of course, the organization opened all network permissions and restored all their network data. There were bound to be losses, but they accepted it because this cyber war was fought to the extent that they had no chance to fight back. If it weren't for the king setting aside his identity, the entire nation would have completely fallen. The military, missiles, warships, tanks, what good are they? The Phantom Butterfly could easily control all of this, which made them realize the importance and terrifying nature of the fourth domain. It's impossible to say they aren't frustrated with the Phantom Butterfly, but what can they do? They only knew that the Phantom Butterfly was a hacker. Beyond that, they didn't even know if the hacker was male or female. After the battle, the income also decreased relatively. The organization looked at its funds, which had accumulated to over 100 million euros in just a few days, truly an amount that was too much to spend. Don't think that others could figure out who the Phantom Butterfly was based on this. The financial system chosen by the organization was from a neutral country's financial enterprise. Not to mention their funds. Even those of extremist organizations were transferred here, and no one could meddle in it. Speaking of which, the group of hackers in the island city had completely vanished. The organization spent 2 days there without any activity. During these 2 days, Xiao Jia was extremely busy, taking Ming Ro out to have fun, attending concerts, and shouting until his vocal cords were strained. He even got a floral shirt and a pair of flip-flops. When the organization saw him looking so flashy, they felt like spitting on his face. On the 3rd day, the mysterious hacker finally began to act. The signal receiver issued an alert, and the organization became excited. This feeling was akin to a martial artist who had mastered unparalleled skills, finally ready to prove themselves. This time, they were still downloading the government's secret data. The organization directly activated the Eye of Magic code, using the regional module of the Phantom domain to connect to the server from which the data was being downloaded. The Eye of Magic window opened, and the amount of data was enormous. The organization waited quietly, and the more they waited, the more they couldn't suppress their excitement. They were about to unveil the mystery of who these people were. 1 minute later, the Eye of Magic completed the data analysis. Upon careful inspection, the data showed that the other party was using satellite communication storage technology, with the data receiving location on the roof of the tallest building in the island city, the Global Financial Center. This technology compresses the downloaded data, uploads it to a satellite, and then forwards it to the target server. With this method, all software tracking could be evaded because, thus far, no real technology could control satellites. When the organization was at CNC, they had come across experts in this field, but at that time, they could only identify the equipment that emitted interference signals based on the code. The fact that the Eye of Magic could crack this technology and locate the receiving server in such a short time shocked the organization. Despite being a super hacker, they couldn't help but marvel at the high skill level of the person who created the code. The technical engineers at the cybersecurity department were already in a state of panic as they couldn't stop the data from being downloaded. Luo Chinan was on site directing the situation, but there was little he could do but watch. One engineer suggested shutting down the servers and cutting off the main network transmission. But Luo Chinan shook his head. The loss was too great for them to bear. Yes, you could shut down the servers, but when would you turn them back on? What if the hackers resumed downloading data once they were back online? Of course, one could activate backup servers. But Luo Chinan was concerned about how effective those would be. Was he just going to feed them to the wolves again? Just when they were at a loss, Singh connected with Luo Chinan. Hearing Singh's voice almost brought tears to Luo Chinan's eyes. Mr. Luo, the items you need are upstairs in the Global Financial Center. With just that one sentence, Singh cut the connection. Luo Chinan gasped, his voice trembling as he replied, "Thank you." Singh couldn't hear his thanks because he had already taken control of all the video equipment around the financial center, eager to see who those individuals were. 5 minutes later, the anti-terrorism unit surrounded the Global Financial Center, even deploying helicopters. Seeing the helicopters, Singh thought how great they were for surveillance. He quickly accessed the control system of the anti-terror center, and in less than half a minute, he viewed all the footage captured by the helicopters. On the rooftop of the building, there was indeed a large data reception antenna, a controller, 2 computers downloading data, and 4 individuals. As soon as the helicopters appeared, the 4 individuals discarded their items and fled. One of them opened the stairwell door, but was immediately knocked down by an anti-terrorism officer. As the spotlight turned, the other individuals were also apprehended by the incoming anti-terrorism unit. The helicopter slowly descended, and the cybersecurity engineers rushed to the computers to cancel the data download. Meanwhile, Sung, sipping water and munching on peanuts, watched the entire process as if it were a movie. Once everything was secured, Sung reconnected with Luo Chinan and sent him a marked map indicating the location of the launchers. When Luo Chinan and his team received the map, they were stunned. "What is this?" Sung replied, "The marked locations have launchers. You can have them dismantled." "Okay, I'll have someone take care of it immediately." With those arrangements in place, Sung was curious to know why the hackers wanted to download this data and what benefits were involved. When Luo Chinan asked the hackers this question, Singh was listening in. Of course, Singh couldn't just sit there and listen. Being a hacker, he preferred to do things his own way without any fuss. He accessed the cybersecurity department's server directly and found all the information he needed. Upon getting a close look at these hackers, Sung quickly lost interest. Their expressions were so frantic they resembled amateurs. Even the most basic hackers wouldn't act like them. Singe was indeed correct. These individuals were not hackers at all, but rather hired by someone who instructed them on what to do. They only knew what downloading was, nothing more. Chapter 396. Forum closure. Singe had hoped to hear something, but these so-called hackers turned out to be nothing. After watching for a while, he shut off the computer. Liao Simin then connected with him, saying, "The mission in the island city went well, but we didn't find the mysterious figure behind it." Hearing Liao Simin's regretful tone, Singe replied, "That's beyond my control. Now we're even. Stop talking about that. Look at what you've done to my daughter. She won't eat anything and dreams of your name. As a man, can't you show some concern for her?" Singe struggled to voice his feelings, but he knew very well how things stood. After Liao Simin finished speaking, he felt a pang of discomfort and said, "When I return to the capital, I can at least take her out for a meal, right?" Liao Simin was quite persistent. As long as Singe wasn't married, his daughter still had a chance. As a father, he felt he needed to help his daughter. Meanwhile, Singe was thinking he should find a chance to tell her that feelings cannot be forced, especially now that he had Siyu in his life. More importantly, he seemed to have grown accustomed to having Siyu by his side. Once a man forms a habit, it's hard to change. This mission in the island city also made him realize that among the 10 codes, there must be one related to satellites, which would be his next target to crack. The 10 codes complemented each other, as if everything was under its control. Each enemy encountered would open a new world, with every code building on the last, becoming more intricate, with expanded control areas and functions. Singe had a feeling that after the Eye of Magic code, the remaining codes would be increasingly astounding. However, this required time and patience. The next day, Singe returned to the capital, and the progress at the library was particularly swift. It would be completed in 10 days. Wanru looked at Singe with complex emotions, unsure whether she loved or hated him, much like a soul intoxicated by alcohol at midnight. Caught between the unknown of clarity and inebriation, she always had to make a decision, but that decision was becoming more and more ambiguous. The only clear thing was that Singe had entered her heart and was impossible to drive away. He had promised to take Ki out for a meal, and it was set for today. After not seeing each other for a while, Ki appeared to have lost quite a bit of weight. Although she still held a bit of reserve in front of Singe, the fire in her eyes had already ignited. Singe was alone. He had sent Siyu back to see an Aishichi, and of course, Siyu was unaware that Singe was dining with Kai. Are you doing well with her? Kai's words were like the tears in her eyes, shimmering softly in the candlelight, whispering a hint of grievance. A hint of melancholy appeared in Singe's eyes, simply because he saw the glimmer of tears in Kai's gaze. Thankfully, Sinji's voice was low, as he himself was uncertain whether being with Siyu was good or not. As a man, when you cannot truly feel what is called love, you can only think positively. Perhaps deep down, he has always yearned for a kind of freedom, an unrestrained life and love. But what could he do? How should he choose? Siyu was already his woman, and if he expressed this thought to her, she would vow her love for him in a way that would end her own life. Sun Wang should not be over. At least I can see you every day. After Sun Wang ends, he could stay at home all day, going nowhere, spending each day in longing and each night in sleepless thoughts. Now you can see me every day, you can work at the library. We should change our way of life, shouldn't we? He was trying this every day, and now it felt really relaxed. Kui should feel the same, as he didn't want to see her grow thinner. Sun Ji's proposal was happily accepted by Kui. She grasped Sun Ji's hand at the dining table like a child, and her thank you contained all her feelings for him. Sun Ge did not withdraw his hand, which did not mean much. Even two men could hold hands while eating, right? After dinner, Sun Ge walked Kui to her doorstep, and just before entering, she suddenly kissed him on the cheek. Even two men would share a kiss on the way home, wouldn't they? But this reason was something Sun Ge could hardly accept. When he snapped out of his daze, Kui had already gone inside. When he returned home, Siyu was already back, doing laundry. Honey, you're back so late. Have you eaten? I've eaten. Looking at Siyu's busy figure, Sun Ge suddenly felt a bit guilty towards her. Isn't this what being a man is? Of course. Sun Ge was different from other men. When he felt he couldn't afford to lose Siyu, he would embrace her, while some men wouldn't do that. After getting home, he directly ran to the bathroom, texting, "Dear, I just left you for 30 seconds, but it feels like 30 years. My soul is about to be taken away." Sun Ge and Siyu were affectionate for a while. Then he dove into a private room and logged into the forum. But the forum was closed. Huh. Sun Ge frowned. Who the hell is so bold as to attack the world's largest hacker forum? Entering the backend, the creator and a group of hackers' data were all online. Sun Ge first checked the website server and data files, all of which were normal. It must be the government of a certain country that shut down this forum. Thinking about it, it made sense. This forum, now called Ghost Butterfly Forum, was the largest hacker forum in the world, where almost all shocking hacking incidents and world-class super hackers gathered. The certain country's government had to cut off access to this site under the demands of global anti-hacking and anti-cyberterrorism organizations. However, the people of that country are clever. They feared that if the website were shut down, it would anger the hacker, so they communicated with the creator in advance, asking them to relocate the servers to another country to avoid further issues. This was all conveyed by the creator to Seng, and now, almost all forum members are waiting for the hacker's appearance. As soon as he gives the order, they will immediately launch a cyber attack on that country. Seng thought about it. These hackers are now led by him, and this is no joking matter. Once the world perceives him as the leader of hackers, he can forget about enjoying his peaceful life. So, Seng said to the creator, "Let us move then." Chapter 397. Seizing the server, Seng would never engage in any actions against that country, because he clearly understood that they had not taken any actions against him. Shutting down the forum does not justify attacking their nation. Are they hackers or terrorists? Unlike those who attack without questioning the reasons. He wouldn't retaliate just because a neighbor's dog urinated at his door. As for where to relocate, Seng didn't even think about it. He would move to a certain country. There was no need to apply for a domain name. It would simply be attached to a certain agency's domain. All forum data would be stored on their servers. When accessing it, One would just need to add a directory name to the agency's domain. If not troubling that country, who else could he trouble? Anyway, the agency's website servers had nothing significant, as they stored important information on highly confidential servers, a tactic they adopted after facing a major cyber attack. Moreover, Seng modified the core permissions of the website server, ensuring that all forum data files could not be deleted or altered. So, when the agency's technical engineers saw these suddenly appeared files on the server and found they couldn't delete them, they assumed another attack was imminent. Johnston from KMP, upon learning this, personally visited the agency. After some investigation, he told the head of the agency's network department, "This isn't an attack, it's the hacker. He just wants to use your space to host his forum, without any malicious intent." The head exclaimed, "Is it that resilient pest again? How could he do this? This is the agency. How can it become a hacker base?" Johnston replied, "If I were you, I would act as if nothing had happened. I trust you remember how another nation fell, right? Besides, these hackers have their own ways of accessing, if you don't provoke them. They might even protect you when you're under attack." What else could the head say? After all, it was the hacker, even more feared than others. So he said, "All right, I'm intimidated. I'll apply for a domain name change now. This server is his. Let him do as he pleases." If he couldn't fight back, he could at least avoid confrontation. Since the hacker liked that server so much, it was better to let him have it. Johnston hadn't been in touch with Seng for a long time, and reaching out to him wasn't about seizing the agency's server. He just wanted to have a conversation. Seng had always had a good impression of Johnson, so he replied, "How have you been lately?" "Busy fixing the network and strengthening the core defenses. That's what we should be doing, right?" Seng nodded and said, "Everyone is doing what they are supposed to do, and I am no exception. Do you have any news about Nan?" Johnson knew who Nan was before Seng left. He had asked Johnson to help inquire about her, and it was Johnson who had helped secure that hospital initially. Nan is not in the region. She left 3 days after you did. The remnants of Nirvana have dispersed, and those people are unlikely to stay. If you want to know more, I can help you investigate. Since it was something that was almost forgotten, there was no need to pursue it further. And Seng knew that Nan would not forget him. At that moment, Johnson added, "Your attack on the Netherlands has given the remnants of Nirvana an opportunity to strike back, but no one knows what they actually want to do." Seng smiled and said, "I don't take them seriously at all. Speaking of which, it reminds me of something. Do you know if there's anyone in the world who can hack through satellites? This was simply impossible. Satellites only relay information and cannot be operated directly, except for military satellites. But the codes and control protocols for military satellites are absolute secrets and cannot be found online. Even a satellite that is about to be decommissioned has hundreds of people maintaining its functions. No one can use them to hack." Seng recounted the experience of the hackers in Hong Kong to Johnson. After listening, Johnson said, "That's just using satellites for wireless data transmission. Like using portable devices to connect to the internet." This answer left Seng somewhat speechless. It seemed better not to ask further. If Johnson had known, he would have looked serious already. After cutting off the call, Seng still searched for knowledge about satellites. On the forums, the creators had already set things up. He could have easily created a new server and registered a new domain for use. However, that region would not allow such a website to exist. In that case, he might as well create one that couldn't be shut down, because it was absolutely impossible for the region to close down this site. It had nothing to do with the authorities, but rather because they couldn't afford to offend certain powerful entities just because of some anti-hacking coalition. If another super hacker were to launch an attack, it could spell disaster for the country. Therefore, the higher-ups simply pretended not to see anything. After all, the forum did not exclusively use the authorities' domain, and aside from some graphic materials, the site had nothing else. Who cared? Understanding these space technologies was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. Cracking codes was like leveling up in a game. The higher you went, the harder it became. The next day, Seng went to the library as usual. Now, Tianwu was always there to protect him, and Seng had no objections to that. Just like he had gotten used to having Siyu around, he had also grown accustomed to having Tianwu by his side. Kui arrived at the library on time, and Seng introduced her to Wanru, casually assigning her some tasks. When Siyu saw Kai at the library, she was puzzled about when Kui had met Seng. Seng quickly explained, "Don't overthink it, we just had a meal together. Kui doesn't have a job right now, so I thought it would be fine for her to work here. It's also Uncle Liao's suggestion." Siyu replied angrily, saying, "I won't question what you do, but can you at least inform me about these people first? It's a matter of respect, do you understand? If I have to tell you everything, am I still a man?" "Say that again." It was rumored that the old librarian had gotten into a fight with an elderly man this morning over a lady. "I'm going to check if that's true," she exclaimed. "Stop right there." But Seng took off running. Although Siyu chased after him without a care, Seng was enjoying the thrill of the chase. The library was large, and Seng was very familiar with the layout, easily losing Siyu by taking a few turns. With nothing much to do in the library, He opened his computer to study some code, but noticed a message. The network in a certain country was under a massive hacker attack. Chapter 398. Attack on the country. Singh immediately logged into the Ghost Butterfly forum and confirmed that a large group of hackers from there was attacking that country, with some attacks even claiming to be on behalf of Ghost Butterfly, which Singh found unacceptable. Looking at the country's network, most websites had been compromised and replaced with a blue Ghost Butterfly logo. So far, no hacker had breached the country's network system, and many government websites were still functioning normally. Logically, Singh should have intervened, but after careful consideration, he decided to do nothing and let the hackers proceed. He understood that if he announced that he wasn't involved, it would imply that he was afraid of something. If he stepped in to stop the hackers, it would mean he was opposing them, possibly even siding with that country. Singh preferred to remain neutral. The best option was to do nothing and let the hackers proceed as they wished while he watched from the sidelines. As a hacker, it was crucial to remain calm and discern what should and shouldn't be done. Sometimes, silence is better than doing something inappropriate. Furthermore, the government of that country knew that if it was indeed Ghost Butterfly behind the attacks, it wouldn't be as simple as just altering a few websites. So, Singh shut down his computer and pretended to be a leader inspecting the library's operations. Even if that country fell, it was of no concern to him. Let whoever wanted to attack do so. However, a few hours later, the government network of that country faced a large-scale attack, with all city servers compromised. The most unbelievable part was that the attackers claimed to be Ghost Butterfly. Singh learned this news from Liao Simin, who asked him, "Gezi, did you do this to that country?" "I'm just moving books. Why would I do anything to that country?" He replied, "The country has fallen, and the attackers claim to be Ghost Butterfly." Huh. Singh frowned. Who is this? Such boldness to use my name for their actions? He opened his computer and browsed the news. Goodness, the situation in the foggy country was completely chaotic, especially in the capital, where nearly all city systems had been attacked. A large number of troops appeared in the capital, and even tanks were deployed, primarily to prevent citizens from rioting out of panic. The whole world believed that the Ghost Butterfly was attacking the foggy country, and some reports indicated that the Ghost Butterfly was retaliating for the government's closure of the world's largest hacker website, the Ghost Butterfly Forum. So far, the foggy government had not released any information, but all network technicians were summoned, indicating that the government intended to fight back against this attack. This time, Singh couldn't just sit back. He immediately posted a message on the Ghost Butterfly forum, stating that the Ghost Butterfly had not attacked the foggy country and called on all hackers to remain calm to avoid being exploited. Before posting, Singh thought for a moment and added a stipulation that viewing the topic would require €10. Such a great opportunity to make money couldn't be missed. Once the message was posted, it sent shockwaves through the hacking community, and many hackers involved in the attack on the foggy country immediately retreated. The foggy government also received the news. An executive named Hanton was excited upon reading the message. As long as it wasn't the Ghost Butterfly, there was nothing to fear. And data showed that after the Ghost Butterfly's message was released, over 90% of the attacks had been halted. Now, only a few hackers attempting to breach the firewall of the government server remained. The whole world wanted to know who the hacker impersonating the Ghost Butterfly was. Singh was even more curious and had already figured out where the attacks were being launched from. This person was neither in the foggy country nor in the dragon country, but in the slums of the city of God in the neighboring country. Utilizing the IP address, Singh accessed the other party's computer system directly. The files in the system revealed that the young man, in his 20s, sitting in front of the computer was the hacker attacking under his online alias. This guy was not only a hacker but had a dark mindset. Was he raised in ink? What Singh found most unacceptable was that he didn't even know what he had obtained, grinning widely, and behind him were a woman and several children. Clearly his wife and kids. Based on his profile picture, Singh immediately searched the neighboring country's system, and within seconds, all of the hacker's information was displayed. His name was Rogers, 25 years old, working as a cleaner in a mall in the city of God, completely a civilian. Apart from his wife and children, he had nothing else. If one looked at his appearance, who would have thought he was a world-class hacker? This is also a characteristic of hackers. They can be anyone. Outside the online world, everyone has their own jobs and lives, but when they hide in the shadows, they are hackers. Rogers is a typical offensive hacker. In his system, aside from a very basic firewall, there isn't even an antivirus software. However, it wouldn't be entirely accurate to say his system has no protection measures at all. At least some of his programs can be set to actively download, meaning that as soon as you connect to his computer, your computer can get infected. Isn't that what a hacker's computer is like? If it were a rogue's computer, what would it contain? Yet, his anti-attack program was of no use to Sun. He tossed it over to Sung, but the shield code was thrown back to him. It seemed Rogers had noticed someone connecting to his system, and he exclaimed, "Is that bastard entering my computer?" Sung could see clearly and hear even better through his video and audio devices. He planned to have some fun with Rogers. making him realize the consequences of impersonating a ghost butterfly. Therefore, Seng first disabled his network protocol, preventing him from accessing the internet. Hey. I was just about to hack in. Why is the internet down now? Rogers quickly opened his hardware settings to fix the network connection, but Sung had already deleted part of the files he used to crack the servers. Rogers thought the network was back up and restarted the software, only to be met with a program error. The internet is down, and now this FING program is erroring out, but I have backups, haha. No one can stop me. However, his backups had long been deleted by Sung. Not only that, now his computer had nothing left except for system files. By the time Rogers realized he had been hacked, he shouted, "You damn hackers." Chapter 399. Fortification Software. Singh just wanted to play with Rogers, who finally realized his system was under attack. Who said a hacker's system couldn't be attacked? In fact, the systems of offensive hackers are more likely to be targeted, especially since these hackers spend almost all their energy attacking other systems, while their own systems are left vulnerable. Rogers still had tricks up his sleeve. Although everything on his computer was gone, he still had a USB drive that he could use to copy files back onto the computer, as long as he ensured the hacker connected to his computer had left. Even if the hacker didn't leave, it didn't matter. He had another computer and could use Wi-Fi to continue his attacks. For a hacker, having the internet cut off halfway through an attack feels like being interrupted right in the middle of an important task. Rogers was not about to give up. His desktop had been compromised, but who cared? He still had his laptop. With the laptop open and the USB drive plugged in, Rogers smiled. He was using a wireless network and didn't believe any hacker could attack him through Wi-Fi. Singh activated Infinite Code, but suddenly discovered that Rogers had directed the Wi-Fi channel to another IP address. This Rogers was somewhat clever, but that didn't mean it could stop Sung. Infinite Code could directly modify his directives back, but at that moment, another dataset entered Rogers' system and locked him out, preventing Sung from gaining access. This is quite interesting. This mysterious figure suddenly appeared and even installed a reinforcement software on Rogers' system, as if raising and thickening a dilapidated city wall, blocking all attacking soldiers outside. This reinforcement software was written in a very complex and perfect manner, capable of blocking Sung's key code. Singh understood that someone was deliberately doing this, wanting to challenge him to a 1v1. Since that is the case, Sung wanted to see how capable this hacker was in stopping him. To crack a software, you must first know what programming language it was written in. This point was quickly resolved with magic code analysis. The language used for this reinforcement software did not belong to any common programming language and was something Sung had never seen before. This was somewhat similar to his own methods, as Singh's software was written in a programming language he developed himself, which integrated all common and uncommon languages. The difference was that this mysterious person's language did not belong to any known type. Programming languages can also be seen as the passwords of software. Without the correct password, you cannot access the software framework. Without knowing the language, it is impossible to crack it. If you can't even understand the opponent's moves, how can you challenge them directly? Meanwhile, Rogers, completely unaware of anything, re-entered the Fog Nation's ENT server and continued his hacking. Moreover, he had breached more than a dozen systems within the Fog Nation under the alias Ghost Butterfly. Singh did not care about this. He had the ability to destroy the Fog Nation if he wanted. What Singh needed to do now was to crack this programming language and destroy the reinforcement software. Regarding the unknown language, Sung immediately searched online to see if there was any relevant information available. The search results returned nothing. Generally, hackers who can develop their own languages treat this technology as their secret weapon, and it is unlikely they would make any information public. Singh thought carefully. The opponent's wall was high and thick, making a frontal assault completely impossible, and he had no weapons to penetrate it. To completely destroy it, he needed to approach it from the inside. How to cause internal damage? He couldn't find any doors and had no idea what type of language the opponent was using. But then, Singh had a flash of inspiration. He had never tried to use Fusion Code to integrate programming languages. Fusion Code can merge all supercodes and is applicable to all operating systems, so naturally, it could integrate languages based on mainstream operating systems. With this in mind, Singh immediately planned out several steps, starting with writing a Fusion program. This was simple. It would center around Fusion Code and then incorporate all programming languages. Singh spent 5 minutes completing this step. The second step involves merging this unknown language. Of course, doing so does not directly crack the core of the software, as Singh does not understand the structure of this language, so he cannot decompose it for now. There is no need to do that at the moment, as Singh aims to break through it rather than destroy it. After merging the code, this language will default to incorporating all languages under the merging program. It's akin to brute forcing a password. Not only do you have to consider the technical aspects, but you also need to take the opponent's personality into account. This mysterious hacker, in some way, feels very similar to Singe, with the distinction being that this hacker is even more reclusive. They share a commonality in that both endure painful torment and lonely darkness. They have experienced fear, and no amount of joy can heal their wounds. Only in their own world can they sleep peacefully. Senj has felt this way, and he can sense that this mysterious hacker is like a slave to darkness, praying for liberation. Because of this, he has steadfastly held on to everything, just like this language, which seems to express loneliness but yearns for warmth. Thus, when Senj's merged language covered the fortified software, it indeed yielded to him and opened the door. At that moment, Senj felt immense joy, as if he had won a war and gained everything, wanting to shout out loud in excitement. Isn't this the joy of a hacker? Consequently, Rogers' system was once again compromised, and in the end, he was unable to breach the firewall of Yenti. Moreover, Senj dealt him a severe blow by burning a hole in his computer. Frightened, Rogers hurriedly threw his computer to the ground and stomped on it a few times before feeling relieved. After that, Senj uploaded his data to Yenti, and he didn't have to worry about the rest. Senj returned to the forum to see how much he had earned this time, but he received a message from someone who wasn't the creator. However, Senj already knew who it was. Chapter 400. The mysterious Sand. Senj returned to the forum, wanting to see how much he had earned. There's nothing unusual about this. Everyone enjoys making money, right? Even if one doesn't want to spend it. Just looking at it can be satisfying. But upon arriving at the forum, he found that someone had sent him a message. The basic setting of the forum is that, apart from the creator, no one else can send private messages to Senj. Otherwise, who would have the time to chat with him for no reason? However, this person managed to bypass the setting and send him a private message. It goes without saying that this person is a top-tier expert. To gain the authority to modify the forum settings, one must first breach the forum server's firewall. While it's not impossible for someone to do so, it's certainly rare. The content of the private message was simple, just an IP address. Senj chuckled and immediately dragged the IP address into the window of the monitoring tool. In less than a second, the online information of this mysterious person was fully displayed before Senj's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an IP from a certain country. Connecting to this IP, Senj found that the other party's system had no protective software installed, and the system was completely open with only a chat application running. Senj wanted to see who this person was, but lacked the necessary hardware. The individual was aware that Senj had entered their chat window and took the initiative to send a message. Ghost Butterfly? This was Senj's reply. If it had been someone else chatting with him, such a response would have prompted Senj to immediately crash their computer. But sometimes, a question mark can indeed be very effective. It's like trying to guess the other person's tone through the text. You first base it on your own personality, followed by various linguistic contexts. For instance, a very kind person might visualize a cartoon character when seeing a question mark. In contrast, a sentimental person might picture a sad individual asking why. Someone with a short temper or lacking awareness might respond with something aggressive. The mysterious person didn't fit any of these categories and replied, "Your skills are indeed impressive. You managed to break through my security software. Who are you?" Senj's question was simple. What was the point of all the small talk? Misha. Senj quickly searched for information on this hacker, but found nothing. At this moment, Misha said, "Stop searching, no one knows my name. You're the first. Are you male or female?" This question needed clarification. He didn't want a repeat of the situation with Jack, who he thought was a man but turned out to be a woman. Somewhere in between. Are you a gender-fluid person? Senj's jaw nearly dropped. Are you male or female? Misha countered. If you're gender-fluid, can I be male? Senj felt there was no point in continuing. What was there to discuss with someone ambiguous? After a few seconds of silence, Misha said, "I'm female. Do you have a photo? Send me one." This tactic was learned from social media, but Senj actually didn't engage in those platforms, as they were full of acquaintances. "If you send one, I'll send one." This statement made Senj fully believe the other party was female, as only a woman would have the courage to pose that question. "Forget the photo. Tell me what you want to do. I don't have much time. I haven't eaten yet. Can you answer one question first?" "Go ahead. What time is it now?" Senj snorted. If such a trick could fool him, he wouldn't be a hacker. If he casually stated the time on his computer, the other party could calculate the time difference and deduce which country he was from. If he reacted slowly, he might end up revealing, "It's 10:30 p.m. in my country." Misha fell silent for a few seconds and then said, "You're very clever." "Of course, only a fool wouldn't be a hacker. Hurry up and tell me your intentions, or I'm going to sleep. I want to sell my reinforcement software to you." "Not interested. I can create something better." Singh flatly refused. It seems that all kinds of hackers exist, even those like this. Thinking from another perspective, why would such good software need to be sold to him? Just starting a company could earn a lifetime's worth of expenses. "Why don't you ask me why I want to sell it to you?" Sung replied. "If you want to say it, just say it. This reinforcement software is not perfect. My skills have not been able to reach perfection for a whole year. Only you can crack it. I don't know what method you used to break it, but if you can see the flaws in the software, you can make it even better." My reinforcement software is the best in the world, and apart from you, no one else can crack it. I plan to sell it to you for €1. And then you can improve it. The reasoning sounds solid, but Sang-gu still didn't believe her. If he added any tracking program to the software, his identity would be completely exposed. If it were an ordinary hacker, even €100 million wouldn't be a problem for Sang-gu. But because the other party was also a super hacker, he had to be extremely cautious. So he said, sorry. I still think it's better for you to develop it on your own. Everyone has different ideas, and I'm afraid I might ruin your software. If you lack funds, I can invest in you. There's no need to say more. Are you afraid I'll add a Trojan to the software? I didn't expect you to be so timid. Sang-gu thought for a moment and said, whatever you say, just find someone else. There are plenty of hackers better than me. You can ask them. It's late. Let us talk another time. After saying that, Sang-gu added, if you want to talk in the future, send a message to this address. Don't waste the forum anymore. Sang-gu sent her an address for a server and then cut off the connection. This Misha is quite interesting. Sang-gu knew that she would talk to him again. After that, Sang-gu installed a server reinforcement system for the forum and replaced the core components of the forum. Not to mention Misha, even Dan would not be able to break through. Sang-gu did this mainly for the safety of the forum, and secondly for the safety of funds. Every day, the creator would send the code for the funds and the messages to him, once it was cracked. Losing a few euros wouldn't matter, but losing that person would be a big deal. After finishing all this, the old curator rushed into the conference room. And Guzi and Siyu were in a heated argument. Chapter 401. Underworld. Sang-gu ran downstairs to see Siyu and Wan Ro arguing fiercely. If it weren't for Hua Jia holding Siyu back, they might have started fighting. When Siyu saw Sang-gu, she said, you must drive her away today, or I'll die in front of you. Sang-gu helplessly said to the old curator, do you see how hard my day is? The old curator replied, women. Stepping in between the two, Sang-gu said, what is all this fuss about? Siyu angrily said, she called me a woman who only knows how to produce. Wan Ro also replied angrily, she said I'm just a flirt who knows how to attract men, and told me to stay away from you. Sang-gu chuckled and said to Wan Ro, that's her job. Her responsibility is to ensure that no other woman flirts with me. For that, she will go to great lengths to conflict with any woman. You shouldn't take it to heart. He could only say that. Otherwise, what could he do? Siyu was his lover, and he had to protect her reputation in front of others. Any issues could be discussed at home. This was the best solution. Love can be beautiful at times, but it can also be very helpless. To maintain Sung Ji's dignity, Wan Ro nodded and turned to leave. She didn't even know why she was doing this, why she had to endure, and why her pin-up anger couldn't burst out. When a woman has too many whys regarding a man, it only indicates that she has deeply fallen in love with him. Sang-gu felt very satisfied with Wan Ro's tolerance and appreciated her even more. As for Siyu, seeing her pouting and looking wronged, Sang-gu could only pull her back into the office and said earnestly, don't do this again next time. Are you doubting me or yourself? Siyu replied, I don't trust them. Wan Ro is already enough. Why did you bring in Kui? Are there going to be Yu Jia, Qingnan, and that other foreign girl, Basha, Nicole, and so on? Sang-gu said, I haven't considered the idea of having a harem yet. The main reason is that you and I are already on the verge of collapse. Do you think my lifespan can handle more? So you do have this idea? After saying that, Siyu glanced at the window. This subtle movement made Sang-gu shiver and quickly said, don't think too much. It's just the 3rd floor. With your skills, jumping down won't be dangerous at all, even headfirst. Siyu snorted and said, you think too highly of yourself. I see someone outside, seems to be arguing. Watching a commotion is a natural desire for everyone, and Sang-gu was no exception. He got up and walked to the window, and indeed, there was a group of people arguing outside, shouting and making a scene. One group appeared to be from the grocery store next door, while the other group didn't look like good people. They were rolling up their sleeves, revealing tattoos. Why do people with tattoos always want to show them off? Is it to display the tattoo designs, or to warn others not to mess with them? Look at my tattoos. I'm part of the underworld, and I can easily take on 6 old men without any problem. Sang-gu particularly disliked this kind of social group. They either had tiger tattoos or fish tattoos. If you're brave, get a turtle tattoo instead. Listening to their argument, it seemed someone wanted them to move because they had their eyes on their location. This grocery store had been around for decades, and although the building had been renovated several times, they had never left. The owner's age was about the same as the old curators. In this area surrounding the capital, everything that can be developed has already been developed. Although the library is not right next to the city center, the residential areas and commercial districts that have formed behind it have effectively planned this place into a commercial zone, making it a highly desirable location. However, just because you see it as a prime spot doesn't mean you can drive others away like that. It's no different from robbery. At this moment, the old director approached and said a few words, but those people were ready to attack him. Seeing this, Sang quickly ran down. When he reached the entrance of the miscellaneous shop, he found that the elderly man inside had fainted from anger. At this time, a tattooed man in the lead said loudly, "Listen up. My young master has taken a liking to your location. It's your fortune. Don't be foolish about this. If you don't give this place to my young master, don't even think about continuing your business." Upon hearing this, the old director snorted coldly and replied, "Is this your family's property? You think you can just tell people to leave? You have no authority here." Another tattooed man shouted back, "Who do you think you are? Look at you. You're just an old fool. What are you yelling about?" The old director's anger flared up. "You little brat. Who are you talking to? I'm older than your grandfather. You punk." The tattooed man retorted, "You insult me today? And I'll show you what a punk really is." As he spoke, the man charged at the old director. At that moment, a shadow rushed in front of him. When the tattooed man looked up, he saw a man with a blank expression staring at him without blinking. In the split second of his distraction, Tianwu delivered a kick to his head, and the man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, the others rushed in as well. With 5 or 6 people, they were no match for Tianwu. In the blink of an eye, they were all knocked down. The elderly women in the grocery store also rushed in and started slapping the unconscious ones, waking them up. At this point, Long Tianwu stood behind Seng, watching them intently. The tattooed men helped each other up, spinning around in confusion, unsure of where to go. "You wait. Just you wait." Finally, they found their bearings and scrambled away. This serves as a reminder, don't get involved with gangsters. Carrying a machete or a knife, or hiding an axe or a spear doesn't make you tough. You just haven't encountered someone who can fight back or has real backing. When that happens, you'll wonder why the world is so dark. At this moment, the elderly man in the grocery store woke up. Sang and the old director went in to check on him and offered some comfort. Acknowledging that it's not easy at his age, the old man realized that he wouldn't be able to continue running his grocery store. He slammed his thigh and declared, "Even if I have to burn this place down, I won't give it to those punks." The old director replied, "Old friend, don't say things in anger. We've known each other since we were young. After a lifetime of work, can you really let it go?" Just as they were talking, another group of punks arrived. Chapter 402. Conflict. Singh turned around and saw that among the newcomers were the same ones who had been driven away. They had indeed brought reinforcements. A young man at the forefront looked at Singh and the others with disdain. He might be the so-called young master they mentioned. Generally, the young masters depicted in novels all have that kind of demeanor. Even if he doesn't look like an egg, we have to describe him as one because, in the minds of dear readers, those who consider themselves young masters all resemble eggs. Just like this egg standing in front of everyone. With slanted brows and a crooked eye, he said, "Are you the ones who attack my people?" Insulting others was not Seng's role. The old curator took care of that entirely, and Tianwu was right behind him. So what did the old curator have to worry about? If it came to a fight, how many could match Tianwu? It would be pointless to bring in more people. We're not fighting humans, we're fighting beasts. At that moment, the beaten-up beast pointed at Tianwu and said to the young master, "Sir, it was that beast who attacked us, using his feet." Upon hearing this, the young master became furious and shouted, "Why didn't you just kick him to death? Look at you all, so many of you can't handle one person. What the hell are you doing?" The old curator replied, "If you want to discipline the beast, do it elsewhere. Just take him home and vent your anger." "What do you want to do?" The young master retorted, "You attack my people. Is that all you have to say? Stop wasting time and say something useful." The old curator's voice thundered, startling the young master into silence. "I'm eyeing this position, as long as that old fool is willing to give it to me. I'm open to negotiations. Sure, 1 billion. You give me 1 billion, and I'll hand this place over to you." The young master nearly spat. 1 billion? What kind of coffin are you trying to buy? If you can't produce it, then get the hell out of here and stop pretending. The young master nodded and said, "All right, you old fool, you've got guts. Listen up, everyone, I'm claiming this place. I don't believe you can stop me. Otherwise, I'll kneel and bow to you." Seng had already figured out who this young master was from his portable device. His father ran a diamond business in the capital, which meant they were quite powerful. This young master, named Quan Fuchi, was an only child, and his ridiculous name made Seng angry. Quan Fuchi could be said to walk around the capital with swagger, benefiting from his father's wealth. And his father particularly spoiled this beast. If anything came up, diamonds would smooth it over. Just as he was thinking this, a group of over 50 people arrived nearby. These individuals clearly were not mere thugs, but real enforcers of the underworld. Especially the few muscular men at the forefront, their muscles rippling as they walked. One man in his 40s, with a face full of excess flesh, led the group. Tianwu glanced at him and quietly said to Seng, "Gezi, that's Chu Long, the leader of the ones who attacked you." Upon hearing this, Seng realized there would be quite a show to watch today. Chu Long approached the two groups, and the first thing he noticed was Tianwu. Seng could see clearly that this guy was swallowing hard, clearly scared. However, Chu Long noticed Seng Ge, which was a bit strange. How could such a powerful character like Tianwu stand obediently behind this young man? Could it be that the important figure they mentioned that day was him? With this thought, Chu Long turned to look at Quan Fugue, crossed his arms, and smiled, saying, "Isn't this young Master Quan? What brings you here today?" Quan Fugue recognized Chu Long, and his father often mentioned him, saying that the best person in the circle recently was Chu Long, and that he should avoid pretending to be someone he wasn't when he met him. Seeing him today, Quan Fugue felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Could it be that he was here to help? "Isn't this Uncle Chu? You're just in time. Let's see who dares to challenge me today." Chu Long glanced at Long Tianwu and then turned back to say, "Let me put it this way, young Master Quan. There are people here you cannot afford to offend. No matter what you plan to do here, listen to me and don't come back again." "What did you say?" Quan Fugue abruptly turned to Chu Long, thinking he must have misheard. Who in the capital could he not afford to offend? His father had plenty of diamonds. His family had money, and his mother was even the mistress of another boss. Chu Long nodded and said, "Yes, young Master Quan. Do you think I'm joking? Out of respect for your father, I'll let it go today, but if you continue to cause trouble, I will make you regret it." Quan Fugue was genuinely scared and took several steps back, but then he thought something felt off. How could Chu Long, with his status, speak to him like that? Among those people, who had that kind of power? He glanced around Long Tianwu and finally set his gaze on Seng Ge. They were about the same age. But Seng Ge had both appearance and charisma. Just that melancholic gaze could overshadow everything else. Quan Fugue didn't know Seng Ge and wondered who he was to have such influence. At that moment, Chu Long spoke again. "So what's it going to be? Are you leaving or not?" Quan Fugue snorted coldly and left with his entourage. Feeling dissatisfied did him no good. In front of Chu Long, he had no chance to show off. Chu Long felt he had handled things well and turned to get closer to Tianwu, but Seng Ge had already turned to leave. And Long Tianwu didn't even glance at him before following suit. Chu Long's face turned as red as a monkey's backside, but what could he say? They were definitely important figures. What was he? Helpless, he could only leave with his group. Seng Ge had little respect for these gangsters, and wouldn't even consider talking to them. Long Tianwu didn't regard them at all. If they wanted to play, they could easily call a few people from the special forces and deal with them. Back at the library, Seng Ge said to the old curator, "At your age, are you still thinking of being a hero? If Tianwu weren't here, you would have been beaten up." The old curator sighed and replied, "I just can't stand those bullies." Seng Ge shook his head helplessly and said, "You should focus on managing the library. Leave the rest alone." After finishing, Seng wanted to leave, but the old curator grabbed him and said, "Gezi, do you really think our position is that good?" Seng squinted and replied, "What are you up to now, old man?" Chapter 403. The bar. Seeing the old curator's scheming expression, Seng asked, "What do you want this time?" The old curator thought for a moment. If he spoke directly, Seng would probably refuse him outright. It was better to play the pity card first and wait until Seng got used to the atmosphere before expressing his thoughts. "Gezi, I've watched you grow up. When I was young, I was in the same school as old AI next door. Back then, we were quite the dashing pair. The girls would turn their heads to look at us. Now, look at us, old and decrepit. Even a simple task like urinating can be a challenge. That old AI is worse off than me, with a bunch of children, but what good does it do? In old age, he has no one by his side." Seng impatiently said, "Could you just get to the point? Save those memories for when you can't get out of bed anymore. Buy old AI's grocery store. Have you lost your mind? Am I bored enough to play with the grocery store? Am I supposed to just mess around with a spoon when I'm feeling lonely?" Seng turned to leave, thinking about all the work at the library. Was the old curator really treating him like a robot? "Gezi, I'm begging you." Seng suddenly stopped. The old curator had never used that word with him before. When he turned back, he saw the old curator's eyes were already moist. "Look at you. Crying like a child at your age. Aren't you afraid someone will see?" The old curator said, "Just one word. Yes or no? You're about to cry. How could I possibly say no? Fine, let's go do it later, okay?" The old curator nodded and said, "That's more like it. Hurry up and wipe your tears. Don't let anyone see." After saying that, Seng left. The old curator muttered, "You think I'm really crying? It's just saliva. Ugh, I ate too much garlic. And now my eyes are a bit gritty." Since Seng agreed to the old curator, he would definitely follow through. However, he now had to think about what to do with such a large grocery store. The whole store had 3 floors, each with hundreds of square meters. This building was designed to align with the library, and although it wasn't as large, the space was still ample for various uses. But Seng had no idea what to do with it. Just then, he walked into the office and saw that the girl was covered in dirt. "Did you go fix the chimney? You're the one who should be fixing the chimney." She poured herself a glass of water and downed it in one go. After she finished drinking, Seng said, "You came at the right time. I'm planning to buy the grocery store next door, but I don't know what to do with it." She asked, puzzled, "If you don't know what to do, why buy it? Aren't you worried about trouble from those gangsters?" The underworld is a group that Seng fears the least. If he wants to, he can make them disappear within 5 minutes. It's not just the old curator. Seeing how pitiful Uncle AI is, he wanted to help, so this task was handed to me. This is Sing's character, isn't it? He could have easily refused. If he didn't feel sorry for Uncle AI, how could he agree to the old curator's request? Kui thought for a moment and said, "This is a library. Why don't we open a bar next door?" Open a bar? Kui sat next to Sing and continued, "Libraries have a strong cultural atmosphere. If we open a bar next door, they can complement each other, right? Moreover, this area has only been developed for less than a year, and there isn't a decent bar in such a commercial district. If we can establish a larger scale, it will definitely be profitable. You can ask Sing to code computer programs, but when it comes to business plans, he has no ideas." However, he felt that Kui made some valid points. So he said, "Let's invite CU and the old curator, and go check it out next door." The old curator was excited and told Uncle AI about the idea. The old man was more than willing. He had seen the scene in the afternoon, and only Sing could handle those thugs. No one else could. Since Sing wanted to buy, the old man set a price of 10 million, including the grocery store and the entire building. Sing shook his head and said, "Uncle AI, are you really only selling for 10 million? This is a bustling commercial area, and every square meter is worth tens of thousands according to the market price. 10 million is several times lower than what I expected." Uncle AI slowly replied, "Gezi, if you can buy it, I would be very grateful. Selling it to you for 10 million is better than selling it for 50 million to those beasts. I won't let my unfilial children take it either. This is my property. I can sell it for whatever price I want, and no one can interfere." Sing knew the old man's temperament. Once, when he bought a spoon from him, the old man insisted on giving it to him because he knew Sing worked at the library. Sing felt they weren't close enough, and he could afford the spoon, so he refused. The old man got upset and said Sing looked down on him. And the next day, the old curator personally delivered the spoon to Sing. Since that time, Sing understood the old man's character. Once he decided something, he would not change it. But Sing still said, "Uncle AI, I will give you 20 million. The old man shook his head and said, "I heard from Lao Yu that you spent quite a bit on this library. You are still a kid. How much money can you have? I appreciate your kindness. But 10 million is 10 million. I won't sell for a penny more." Sing is not easily moved, but those words touched him. Since that was the case, he stopped arguing. The old man's word was final. When Sing finished work that evening, he saw Uncle AI trembling as he handed out a stack of red envelopes to each employee. These employees had followed the old man for half their lives. And now that the curtain had fallen, tears were on everyone's faces. Singe was most afraid of witnessing such scenes. In this world, what could be more painful than parting? Having experienced pain before, when you see others suffering again, you will understand just how bitter it can be. Siyu held Singe's hand and said, "Darling, don't be sad. I'll behave in the future, okay?" Singe looked at her and said, "Come on, I'll take you to get something delicious." Singe held Siyu's hand, and like two children, they walked into the vast sea of people. At that moment in CNC, Xiao Long shouted to Xiao Jia, "Hurry up and get Singe to CNC." Chapter 404. The mysterious hacker Singe and Siyu were strolling in the mall, each holding a lollipop. Upon hearing Xiao Jia's voice, which sounded like he was about to cry, Singe helplessly said, "Can't you handle it?" Xiao Jia replied, "Stop the nonsense. Gezi, there's a problem with CNC's network. All the data can't be sent out." "All right. No more talking. I'll check it out right away." 15 minutes later, Singe and Siyu arrived at CNC's control center. Singe tried to send a piece of data using the mainframe, but the results showed that all data could not be uploaded, nor could they access other networks. It was completely offline. What was strange was that the analysis software Singe had written could not analyze the network connection status. He opened his laptop, connected it to CNC's network cable, and started the Eye of Magic code for analysis. After a minute, the Eye of Magic code identified the issue. The network access permissions of CNC had been modified, preventing all servers from accessing the network. To others, this might seem like a normal attack, but to Singe, it was anything but normal. The core of CNC's servers used his program, which was nearly perfect from a theoretical standpoint, as it incorporated shield code, yet it had been cracked. What couldn't these damned hackers break? After Singe fixed the permissions, CNC's network finally returned to normal. Xiao Jia wanted to say something nice, but seeing Singe sitting there with a frown, he swallowed his words. Although the network was restored, Singe knew the problem wasn't just that. It was how this hacker had cracked the server core. He analyzed the entire server files with the Eye of Magic code, but found no signs of damage or replacement. Singe did not give up. Instead, he focused on the fusion code of the core program. Upon closer inspection, he finally discovered the problem. It turned out that the opponent had exploited the characteristics of the fusion code to add a file to the fusion permissions. Singe located this file and opened it, only to find that the code inside was written in the same language as his. No wonder the fusion code had so easily integrated this file. This move was very similar to how he had merged the SAN language, and he never expected it to be used against his code so quickly. Based on the operational traces, Singe quickly found the upload address of this file, and it turned out to be an IP from a certain region. Is it that hacker again who disrupts the main line in the region? Upon reflection, it's entirely possible. This hacker has the capability to compromise the server. Yet they chose not to do so, merely altering the network permissions instead. This clearly serves as a warning to Seng to stay out of it. Or else the entire system could be taken down. While pondering this issue, Seng simultaneously wrote a hardening program and upgraded the core files of the server. This time, he added a shield symbol, which is designed to immediately lock permissions if there is an attempt to modify the core access. In the fourth domain, there is no perfect system or flawless program. Even the integrated shield code can be cracked, a fact Seng is quite accepting of. Even a portable device app requires multiple updates in a month, let alone such a large server system. The only thing troubling Seng is that hacker from the region. At this moment, Liao Ximin, who received the news, arrived at the CNC and said to Seng, "Where's the bastard who damaged the server? Bring him out. I want to use a 10-meter javelin on him." Seng replied, "Please put the javelin away. This hacker should still be the one from the region, right? Is it that bastard again? It seems 10 meters is too lenient. It should be 50. Seng didn't want to hear any more cursing and stood up to leave. Liao Ximin hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" "To the restroom." "You're in 1T, solve that bastard." At the food stall, Seng looked at the fish on his plate without taking a bite. He was solely focused on one question: how to draw out that hacker from the region. As long as that bastard is alive, Seng couldn't enjoy his meal. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie was indifferent, simply eating. Liao Ximin said, "Can you slow down? I'm really afraid you'll swallow your chopsticks." Shiyu remarked, "As long as he doesn't swallow the plate, it's considered eating slowly." Noticing Seng not moving his chopsticks, Liao Ximin asked, "Gezi, what are you thinking? Hurry up and eat. The fish in front of you is the only one left. And if you don't eat it soon, it will be gone too." Seng didn't register any of this. He was thinking that not only was the other party a master of wireless networks, but they also seemed quite knowledgeable about programming. There are very few people in the world who can crack the programs he writes, and this person should be one of them. The more mysterious he found the hacker, the more Seng wanted to unveil their secrets. Moreover, Seng never considered himself invincible, nor did he regard himself as a top hacker in the world. He didn't care about such titles. True invincibility does not exist. The saying "there are always people better than you" is absolutely true. As he contemplated this hacker, Seng judged that they would soon launch another attack on the region, as they would never give up until they got what they wanted. So the question remains, what does this person truly want? It's also uncertain whether this hacker is an individual or possibly a hacker organization. What he saw in the island was not something one person could accomplish. As for what the island actually had, Liao Ximin should know best. With this thought, Seng suddenly looked at Liao Ximin, who helplessly said, "If you could look at my daughter with such urgency and desire, she wouldn't have lost so much weight. You rascal." Seng chuckled, "Uncle Liao, let's go take a leak." "Are you out of your mind?" Liao Ximin retorted. Seng didn't care much and dragged Liao Ximin to an alley across the street. "Uncle Liao, tell me, what is the secret behind the mission on the island?" Liao Ximin replied, "Do you think you can just pull me along like this? Please, Uncle Liao, just tell me." Seng urged, "You also have times when you need help, right? If you don't spill, I'm done caring about your mission." Seng turned to leave, and Liao Ximin said, "Think about it. What is in abundance on the island?" Chapter 405. Inside information. Seng pondered and said, "The island is an economic center, so it must be money." You got it right. Especially with the securities trading, hundreds of billions flow in and out every day. We received intelligence that a hacker organization is targeting this money. The reason I haven't told you is twofold. First, I don't want you to think you are giving us command-type tasks, and second, we know nothing about this hacker organization. The Avenger who was assassinated a few days ago was a member of this organization, but now that he is dead, we're left in the dark. Now Seng could at least confirm one thing. This was indeed a hacker organization, but that was also what troubled him the most. If it were just a one-on-one, it would be manageable, but if it were against several, even dozens, that would be tough. If they were all experts, it would be even harder to handle. Liao Ximin continued, "Gezi, don't worry, I fully support you. You should just forget about me." Seng was puzzled. Even if it were a novel, it shouldn't be this exhausting, right? It would be much better for him to flirt with girls or play games instead of constantly being surrounded by so many enemies. Returning to the dining table, Seng picked up his chopsticks and noticed that even the soup was gone. He scolded Xiao Jie, "Are you trying to ascend to heaven by eating so much?" Seng was preparing to set off for the island, and this time he was fully prepared to destroy that hacker organization. With the library project wrapping up in 2 days, everyone decided they must hold a grand opening ceremony. Seng didn't oppose. That is how life is, isn't it? You always need a reason to celebrate something, to live more easily. Seng and Uncle AI also made arrangements, allowing people in the library to take whatever supplies they needed. These people wouldn't hold back when it came to taking advantage. They cleared out all the supplies in just one morning, especially the old curator, who took over 20 plungers, leaving Seng wondering what on earth he was doing all day. For the renovation, it's still the company that Wanro found. But this time the project is being overseen by Ku Yi instead of Wanro. She is very attentive to this bar, and just as Siyu said, she also called Yu Jia over. Yu Jia always dresses very attractively. After the Sun Wang company disbanded, Yu Jia found a secretarial job, which has great potential given her qualifications. When Ku Yi mentioned working for Sun Go, Yu Jia immediately decided to give up her current job and reported for duty the next day. Sun Gu welcomed her warmly. It seems that Yu Jia's beautiful legs always energize him. However, one can't just chase after someone constantly, and he has other matters to attend to now. Sun Gu bought a grocery store, which infuriated Quan Fu Gue. How could he let someone else take what he had his eyes on? Just because they had the support of the underworld? His father sells diamonds and has plenty of money. He couldn't believe the underworld wouldn't recognize money. So this brat said in front of Quan Yu Kai, "Dad, someone is riding on your head and making a mess. The location I wanted is the prime area in the commercial district, and I was almost done with it, but someone named Sin Gu came in and interfered. He also has that Chu Long backing him up. Dad, can you just watch while someone else eats this fat piece of meat?" Quan Yu Kai put down a diamond he was holding and removed the magnifying glass from his eyes. At his age, tasks that used to take him a few minutes now take him an hour. Everyone gets old, right? As one ages, thoughts and perspectives also mature. He carefully placed the diamond in a box and then into a drawer. Quan Fu Gue secretly wished that his father would hurry up and die so that all the family fortune would be his, including the stepmother that Quan Yu Kai found for him. That woman always thought about how to make the old man go away whenever they were together. Quan Yu Kai was very indulgent towards his only son. After all, the empire he built would ultimately belong to him. But this time, he couldn't agree. Chu Long had already told him that the other party was not to be provoked, and this time, he should not entertain any foolish ideas. Quan Yu Kai's voice was heavy, lacking the authority of a father, only filled with negotiation. Dad, if we don't show them some consequences, how am I supposed to survive in the capital in the future? Survive, survive, survive. Quan Yu Kai suddenly exploded, standing up and saying, "You're already 25 this year. And all you think about is surviving. When are you going to take something seriously? Listen carefully, if you dare to provoke them this time. Don't blame me for not being a father." When Quan Yu Kai got angry, Quan Fu Gue was still very afraid. If this old man cut off his allowance, how would he go out pretending to be a wealthy young master in the future? Just then, the door opened, and a woman in her 30s, stylishly dressed and with an alluring figure, walked in. Seeing the father and son arguing, she first gave Quan Fu Gue a flirtatious glance and then said, "What are you two arguing about?" Qian Yu Kai snorted and said, "It's that beast again, always stirring up trouble with people he shouldn't tea." The woman glanced at Qian Fuqi, signaling him to leave first. Qian Fuqi looked at Qian Yu Kai and then stood up and exited the room. However, he was clearly unable to swallow his anger, so he walked into the butler's room. The butler, in his 40s, had once been a gang leader in his youth. Later, he followed Qian Yu Kai and became his bodyguard and butler, but this butler didn't manage the villa. Instead, he specifically dealt with issues for the father-son duo, Qian Yu Kai and Qian Fuqi. For example, if Qian Yu Kai had an affair with a girl but didn't want to spend much money, he would send the butler to intimidate and beat the girl until she forgot about him. Similarly, if Qian Fuqi had an affair and didn't want to pursue a serious relationship, the butler would gather a group of thugs to confront the girl, saying, "What's wrong? Not willing? Tough luck." A person who often cleaned up after others had a face as round as a basin, with a nose that seemed split in two and a mouth resembling a flower. Upon seeing Qian Fuqi, he immediately bowed his hefty body of nearly 250 pounds and respectfully said, "Young master, what can I do for you?" Qian Fuqi coldly replied, "Uncle Wu, help me deal with someone named Sengu." Chapter 406. Firebird Sengu was pulled out of bed early in the morning by Siyu. This is the downside of having a woman around. Every man with a wife has likely experienced being dragged out of bed by her. So I feel that women have a certain personality trait where they always act like an alarm clock. Get up. The library opens today, and we need to go early. Sengu rubbed his eyes and said, "It doesn't open until 10. It's only 4 now. Why are you in such a hurry?" After saying that, he burrowed back under the covers to sleep. Siyu pulled him up again. "Come on, don't sleep. Help me pick out clothes, as your wife. I need to outshine all the other women today." Sengu, still half asleep, replied, "You might as well get a plunger and take them all out. Then no one can compare with you. Just go for it, okay? I want to sleep a bit more. I'll plunger you if you don't get up." "Not getting up even if it kills me." Siyu snorted and ran into the kitchen, grabbing a bowl of ice and dumping it directly down Singji's neck. Ouch! The mist of morning is like a dream. After many lovesick thoughts, only pain reveals itself. "You this shrew." Sengu had a habit of reciting poetry whenever he suffered great pain. "You call me a shrew again." This time, Siyu didn't hold back and poured half a bowl of ice directly into Sengu's lap. 5 minutes later, holding himself, Sengu said, "I think the black skirt you wear highlights your figure the best. With those high heels, it'll be even more perfect. Honey, should I wear the black ones or the red ones? If you didn't dump ice on me, anything would look good. At 9:30 a.m., Singgu, dressed in a black suit, arrived at the festively decorated library, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Every woman who likes him hopes that the one beside him is herself. Today, many guests have been invited, including Liao Ximin, Xiao Long, and Nai Shichi. This is a family business, so Xiao Jie and Wan Ro are helping to entertain the guests. Wan Ro, Ku Yi, and Yu Jia certainly cannot be idle. They are now employees of Sing and naturally help with various tasks inside and outside. Since it is not yet opening time, Sing took everyone for a tour of the library, starting with the reading bar, which features themed reading areas based on book classifications, such as the romance section, where even the sofas and candles on the tables are arranged in a romantic style. Following that, they explored the animation department, computer reading room, and traditional book area, and everyone praised the library after the tour. A library should keep up with the times, otherwise, who would still want to read? While everyone was touring, Long Tianwu whispered a few words in Seng's ear. Seng asked Wan Ro and Ku Yi to continue showing everyone around while he stepped outside with Long Tianwu. Dozens of non-mainstream youths were shouting at Xiao Jie, and a middle-aged man with a smirk on his face was watching Xiao Jie. At that moment, a young man with yellow hair sarcastically said, "You open a library but don't let people read? Why not just close it down?" "Yes, close it down, close it down." When Seng saw their appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. What kind of people are these? Seng didn't see them as a group of individuals, but rather as a flock of flamboyant birds. The clothes they wore were so revealing, they might as well be running around naked. The middle-aged man recognized Seng as the one who was arranged by Quan Fu Gue and felt a bit surprised. This young man was clearly not ordinary, just his demeanor, calm, composed, and with an air of authority, was impressive. Compared to Quan Fu Gue, he seemed trivial. If it weren't for Quan Fu Gue insisting on this, he would have liked to befriend this young man. He signaled to his group of flamboyant youths, and one of them pointed at Seng and shouted, "Are you Seng? Come out." Seng pointed to himself and smiled. "Are you calling me?" "Yes, you. Come here if you have guts." Seng laughed and replied, "No, I don't have guts." Tianwu almost laughed out loud, but quickly held it back. Seng clearly didn't take them seriously. They were a bunch of reckless individuals, and he saw no point in engaging with them. He simply said to Long Tianwu, "We have 10 minutes until the opening. Deal with them." Tianwu thought for a moment and said, "Since the leaders are inside, it might not be good to start a fight. Let us have Chu Long come and chase them away." Seng nodded and turned back inside. Chu Long knew it was the library's opening day and thought he wouldn't be able to make a significant appearance, so he intended to just drop by with a gift and leave. He brought one of his bodyguards along, and just then, Long Tianwu spotted him and waved. Chu Long noticed those troublemakers, and, after saying a few words to his bodyguard, the bodyguard nodded and immediately began calling for help. "Sir, just give the order." Chu Long stood respectfully in front of Long Tianwu. The other party noticed Chu Long, but didn't take it seriously, allowing the group of troublemakers to continue causing a ruckus, determined to keep the library closed for the day. At that moment, Chu Long's men arrived, and several tattooed individuals stepped in front of the troublemakers. One of Chu Long's bodyguards shouted, "Are you blind? Do you know who's in charge here?" The troublemaker coldly snorted, "Who the hell do you think you are? Tell Chu Long to come over here." The bodyguard turned around to see Chu Long already in front of the troublemaker, smiling, "Uncle Wu, it's been a while. You really look prosperous. Cut the crap. When I was out here making a name for myself, you were still a little brat. Are you planning to act tough today?" Chu Long bit his teeth. After all, he was now a boss, and his men were watching. The old man showed him no respect. The troublemaker made sure to embarrass him in front of so many people. Previously, Quan Fugue had made it very clear to him, so the troublemaker was prepared today. As soon as he spoke, dozens of troublemakers rushed over, surrounding the library entrance. Chu Long's expression darkened. "Uncle Wu, I've already told Mr. Quan that you can't afford to mess with my boss. It seems you're deliberately looking for trouble today. So what do you want?" The troublemaker grinned and said, "Make that guy named Sung kneel before my young master and admit his mistakes, then sell the library to my young master." Xiao Jie and Long Tianwu heard this clearly. These reckless individuals were practically asking for rebellion. As the opening time approached, they couldn't take action against them. Just then, Liao Ximin and Xiao Long came out for a smoke and witnessed the scene. Liao Ximin's face immediately darkened. "Tianwu, what's going on? Is this a gang fight?" Long Tianwu briefly explained the situation to Liao Ximin, who was furious. How dare they behave like this in broad daylight, under the emperor's feet? They are playing with the underworld? They must be out of their minds. "Tianwu, make them disappear immediately." "Yes, sir." They were soldiers and shouldn't be clashing with civilians. But these people were a gang with criminal tendencies. Not only could they use the military, but they could also use tanks if necessary. Tianwu immediately called in the special forces. The special forces, fully armed, with their faces covered, dozens of soldiers surrounded the troublemakers. The troublemaker was so frightened, he nearly lost control. He turned to leave, but Xiao Jie lunged forward and kicked him. The troublemaker lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. He fell harder than from the kick. And now he had no one to blame but that damned Quan Fugaway. Chu Long had already warned him that he was not to be trifled with. Yet he still pretended to be oblivious. Initially, he thought the other party was just a bit wealthy, but now that the military had been deployed, he finally understood the meaning of the word death, despite their usual bluster. As if they were too grand for this world and ready to attack the moon at any moment when faced with the military. They were terrified to the point where they nearly shrank into themselves. Those non-mainstream individuals were all kneeling on the ground, typically so defiant and aggrieved. Merely a group of foolish people. Who else could be used if not those like them? Long Tianwu commanded, "Take them all away, let them understand how to behave." "Yes, sir." A soldier stood at attention, saluted sharply, turned around, and shouted, "On my command, everyone stand up." Those at the back hold onto the shoulders of the ones in front and start moving. Chu Long quickly approached Long Tianwu and said softly, "My people are still inside. Please consider." Long Tianwu had almost forgotten this and quietly instructed one of the soldiers. The soldier nodded and led Chu Long's people out. Long Tianwu had his reasons for this. Although Chu Long mingled in the underworld, he would definitely be useful in the future. So he decided to give him some face today. As the opening time arrived, under the guidance of Wan Rou and a few others, they first cut the ribbon and then made speeches. Seng felt that all of this was merely a waste of time, but reluctantly went on to say a few words. He walked to the center of the venue and spoke. "Thank you all for attending the opening ceremony of this library today. I hope everyone reads more books in the future, especially the book Super Hacker, which is an excellent read. Thank you all." Everyone was waiting for Seng to continue speaking, but he simply ended with a thank you. Xiao Jie had no choice but to start the applause and shouted a few praises, feeling cold sweat trickle down his back. The library officially opened, and many guests came in to visit and read. The old director was teary-eyed as he said, "I can't remember the last time I saw so many people come to the library to read. It's absolutely exhilarating." Even Uncle Lien came with his daughter, initially wanting to say a few words to Seng, but he couldn't find him at all. Compared to the bustle outside, Seng preferred to stay in the quiet office. He didn't like his current identity either, as he knew he was just a hacker. The so-called boss role was something he took on out of necessity. Of course, he could choose not to, but he could never let go of the feelings in his heart. Every man has his own sentiments, though few let others know. Once expressed, one realizes how old they have become. Seng had his own sentiments, rooted in the hardships, loneliness, and solitude of the past. It was a memory of parental love that he could never forget, like a song you randomly hear that brings back stories from years ago. Thus, Seng chose to stay quiet and listen to the voices in his own world. However, some couldn't find peace, like Quan Yukai, who at that moment felt as if a bomb had been detonated in his mind, leaving him with a buzzing headache. Sitting in front of him, Chu Long said, "You guys have gone too far this time. I told you not to provoke Senggu, but you didn't listen. Now he's mobilized his army. Lao Quan, we've known each other for many years, and don't say I didn't warn you. You better pray that Senggu doesn't take action against you, or you won't even know how you died." Quan Yukai remained silent. He could control the situation for now, so there was no need to think about anything else. He then pulled out a box of money from under the table and said, "Along, I know you're right. Killing that scoundrel of mine won't help now. The most important thing is whether I can meet Senggu. I want to plead for myself. Please accept this as my gratitude." Chu Long loved money, or else he wouldn't be in this business. However, he managed to do well because he knew which money to take and which to refuse. He understood clearly that the investment in the library was already over 10 million, and Senggu had also bought the entire building next door. One could imagine how powerful this person was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a strong backing. If he took this money, it would likely mean the end of his own life. So he replied, "Lao Quan, what are you doing? I can't accept this." Quan Yukai was taken aback. What was wrong with Chu Long today? He wouldn't take it even when it was offered to him. "Along, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Chu Long suddenly stood up and said, "I can't take it. Don't you understand what that means? Since we've known each other for so many years, I can tell you that Senggu and the others will be dining at the Capital Hotel at noon. If you want to see him, go yourself." After saying that, Chu Long left. Quan Yukai wiped the sweat from his face and shook his head helplessly. He guessed that Chu Long didn't want to take the money because he simply didn't have the guts to do so. It was pointless to say anything now. Quan Yukai planned to head straight to the Capital Hotel to meet Senggu. Chapter 408. A drunken encounter. Senggu didn't even know they were dining at the Capital Hotel. The entire opening ceremony had been planned by Ku Yi and Wan Rou, and he only found out when Siyu told him. Upon arriving at the hotel, most of the main staff were already there, while others had to settle for takeout. At the entrance, Lao Lian hurried to catch up with Senggu and said, "Gezi, wishing you prosperity." Senggu turned to glance at him. Ever since the last incident where he was beaten, Sing Ge had placed this person on his opposing side. So, seeing him, Sun Ge merely nodded and said thank you. Then continued walking. Lao Lian followed behind, thinking he could get a free meal, but before he even entered, he was kicked out by Xiao Jia. Don't even think about going inside. Just head over to the other side and grab some skewers or something. Xiao Jia was being polite. He should know his own status. Was this occasion even one he could attend? Even the old director of the library couldn't sit at the same table as Seng Ge. This wasn't about show. It was about rules. Whatever you do, there must be some decorum. Dining was no different. Otherwise, everyone would be there with bare shoulders, feet on chairs. Yelling and shouting, what kind of scene would that be? Senj sat next to Liao Simin, while Ku Yi was on the other side. And Si was seated next to Senj. Liao Simin knew that Senj didn't like to talk in such situations, so she said, there are no outsiders here. So let's not be polite. Eat and drink as you please. After saying this, Liao Simin pinched Senj under the table, causing him to almost jump up in pain. And he missed poetry. Well, everyone is gathered here, so just eat and drink freely. Thank you. As the host of the day, Siyu naturally had to support Senj. So she raised her glass and toasted everyone. Senj usually didn't drink, but today was special, so he also took a sip. Once the alcohol hit his stomach, Senj felt a bit dizzy, just like all the other men who had drunk too much. This drink seemed to bring out his temper. After all, it was just alcohol. What was the big deal? With a flick of his finger, he could destroy a country, so why be afraid of drinking too much? Another drink for me. Senj took off his suit jacket and went for the bottle. Siyu hurriedly stopped him, saying, what are you doing? You never drink. Why do you want to get drunk today? Liao Simin added, are you trying to kill yourself? You should stop drinking. Ku Yi, pour him a soft drink instead. The alcohol was already climbing to Senj's head. His lips started to tingle, and all the surrounding sounds became muffled, as if his thoughts were being dragged away uncontrollably. Suddenly, Senj saw his father and mother. They were smiling but also fading away. Senj cried, tears streaming down his face, feeling so hot. None of this belonged to him. These people. This alcohol, he didn't understand why he had to sit here, endure, obey, or what he had actually created or gained. He clenched his fists tightly, suddenly opened his eyes, and the faces around him came into sharp focus again. Senj grabbed the bottle and drank deeply. As an omnipotent hacker, he wanted to get drunk once, forget once, feel numb once. But why was this drink so sweet? It shouldn't be spicy, should it? Upon closer inspection, it was a soft drink. He had grabbed the wrong bottle. Liao Simin had said, that's right, a little soft drink is much better. Just as Senj was about to grab the alcohol, Tian Wu whispered in his ear, Gezi, Quan Fu Goe and his father are outside and want to see you. Senj took another sip of the soft drink and unsteadily made his way to the door. Quan Yukai took one look and thought, how much has he drunk? Mr. Sun, hello. Quan Yukai spoke first, while Quan Fu Goe, the brat, stood behind him, looking defiant and saying nothing. When Senj saw Quan Yotsai's face, he thought of the bottle. If he didn't say anything, Senj might have thought the bottle had come to life. So what do you want? Mr. Sun, my son has realized his mistakes. Please show mercy and don't hold it against him. Senj smiled slightly and said, wait a moment, why am I getting more confused? I don't even know you. Why are you telling me all this? He wasn't just talking nonsense because he didn't care about them at all, or rather, Sung didn't even think about getting to know them. That day, he just went to see the excitement. And it was only after the old curator moved him with his words that he bought that grocery store. Also, that day was when Tian Wu took action. This was entirely his personal decision, not something Sung asked him to do. Today, as the library opened, Liao Simin went out for a smoke and saw that group of firebirds. In a fit of anger, he mobilized special forces to eliminate those firebirds. At that time, he was in the office being intimate with Siyu and didn't even know the military had arrived. Now he wanted to eat something. And then that annoying person came to talk business with him. Singh felt puzzled about why everyone treated him as the boss. However, Quan Yukai didn't think so. He believed Sung was deliberately not wanting to let them off the hook. This was unacceptable. He only had one son, Quan Fugua. If something happened to him, who would inherit his wealth? Could it be left to that promiscuous woman? Mr. Sung, I sincerely want to discuss business with you. I'm in the diamond trade, and I see that you are quite wealthy. We could collaborate in business. Singh helplessly replied, what more do I need to say? You still don't understand? I don't know you, so what is there to collaborate on? He didn't even want to see them again, let alone collaborate. He was a hacker. Should he invite this annoying person to help him hack someone else? Seeing Sung wanting to leave, Quan Yukai shot an angry glance at Quan Fugua and hurriedly said, Mr. Sung, name your price. Name what price? Sung was a bit baffled. As long as you promise not to make things difficult for my son, just name your price. Singh was speechless and turned around to say, I want everything you have. Will you give it to me? Quan Fugua could no longer tolerate it. What was this show? Just because he was a bit taller, more handsome, richer, had more bodyguards, and a stronger background, what was so great about it? Thinking this, he charged directly at Singh. Long Tianwu was standing nearby, and seeing him rush at Sung, he quickly kicked him, sending the guy tumbling to the ground. Sung didn't even know what was happening. He looked back and thought, why is this guy on the floor? But he didn't care and returned to the dining table. Quan Yukai saw this and thought, well, nothing more to say. He helped Quan Fugua outside the hotel. Dad, he kicked me. My nose is crooked. How am I supposed to face anyone now? Quan Fugua cried out in grievance. Face. You get back home, pack your things, and this afternoon, I want you to leave the country and never come back. Chapter 409. The drunken woman Singh had many things he didn't care about, like Quan Fugua. In his eyes, people like him would never be worth his attention. That was his inherent pride, which would never change. Dragging Quan Fugua, Quan Yukai entered the house and saw a stranger sitting on the sofa, smiling at them. The man looked to be about 30, with an average appearance, but there was always a hint of dominance about him, as if he were the master here. And they were the guests. Who are you? Quan Yukai asked. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that we have a common enemy. With your strength, you are no match for him at all. He can take everything from you, including your life, in just a few seconds. Quan Yukai began to sweat coldly, but Quan Fugua didn't believe it, and said, who the hell are you? Stop with the sensationalism. The stranger laughed and said, do you know why you are being trampled underfoot? It's because of your arrogance and ignorance. He doesn't want your life yet, otherwise. You would have been in hell by now, you fool. Quan Fugua wanted to argue back, but was stopped by Quan Yukai, who then said, I think Singh isn't interested in being our enemy. You should find someone else. The stranger snorted coldly and said, if you don't oppose him, you are my enemy. Take a look at this first. A document bag was thrown in front of Quan Yukai. Upon opening it, his head buzzed. Inside were details of his private matters, including those shady dealings of his. If this information were to leak, it would be enough to ruin him several times over. What do you want? The stranger stood up and said, I don't care how you do it. But you need to ensure Singh cannot leave the city within a month. Otherwise, this information will be made public. Can you tell me why you want to do this? Quan Yukai, having lived his life, still had some wits about him. No reason for you to know. Just cooperate, and this information won't be disclosed. Quan Yukai didn't respond. As he accepted this reality, he had no choice left. After the kick from Long Tianwu to Quan Fugua's face, he realized he had no options. He could only accept it, and this was no longer something money could solve. The stranger continued, you should consider him an enemy. I can tell you, it might take us a day to gather this information, but for Singh, it might only take a few minutes. After saying this, the stranger left with a smile. Quan Yukai slumped onto the sofa, feeling trapped. He couldn't afford to offend either side, yet both wanted him dead. Quan Fugua said, Dad, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let me call someone to smash Singh's library. Shut up, Quan Yukai shouted, slapping the sofa. If you weren't my son, I would have killed you by now. From now on, you're not allowed to spend a single cent or leave this villa. Get out. I don't want to see you again. Quan Fugua huffed in dissatisfaction and left. Quan Yukai slowly closed his eyes, feeling that his life was nearing its end. Singh indeed did not drink anymore, because while alcohol can intoxicate people, it also makes them lose their rationality. For instance, Ni Shichi and Liao Ximin got into a fight after drinking. Of course, Liao Ximin wouldn't talk down to Ni Shichi because of her status. Instead, she considered herself a martial arts expert and delved deeply into the techniques of combat. The meal was finished, the drinks were consumed, and the opening ceremony was considered complete. Liao Ximin and the others also left, and after the table was cleaned up, food and drinks were brought out again, as they still needed to treat Hua Jie and the others to a meal. Hua Jie informed Singh that the revenue on the first day exceeded 1,000, which was the highest income the library had seen in nearly a decade. Singh thought to himself that the money he made from a themed event was several tens of thousands of times more than that. However, for Hua Jie and the others, this was already a significant achievement. Everyone was full of confidence that the library would definitely be profitable, which was beyond doubt. Now, apart from Singh, everyone else was drunk. Siyu, Ku Yi, Wan Ro, and Yu Jia had all lost their rationality and, after pushing open the box door, began to urinate. Fortunately, there was no one inside. Otherwise, they would have been seen. However, the restaurant owner was not pleased and pulled Singh aside, saying, Look, I have guests coming to this box soon. And with the smell of urine wafting out, how can I do business? What could Singh say? He could only apologize and let the owner find someone to clean it up, promising to cover all costs. Before he could finish, several women in the box started fighting, pulling and biting each other, almost overturning the table. Meng Ro, Hua Jie, and Yuhan rushed to pull them apart, but ended up flipping the table, shattering plates, bowls, and bottles, and breaking the table legs. The owner looked on, ready to cry, realizing that they weren't just dining but were completely destroying the place. The sight of those women, with disheveled hair, torn stockings, and smeared makeup, made it impossible to tell whose high heels were scattered across the floor. Xiao Jie couldn't help out since it was all women, so she asked Singh what to do. Seng replied, "Forget it, the situation is already out of control. Let them fight it out. They'll quiet down when they get tired." But Seng still underestimated the power, destructiveness, and creativity of drunk women. At that moment, they were like super soldiers. After the fight, the four of them hugged together again, singing and drinking, with Yu Jia wanting to dance. However, she lost her balance and knocked the television in the box to the ground, shattering it. The restaurant staff gathered at the door to watch their antics, finding it quite amusing. The owner's face darkened. The box was completely ruined. Ku-yi felt nauseous and, unable to find a place, opened the window and vomited downstairs. Below, a middle-aged man walking his dog got splashed with vomit. He let go of the leash and wiped his face, exclaiming, "What the hell? Who did this? Where's my dog?" The owner approached Seng and said, "There's only the sofa left. Let them destroy that too, and then you all need to leave. I'm begging you." Suddenly, a few women stood up and Ku-yi shouted, "Seng, we want to go to a bar. We want to sing and dance." Seng blinked and turned to Tianwu, smiling, "Let's find a bar where they can smash things without worry and let them have fun." Chapter 410, deleted. Seng simply sat on the sofa, watching Siyu and the other women in the bar box, observing their completely irrational behavior. However, there is one thing that Seng doesn't understand. Why do women who drink too much always like to break things and shout? Look at the old curator. He drinks a lot but doesn't shout or yell, he just urinates everywhere. They have already ruined the private room of the restaurant. And it seems this bar's private room will be ruined too. Forget it, as long as they are happy, they can break whatever they want. People always need a reason to spend money, right? Ku-yi grabbed his arm and cried, "Will you be with me? Look at how gentle and adorable I am. Don't you feel moved?" Shiyu held Seng's head tightly, refusing to let go no matter how much he struggled, saying, "You can't compete with me. Seng is going to marry me, he only likes me." After finally pulling his head out, his legs were grabbed again, and looking down, it was Yu Jia. She said nothing and directly fell asleep. Seng shouted, "All right, everyone, that's enough for today, no more drinking, it's time to go home." "No, we still want to play. If you don't go home, get lost tomorrow." Seng felt particularly manly at that moment. This statement worked, and the women stopped causing a scene. Seng, Tianwu, Xiaojia, and others took them home one by one. Liao Ximin opened the door herself, but Ku-yi grabbed her hair and shook it back and forth, shouting, "I want to eat, I want to eat." Liao Ximin winced in pain. Ouch, how did she drink to the point that even her father wouldn't recognize her? "Stop it, I'm your dad." "Ouch, let go of my ears." Seng quickly left, otherwise, Liao Ximin would definitely fight with him. After finally getting Shiyu onto the bed, Seng wiped his sweat, but suddenly Shiyu sat up and started tearing at his clothes, and he couldn't stop her. They say that men become animalistic when they drink too much, but when women drink too much, their instincts are unleashed even more. Seng had no room to resist and was overwhelmed by Shiyu. The next morning, Tianwu knocked on the door to wake Seng. "Gezi, all the glass in the library has been smashed." Seng didn't even wash his face and went to the library with Tianwu. There were many people gathered outside, and the old curator and Sister Hua were there too. When Seng looked up, he saw that all the glass on the 5th floor, including that of the adjacent building, had been shattered. Entering the library, the floor was covered with broken glass. The first floor was the most severely damaged, with tables, chairs, and bookshelves all destroyed. Seng was really angry this time. They had just opened yesterday, and in one night, it had been smashed to this extent. Tianwu, arrange for repairs. Sister Hua, immediately call someone to reinstall the glass, and this time buy the best bulletproof glass. Have the first floor cleaned up, and we need to repurchase everything. After speaking, Seng returned to his office to review the video footage from last night. A dozen masked individuals were involved, although their faces were unclear. Seng had already accessed the city system and could clearly see where they went after the vandalism. The last place these individuals went to was an internet club. Seng immediately accessed the club's computer system to search for all records of entries during that time period. A minute later, the photos and identity information of these dozen individuals were all under control. They were directly uploaded to the device of the local authority. Seng walked out of the office and said to Tianwu, who was reviewing the information, "They are all quite young. I want to know who prompted them to do this." Tianwu replied, "Could it be someone with the surname Quan?" Seng suddenly remembered and thought, how could he have forgotten about them? He instructed Tianwu to apprehend these individuals first while he returned to the office to search for information on Quan Yukai. However, Seng was taken aback to find that there was no information on Quan Yukai available online. It's worth noting that Seng was not using any ordinary search engine, but rather an advanced search tool that accessed the entire network server, including secret and private servers that do not offer search capabilities. How could this be possible? Could someone have deleted this information? As a hacker, his weapon is the internet. But once a person leaves the network, he is powerless. No matter how strong your attack might be, if the target is not on your battlefield, it is useless. The only entities capable of erasing someone's information so thoroughly are either secret government departments or exceptionally skilled hackers. The former would not do this, leaving only the latter. Why is that? Because an individual's social information encompasses more than just their identity. It includes personal wealth, communication, hobbies, privacy, and so forth. Even Singh would need at least 10 minutes to accomplish such a task, and an average hacker would likely find it impossible. Even an elite hacker would struggle to do it so quickly. If the other party wasn't as formidable as him, they must have already initiated an intrusion in this area. If he were to choose Quan Fuguwei, it would have started from the afternoon of the conflict 10 days ago. By now, everything had been resolved before Quan Yukai sought his help yesterday. At this point, a lightning bolt struck Singh's mind. Could it be that the other party knew he was the Phantom Butterfly and had been tracking him all along? However, Singh still had doubts. If they knew he was the Phantom Butterfly, why would they send a group to smash his windows? Therefore, the hacker behind the scenes could not possibly know who he was. As for the reasoning behind their actions, he needed to find those who broke the windows to uncover the truth. Due to the larger number of individuals involved, Long Tianwu, after consulting with Liao Ximin, sent members of the team dressed in plain clothes to the internet club. Liao Ximin was also furious upon hearing about the library being vandalized. But he decided to stay home today to take care of Kui, who had yet to wake up. The dozen individuals were still at the computers, surrounded by piles of food bags, drink bottles, and cigarette packs, having made a good profit from breaking the windows yesterday, so why not indulge? When Long Tianwu and his team entered the club, the owner was counting money. Upon looking up and seeing a group of over 10 muscular men with identical hairstyles entering, he thought they were there to cause trouble, causing him to drop all the money he was holding in shock. Tianwu ignored him and walked straight into the hall, where he found the 14 little rascals. Clenching his fist, the group of soldiers pinned them all to the table. Chapter 411. Online disputes. The Sing library was vandalized, and soon they found those 14 little rascals. Long Tianwu, accompanied by warriors from the divine realm, pressed them all down onto the table. One of them had his head slammed onto the table, but was still controlling the game, saying, wait, it's PK? The others turned around and, upon seeing these tough guys, were so scared they wished they could hide in a soda bottle to avoid disturbing others. Long Tianwu took these individuals to an abandoned warehouse. Who made you do this? He asked. There was no need for beating or scolding, the leader among them answered. It was someone named Chi Haizi who told us to do this. Upon hearing this name, Seng immediately searched online. Chi Haizi was a small-time thug from the capital. He wasn't very old, just in his 30s, but he acted as if he had been bad for 100 years. To deal with such a person, there was no need to look for anyone else. Chu Long would handle it. Within an hour, Chu Long kicked Chi Haizi into Seng's office. Mr. Sung, I've brought the person. This was the first time Chu Long spoke to Seng, and at that moment, he felt like he was meeting a true mob boss, very excited yet very scared. A person who could mobilize an army could easily take him out with just a breath. How could he not be afraid? Seng, however, felt nothing particularly special. His only impression of Chu Long was that he seemed composed, unlike those gangsters who acted recklessly. Chi Haizi had heard about Seng's might from Chu Long and was now regretting his actions deeply. He suddenly knelt in front of Seng and called him Grandpa. Seng truly wanted to look in a mirror to see if he really looked that old. Who made you do this? He repeated, sticking to the question. It was Quan Yukai who asked me to find someone to do this. Chu Long glanced at Seng's expression and noticed he showed no emotion. In his eyes, a person who could keep their feelings hidden was the most terrifying kind, as you could never know what they were thinking. Just a second ago, they were talking to you, and the next moment, they could kick you where it hurts without you having a chance to defend yourself. Seng had no interest in hurting anyone. He was only considering how to deal with Quan Yukai. He focused his gaze on Chu Long's face, realizing that these thugs could sometimes serve a special purpose. Help me find Quan Yukai? He ordered. Chu Long stood up and said, leave it to me. Seng knew he was scared of him, so he was sure Chu Long would comply with his request. Only by finding Quan Yukai could they uncover who the mysterious figure behind this was. Chu Long naturally had his own methods, as he belonged to the underworld. And unlike hackers, they preferred to solve problems with their fists. Of course, these problems were not for Seng to worry about. During this time, he still had some issues to confirm. First of all, if he couldn't find the person he was looking for, would he still target the library? Secondly, in order to obtain certain things, would he launch attacks on specific networks? The family of the person in question has completely vanished, and there are no records of their names in the entry and exit logs. The diamond building under his name has also closed down completely. Someone named Chu Long had the doors opened, but all the valuable items inside had already been taken away. Siyu asked Inai Shichi to gather the disciples from the martial arts school at the library. For the time being, they would be responsible for the library's security. She also arranged for the renovation company's staff to set up a dormitory for them above the bar, ensuring 24-hour duty. Chu Long instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on the vicinity of the library, and to report immediately if any suspicious individuals appeared. Sun Ge felt powerless at the moment. In the afternoon, Liao Ximin personally visited the library. He didn't have any useful intelligence at hand and advised Sun Ge to be cautious, as this situation was entirely directed at him. He also assigned 2 additional fighters to ensure Sun Ji's safety. Sun Ge shared his thoughts with Liao Ximin, suggesting that these hackers likely learned about him from a certain source and viewed him merely as a senior engineer. Why would they act this way? Was it simply for revenge? Sun Ge shook his head, stating that hackers who want to challenge someone or do something typically operate online. Since these individuals had moved offline, he suspected their motives were not solely about revenge, but something else. It was akin to their earlier attack on the network, serving as a reminder to him not to interfere in certain matters and to demonstrate their capability for launching attacks. Could it be those individuals from a certain region? Liao Ximin looked into Sun Ji's eyes, realizing that he was not well versed in the online world, but Sun Ge understood it best. Sun Ge considered the possibility that if it were indeed them, they were there for revenge. Even so, he felt powerless for the moment and could only wait to see what their next move would be. Liao Ximin supported Sun Ji's perspective, but this meant Sun Ge could not go to that region. Of course, if it truly were those individuals, the issue could be resolved in the capital as well. This was Liao Ximin's trust in Sun Ge. The challenges they faced were not easily overcome. After seeing Liao Ximin off, Sun Ge logged into a forum known for its popularity, where there were still many eager to learn from an influential figure. A recent post featured a stunning beauty from a desert nation, accompanied by a video of her belly dancing. The topic had garnered over 10 million views, indicating her popularity without needing to solicit followers. However, Sun Ge chose to close that topic and enter another section of the forum, which currently had 5 categories: technology, news, hiring, conflict, and general. The sections on technology, news, and general topics are self-explanatory. Even those who can only type understand what they mean. The hiring section is specifically designed for those looking to find hackers to solve personal problems. Naturally, there are hundreds of thousands of people here each day seeking help. Next is the conflict section, which is meant for hackers who want to settle disputes. Hackers can challenge each other to duels or group fights here without restraint. Additionally, there is the forum's only instant chat channel. If you have money, you can open a private room where 2 people can hurl insults at each other or engage in other activities. Singe randomly clicked on a room with thousands of people online, just watching 2 individuals exchange insults. One user with the nickname Blackmouth was yelling, "I'll freeze your mom's flour and then do it." Another hacker named Torn retorted, "I'll shove ice cubes straight into your mom's flour." Singe found this exchange quite entertaining. Among every 10 internet users, at least 7 have either insulted others or been insulted themselves online. There was a time when online chatting was dominated by insults. Entering any major domestic chat site, all you would hear or see was people cursing each other. Various exchanges of insults included everything from ancestors to celestial and underground references, even extending to future generations. Why not insult others? There aren't that many online romances to discuss. It's hard enough to encounter a female online, and just saying hello might provoke a barrage of insults in response, leaving no room for a comeback. In the early days, insults were purely text-based. There were no emojis back then, just keyboard symbols. One had to admire the creativity of people who could express various things, including human anatomy, using simple keyboard symbols, numbers, and letters. Fast typists had a definite advantage. If someone was already hurling 100 insults at you while you hadn't even managed to type a single curse, it could be infuriating. Thus, people would smash their keyboards, and the internet cafe owners would offer them drinks, advising them to learn to type instead. Eventually, things evolved to voice communication, eliminating the need for typing. Now, insults could be delivered even more conveniently. Every time someone entered a chat room, it was filled with various shouts and cries, with all kinds of characters, men, women, loudmouths, rascals, and more, enthusiastically engaged in the art of insult. They could humorously express various bodily actions through their words. This led to the emergence of online couples who teamed up to insult others, moving from room to duel or engage in group fights, finding joy in it. With the advent of video chatting, people began paying to open rooms, and the names of these rooms often reflected the pain of online romance. At that time, there were already so-called streamers, but they weren't called streamers back then. They were referred to as VIPs, and the managers were called OPs. Usually, each VIP had 5 or 6 OPs under them, and they all had the same prefix in their usernames to showcase the VIP's strength. Later on, as soon as one entered a room, it would be like a human action film, or one would look for beautiful women dancing. At that time, people didn't have the concept of fame. They just knew that the woman was attractive and danced well, leading to later developments like nude chats. The direction of online entertainment evolved based on the needs of the masses. Back then, entering an internet cafe meant 2 groups, one for chatting and the other for PK, player killing. Of course, No one had a chatting software earlier than QQ. This software had emerged earlier abroad and was quite popular. At that time, ordinary people found online chatting to be the most fascinating aspect of the internet, as through text, they could fantasize and speculate about the other person's appearance and figure. To get back to Sung, he didn't care why these people were cursing. He just considered them to have lost their rationality. What he needed to do wasn't to listen to them insult each other's mothers, but to access the forum's server and search for recent login data from the relevant region. He wanted to see if he could find a breakthrough in this area. In the last 10 days, there were hundreds of data points from that region, most of which were registered members of the forum, and the sections they visited were quite ordinary. However, one piece of data caught his eye. This data had hidden its IP address and attempted to access the core components of the forum. Although it ultimately failed, such actions were quite normal for hackers. What Singh noticed was that the attack methods of this hacker were remarkably similar to those of the hacker who attacked CNC, both using fusion techniques for cracking. The core of the Ghost Butterfly forum had not been compromised because Sung had never made any changes to its technical aspects, which prevented this hacker from integrating and led to the failure of their attack. Sung immediately opened the IP address in the Ghost domain. It was an independent external network address with only 15 internal IPs. He accessed the system under this IP address using a key code, but there was no data whatsoever inside. Just as he was about to activate the Eye of Magic code for analysis, Wanru walked in and said, "Mr. Sung, the glass has all been installed. Would you like to take a look?" Sung closed the computer and replied, "Let's go take a look." All the broken glass had been replaced with bulletproof glass. The club on the first floor had new tables and chairs, and the bookshelves had been rearranged. At that moment, a few customers were reading. Singh tapped on the glass, which was indeed exceptionally hard, wondering who would dare to smash it now. Just then, suddenly, a customer collapsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing in evident pain. People rushed forward to check. The person had already fainted. The other guests were so frightened that they stepped aside. Immediately, someone began to administer first aid, while another asked a companion to call a doctor. 15 minutes later, several doctors rushed in, performed some basic emergency treatment, and after checking, concluded that the person was showing signs of poisoning. The others exchanged glances and then looked toward the drinks on the table simultaneously. As the doctors carried the poisoned individual to the door, a few uniformed personnel entered. They were from the health department. Someone had informed them that this library was selling expired drinks, and upon arrival, they happened to witness the scene. Someone picked up the drinks for a thorough inspection. One person asked, "Our drinks were bought just yesterday. How could they possibly be expired? Many people drank them yesterday." The health department personnel replied, "Unfortunately, your drinks are not only expired but also counterfeit. According to relevant regulations, you cannot operate now." Everyone looked at the owner, who was the backbone of the group. It was up to him now. After some thought, he said, "I accept this. From now on, the library will not be open to the public." The former director panicked. "What? Not open? We just opened yesterday. How will we do business if we close today?" They didn't understand the situation, and he didn't want to explain too much, so he simply stated, "It's only temporary. Everyone should continue with what they were doing." All the guests left, and the library instantly returned to its previous silence. What surprised him was that the opposing party was becoming increasingly aggressive. Regarding the drinks, out of the open package, only one bottle had an issue, while the others were compliant with the standards. Everyone knew what was going on, and even the health department personnel found it hard to believe and advised him to report the situation to their superiors so they could reopen. However, he didn't think that way and had no intention of reopening. It seemed they were targeting his library, so he decided not to give them any chances. He instructed his companion to install security systems on every door and window. The world we live in is like a program with many viruses, and sometimes we have to install a protective system against them. After returning home, he didn't even eat dinner and went straight into a secure room, turned on the computer, and accessed the CNC server. With the server's permissions, he entered the city management system and conducted a reverse check on all data records that had accessed the permissions. This data was stored in the system's record files. When he originally created the core files for the CNC server, he specifically encrypted and hid this file using hidden codes within the key code. Only his unique decryption and access methods could view this file, which was designed to handle such situations. However, to minimize storage space, the retention time was set to only 10 days. Just 10 days is already enough, because a few days ago, Singh could still find information about Quan Fuguay. He opened the file, entered the decryption code, and all the operation records appeared. He executed the search program, inputting the keyword Quan Yukai. Searching for this keyword among billions of files would take at least 5 minutes. Waiting for this process felt like the longest experience in the world. Sometimes, a single second felt like a century. Singh didn't want to wait, so he opened a hacking forum. He didn't know when this habit started, but Singh had developed a routine of browsing a specific website every day. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable. He first withdrew the funds he had accumulated over the past few days. Not much, just a little over 10 million. The online world also has its off-seasons. And without conflicts, the earnings were lower. He then entered the forum, where the two idiots from earlier were still hurling insults at each other. And it had escalated to two groups of mutual abuse. When Singh entered, it was lively. Both sides were posting images, music, and various flash content. Someone in the user list spotted Gui Dai and immediately shouted, "Gui Dai is here." Damn, they even got Gui Dai to join in. The two original instigators sent messages to Gui Dai, hoping he would mediate. Singh glanced at the search progress on another screen. It would still take a few more minutes. So he replied, "Feel free to hurt each other. If you want, just meet up and fight it out. Who cares what you do? Everyone wants to vent, right? Since Gui Dai isn't playing along, let them continue. Whoever leaves first isn't a man and should quit the hacking world." At this moment, the keyword search completed, yielding 10 results, all accessed 5 days ago, with the keywords related to city systems, financial systems, etc. The accessing IP address was from the capital city, and it was the same IP address. Singh immediately input this IP address into the analysis code and found that it was currently online. He sent the address to Tian Wu, instructing him to take people to check it out. Meanwhile, he modularized the system under this IP address, which was a comprehensive operating system containing a lot of software. No matter how he looked at it, this system didn't seem like a hacker's. It resembled a computer used by a girl. Over 90% of the browsing records were for things used by women, and the online shopping items were also primarily for women. Only a portion of the browsing records were related to news or games. Additionally, Singh discovered many financial transaction records. Based on the username associated with these records, he entered the financial system, where a person named Zhou Xiaoyong had assets of over 10 million. Collecting information on Zhou Xiaoyong, it was amusing to find out he was just an ordinary company employee. The other details were even more thorough. Zhou Xiaoyong, 25 years old, and his wife, named Xiang Jingshu, 27, worked as a clerk in a foreign company. They had been married for less than a year, and neither of their parents was wealthy. Based on the online shopping records of this woman, 10 days ago, there wasn't much, just some inexpensive items. However, 10 days later, she went on a shopping spree for various luxury items, spending hundreds of thousands on a single bag. Singh accessed her video feed, and upon starting it, he saw a woman with a face mask sitting in front of a computer, browsing those high-end items, while Zhou Xiaoyong was sitting on the bed watching TV. This lifestyle was truly tranquil, unlike others who, after a long day, would just crash in a bed and wake up to dive back into the struggle of life. The concept of television was merely a decoration for them. Watching him sit on the bed, swinging his legs and smoking, it seemed he was enjoying himself, almost as if he were waiting for a few servants to come and massage his shoulders. As for the woman, Singh saw clearly that she used Zhou Xiaoyong's username without hesitation to purchase 2 very expensive watches. She then turned to Zhou Xiaoyong and said, "Honey, I've liked this watch for a long time, and I can finally buy it." Zhou Xiaoyong didn't even look at it and replied, "If you like it, just buy it. What's the big deal?" His tone was like that of a true wealthy person, but to Singh, it felt like mere pretense. He could earn tens of thousands of euros every minute, yet he didn't act like them. Singh didn't have to do anything now. He just needed to watch because Long Tianwu had already brought people to the door. How could a security door stop these special forces? They broke in directly. The moment they rushed into the bedroom, the woman screamed and stood up, while the man jumped from the bed, only to be knocked down by a soldier's rifle butt. Rather than being beaten down, he was more scared. Imagine sitting comfortably at home on a soft bed, watching TV, swinging your legs and smoking, when suddenly a fully armed team of soldiers burst in, wearing masks and holding guns. Who wouldn't be terrified? The soldiers ordered them not to move and pulled the woman aside. Long Tianwu entered the bedroom and threw Zhou Xiaoyong onto the chair in front of the computer like a dead dog. Singh spoke through the audio device, saying, "Your TV show is over." Chapter 414. The peeping Tom Singh's words made Zhou Xiaoyong's hair stand on end. Who was this person? How did he know he was watching TV? Moreover, there was no video, audio, or even chat software running on the computer. It was truly a terrifying night. At this moment, Singh continued, "Not only is your TV show over, but if you can't answer my questions, your life will also be over." Zhou Xiaoyong wiped the sweat off his face, but the more he wiped, the clearer his fear became, as if he were in temperatures below freezing, trembling all over. What do you want to ask? I want to ask you about everything you've done, except what you should have done." He hesitated, unsure how to respond to Singh. One of the soldiers standing next to Xiang Jingshu suddenly spoke up. "Tear off what's on your face. I want to see your face. My joints are aching." She tore off the face mask as if she were ripping everything away, unable to face anyone directly. Zhou Xiaoyong barely managed to calm himself and said, "Are you talking about the time I spat in the boss's food?" Singh Dao, "You can do whatever you want to him, but right now I need to know. Do you know Quan Yukai?" "No, I don't know him." Zhou Xiaoyong clearly hesitated for a moment. Seng could tell what he was thinking. This denial felt powerless. Almost like a disguised admission. You don't know him, yet how did you suddenly gain tens of millions in assets? What do you use to buy your wife? Who looks like a spatula, luxury bags worth hundreds of thousands. You don't know him, yet your computer has accessed information about Quan Yukai dozens of times? This is not my doing. Look at you. It's impossible that this is your doing. Now you just need to tell me who this person is. And all of this will end. Zhou Xiaoyong fell silent and hesitated once again. There were some things he couldn't easily reveal, or else his life would be in danger. Seng looked into his eyes, a habit of his, because a person's eyes reveal their heart, showing everything. In Zhou Xiaoyong's eyes, Seng saw panic, fear, and despair. But Zhou Xiaoyong had no choice. He was like a fish struggling in a net, ultimately destined to be caught by the fisherman. So he gritted his teeth and said, "If you can guarantee my safety, I will tell you. That depends on the value. Don't just say a few words and expect safety. You can't even produce anything, yet want someone to dig it out for you? This bastard. He is my childhood friend, named Han Xinghai, a computer engineer. He went to a certain island 10 years ago and returned to the capital half a month ago, even treating me to a meal. After years apart, seeing how well he is doing, adorned in gold and silver, generous with his spending, and then looking at himself, earning only a few thousand a month and unable to even afford his wife's sanitary pads, Zhou Xiaoyong felt a pang in his heart. The two of them had drunk quite a bit, and Zhou Xiaoyong took Han Xinghai back to his home to stay, as there was enough room. The next day, when they sobered up, Han Xinghai said he had returned to the capital to invest in business, but was in a hurry to go back to the island, leaving the investment to Zhou Xiaoyong, and they agreed that if they made money, they would split it 50-50, and if they didn't, it wouldn't matter. With such a good deal, and being childhood friends, Zhou Xiaoyong didn't hesitate to agree. Han Xinghai handed him a check for 10 million on the spot, saying this was the first investment and that he would continue to invest if there were good projects. Zhou Xiaoyong was blinded by desire, quitting his job, and immediately began looking for projects. Han Xinghai stayed at his home, and the next day, Zhou Xiaoyong personally saw him off. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Xiaoyong asked, "Xinghai, you're making so much money on that island. Why come to the mainland to invest?" Han Xinghai looked at him, put away his smile, and said, "I'm asking you to help me invest, and we'll split the profits, but I'm still your boss. There are some things you don't need to know, otherwise, it won't be good for anyone, understand? This guy can turn hostile faster than flipping a book." Zhou Xiaoyong was taken aback, but Han Xinghai then laughed and said, "Haha, I'm just joking with you. Don't take it to heart. I'm leaving now." With that, Han Xinghai left without looking back. Zhou Xiaoyong knew he wasn't joking, because he understood that Han Xinghai was not someone who joked around. Moreover, it's impossible to back down now, so let us see it through to the end. In these times, the timid starve while the bold thrive. However, the next day, Zhou Xiaoyong changed his mind because Han Xinghai sent him an online message saying that someone named Seng would come to take away the 10 million in a few days. This made Zhou Xiaoyong uneasy. He thought, who is this Seng? He decided to keep the 10 million for himself and not let anyone take it away. Upon hearing this, the excitement that Seng had built up quickly vanished. It seemed that everything was under someone else's control. It felt like playing a game with cheat codes. Knowing where the enemies were, what is the point in playing anymore? Since that was the case, what else was there to ask? However, Zhou Xiaoyong mentioned that Han Xinghai had once sent him a message, which could be utilized. Seng remotely activated Zhou Xiaoyong's chat software without needing a username or password, just starting it directly. Zhou Xiaoyong was bewildered, wondering whether the person he was talking to was human or ghost. Seng indeed found a message titled Peeping Tom that was sent to Zhou Xiaoyong, word for word. He dragged the IP address of this message into the ghost domain, but it resulted in a blank. The IP address had been deactivated. Analyzing the internal network arrangement of the IP address, Seng determined that the other party was using a standalone external network switch. It was now clear that this Peeping Tom was one of the mysterious hackers from the island. Seng quickly devised a plan. As Liao Ximin put it, since they wanted to play, they might as well play to the end. He sent a message to Tianwu, instructing him to retreat with the warriors, while someone kept an eye on Zhou Xiaoyong because Han Xinghai would definitely send him another message. As long as a program was installed on his computer, Seng would be notified instantly whenever a message came in. Liao Ximin soon connected with Seng, asking why he was doing this. Seng laughed and replied, "Uncle Liao, don't you like to play?" Liao Ximin chuckled and then disconnected the call. Feeling that one sentence was enough, no need for further discussion. However, not long after, Liao Ximin called him again, saying, "I almost forgot. How did you manage to get Ku Yi into that state last night? Were you playing? She almost pulled my hair out, and I'm nearly bald. I sent her to work at your place to improve her mood, and now my whole family is in disarray, not to mention we ruined a bathroom, a TV, and 2 soup bowls." Chapter 415. Yu Jia. After listening, Seng sighed and said, "Uncle Liao, that is still mild. Over here, I was nearly destroyed. I can give Ku an extra 100 yuan in salary this month. Will that work? Buying a chicken costs over 100. I wouldn't sell my TV for 150, and you offer me 100? Are you even a man? I can buy you a new one tomorrow, right? Fine, that sounds reasonable. Buy me one tomorrow, or I'll come to your house every night to make a mess. Seng didn't want to continue the conversation. Disconnected the call, walked out of the secret room, and checked the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Siyu prepared dinner and waited for him to come down, resting her head on the table, even drooling in her sleep. When gently tapped, she opened her eyes and immediately nestled into Seng's arms. The soft and fragrant feeling was irresistible for any man. However, Seng could resist, despite being a man himself. He was more interested in having something to eat at that moment. In the online world, there is no concept of time. Once you immerse yourself in it, time seems to be dancing away. Yet, the same amount of time can feel very long for others. Seng understood how boring and uncomfortable it must be for Siyu while waiting, so he softly said, "Dear, why don't you go back to the room and sleep? I'll have a quick bite and join you." Siyu got up and said, "I'll heat up the food for you. It will be ready soon. You're my husband, and I want to do this." Siyu's tone left no room for doubt. Some say that a man's thoughts are like a tree, branching out in many directions, while a woman's thoughts are like a single branch, always leaning closely against him no matter how many branches the tree has. Seng stopped refusing her, feeling warm inside. At that moment, Tianwu returned, picking up chopsticks to eat. Seng smiled and asked, "How come you're back so early tonight?" Tianwu replied, "I was worried you might be in danger." Seng said, "If you don't spend some time alone with Sister Hua, you might be in danger yourself. How about this? Let Sister Hua stay with me for a few days. That way, you won't have to worry about me causing trouble, and I won't feel bad about it either. Plus, my soundproofing is excellent. Even if you two wrestle in bed, the other rooms won't hear a thing. All right, I'll have her move in tomorrow." In truth, Seng had no ulterior motives. He simply didn't want to hinder others' chances of romance. Besides, Sister Hua's presence would help Siyu share some household responsibilities. It wasn't about using her. It was just that Siyu's approach to chores could be quite amusing. Siyu understood Seng's intentions and wholeheartedly agreed, looking forward to returning to a life where she could be served hand and foot again. The next day, after hearing Tianwu's explanation, Sister Hua immediately asked Yuehan to go home and organize her things, planning to move in after work. The old curator sighed and asked Seng when he planned to open the doors. Seng thought for a moment and said, "In a few days, don't rush. Once all issues are resolved, we'll open." The old curator remarked that the value of books lies in their ability to be read. Without readers, they lose their essence. This statement deeply resonated with Seng. He thought, since he had decided to engage with them, why worry about the small details? "You're right, old curator. Let's do this. In the afternoon, let Wanru accompany you to the health bureau to speak with their leaders. If they agree, we can open tomorrow." The old curator, energized by this idea, immediately went to find Wanru. Just as Seng sat down, Siyu rushed in, saying that Yujia had been injured by a rogue while at work. At the hospital, Seng and his group walked into the ward, where the doctor, the same one who had treated Seng before, was administering medicine to Yujia. As soon as he saw Song, the guy shook his head and said, "How many women are you going to ruin?" Seng just glanced at him and asked Yujia how she felt, wondering what kind of thug was so fearless. Although it was just a minor injury, Yujia was still a bit scared. Those thugs had done it on purpose. After finishing her breakfast at a cafe, she was surrounded by a few thugs who told her to tell Seng to mind his own business, then pushed her to the ground before leaving. Seng said, "I'm sorry you had to go through this. Does it still hurt?" Yujia bit her lip, but tears couldn't help but fall. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have definitely wanted Sung to hug her. For Sung, this little pain was nothing. Just a word from him was enough. "Don't cry. Do you remember what those thugs looked like?" Yujia nodded. Yes, their faces looked like the soles of shoes. Sung turned to Tian Wu and said, "Go call Chu Long." Once the doctor finished treating Yujia, she could leave. The doctor remarked, "I find it strange. I'm a doctor, dedicated to saving lives every day, yet I'm still single. And look at you, besides being handsome, what else do you have? Why are so many girls chasing after you?" Sung held up 4 fingers and said, "I'll give you 4 words. What? Go away." In the library office, Chu Long stood respectfully in front of Seng's desk. Sung didn't invite him to sit and instead pulled out a bag of money from under the table, easily 7 figures, and placed it in front of Chu Long. As soon as Chu Long saw the amount, he immediately asked, "Mr. Sung, what is this for?" "I want you to find those thugs and from now on, protect my employees for 20 hours. Do it discreetly, so no one notices." "Mr. Sung, it's an honor to serve you. I can't take the money, but I'll have someone take care of your request without any mistakes." Sung didn't want to owe him a favor. These people were all about face and money. He just wanted to use them without getting too involved. "Take the money. It makes me feel more at ease." Seeing Seng's insistence, Chu Long thought he didn't trust his abilities, so he said, In that case, I will gladly accept. Thank you, Mr. Sung. Could you describe what those thugs look like? Soul-faced. Chu Long almost laughed out loud. How could a person have a face like a shoe sole and still show their face in public? Yes, Mr. Sung, I will find these soul-faced thugs right away. Okay, let me know when you find them. I want to see them personally. After Chu Long left, Sung stood by the window and murmured, "What kind of face looks like a shoe sole?" Chapter 416. Another drink. Sung had Chu Long find those thugs, and soon there was a result. Chu Long caught them drinking in a restaurant. When Chu Long saw these people, he almost burst out laughing. Sung was right. Their faces really did resemble shoe soles. One of them looked like it had been stomped on, with a face that seemed to be a shoe sole itself, and it even had a case of athlete's foot. Chu Long, who was also someone involved in the underworld, felt an urge to deal with them. They were a disgrace to the mob. One of the thugs even said, "Hey, who are you? We're eating here, and you come over to slap me? I am Chu Long." As soon as he introduced himself, the thug's legs nearly gave way. Who in the underworld didn't know who Chu Long was? Every thug in the city had to give him face. Yet these guys had the audacity to ask him who he was. They truly deserved what was coming to them. "Brother Long, hello, I am." One of the thugs, still trying to get on Chu Long's good side, ended up getting knocked to the ground by a slap from Chu Long's bodyguard. Chu Long said, "This isn't your territory, get them out of here." An hour later, Seng and Long Tianwu arrived at a restaurant owned by Chu Long. The thugs were kneeling on the ground, their faces swollen and bruised, yet they still maintained that shoe sole appearance. Chu Long personally brought a chair for Seng, and the thugs were so scared they almost soiled themselves. What kind of status did Chu Long have? Everywhere he went, people offered him their seats. And yet today he was personally bringing a chair to a kid in his 20s. This was no longer just about face. It was about absolute power, unimaginable power. Seng didn't understand these rules. As far as he was concerned, if someone offered you a chair, you just sat down without overthinking it. Who sent you to do this? As soon as Seng spoke, the thugs trembled. The biggest thug among them cried out, "Grandpa, we really didn't know who that woman was. If we had, we wouldn't have done this." Chu Long's bodyguard kicked him and shouted, "Just answer the question. No need to waste words. It was Old Pa who sent us." Chu Long quickly leaned over to Seng and whispered, "Old Pa is a notorious thug in his 40s who specializes in this kind of thing." Why do they call him Old Pa? Seng felt helpless regarding their names. What kind of people were these? Because this guy insisted on knocking his opponents down every time he fought, they nicknamed him Old Pa, meaning he always puts people down. Seng looked at Long Tianwu, and they both nearly laughed. "Can you deal with him? We've already sent someone to take care of him. They should be back soon. It's already noon. May I invite you to lunch? Just a meal, nothing special," and Seng was hungry, so he nodded. Chu Long was thrilled. Seng giving him this face meant he didn't just see him as a thug. Chu Long personally went to the kitchen to arrange for a feast, ordering all the best and most expensive dishes. When the food arrived, Seng felt his appetite stir. How could a good meal go without wine? Chu Long opened 2 bottles of red wine from 1982. Seng had always wanted to get drunk, and today might just be the opportunity. He didn't decline and raised his glass with Chu Long and Long Tianwu for a toast. As soon as the wine touched his lips, Seng smacked his mouth and exclaimed, "This is really good wine." The taste was light, yet the sensation was rich. What kind of wine is this? Seng's question caught Chu Long off guard. It wasn't that Chu Long didn't know what it was. He just couldn't believe that someone of Seng's stature didn't know this wine. Tian Wu chimed in, "He never drinks. So he doesn't know much about these things." "Oh, I see," Seng replied. "This is the 1982 Lafite, produced in a renowned winery. Currently, it is one of the best red wines available. If you like, I can have a case sent to you." Chu Long couldn't help but feel pleased. He rarely drank, but sharing a drink with Seng was special. People are like that. The more indifferent you are, the more they want to get close to you. Seng didn't refuse and simply said, "Pour me another glass." The waiter immediately filled his glass again. Seng didn't say a word and downed it in one go. Little did he know how strong this wine was. After 2 glasses, he felt himself floating. Is this what it feels like to be drunk? It was as if the whole world had vanished, yet he still existed. Seng thought perhaps he should drink himself into oblivion to truly experience being drunk. He called for another glass, but Tian Wu stopped him. "Don't drink anymore." Seng glanced at Tian Wu, his head feeling a bit heavy, as if he were being edited in Photoshop. "Just one more glass. Just one," he insisted, raising his glass to the waiter. Seeing that even Tian Wu was advising against more drinks, Chu Long joined in. "Mr. Song, this wine is quite strong. If you're not used to drinking, 2 glasses might make you tipsy. Fear not. Being drunk can make one forget their troubles, wandering through time and space. One glass holds countless stories of love and hatred, dreams of snowy landscapes, and empty halls. Bring me another glass." Tian Wu chuckled, and Chu Long found it amusing, not because of Seng, but because of those lines. Usually, when drinking with Chu Long, people just talked about their parents. But Seng's words had depth. Tian Wu had similar thoughts. His unwavering loyalty to Seng as a bodyguard was not just due to Liao Ximin's orders, but also because of Seng's charisma. When the waiter poured wine for Seng, her eyes sparkled at Geng Yu. A handsome, wealthy man with eloquence and refinement is irresistible to women. Seng raised his glass and said, "Drinking alone is no joy. Come, let us toast." Long Tianwu shook his head helplessly, and they clinked glasses heavily. Just as Seng was about to ask for another glass, Chulong's bodyguard entered with a middle-aged man in his 40s. Seng looked up and saw that the man was quite burly. No wonder he could easily overpower others. His expression was fierce, as if he were ready for a fight. The man surveyed the room and, without invitation, propped his feet up on the table. This was a dining table, and his feet were right in front of Seng. Seng glanced at him but chose to remain silent for the moment. Chuluo hurriedly slapped his thigh and said, "Do you think this is your home? Put your legs down." Lao Pa coldly snorted and replied, "I say, Alunk, you're not being fair. You invited me to dinner, but I wasn't here. How come you started eating first?" Chapter 417. Intelligent Singe placed his cup on the table, realizing that his plan to get drunk had been ruined by this person. His mood at that moment was like the music in a restaurant, just a game, just a dream. Moreover, both Singe and Long Tianwu could see that Chuluo was still quite polite to Lao Pa, and the reason was clear. Lao Pa was a capable type. If the conversation didn't go well, he would just act. Anyone would feel a headache dealing with someone like him. This guy didn't differentiate between personal and public matters. As if he were the strongest in the world, holding a cigarette between his middle and ring fingers, smoking as if practicing a divine skill. At that moment, Chuluo said, "Lao Pa, it's fine if you want to eat, but you need to tell me, was it Quan Yukai who sent you to bother Singe?" "Yeah, so what?" This guy was a bit reckless, looking at Chuluo defiantly and said, "What, do you want to stand up for that guy Singe?" "Sure, if you want to fight. Let us do it. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. If you have guts, come at me." Chuluo's face turned red immediately. Singe was sitting across from him. Wasn't he that just slapping Singe in the face? "Lao Pa, you're not new to this. Don't you know what's right and what's wrong?" On the other side, Tianwu glanced at Singe, who nodded. Before Lao Pa could respond, Tianwu grabbed a plate of food in front of him and smashed it onto Lao Pa's face. Lao Pa initially tried to dodge, but his posture made it impossible, and the plate ended up on the floor. Tianwu and Singe both stood up at the same time, and Lao Pa kicked the table over. Chuluo protected Singe and stepped back, only to bump into a female waitress, who let out a soft squeak. Singe turned back and smiled. "It's fine, just a fight." At that moment, the waitress was so enchanted that she almost wanted to lean on Singe. Lao Pa also stood up, taking off his shirt while gasping, "Hey, you smashed a plate on my face." "I'm Lao Pa, you." Before he could finish, Tianwu delivered a swift kick to his face with a loud crack. Both Singe and Chuluo winced at the pain. Lao Pa fell back to the ground. He still had some fighting spirit. After taking a kick from Tianwu, he managed to stand up and grabbed a chair, aiming it at Tianwu. It didn't matter if it was a chair or a table, but Tianwu executed a flying kick, shattering the chair and landing a blow on Lao Pa's chin with his heel. Tianwu's moves were quite impressive and had a strong impact. Both Singe and Chuluo opened their mouths, nearly shouting for Lao Pa. Lao Pa was left lying on the ground, tears streaming down his face, having been kicked to the point of crying. "Get up." Tianwu spat out 2 words, telling Lao Pa to get up and keep fighting. Lao Pa was crying, but he couldn't swallow his pride, swaying as he stood up and pulled out a dagger, aiming it at Tianwu's heart. Fighting with knives, one either fights for their life or seeks death. The character in question, unfortunately, falls into the latter category. When facing Tianwu, it was clear that he was not just seeking death. Tianwu didn't even bother to dodge. He stepped forward, locked his opponent's arm, and with a sharp twist, there was a crack, and the entire arm was broken. The pain made him scream in agony. As if breaking the arm wasn't enough, Tianwu delivered a kick to his knee, and with another crack, the leg was also broken. With a gasp, he collapsed to the ground. Singe had seen Tianwu fight before and had gotten used to it, but for Chulong, this was the first time witnessing such brutality. Although he was a rogue who often played rough, he had never seen anyone beaten so mercilessly, as if branches were being snapped. He watched as Tianwu casually tossed aside the dagger and picked up a bottle of wine, pouring the entire contents over the fallen man's face. The alcohol jolted him awake. Where am I? Is this the underworld? My goodness, my wife has become someone else's now. Shut up, you're not dead yet. Tianwu slapped him hard. Finally, the man regained consciousness. With his arms and legs broken, he could only lie on the ground and plead, "Grandfather, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the Great One. Please spare my life." Singe stepped closer and asked, "I have no interest in your life. Where's Quan Yukai?" "Grandfather, I really don't know. He came to me and asked me to find some thugs to harass you." "Are you Singe?" The man suddenly realized. Recalling that Chu Long's subordinate had mentioned that Singe was a young person in his 20s, and wasn't he the one before him, just that? "Who I am doesn't matter. What is important is whether you have any way to make Quan Yukai appear. If I dig up his ancestral grave, he will definitely show up. Good, go ahead. Such a ruthless plan was something Singe had no reason to stop. Moreover, Long Tianwu had told him that if he didn't go through with it, he wouldn't keep his other arm or leg either. Chu Long had him carried out, and he was the happiest of all. This man had always been a thorn in his side. And now he was finally rid of him. From now on, the bar and nightclub would be his. With dinner no longer a concern, Singe left with Tianwu, leaving the man in Chu Long's hands, instructing him to report any news immediately. Upon returning to the library, Wan Rou and the old curator were back as well. There were no issues with the health bureau, and they would be able to reopen tomorrow. With that, Singe ordered everyone to be vigilant, checking drinks and such daily, while the martial arts school staff remained to keep watch. In the afternoon, Liao Ximin personally visited the library, providing Singe with a piece of intelligence. Singe opened the folder and carefully reviewed it. Afterward, he slowly placed the folder on the table. Liao Ximin said, "Now you finally understand why, right?" Singe nodded. "I considered everything, but not this. These people are truly skilled. How did they find out? Only they know best. I have gathered the intelligence for you. So it's up to you how to proceed. In short, no matter what you usually do, we don't care, but for the stability and prosperity of the nation, you must complete this task. So, are you giving up on the TV?" Seng chuckled. "No way, we're going to buy a TV right now. And I want the biggest and the best." Seng really wanted to slap himself for saying that. Helpless, he had to comply with the request, which made Liao Ximin very happy, nearly bursting with joy. Chapter 418. Male or female Seng bought a TV for Liao Ximin, mainly to thank him for the intelligence he provided. The content was straightforward. Foreign currency funds in Hong Kong undergo data consolidation every week, sometimes totaling tens of billions of euros, and at other times exceeding 100 billion euros. Data consolidation means merging this money within the global financial system, using Hong Kong's network backbone for the process. The reason for data consolidation is simple. Who can carry around so much cash? It all turns into numbers, exchanging data over networks. Due to foreign exchange rates and other issues, a total consolidation occurs every week. There is reason to believe that the hackers from Hong Kong are after this foreign currency. If they successfully intercept this data and transfer the funds to another financial system, they would win for life, able to take dozens of women to the beach every day, enjoying seafood and red wine. The most recent data consolidation is scheduled for 7 days later. So Liao Ximin provided this intelligence to Seng and insisted he must stop these hackers' actions in 7 days. Hundreds of billions of euros even tempted Seng. With his capabilities, he could easily transfer these funds to his name without anyone knowing. However, there was one question Seng could never answer. What would he do with so much money? He never had a clear concept of money, always thinking that having enough was sufficient. Did he really need that much? Moreover, Seng wasn't a greedy person. He didn't even know what he wanted to buy anymore. What he truly desired was something that money couldn't buy. He wouldn't be like those wealthy individuals who think they are something special, spending their days indulging in women, drugs, and luxury items. What else could they do? If you asked those wealthy people what their pleasures were, they would internally respond that their greatest joy is looking down on those without money, proving their own strength and superiority. Look how well I treat my dog compared to how you live. What can you say to such people? So, Seng was not like that. He liked money merely due to human desire. Everyone wants to live well, right? But one should earn it fairly through their own abilities, not through violent theft or other means. Originally, this was not something Seng Ge needed to deal with, but they are hackers, which makes it different. They even smashed the glass of his library, poisoned drinks, and sent thugs to harass Yu Jia. If he can tolerate all this, is he still a man? Seng Ge instructed Chu Long to create a bigger commotion and flood the area looking for Quan Yukai. By doing this, he aimed to create a false impression that he wouldn't leave the capital and would stick it out with Quan Yukai to the end. Additionally, Seng Ge remotely accessed the network server in a certain region and reinforced the network control system of the main line. However, it was not a complete reinforcement. He left a backdoor for those hackers. Don't think that this backdoor contained any riches for them. Rather, it was a bomb that would explode when they opened the door. After finishing all this, Seng Ge habitually entered the Ghost Butterfly forum, where a topic had gone viral, earning him hundreds of thousands of euros in just 1 hour. The topic was simple: Ghost Butterfly, come and die for me. When Ghost Butterfly entered the topic, he saw that the poster was Misha, and the first line read, "Ghost Butterfly, you slept with me and then dumped me, you scoundrel." The replies were even more amusing. "Ghost Butterfly, how does it feel? Ghost Butterfly, sleep with her again. If you even slept with Misha, I admire you, Ghost Butterfly." There were various replies that made Seng Ge laugh so hard his stomach hurt. Many people had speculated about Ghost Butterfly's gender. Most believed from the name that Ghost Butterfly was a woman, while others analyzed his attacks and concluded he was a man. Finally, someone summed it all up. A capable person can choose their gender freely. If they like, they can be a man, and if not, a woman. Who the hell are you to care? Under the topic content, Ghost Butterfly used a privilege to reply, I am a woman. What can I use to sleep with you? After replying, Sung-go read a few more replies, then refreshed the forum data. Misha also replied, you shameless scoundrel, when you slept with me. Why didn't you say you were a woman? Sung-ji's reply, I am a woman, instantly triggered thousands of responses, mostly along the lines of, ah, you're a woman. Marry me. I am willing to do anything for you. Even if it means taking down the president of a certain country, I'm in. Sung-go casually uploaded a photo of a sexy beauty to the forum, replying, this is Misha. Who wants to sleep with her? Now bidding is open. The prices were decent, but none exceeded 10 euros. Some even offered just 1 euros, expressing their disdain for Misha, just when everyone was enjoying themselves. There was another privileged reply under Misha's topic. Misha, stop playing, log off. Sung-go narrowed his eyes. Forum privileges were not something everyone had. You either paid a lot for them, or you hacked the forum to grant yourself privileges. Sung-go immediately reviewed the core settings of the server and found no signs of brute force hacking. Looking at the individual IP address, it was from a certain country. He activated the surveillance system and entered the IP address. The civilian computer was set up for regular use, with only a firewall installed. He started the video device on the computer, revealing a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, looking quite helpless as he sat in front of the screen. Judging by the room behind him, he appeared to be wealthy. He quickly collected all the chat records from the system, which contained numerous conversations with a woman. A brief glance revealed that this man had previously sought her help to crack a file, and subsequently fell head over heels for her, spending a lot of money in the process. However, the woman never reciprocated his feelings, in tens of thousands of messages. She had said less than 1,000 words in total. The most frequent phrase was, I need funds. He terminated the connection, as he had no interest in this information. Returning to the forum, the woman was still online and seemed dissatisfied with a reply, stating, I like it here, it has nothing to do with you. Chapter 419, Deep Love. He was not interested in watching their argument, so he shut down the computer and left the room. Outside, it was noisy with laughter and chatter. Before he even reached the stairs, he heard someone shouting, give me that chicken leg, and that chicken butt. Was there chicken stew being prepared? When he went downstairs, he found the kitchen empty. Everyone was outside having a barbecue. All the food had been bought by a colleague, who had arranged for it to be moved outside as a thank you to everyone. Upon seeing him, everyone stood up. He noticed the dining table had been set up with various foods and drinks. One person, with a face covered in chili powder and holding a skewer of meat, called out, honey, this is what I got for you. How had this turned into a competition? Was there not enough to eat? He picked up a skewer, finding it quite tasty. However, it seemed like two others were about to start drinking. He quickly approached them and said, you two are not allowed to drink. I can't afford to replace the TV if something gets broken. Where did you learn this from? One of them replied, why can't we drink with such delicious food? Because I'm in charge here, and nothing in my house can be broken, including the chairs you're sitting on. If anyone damages them, I'll hold you accountable. Each item around him was filled with memories. Over the years, he had been careful with everything, not wanting to shatter his recollections, which was a bitter feeling. Neighbors were peering through their windows to watch them eat. Little did he know, their barbecue would set a trend in the upscale community for casual outdoor grilling. From that day on, almost every evening, people would be seen grilling right outside their doors, and the entire area would be filled with the aroma of scallions, shrouded in a mist of smoke. Returning to the present, he was not one to seek attention, but his friend was different, shouting and drawing the attention of the entire community. That was just his personality, wasn't it? Those who can sit here and have a meal are not considered outsiders by saying, this is life. If you have nothing, absolutely no one will approach you. But once you have everything, you begin to wonder why there are so many people around you. Seng has become accustomed to this, yet deep down, he believes that having just one person by his side is enough, just like Siyu. Whether he feels lonely or isolated, having her with him is sufficient. Siyu does well, but their closeness often makes many people uncomfortable. Hurt is everywhere, just like the feeling of seeing someone you like being affectionate with another person. It's a kind of pain. In Yuehan's mind, she can never forget that night, that kiss, and the rainy day when he left. It is the most precious memory of her life, and an ache she can never soothe. Therefore, she opposes moving into Seng's house. She fears that witnessing Seng's affection for Siyu will be unbearable and even more painful. But in the end, Sister Hua convinced her to come, reminding her that one must consider others' happiness, right? Everyone has their own suffering, yet they must still live strong, wait, and receive love. This is the process in Yuehan's heart. She loves Seng too much, even engraving his name on her heart and arm. However, she has buried that love deep within, yet every time she sees his name, it pierces her heart anew. The night has grown deep, and the city has quieted down. Everyone helps Siyu organize her things, yet they still don't want to go home. Seng doesn't rush them. After all, there are enough rooms for them to stay. However, There is one room that no one can enter, the parents' bedroom. So far, only Siyu has been inside, no one else has. Siyu has seen photos of Seng's parents in that room. Seng resembles them, with his eyes like his mother's and his smile like his father's. But Siyu doesn't understand why they abandoned Seng. Of course, she won't ask Seng, as he doesn't know the reason either. As the hostess of the villa, Siyu has to remind Sister Hua and Yuehan that they should avoid going upstairs, as Seng prefers quiet. A noisy environment would disrupt his thoughts, especially in his study, which no one is allowed to enter. Sister Hua understands this well. It's already generous of Seng to let them stay, so what more could they ask for? This is their happiness, isn't it? Early the next morning, Shulong reported to Seng that Quan Yukai had appeared, and that his people were keeping an eye on this scoundrel. Seng said, "Take them down. I'll be there right away." Half an hour later, in a civilian area on the outskirts of the capital, Seng met Quan Yukai and his son Quan Fugue. Once among the top wealthy elite of the capital, now they looked like lost dogs, both lowering their heads and remaining silent upon seeing Seng. Seng sat in front of them, remaining silent as he suddenly realized that there was actually nothing to say. It wasn't their will to be his enemies. They were being forced into it by someone else, and for that, Seng felt a bit of sympathy for them. Chu Long didn't want to put too much pressure on Quan Yukai, considering their age. Seeing him silent, he softly said, "Old Quan, what are you thinking? Why not talk to Mr. Sun?" Quan Yukai sighed and replied, "I have nothing to say. Do as you please." Seng said, "You're like a broken pot that has lost its value. You don't need to say anything to me. You know exactly what you've done. I came here to let you convey to those behind you that as long as I'm in this world, I will make sure to eliminate them." After saying this, Seng stood up and walked out of the room. Chu Long followed him out and asked, "Mr. Sun, what about these two?" Chu Long wanted to plead for Quan Yukai, hoping Seng would let it go. Seng understood his intention and replied, "Actually, they are innocent, but as long as the people behind them don't show up, they can't be let go. Take Quan Fugue to another place, and let Quan Yukai leave on his own. Once those behind show up, then let him go." Chu Long nodded and turned to leave, but Seng added, "Make sure to convey my thoughts to them. Don't make things difficult for them." Chu Long nodded again. It was no wonder that someone like Long Tianwu, with such a high status, would follow Seng wholeheartedly. His charisma was indeed admirable. After making arrangements, Seng headed directly to the library. Chapter 420. The Dark Phantom. When Seng arrived at the library, some guests had already started reading. Although there weren't many guests, the old librarian and others were busy sweating. However, they were quite excited, personally checking each item ordered by guests to ensure there were no issues before serving them. Seng didn't need to concern himself with these matters. Instead, he returned to the office, where he could see everything on the computer. Less than half an hour after sitting down, Chu Long arrived at the library, giving Seng an IP address, although he didn't know what it was for. "Thank you. You can go back to your work." Seng took the IP address and dismissed Chu Long. This IP address was clearly from a certain region, and those hackers had finally lost their patience. Connecting to the IP address, the chat window was already prepared. Seng casually created a username. As the other party didn't know he was Ghost Butterfly, there was no need to reveal his identity. After finally seeing their faces, Seng didn't want to scare them off with just a name. Moreover, the other party's username, Flower Rain, was likely randomly chosen. With their cleverness, they wouldn't use their real names. They were straightforward, saying, "You are Seng. We finally meet. Are we partners or enemies? You choose. I have many options, but you have none. Do you want to be my partners or enemies? Don't forget what you wish to do. I can easily take you out." While speaking, Seng had already activated the Eye of Magic code, combined with the Ghost Domain code, and immediately located the opponent's position. The other party seemed to be weighing Seng's words, and they believed that Seng had the capability to stop them, especially after suffering heavy losses in the first two encounters. Therefore, they now had to carefully consider how to prevent Seng from interfering with their plans. "What do you want?" Seng replied without hesitation, "I want 1 billion euros. Otherwise, you won't get a single cent." Seng didn't care about money at all. He just casually mentioned it to make the other party think he was greedy, which would prevent them from suspecting him and allow him to catch them off guard at a critical moment. "Why you followed up? If we had 1 billion euros, we wouldn't be doing this job. Do you really think we are hackers who don't care about money?" Seng said, "No need to say more. It's 1 billion euros. That's worth everything you are doing. If you like money so much, why not join us? We can work together and share the profits later." A slight smile appeared on Seng's face. This Huayu was nothing special, and he easily fell into Seng's trap. However, Seng was still thinking long-term. Joining them wasn't a good choice because they would never trust him, which could lead to losing everything. So, Seng replied, "I'm not interested in your plan. 1 billion euros is my price." Huayu fell silent again. As Seng said, they really found it difficult to choose. Seng wouldn't join them, so they had to either kill Seng or give him 1 billion euros. Clearly, the former was impossible. Seng was not that easy to kill, especially with that bodyguard by his side. who would be hard to deal with. How about we settle for 100 million euros? 700 million. Forget it, we're done. Let's disband and go home to cook. We're not doing anything anymore. Why you seemed anxious, and it was understandable. Seng was asking for too much, truly thinking they were easy targets. Seng suppressed a laugh and said, who would believe what you say? I want 700 million. 200 million. If you can help us successfully complete the plan, we'll give you another 100 million. Through the screen, Seng could sense the anger on the other party's face. 500 million, or no deal. Seng, you are also a network expert. How can you act like a rogue? Act like a rogue? That's a joke. When you were messing with my library, weren't you acting like a rogue? Fine, I'll apologize. We were wrong. 200 million. Considering we are all in the tech field and we had no choice but to do this. How about it? Singe thought to himself that not all hackers can come up with 200 million. Although hackers can easily turn someone else's possessions into their own, there are many reasons that prevent them from doing so. You can attack someone's system or even publicly expose others' privacy. However, once you resort to violent means to steal wealth, your life as a hacker is effectively over. Therefore, up to now, Singe has never taken others' wealth for himself. At most, he would donate to charitable organizations. His wealth is all earned through his own efforts, albeit using hacking methods, but it's much better than resorting to violent theft. As for those hackers who claim they can produce 200 million, what kind of people are they? Singe's curiosity about them grew, and he said, all right, 200 million it is, but I have another question. How do you manage to use satellites for data conversion? Since 1957, dozens of artificial satellites of various types and functions have been launched into orbit almost every year. Many of these satellites have become space debris, but their basic functions still exist. If we buy one of them and modify its internal parameters, it can become the satellite we want. It's quite simple. This straightforward idea was something Singe had not considered, and it could be said that it was a wake-up call for him. Buying a junk satellite to achieve basic communication functionality wouldn't cost much, yet its potential capabilities are immense and have sparked many speculations. This answer greatly satisfied Singe, and he pretended that they had reached an agreement on the 200 million, which he immediately received. He wanted to ask Singe for something else, but Singe said, all right, go boldly and do your thing. I won't interfere with your plans. After saying this, Singe cut off the connection. On the other side of the computer, a man in his 30s said helplessly, this rogue. An hour later, Singe arrived at Liao Ximin's office, where Liao looked at him warily and asked, are you trying to bring the TV back? Singe briefly recounted what he had discussed with Huayu, and then he continued, I want to buy an artificial satellite. Do you have any good recommendations? Chapter 421. The gambling city. Singe opened by expressing his desire to buy an artificial satellite. Liao Ximin stared at him for a full 5 seconds before responding, you might as well buy a chicken to stew at home and forget about your idea. Confused, Singe asked why. He was simply looking to buy, not to steal, and it was for research purposes. In the future development of the internet, wireless communication is bound to become dominant, and researching these now is the right time. But Liao Ximin replied, you want to buy a satellite? Why not just buy the Earth? What do you need a satellite for? Each satellite has its own purpose. Why would you buy them? Are you planning to turn it into a space telescope and watch aliens bathe while you do your business? I'm doing this for research. The hackers I had in mind have already applied their techniques in this field, yet I remain completely unaware. What if one day they use these methods to launch attacks on other systems? Liao Ximin stated, our country has very strict and standardized management of space satellites. Even old satellites are retrieved. There's no question of selling them to anyone. Don't expect me to be able to help you. Seng chuckled and replied, thank you, Uncle Liao. After leaving the office, Seng returned to the library and asked Wanru to arrange a flight for him. He wanted to go to another country. Liao Ximin had made it very clear, while his country does not sell, other countries do. If you want to buy, go to those countries. The world's largest underground satellite trading point is in another country, so Seng wanted to take a look and learn more. This trip would only last 3 days. And Seng mentioned it to Johnson, who was the most knowledgeable about the underground markets in that country. Consequently, Johnson personally came to the capital, Las Vegas, to pick up Gengyu, Siyu, and Tianwu. Of course, Basha and Nicole were also with Johnson. They exchanged a few greetings and then headed to their hotel. The economy there had recovered quickly, showing no difference from before the cyber warfare. It remained as prosperous as ever. This is how it is, isn't it? People only care about whether the price of food has gone up a few cents today. As for war, they couldn't care less. After all, they are always at war, and everyone has gotten used to it. Moreover, this is a global capital. Every building is a super casino, and every shop has a gambling theme. It seemed that being here meant betting your life away. This city, built in the desert, was full of trees and blooming flowers, not only embellishing the capital, but also adding a touch of romance to it. Surrounded by flowers, fountains, and various landmark buildings, especially with the night lights. It was breathtaking and dazzling. Wanru booked Seng a room at Caesar's Palace, one of the top 5 hotels in Las Vegas. The decor was extremely luxurious, with floors 1 to 5 filled with casinos, where visitors from around the world were trying their luck with chips in hand. Beautifully dressed women moved around the wealthy and high-stakes gamblers, casually handing them chips that could last them several days. Yet, to Sang, it all boiled down to one thing: money. These people were all in it for the money, each wanting to win what was in someone else's pocket. They seemed to forget their souls, genders, and even their dignity. This is the essence of indulgence in the capitalist society, where everything, power, money, women, joy, pain, and even anger, can be found within those chips. CU had prepared the room and then took Sang upstairs, where Johnson and the others were waiting for them at the bar on the first floor. Upon entering the room, Sang couldn't help but marvel. This was a true presidential suite. It not only had a living room and bar, but also 2 bathrooms, as well as a dining room, study, and reception room. The large bed was so inviting that once you lay down, you wouldn't want to get up. The living conditions are good and the prices are reasonable, but it costs over $10,000 a night, which not everyone can afford. Sang washed his face and took CU to the bar on the first floor, where they joined Johnson and others. Nicole and Bershaw were still looking at Sang with intense interest, and CU placed her hand on Sang's arm, looking smugly at them. Johnson was the first to speak. The black market you mentioned is indeed in Vegas, but it's not open every day. And whether you can buy what you want depends on whether anyone is selling it. Those people are very mysterious, as if someone could snatch their money at any moment. If you want to enter this black market, you need someone to take you in. Sang laughed. I suppose you've figured it all out for me. Johnson chuckled. Of course. Tomorrow night, when you get to the black market, someone will naturally take you in. She will also help you find what you're looking for. During your stay here, I'll be in Vegas as well. I think having me around is better than having those agents from related agencies. When Sang entered the country, the agents were already aware of him. Although they didn't know he was Ghost Butterfly, they only knew he was a hacker. Despite having once saved the region, he was still a hacker, and some people were very curious about what he intended to do here. To ensure Sang could smoothly obtain what he wanted, Johnson specifically requested a presidential order to accompany Sang, while others were sidelined. This is a gambling city, not just a chatting place. After a brief conversation, CU pulled Sang to play a few games to test their luck. Johnson also laughed. Since we're here, let us play a few rounds. I'll get some chips and try to win some pocket money. Everyone looked at him, and Johnson continued. What are you looking at? Isn't it true that every black person loves to gamble? Sang had no interest in gambling games, but CU insisted on playing. So they exchanged for 1,000 in chips and headed to a blackjack table. The dealer politely greeted them. And unlike a few years ago when people from the region were not treated with such courtesy, the current visitors are now seen as prominent figures worldwide. The dealer briefly explained the rules of blackjack, and Sang looked around. There were 4 other players at the table whose nationalities were unknown, but each of them had a lot of chips. Nicole and Bershaw had moved on to other games, and CU lost 100 in chips on her first game. Chapter 422. The game. CU pouted, clearly not satisfied. The woman next to her seemed to have good luck. This foreign woman, for some reason, was celebrating her wins with exaggerated movements, drawing everyone's attention. She was about the same age as CU, with wavy blonde hair, wearing a strap top and a white mini skirt, and her every movement made her body jiggle, especially her lips, which were painted a shade of purple, and the diamond necklace around her neck, along with the scent of expensive perfume, indicated that she was indeed a wealthy person. You win money, you feel happy, that's fine. The others don't care about her either. Everyone is just playing for fun, and there's no need to always get into a fight. They are not warriors. CU's luck wasn't great, having lost several times in a row, while that woman in the halter top kept winning. Honey, help me out. CU exclaimed. Singu chuckled wryly. I don't understand these games at all. How can I help you? Should I just crash the dealer with programming language? Although he didn't know how to play, Singu observed carefully for a while and realized that the game of blackjack relied heavily on calculation and memory. This was somewhat similar to variables in programming. In programming, the main goal is to maintain stable and balanced parameters, which serve to change the numbers within the program. For example, if you have 5 values, increasing or decreasing those values constitutes a variable. In blackjack, the variable is the frequency of various point totals appearing. While it may seem unbalanced at first glance, careful calculation can reveal this variable. So, when C was about to throw in her last chip, Singa stopped her and whispered, "Wait, you're going to lose this round. Trust me." Okay. CU absolutely trusted Singa. Sure enough, she was supposed to lose. But her opponent ended up losing instead, and even the woman in the halter top lost this time. It was like a chain. If one link breaks, the whole chain fails. The dealer looked helpless. Actually, Singu was right in what he did, as many skilled players would behave similarly. Those who serve the casino hope all gamblers lose so they can profit. But now it seemed that Sing Ji's side was about to start winning. Just as he had thought, this time, Cu drew a king and an ace, totaling 21. According to the rules, when you get 21, You can reveal your cards immediately, and the other players no longer need to continue playing. Thus, one chip turned into 10. The reason so many people enjoy gambling is precisely for that moment of winning. That sudden feeling of being in heaven or hell is truly exhilarating. This time it was CU's turn to cheer, while the woman in the halter top threw her cards onto the table, exclaiming, "Shit. Let her curse all she wants." After all, she was the one who lost this round. Many people place great importance on winning and losing, but Singgu felt nothing at all. He enjoyed challenging things, as that gave him a sense of accomplishment. To him, blackjack was just a game. The dealer signaled for everyone to continue betting. But Sunggu once again stopped CU, saying, "Wait a moment." CU nodded and held onto her chips. In this round, the woman in the halter top won again and shot a provocative glance at CU. When it was time to bet again, CU placed all 10 chips into the betting area. In the end, CU drew a queen and an ace, once again totaling 21, while the woman in the halter top only managed 19. CU raised an eyebrow and disdainfully glanced at her. Thus, an invisible battle between women began from this moment on. In general, when women fight, it's best for men to keep their distance. While it may not result in bloodshed, it could easily lead to a face full of saliva and hair. Women often drag their men into these conflicts, turning the fight into a battle fought on behalf of women. Fortunately, both the woman in the tank top and CU prefer one-on-one confrontations. They exchange glances, and then it's on, who's afraid of whom. This time, CU won 15 chips, totaling 25, while the woman in the tank top still had hundreds. Clearly believing her fighting ability was superior to CU's. "Honey, buy me that many chips too," Sang thought to himself, grinning. "It's just a game, after all. Hey, darling. Buying chips isn't the skill here, just win the one she has, right?" It's often said that men love to fight, but in reality, women enjoy it even more, finding all sorts of reasons to engage. For instance, "Why are your high heels 5 millimeters higher than mine, you brat? I've tolerated you long enough. Watch me take you down." Or two women might just brush past each other, and if one's hair color is slightly darker, they could end up grappling on the ground. Thus, the conflict between CU and the woman in the tank top seemed perfectly normal to Sang, especially given CU's explosive temperament. They were in a one-on-one match, and others kept their distance, merely watching. Sang stood by, directing CU to place all 25 chips in the betting area. "Honey, are we definitely going to win? If we lose, I'm going to sleep, haha." The dealer began dealing the cards. CU's face-up card was a 6, while the woman in the tank top had a K. The dealer revealed the hidden cards. CU had an A, giving her a total of 17, while the woman showed a 6, which was less than CU's. However, she could still draw another card. According to the rules of 21, a player can draw up to 5 cards. Now she had no choice but to draw, which was risky when starting with 16. The woman decided to draw, but the dealer revealed a 7, causing her to bust over 21. This round, CU won. CU planted a passionate kiss on Sang's cheek and went to grab the chips, but he stopped her, saying, "Keep going." Now CU had 75 chips in the betting area, and the woman showed no signs of backing down, placing her bet and continuing the game. The dealer dealt again. This time CU had an A and the woman still had a K. Before the second card was revealed, Sang said, "Darling, no need to look. Our hidden card is a Q. This time it's 21, and you win again." "What?" CU gasped, astonished. "Is the god of gambling possessing me? How do I know what cards we have without looking?" This wasn't divine intervention. It was a complex calculation. In simple terms, over the past several rounds, the Q had hardly appeared, and all cards had fallen within the range of 5, 6, 7, and 9. So, this time it was either a J or a Q, with Q being the more likely option. Casinos allow players to keep records, which is why many blackjack tables provide paper and pens, and some even display screens. Under the gaze of everyone, CU flipped her card, revealing a Q, another 21. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 4, 23 One-on-one Singe was right. The hidden card was indeed a queen. The crowd erupted in excitement. A score of 21 is not something everyone can achieve, yet tonight, CU had already hit 21 several times, which was nothing short of a miracle. Watching others gamble was like watching a fight at critical moments. The excitement made one want to jump onto the table and dance. Looking at the woman in the tank top, she exploded in frustration once again. She tied her hair back and slammed the table, demanding, "Deal me another." Tianwu, standing behind Singe, glanced around, noticing that a crowd had gathered to watch. Some were there to see the gambling, while others came specifically to admire the beautiful women. CU's chips had grown to 225, and Singe shook his head, still betting everything. CU had no objections. After all, it was all money won, and losing it wouldn't hurt her. Moreover, she believed that Singe would never let those chips go to waste. This time, the woman in the tank top drew a score of 19, and CU also received a 19. The dealer asked if they would stand or hit, and Singe smiled, saying, "There's still room. We'll hit." The crowd gasped again. With both players at 19, asking for another card seemed overly confident, as the chances of hitting 21 were almost non-existent. Even the woman in the tank top laughed and said, "You're not always this lucky." The dealer cautioned, "Sir, miss, you both have 19. Hitting could easily bust you." Singe was determined and never second-guessed his decisions. His logic was based on the fact that only high cards had been drawn so far, and the probability of drawing another high card was at least 75. Why not take the risk? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the dealer reluctantly dealt Siyu another card. Without a glance, she flipped it over, revealing a 2. The surroundings fell silent instantly. The dealer and the woman in the tank top both turned pale. When one person has good luck, nothing can stop it. And they had seized a chance that was virtually 1 in a million. What more could they say? That brief silence was followed by an explosive round of applause. More thrilling than watching a blockbuster. It felt mythical. Each card seemed to come alive, as if in sync with Singe, granting whatever they wished for. Was he a gambling god? Siyu won all the chips from the woman in the tank top. But she was not willing to concede defeat and turned to exchange more chips. Siyu handed the dealer 2 chips, and after a quick calculation, they realized that with an initial investment of 1,000, they had won 7,500. Honey, we're almost back to winning enough for the presidential suite. Siyu laughed. Singe nodded and said, "We're still a bit short. Let us try something else." The two took their chips to the slot machines. This game was the simplest and most entertaining. Just insert the chips and wait for the reels to spin. Neither Siyu nor Singe were big gamblers. They were just there for fun, and the outcomes truly didn't matter. However, the girl in the tank top thought differently. In the gambling city, no one dared to win her money. She didn't care about that. She just felt it was too embarrassing for her. Her father was the chairman of this casino, and she could win against anyone she wanted. If she couldn't win, she would just have someone beat them up to vent her frustration. But today, she really wanted to win. She wanted to see Siyu lose. "Miss Catherine, to exchange for 10 million in chips, you need your father's approval." The manager handling the chip exchange looked quite troubled. If it were just chips, she could take as many as she wanted, but in the casino, every chip had value. 10 million in chips was something he couldn't authorize. With a cold snort, the girl in the tank top said, "If you want to keep your job here, don't mention my father to me. Just give me the chips, and we can consider it settled." The manager glanced at his staff and reluctantly nodded. 100 chips worth 10 million were taken by the girl. The manager shook his head and turned to his staff, saying, "Go tell Mr. Dole that his daughter has lost her mind. Before she loses this damn casino, I hope he can come personally." With the chips in hand, Catherine searched the casino for Siyu and Sung, finally spotting them in front of a slot machine. "Is this all you aspire to?" Siyu said. "What do you want now? Haven't you lost enough?" "Of course, I have an endless supply of chips. I could build you a house with them and then stuff you inside naked for everyone to see." "Did you just escape from a cage?" The two of them were at a standstill until Catherine said, "If you want to leave this casino, come gamble with me." Seeing her determination, Singh realized that this girl had probably forgotten her gender in her losing streak. Since she wanted to play, he thought, why not indulge her? After all, this is a casino, isn't it? Everyone is gambling. Why pretend to be innocent? Catherine generously set up a gambling table. Only Singh knew that she was intentionally showcasing her strength. What would they play? It was a showdown game, of course. Catherine placed 10 million in chips on the table, which made Siyu's 7,000 seem rather insignificant. Catherine believed she would win this time because she thought Sung and Siyu couldn't come up with 10 million in chips. She smiled and said, "I even set up a gambling table for you, yet you can't even bring out 10,000 in chips. Winning against you is really boring." Siyu coldly snorted. "Don't look down on people. You're using your currency, and we indeed can't match that. But that's because your currency is worthless now. Who would flaunt trash? We are using euros." As soon as she said this, even the dealer looked at Catherine, surprised by her expression. Siyu took out a check for 10 million euros, having Tian Wu exchange it for chips. The difference between euros and her currency wasn't very large, just 108. But the implications were significant. The euro is a major global currency today, while her currency was sidelined, which is a globally recognized fact. In recent years, the industry in that country has faced significant collapse, and the economy has been struggling to develop. After experiencing a major cyber conflict, the currency has become even weaker. Therefore, using the euro there has become a symbol of status. As for the currency in Catherine's hands, it always gives a soft feeling, much like her hands. While her movements are graceful, they seem only capable of holding luxurious items without showing anything of real value. After exchanging chips, Siyu didn't even ask, and the dealer hadn't spoken yet when the game began. The dealer helplessly said, "Miss, are you planning to go all in?" Chapter 424. The War of Men on Seng's side. The situation was still unclear, and the dealer hadn't spoken yet when Siyu placed her chips. This was over 10 million. Was she playing for keeps? The dealer said, "Miss, before you go all in, could you let me explain the game rules?" Catherine laughed, her whole body moving, while Siyu simply gave her the finger and it was still Sung who retrieved the chips. Ladies, you are now in a head-to-head match. According to the casino rules, regardless of who wins, we will take a one commission. I must also remind both of you that during the game, no cursing, no giving the finger to each other, and absolutely no throwing drinks or spitting on one another. Do you both understand? Catherine impatiently replied. Hurry up and start. You jerk. The dealer shrugged and continued. And one more thing, no verbal attacks on the dealer regardless of the cards you receive, and definitely no hair pulling or hitting. I hope you both remember that. Now, the game begins. Everyone knows the rules of poker. CU had a 10 and Catherine had a 7, so CU could place a bet. She went all in without even looking at her cards, which nearly made Sung smile. If they truly disliked each other, they could just step outside for a duel. Why involve money in this? Catherine also didn't look at her cards and went all in as well. The dealer then dealt the final card. On the table, CU had 10, 5, and Q3, while Catherine had 7, 5, and JK. The face cards didn't reveal much. It all depended on who had a pair in their whole cards. Catherine looked at her whole card and saw an ace. If CU didn't have a pair, she would win this round. However, when CU flipped her card, it turned out to be a queen, making a pair. Catherine's expression darkened instantly, her whole body trembling with anger, like a rocket ready for launch. CU was overjoyed, jumping around and teasing Sung. Can you just sit there like a lady and look down on the opponent? What are you doing? The dealer pushed the chips closer to CU. As a dealer, he watched others win or lose every day, thousands of chips moving through his hands. Each time, he thought about how wonderful it would be if that money were his. Catherine, who lost 10 million in one hand, stood up and said, if you're brave, don't go anywhere. I'm going to get more chips. Wait for me. CU raised her eyebrows and said, go ahead. Even if you bring a missile, I'm not afraid. Catherine arrived at the chip exchange and immediately requested 10 million in chips. The manager was taken aback and said, Miss, why not try the slot machines? If you're upset and break one, it won't be worth much. Please stop gambling like this. We really can't give you any more chips. Don't you really want to do this? Hurry up and give me the chips, or I'll make sure someone beats you up today. Just as the manager felt helpless, a man in his 30s appeared behind Catherine. Catherine, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so angry? Everyone turned to look, and the newcomer was Gray, the son of the casino's largest shareholder. He seemed to have had quite a bit to drink, his gaze roaming from Catherine's feet to her face with a wild intensity. Two people from the Dragon Country won over 10 million from me, and I want to win it back. But this pig won't give me any more chips. Gray said, the rules of the casino state that you indeed cannot take more, and you lost over 10 million. How will you explain this to Mr. Thompson? Catherine suddenly pushed Gray and said, don't talk to me about rules. Haven't you taken enough? I'm going to win that money back. And no one can stop me. Gray shook his head helplessly and turned to the manager, saying, give her another 10 million. With the owner's son speaking, the manager had nothing to say. He counted the chips and handed them to Gray. Note that they were given to Gray, not Catherine. Everyone in the casino knew Gray was a playboy and had long wanted to get close to Catherine. This was an opportunity, and they wanted to give Gray some face. Gray took the chips and said to Catherine, I'll go with you to see just how capable they are. At the same time, Singh was talking to CU, while Gray and Catherine sat down at the gambling table. Before Gray spoke, he put on a show, ordering drinks and security, and even had some pastries brought to him. Singh noticed and said, are you here to eat or to play? I'm not in the mood to watch you eat. Gray chuckled and replied, why the rush? Are you eager to spend the money you've won? If that is the case, how about I give you a bit more, considering the beauty beside you? CU didn't even glance at him. Since Catherine had brought a man to gamble, she would also ask Sung to help her. The two switched places, and Catherine coldly remarked, without a man, you're nothing. CU wasn't polite either, saying, aren't you the same? But your guy looks like a ghost. Given your level, it's no surprise you can only find someone like that. Without further ado, Gray wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, if that is the case, let us play and see how capable you really are. Singh looked at Gray's chips and said, it seems you don't have as many chips as I do. I have a habit. If others have less than me, I feel uncomfortable. How about we play for higher stakes? Gray asked, how do you want to play? 100 million euros. How about that? Gray was clearly a bit nervous. He had underestimated the person from the Dragon Nation. To casually mention a bet of 100 million euros, how much strength did that require? But now, he couldn't back out. There were dozens of people around watching them. If he left now, how could he ever show his face in the casino again? Thus, for the sake of his reputation, Gray turned to the manager and said, give me 100 million in chips. The manager really wanted to slap himself. Why was he even following this? 100 million in chips. Even if the owner himself was here, it wouldn't be possible. Although he was the largest shareholder, he was still just a shareholder. This casino had other chairpersons as well. Mr. Gray, stop the nonsense and hurry up. I'm the owner's son. Don't I have the authority for this? Catherine, who thrived on chaos, asked the manager if he wouldn't even give Gray this little bit of face. The manager stomped his foot and turned to get the chips. Before long, both sides had their 100 million in chips laid out in front of them. Sung was still very relaxed. He didn't even know why he felt so at ease. 100 million euros was merely a pile of chips in his eyes because this was just a game concerning dignity. Chapter 425. 100 million. Sung picked up a chip and fiddled with it for a moment. 100 million. It was just as heavy as this. So what? Gentlemen, can we start the game? The dealer asked. Gray was a bit tense. This was 100 million in chips. If he won, it would be fine. But if he lost, his father would definitely kill him personally. He even doubted how he had gotten himself into this situation without realizing it. As the cards were dealt, both players started cautiously. On the table, Gray had a hand of AKK9, while Sung had A10, JQ. For the last card, Sung could place a bet. Without thinking, he pushed in 100 million chips. Sweat immediately broke out on Gray's forehead. Sung's hand couldn't possibly be a straight because he already had 2 kings, leaving no chance for the others to be with Sung. If Sung blew his cover, losing this opportunity would be worse than just losing the game. Sung continued to smile at them, while Siyu held Sung's hand, looking at Catherine with disdain. If Siyu hadn't looked at her, it might have been better. But with that glance, Catherine immediately lost her composure and turned to say, "What are you thinking? Call." Before Gray could speak, Catherine pushed all the chips in front of him into the pot. Gray was so furious, he almost jumped up to kick her. But for the sake of his image and the casino's reputation, he gritted his teeth and called. Then, Gray flipped over his whole card, revealing a jack. "I don't believe you have a straight." Sung helplessly shook his head and said to Siyu, "Dear, you open it." Without a moment's hesitation, Siyu reached out and turned over Sung's whole card, and all eyes were on that card. When it was revealed, it was an ace. The dealer immediately announced loudly, "A pair of aces beats a pair of kings." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding crowd erupted in applause. When 200 million in chips was pushed in front of Sung, Gray felt his heartbeat almost stop, sitting motionless in his chair, not even blinking. Catherine became even more irrational, banging on the table, shouting as if she had been wronged. Looking at Sung, he stylishly picked up a chip and flicked it in front of the dealer, a tip of $1,000, almost equivalent to the dealer's monthly salary. The dealer immediately thanked Sung, saying, "Thank you, sir and madam." Siyu whispered in Sung's ear, "Honey, you're so handsome." Sung had won $1 billion but showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he called out to Gray and Catherine, "Go get more chips, let us keep playing." He was genuinely excited. This was the only feeling money could give him, a feeling that couldn't be bought at any time. As a child, he couldn't even afford a few dimes for candy. At those moments, Sung would hide in a corner, avoiding looking at the children enjoying their sweets. Everyone thought Sung was an abandoned child because his parents couldn't afford to raise him, but no one knew that noble blood flowed within him. Sung's parents were highly educated intellectuals, providing him with the best education. If they hadn't suddenly left without a word, it would have been unimaginable for a young child to bear such hardships alone. However, Sung had now regained his nobility. No one could look down on him. As long as a person has enough confidence, even divine beings will stand behind you. As for Gray and Catherine, they were no longer in control, facing Sung's provocation. They couldn't even speak. $1 billion at the casino really isn't much, but for them, it represented everything, as they not only lost money but also their confidence, face, and even dignity, although their dignity held little value. At that moment, Catherine and Gray's fathers finally appeared. These men, in their 50s, wore expressions filled with anger. They worked hard every day, and their offspring had lost over 100 million in just a couple of hands. How could they explain this to the other board members? Gray's father immediately began to scold them. "So you're still sitting here? Why don't you bet your lives as well? That way I won't have to lift a finger." Catherine's father was even angrier, muttering, "I should have kicked you to death when your mother was pregnant with you. What are you still doing here? Are you enjoying the thrill of losing? Hurry up and get lost, to a place even a Hubble telescope can't see." After their tirade, the 2 old men glanced at Sung but said nothing. They accepted the loss. They also observed that Sung had not cheated, so they could only walk away. Sung did not stop them. Who cared about them? After all, he had won a lot of money today. Just then, Johnson, Basha, and Nicole also walked over. Their luck isn't as good as Sung's. When Johnson looked down at the chips in front of Sung, his face turned purple. "My goodness. Do you want to win this entire casino? After just a couple of rounds, how are you doing?" Nicole laughed and said, "I lost all the money I set aside for buying lingerie this month." Sung was in a good mood and replied, "In that case, let's go shopping. It's on me. Let's see if we can spend this 100 million in one night." In Las Vegas, not only are the casinos open 24 hours, but all the large shopping malls are as well. Additionally, bars, nightclubs, brothels, and strip clubs stay open until the early morning. Women are natural shopaholics. When they see a shopping mall, they rush in without hesitation, buying whatever is expensive. After all, with 100 million, they can't possibly spend it all. Siyu ended up buying the most. Sung had no idea what she was purchasing, With over a dozen bags, he was exhausted just carrying them. When he asked Tianwu for help, Tianwu said, "I'm a bodyguard, I don't carry things." Finally, Sung exclaimed, "Stop buying. I can't take it anymore." Afterward, they went to a bar and didn't return to the hotel until 3 in the morning. A few of them went back to their rooms and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Sung woke up to find his computer missing. He immediately went to Johnson's room. 5 minutes later, a large group of armed troops surrounded the hotel. The commander said to Johnson, "It's just a computer. Do we really need to mobilize the military for this?" Johnson replied, "This computer is equivalent to 1,000 nuclear weapons. I need you to find it immediately." Chapter 426. The Single Women's Association. Singh wasn't sure if the computer was still in the hotel. Last night, he had logged into the forum on his computer before going to bed around 3. In those few hours, there was enough time for someone to take the computer out of the hotel. Of course, Singh wasn't worried about anyone being able to access the computer. His password was an extremely special secret. If even one character was entered incorrectly, the hard drive and memory would be completely destroyed, and there would be no way to reverse it, unless the person was an absolute expert. But such a person probably didn't exist in this world. According to the records, 2 individuals entered Singh's room at 4 in the morning. They entered with a key, not by breaking in. Singh had been so tired the previous day that he slept soundly and didn't hear anything. Tianwu, who was staying next door, also heard nothing. When these 2 individuals left, they didn't immediately exit the hotel, but went to another room, handing the computer to someone inside before leaving. As of now, the person in that room had not left, so Johnson was sure the computer was still there. The hotel's security manager took a look at that room and immediately said, "This room belongs to Mr. Gray. We need the boss's approval to open it." Johnson angrily declared, "In the name of the president, I order you to take us to open this room, or I'll throw that damn door into your body." The manager glanced at the officers and soldiers behind Johnson and could only lead them to Gray's door. As soon as the door opened, the soldiers rushed in. Gray and Catherine were still asleep, unaware of what was happening. Clothes and empty bottles were scattered all over the floor. Startled awake, they saw the situation and were terrified, shouting, I didn't do anything. What do you want?" Both of them were not dressed and couldn't even get out of bed. Catherine shouted, "My father owns this casino. Stay away from me." "Shut up," Johnson yelled, and both of them fell silent. At that moment, an officer spotted a computer in another room, still connected to the internet, but it had been burned. Seeing the burnt computer, Singh felt slightly relieved. The destruction indicated that someone had attempted a remote hack. Otherwise, there would be no reason to connect to the internet. The biggest question was why Gray and Catherine were involved. Who had coerced them into this? Catherine and Gray's father arrived at the scene, and the sight before them was overwhelming. Just yesterday, they had lost a fortune, and now the military had shown up. When did these 2 get together? Gray's father asked. "I am Gray's father and the owner of this casino. Can someone tell me what is going on here?" Johnson looked at Sung and said, "You are nothing now. I inform you in the name of the country's president that these 2 are attempting to compromise national security. We have reason to believe they are members of a terrorist organization." From under the covers, Gray shouted, "No, you're talking nonsense. I'm just a member of a gentleman's club and a singles women's association." Johnson replied, "If you're not part of a terrorist organization, who made you steal this computer?" "A woman named Lovelo told me to do it. She said if I could get someone to take this computer and connect it to the internet, she would agree to be with me." Gray's father suddenly exclaimed, "The Lovelo you mentioned, is she the one who can open beers with her back?" Catherine's father added, "Sometimes she can even open cans." Everyone shut up. "Where is this woman?" Johnson demanded. "She's at a club," Gray replied. Sung remained silent and left with Tianwu. Johnson felt his face flush with anger. Such an error could happen right under his nose. Furious, he ordered the soldiers to take everyone away. Singh did not return to the room, but left the hotel and went to buy the best computer currently available in the world. Shiyu handed Sung a USB drive she had been wearing around her neck, and half an hour later, all the codes were successfully integrated. Next, they needed to find this woman named Lovelo. However, in the country, there were tens of thousands of people with that name, and without any additional information. Singh had to rely on keyword searches. This was the most frustrating part for Singh. Finally, feeling helpless, he inputted Lovelo, the woman who can open beers with her back, in Las Vegas. However, the shield code cut off all keyword searches, suggesting, "Stop being so fixated on that. Do something serious. What I'm doing right now is serious. Use shield code. A program is just a program. Even if its prompts are user-friendly, it remains merely a program." Johnson was also quick. He had already obtained information about Lovelock. Lovelock, 33, was once listed as one of the most notorious hackers for monopolizing a neighbor's internet connection. A year later, Lovelock publicly played inappropriate videos on a personal website of a certain country's president, earning a spot on the FBI's list of the most troublesome hackers. After that, Lovelock used hacking techniques to infiltrate a large screen outside the Capitol's congressional building, displaying videos. which led the CIA to classify her as one of the hackers who deserved to be eliminated. Later, Lovelock suddenly vanished, only to reappear 5 years later as a unique dance performer in a club in Las Vegas. Her name appeared in the documents related to a certain government operation, suggesting that during her years of disappearance, she had joined a certain organization. Sung felt that Lovelock was quite interesting, just like other hackers, wanting to prove herself. Though her methods were somewhat baffling, she was a highly individualistic female hacker and a member of that organization. Although it had been destroyed, many members still remained active online. Some were even trying to restore the glory of that organization, with Lovelock being one of the radicals. In her mind, only that organization truly belonged to her, and no one could destroy her ideal vision of it. At the same time, she knew who Ghost Butterfly was. Her second reason for living was to personally eliminate Sung. Last night, while Sung was gambling with Gray, she recognized him and immediately began her plan. She had Gray steal Sung's computer, intending to crack his data, but failed. However, Lovelock would not give up, as she had other plans. Chapter 427. The Black Market. Sung did not believe the information in Johnson's hands for one reason. Although Lovelock had a strong personality, she was not a fool. She should be well aware of her own capabilities and that she could never be a match for Ghost Butterfly. Such reckless attacks were pointless. They would only expose her identity. Therefore, Sung trusted his instincts more, believing that the organization was preparing to wreak havoc once again. Everything was as Sung suspected. Lovelock had vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. Her residence was tidied up, indicating that she had not left in a hurry. Everything had been planned, hadn't it? This operation was meant to inform Sung that the organization had been reborn. Sung, however, remained unconvinced. As a hacker, enemies could arise at any time. Any hacker could become your enemy. The online world inherently lacks rules. The so-called restrictions exist only among those who follow conventional paths. Hackers can easily switch this world into cheat mode. With just one program, they can do as they please in the digital realm. Unbeknownst to many, the online world has completely enveloped the human realm, which is something every hacker desires. But for the world at large, it is a nightmare. Consequently, more and more hackers are emerging in the digital landscape, and notably, they do not distinguish between good and evil. It all boils down to pure soul and character traits. Fortunately, Sung is a formidable hacker in this world, possessing the ability to set the rules. However, these rules are not meant to restrict others, but rather to await opposition from others, who are regarded as enemies. Thus, Sung advised Johnson to abandon the search for Lovelock, as it would be futile and a waste of time. That evening, Sung and his group arrived at the largest underground black market. This black market is not your typical street vendor setup. It's not uncommon to hear someone say, "Hey, I need a missile." This market is located in a lavish 17-story hotel. Whenever the black market opens, the doors of all rooms above the 10th floor swing wide open, with those inside being the sellers. All entrances and exits from the 9th floor are guarded by armed guards. To enter the black market, one must have someone to escort them in, and here, the rules dictate that buying and selling must be conducted in indirect ways. Direct requests are not allowed. For instance, if you want to buy a missile, you would say, "Flights are getting slower. I can't believe we have to land after just 100 kilometers. Next time, I must take a flight that goes 500 kilometers. That would be fantastic." The seller would understand that you are looking for a missile with a range of 500 kilometers, but if you simply state, "I want to buy a missile," the seller would kick you out. This is the way things operate here, which is why this black market continues to thrive. Johnson's informant was already waiting at the entrance. This person, in his 30s, was also black, dressed appropriately, and spoke very steadily, giving Sung a good impression. His name was Tony, a seller in the black market, though it was unclear what exactly he was selling. Under his guidance, the group ascended to the 10th floor. As they walked, Tony remarked, "I believe you all understand the rules here. You can buy anything, but be aware that everything is quite expensive. However, there is no minimum purchase required. You can leave without buying anything." As Sung walked and looked around, he noticed that the atmosphere became increasingly lively as they ascended. If one didn't know this was a black market, they might think they had stumbled into a gala. Every man was dressed in suits, and every woman in evening gowns, bustling in and out of the rooms, appearing very busy. Soon they reached the stairway to the top floor, where Tony said, "Not just anyone can go up there. They deal in big items. The person you want to see is in the 5th room. Goodbye, everyone." After Tony left, Johnson said, "We need to go up. It seems it won't be that easy." Sung looked up and noticed at least a dozen fully armed bodyguards at the door. Before anyone could enter, they had to undergo a full body scan. "Let us find a room on the 6th floor to wait for a bit." Johnson understood Sung's intention, and the group casually found a room and stepped inside. In the room, several people were sitting and talking. A young man walked up to Johnson and said with a smile, "Welcome to this room for a visit. Would you like something to drink?" "Of course. Thank you for your hospitality," Johnson replied naturally. Basra and Nicole were fine too, but the young man's gaze was fixed on Sung, while everyone else was in suits. Sung was dressed casually and was carrying a laptop, looking more like a technician there to fix something. On the other hand, things were a bit better for Shiyu. As a woman, she was always welcomed wherever she went, right? Sung didn't care about these things and followed Johnson into another room. The young man said, "Please wait a moment. Mr. Hamilton will meet you shortly." Who is this Hamilton? Sung didn't know, and Johnson certainly didn't either. Moreover, there was no need to waste time figuring that out. Sung was there just to have a place to operate his computer, regardless of who this Mr. was. Sung connected to the hotel's network, and the Ghost Domain module appeared. He clicked on the network module for the 17th floor room, only to find that the computer in that room hadn't been turned on at all. This was no problem. Following the network cable, Sung could access the motherboard's power program and select to turn it on, causing the computer to start automatically. Following this, Sung uploaded a scanning data file to the computer system. The hotel room computers were equipped with wireless network card functions, primarily to allow guests to use portable devices to access the internet at any time. Usually, the wireless network card was interconnected with the computer's network cable. The infinite code scanning program could scan all devices connected to the wireless network card within seconds, even if a device wasn't connected, as long as it was turned on. Sung could use the forced connection symbol in the infinite code to connect to all devices that had not activated their connection functions. Thus, in less than half a minute, Sung connected to 2 devices and cracked the Android systems on them, taking less than 3 seconds. All the data in these 2 devices became clear at a glance. According to the data, the 2 people in the room were not from a certain country, but from another nation. The devices contained many photos of the starry sky and images of some precision components. Sung was not interested in these items and pulled the cracked data into the Magic Eye code. Half a minute later, everything about these individuals appeared before Sung's eyes. Chapter 428. Rules from the information Sung obtained about these 2 individuals. One was named Bashev, a 65-year-old former professor at the Astronomical Space Academy of his country and one of the earliest researchers involved in the design of the world's first artificial satellite. It was on this foundation that he became the largest private seller of artificial satellites in the world. These black market sellers were all super rich, and Bashev's fortune had already reached billions. What do wealthy individuals fear the most? It's the inexplicable disappearance of their amassed wealth. At this moment, Bashev's portable device suddenly received a message indicating that he had transferred 100 million euros to a stranger. Startled, he abruptly stood up while conversing with clients, leaving the group from a desert nation bewildered. Shortly after, another message arrived. If you don't want your wealth to vanish, go to the stairway now. Bashev held a significant position in his country, and countless people sought to meet him every day, but only a few could actually see him. Yet now, he was running to the stairway without a second thought. He was unable to think clearly. Senge turned off his computer and nodded at Johnson, prompting a few individuals to stand up. The young man led Hamilton towards the group. Everyone, this is him. We didn't even have a drink and had to wait so long. Now we don't want to discuss anything. After saying this, they left the room. Hamilton looked at their departing figures and remarked, "Did you all come just for drinks?" At the stairway, Bashev, drenched in sweat, also directed his gaze towards them, speaking a few words in his native language. Others couldn't understand, but Nicole could and translated for Senge, saying that Bashev asked if it was them who sent him the message. Senge stepped forward and said, "Now take us to your room. This isn't a place for conversation. Please." The 7th floor room was much better than those below. It was filled with presidential suites, and through the windows, one could see the romantic nightscape of Vegas. This was Senge's favorite feeling, as if he were a giant reaching for the sky, feeling even more powerful. The night lights were mesmerizing, reminding him of many beautiful memories. However, Bashev was not in such a good mood. Losing 100 million was not just for enjoying the lights. His personal secretary poured everyone a glass of vodka, and the national enthusiasm made their drinks quite strong, necessitating the addition of plenty of ice. "Who are you, and what do you want from here?" Bashev finally couldn't hold back. Everyone else appeared normal, but the young man standing by the window seemed the most mysterious, so Bashev directed his question towards Senge. Without turning around, Senge replied, "I want something that only you possess. Let us be direct." Bashev couldn't determine their identities and certainly didn't realize that the person standing in front of him was one of the most skilled hackers in the world. He thought that only government officials could casually access his funds. However, he quickly reconsidered. If they were government people, why would they sit down to negotiate with him? Especially when they weren't even from the same country. Now, Bashev felt that figuring this out was more challenging than launching a satellite. Senge continued, "Tell me, what valuable assets do you have?" Bashev responded straightforwardly, "Military, communication, civilian, meteorological, surveillance, everything." Senge turned around and said, "Let us discuss your communication satellites. Launched in 1995 and already retired, it can still be used for another 10 years. How to use it? You will need a dedicated base to build an operational platform. After that, I will connect the satellite's signal code to your platform. You will also need at least 50 people to handle the satellite's daily operations. A satellite from 1995 is like an elderly person. Many areas need maintenance, with a total investment of around 500 million euros. Bashayev took a sip of his drink and added, its return rate is not very high, mainly for research purposes for countries without satellites or for communication use. While it can cover the globe, due to the technological limitations of the time, many regions, such as the Antarctic and Arctic, cannot be fully covered. Its operating system can be upgraded, but its functionality cannot be surpassed. It can only provide communication. After Nicole translated, she smiled gently at Seng, with a meaningful expression. Seng nodded, and then said, can its technology accept wireless network signals? Bashayev shook his head and replied, that is the reason for its retirement. The design from 1995 did not consider the issue of wireless networks, so it can only accept ordinary signals. Satellites launched after 2005 can do that, but they are very expensive. The cheapest costs at least 1 billion euros, and you can only gain access rights to it, like paying for a line. It seems that those hackers from the island are using this method. 1 billion euros, they really are wealthy. However, he cannot come up with 1 billion euros, and he still needs to form a new team and even have a control base. Just thinking about these issues gives Seng a headache. It is simply beyond his current capabilities. Seng opened his computer and transferred 100 million euros to Bashayev, saying, thank you for your hospitality today, and I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future. Bashayev was quite moved by this, but also more terrified. Although he did not know Seng's identity, he was aware that everything was under this young man's control, which would frighten anyone. No need to say more. He just hoped these people would leave quickly. But Seng then asked, have any people from the island bought anything from you? Bashayev, feeling very troubled, said, customer information is something I would protect with my life. I cannot tell you this. Seng just smiled and said, are you not afraid that everything you have might suddenly disappear? Or that all your information could be made public? After Nicole translated, Bashayev's bodyguard placed his hand behind him. Johnson also reached into his pocket, and Tianwu stood directly beside Seng, shaking his head at the bodyguard, signaling him not to act impulsively. Now Seng had more people on his side, and Bashayev had no choice but to say, you are breaking the rules here. Chapter 429 Doha Seng does not consider himself a rule maker, but he will not adhere to certain rules either. According to Bashayev, without certain strength, it is impossible to afford these satellites or the eliminated equipment. The hackers from the island must have some backing supporting them. Therefore, Seng must know who this behind-the-scenes figure is. It doesn't matter if Bashayev doesn't say anything. As long as Seng moves his finger, Bashayev will reveal everything. So, in front of Bashayev, Seng transferred all of his funds to the account of a global charity organization. He turned the computer towards Bashayev and said, now, if I press this button, all your assets will be under this charity's name. A person sitting in an air-conditioned room was sweating profusely. One can imagine how tense and fearful he was. Seng's finger hovered over the keyboard, ready to press it at any moment. Bashayev could no longer endure it and raised his hands, saying, okay, don't be impulsive, I can tell you everything. Bashayev had never met any individuals from the island region, but he had only conducted one business deal this year, selling a communication satellite to a super-rich individual from the desert region. This was his only transaction in 2 years, and the satellite sold was capable of data transmission, launched after 2005. If those individuals from the island were using satellite data transmission, it was very likely that they were using this satellite. I want the access code for this satellite. This was another condition proposed by Seng. Bashayev shook his head and said, even if you donate my wife to a charity, I still can't provide that. This super-rich person bought the entire satellite system, and after the access code was reset, only he knows it. If you want to access this data stream, you can only ask this rich man. Seng believed this. Based on what he had learned about wireless satellites during this time, it was indeed as Bashayev said. Given this, Seng inquired about the information on this super-rich individual, and the group left. The next day at noon, Seng had a meal with Johnson and a few others, said a simple goodbye, and in the afternoon returned to the capital of the Dragon Country with Siyu. By the time they reached the capital, it was already night, and it was still raining. Seng's mood was complicated because he realized that the opponent was truly everywhere. After returning home, Seng dove into a secret room and accessed the network trunk of the desert region to search for information on the wealthy individual named Doha. The Doha family was among the top 10 super-rich individuals in the desert region, with personal assets of 76 billion, including holdings in construction, communications, and dozens of other fields. The entire group employed hundreds of thousands of people, with over 100 wives alone. The satellite he purchased was mainly used to develop the communication sector in neighboring countries of the desert region. This was the only information Seng could find. Seng also wanted to access the data server of the Doha group, but unexpectedly, he was blocked by a firewall. Interesting. According to the analysis of the Magic Eye code, The group's firewall used matrix code technology, changing the core permissions every second. Consequently, the password for accessing the data server also changed every second. Only by using a password card could one enter the server. No matter how powerful Seng's abilities are, it is impossible to crack this permission in 1 second. Even with the use of magical eyes for analysis, and simultaneously employing the ghost domain and key codes, it would still take at least 5 seconds. Seng rested his chin on his hands, pondering how to break through this firewall. A brute force approach would not work. This server cluster is very special. Only by combining the data code from the password card with the server cluster's code can one access the server. After thinking for a long time, Seng chuckled helplessly and thought, forget it, I'm not playing this game anymore. Since he couldn't come up with a solution, he decided not to waste time thinking about it. A hacker's time is precious. Moreover, Seng never feels inferior or angry because he cannot crack a formidable opponent. Just because he cannot break it now does not mean he will never be able to. Furthermore, the technology of the Doha group is the most distinctive he has encountered so far. Even the data in Doha's portable devices is encrypted by the group's servers. Without access to the server, Seng cannot do anything. If he were in a desert country or could personally check the server, there might be a possibility of cracking it. Remote operations can work with just network data, but once hardware is involved, it cannot be completed. This is an unchangeable situation in the hacking field. Software and hardware cracking methods are fundamentally different. One can be done remotely, while the other requires manual operation, and it is irreversible. Seng felt a bit tired and wanted to rest early today, not wanting to think about too many issues. Sister Hua prepared a late-night snack, and Seng had a simple meal. Yuan still made sweet soup for him, a habit only she and his parents know about. When Seng was young, whenever he fell or cried, his mother would always give him a cup of sweet soup. Looking back now, it is such a sweet memory. A taste he would never forget in his life. The night will always pass, just as sunny days will inevitably come. Every day is a busy start. Hustling for life and thinking about how to earn his share of wealth in this world. Seng arrived at the library on time. The old curator was still at the doors supervising every employee coming to work. If someone was late, he would still take note of it. This has been his job for half a lifetime, and as long as he works a day in the library, he will continue doing so. Wanru always keeps Seng's office very tidy. Every time he walks in, he can smell a pleasant fragrance. Not only that, but Wanru also neatly writes out the day's work plan and places it in front of him. Seng had no idea he had so much work to do in a day. Thinking back, it was much better when he was moving books. He didn't have to think so much, just moving those books around was enough. Today, his first work plan is to attend a meeting convened by the City Business Association. The meeting's content is about effectively developing the link and cooperation between individual economies and corporate economies. Not going, what the hell is that link for? Can they make money from it? What a waste of time. Chapter 430. Divine Realm. Seng suddenly felt a sense of being kidnapped. These tasks were things he had never even considered before. Every day he had to make decisions. Wasn't he being the boss supposed to be enjoyable? Why did it feel like being a slave instead? There was so much work to do, and it was just a library. How could there be that much work? In other words, he was just a hacker. Why was he doing all this? While he was pondering, Qi entered the office, looking rather unhappy. Seng asked, "What's wrong? Did your TV explode?" "Your TV exploded? I wanted to have the best decor style, but the budget is 5 times what it used to be." Sister Hua wanted to approve it. She said she needs your consent first. "I don't care. You need to give me enough funding, or I'll go on strike." "Who taught you that? Going on strike at the drop of a hat? Is it your old man?" "I don't care. Anyway, you promised me that the bar's funds should be independent. I'm not using Sister Hua's finances." "No way. That would cause chaos." "I'll talk to Sister Hua about it. That should be fine, right? I want tea. I want independence. Just talk it out." Qi suddenly rushed in front of Seng, grabbing his hair and shaking it. "Ouch. My hairstyle is ruined. Stop it. Will you agree to my request?" "Fine, I'll agree. Just let go. If someone else sees this, they might think you're mistreating me." Before he finished speaking, Siyu pushed the door open and walked in. Upon seeing this scene, her expression darkened immediately. Without saying a word, she turned and left. Seng pushed Qi away and said, "See, you made her anxious. It's all your fault." Qi shrugged and said, "So what if she is anxious? What is the big deal?" She genuinely didn't care. She didn't want Seng to be with Siyu anyway. In many people's eyes, Seng was so outstanding, while Siyu was just a woman who spent money and liked to throw tantrums. Any woman next to Seng was better than her. Seng didn't think so. He didn't care how others viewed Siyu, but she was his woman, and he would never let her suffer any grievances. After searching the library and not finding her, Seng asked the old librarian if he had seen Siyu leave the library. The old librarian replied, "Since opening, a total of 153 people have come in, 73 of them men, 80 women, and even a dog. But I didn't see Siyu leave." Seng shook his head helplessly and went to the rooftop of the library. There, he found Siyu standing at the edge, looking like she was about to jump. "What are you doing standing there?" Hurry and come over. As he spoke, Senj tried to pull her back, but Siyu said, stop. Don't come over, or I'll jump. Senj thought for a moment and said, what's there that can't be discussed properly? If you really want to jump, I won't stop you. This just shows that you don't care about me at all. Otherwise, you would think about how painful it would be for me if you were gone. Since that's the case, why should I hold you back? Go ahead and take that leap. That way, I can freely pursue other women. Just look at Ku-yi, Yu-jia, and Wanro. I need to figure out who to pursue first. Before he could finish, Siyu rushed over, pinned Senj down, and squeezed his neck, gritting her teeth. I won't let you. As long as I'm alive, you can't do that, you bastard. Senj flipped over and pinned her down, laughing. Aren't you going to commit suicide? Tears streamed down Siyu's face, and seeing her aggrieved expression, Senj gently kissed her lips. Siyu initially resisted, but slowly she embraced Senj tightly. They were being affectionate in a high-rise building less than 500 meters from the library. A stunning woman with fiery curves, blonde hair, and blue eyes slowly lowered her telescope. She walked to the mirror, looking at the seductive beauty reflected back at her. She smiled. But it wasn't a charming or sexy smile. It was filled with malice. Applying silver lipstick to her face, she seemed to sketch out the devil within her, wanting this devil to consume her and, more importantly, to consume Senj. When Senj wasn't the ghost butterfly, he was just an ordinary person, blending into society and playing the role of an average individual. The life of an ordinary person is filled with both joy and anger, all of which are instigated by others. Just like at this moment, Sister Hua felt uncomfortable knowing about Ku-yi's financial independence. On one hand, she worked for Senj. On the other hand, she wanted what was best for him. The reason she disagreed with Ku-yi's proposal was that the budget was already at its maximum, and Ku-yi wanted to increase it fivefold. To address this, Sister Hua specifically sought out Wanro, an expert in this area. After her calculations, Wanro confirmed that the proposed budget was indeed excessive. It was just a bar. Why was there a need for a large musical fountain at the entrance? That was simply wasteful. Therefore, Sister Hua couldn't approve that budget, but she knew about Ku-yi and Senj's relationship, so she let Ku-yi discuss it with Senj herself. To her surprise, Senj didn't even ask questions and immediately approved 10 million in independent funds for Ku-yi, stating that all her future budgets would be independent and wouldn't require her oversight. Thus, Sister Hua felt uneasy but said nothing. After all, Senj was the boss, and his decisions were unopposed. However, during lunch, she mentioned this to Tianwu. In the afternoon, Tianwu casually brought it up with Senj, and he finally realized that he had acted rather inappropriately. To address this, Senj specifically called Sister Hua to his office. He didn't mention Ku-yi, but said, "You are like my godmother. You need to take on more responsibilities for the library work. You know I'm not really invested in these matters. So I've decided to appoint you as the vice president of the company, with full authority to handle the daily operations." Sister Hua immediately became excited upon hearing this. "Gezi, what is going on?" "Nothing much, just wanted to say that we are all family. There are some issues that I haven't thought through at my young age, so I hope you can bear with me a bit more in the future." Sun Ji's tone was filled with sincerity, and Sister Hua was moved to tears. Feeling no anger or grievance, especially with the phrase "you are my godmother" bringing her immense satisfaction, to prevent others from having objections. Sun Gu appointed the old director as the office manager and Yu Jia as the personnel department manager, etc. After everything was arranged, Sun Gu finally felt a sense of relief. However, at that moment, Liao Ximin urged him to go to the divine realm immediately. Chapter 431. Data transmission. Sun Gu didn't he know why Liao Ximin was in such a hurry to summon him to the divine realm. Without wasting words, he brought Tian Wu to Liao Ximin's office. Before he could speak, Liao Ximin showed him a video clip. In the video, there was a woman wearing a mask. "I know who you are. You will pay for everything you have done. Await the devil's cleansing." The video lasted only a few seconds. Liao Ximin said, "This was uploaded to the CNC public website half an hour ago. They have reason to believe this is not a prank, but a provocation specifically targeting CNC." After watching the video, Sun Gu simply stated, "I will go check on CNC." Actually, upon seeing the video, Sun Gu thought of someone, Luo Fu Luo. Their conflict had already begun during the war in Vegas. Upon arriving at CNC, Sun Gu just wanted to see if Luo Fu Luo had caused any damage to CNC's servers. He casually checked her location. The magic eye code analysis indicated that Luo Fu Luo was in the capital. She has come to the capital too? It seemed that this time, their conflict was going to be resolved in the capital. Luo Fu Luo did not attack CNC's server data. With her capabilities, she couldn't. As previously discussed, every hacker has their own area of expertise, and Luo Fu Luo is an expert in video applications. If she wanted to launch an attack, it would start from the video data. This time, it was merely a declaration of war against Sun Gu, with a formal attack to follow. However, what puzzled Sun Gu was why she would do this. Hackers usually conceal their whereabouts, yet she was deliberately exposing herself. In any case, it was now confirmed that Luo Fu Luo was in the capital, ready to launch an attack against him at any time. Sun Ge wasn't a prophet and couldn't predict where Luo Fu Luo would initiate her attack. All he could do was wait. After posting the video, Luo Fu Luo completely vanished without launching any attacks. Soon it was Saturday, and Sun Ge got up early. He was going to Shangdao today. Sun Ge wouldn't speak of righteousness with those hackers. Even though he had taken 100 million euros from them, it was merely to ease their suspicions. Moreover, he aimed to use this opportunity to uncover the mastermind behind this group of hackers and see who that person really was. This time, Sun Ge only brought Tianwu with him to Shangdao, leaving Siyu to take care of the house, which also allowed her to stay home for a few days. At noon, upon arriving in the island city, Liao Ximin had everything arranged. Only after Seng was ready did the financial system of the island city begin the data merging process, to prevent them from using wireless transmitters. Seng first scanned the entire mainline, confirming that there were no data transmitters before allowing Luo Qinan to start the data merging. Meanwhile, he accessed the island city's servers from the hotel to track the transmission of this batch of data. The code on the monitor was scrolling rapidly, and Seng knew the meaning of these codes at a glance. When the data transmission started, everything seemed normal, but a minute later, an additional code suddenly appeared behind these codes. Seng quickly extracted one code and, upon closer inspection, realized that another network's data had accessed the transmission array. In simple terms, data interception had already begun. The method of access was quite complex. First, he needed to locate the merged data by entering the financial system server. Then find the data upload port and network access point, and finally cut off the data transmission protocol to redirect all data to a designated network area. As the interception began, Seng had already found the address they intended to redirect to, which was a certain overseas financial system. While intercepting, they were also placing hundreds of billions of euros under a specified username in this financial system. Seeing this, Seng immediately opened the interception module and forcefully modified the parameters to ensure that all data continued to be transmitted to the originally designated address. During this entire process, Luo Qinan and others from the island city's financial company also witnessed everything. They had been tracking the data upload, and when someone attempted to intercept, they also tried to cut off the opponent's connection. However, their technology was not advanced enough for such actions. Once the data transmission returned to normal, Luo Qinan knew it must have been Seng's intervention. The engineers were sweating profusely, yet they were of no use. The data had returned to normal, and they shouted louder than anyone else. In the hotel, Seng received a connection request from Liao Ximin. After connecting, Liao Ximin laughed and said, "Gezi, someone sent a message to CNC saying you're a rogue who took their 100 million euros and is now trying to mess with them, who told them to only give 100 million. I originally wanted 1 billion. I don't care how much you want. But you must ensure the safe merging of this data set without causing any negative impact on the island city or even the Dragon Country." Just as they were speaking, the transmitted data underwent another change. Seng cut off the connection and saw that the opponent had adopted a batch-guided method, splitting the main data into 10 parts for transmission. Seng was alone and could not handle 10 at the same time. However, it was not that Seng had to face 10 alone. Although those hackers had many tricks, they were still slower than Seng's reactions and technically inferior. Seng simply compressed the entire data using his own compression software, and without Seng's decryption software, no one could unlock the data inside, let alone deal with the batch guidance. After being compressed, the data completely ignores the 10 nodes and continues to be transmitted to the correct address. It's like 10 beggars holding bowls in front of you, asking for food. You take out a piece of cake, making the beggars think you're going to give it to them, and just when they are the most excited, you suddenly put the cake into your own mouth. Just imagine the expression on the beggars' faces at that moment. Therefore, for Seng, this is simply the funniest thing in the world. Indeed, as Seng thought, Han Xinghai and his group were looking at the data on the monitor with angry faces. The entire data merging only took 5 minutes, and they had been working for 2 minutes without making any progress. Han Xinghai's face turned purple. How could he let this happen? Another hacker in his 20s glanced at the time and said, "Xinghai, there are 2 minutes and 50 seconds left for the transmission to complete. What should we do now? Blow up the server in Xiangdao and make all the data disappear." Several hackers looked at him simultaneously. After working so hard, were they really going to give up everything? Chapter 432. Transmission completed as Seng took action. Han Xinghai knew their plan was doomed to fail. Everyone had been played by this rogue. Since they couldn't get it, no one else should either. They decided to destroy the server and erase all the data. Thus, the hackers under Han Xinghai immediately began to attack the financial server in Shangdao. Their method of attack was to forcibly uninstall the system's firewall, access the server management directory, and delete all data. This was an absolutely violent method of destruction, and the hackers had long obtained the firewall code for Shangdao, easily uninstalling the firewall and exposing the entire server directory. However, Deleting files from the server was not so easy. First, they needed to obtain administrative access to the server. When Luo Qinan discovered that the firewall had been uninstalled, he immediately activated the backup server data, and the main server began antivirus defense. Seng initially wanted to reinforce the server defense of HNT, but when he found out that HNT had activated the backup server, he abandoned that idea. If the opposing hackers accessed the backup server, Seng could immediately restore the main server's data and continue the transmission. With 3 minutes left, the entire HNT was on the brink of explosion. Senior officials from the Xiongdao government personally arrived at HNT, and they had only one request. This batch of funds must be successfully merged without any mistakes. Luo Qinan glanced at the time. Although the server was under attack, the data transmission was proceeding normally, and the backup server had been activated, ensuring no issues for the next 3 minutes. An official said, "This batch of funds amounts to hundreds of billions of euros. There must be no problems. The prosperity and stability of Xiongdao cannot be undermined. Qinan, you can use all your authority now. You must find these damned hackers." Just then, a sweating engineer said, "President Luo, they have started launching cracking attacks on the backup server, on a luxurious yacht off the coast of a certain island." Han Xinghai slammed his wine glass onto the table. His face darkened as he said, "Once this batch of funds disappears, let's see how you handle the situation on this island, and how you handle it, Senggu." Luo Qinan connected with Senggu in a deserted corner, nervously saying, "President Sung, they have already started attacking the backup servers. Can you tell me where these bastards are?" Senggu took a sip of his drink and laughed. "Don't worry. Let them attack. After all, your server data isn't that critical. At most, after their attack, I can restore it for you. However, I can't tell you their location yet, because the mastermind hasn't shown up. He is the key figure, and I don't believe he would have the generosity to give up this money." Luo Qinan finally felt relieved and said, "President Sung, I really appreciate it. No need to be polite." After cutting off the call, Senggu looked at the HNT data again. Those guys were indeed using a backdoor in the backup servers for a code intrusion. Senggu immediately dragged the ghost domain module onto the main server's transmission array, restored the network data of the main server, and reinforced the core system of the main server in 10 seconds. The sky suddenly changed color, waves surged, and the yacht rocked up and down. A hacker wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Han Xinghai, "Boss, I'm afraid we've been played again. The data recovery of HNT's main server is still in progress." Han Xinghai slammed the bottle he was holding against the table, shouting, "Senggu, I'll get you. I'll get your whole family and all your ancestors for 1,500 generations." In the hotel, Senggu rubbed his stomach and said to Tian Wu, "Buddy, how about some late-night snacks? I heard that the roast goose rice downstairs is pretty good. Should we add more chili powder? Put it on." Tian Wu left the room, and Senggu looked at the data again. At this moment, an unfamiliar data breached Sung Ji's reinforced system and entered the HNT main server. "So you finally decided to show yourself, huh?" Senggu immediately connected to this data with his magic eye and began a comprehensive search and analysis. His reinforcement system was a casually written level 5 software, and Senggu did this to draw out the mastermind, and now he had indeed appeared. The magic eye quickly tracked the target's IP address, and Senggu saw it was from the capital of a certain country. Who is this? How could this person be in the capital? Just as Senggu was about to connect with this data, another piece of data suddenly appeared, which uploaded a level 1 reinforcement software to HNT's server and, using data node conversion, uploaded an infectious virus file into the damaged data. Who is this? Senggu immediately analyzed this piece of data, and the result appeared. It was again from the capital. Senggu was truly speechless. When did so many experts appear in the capital? He quickly began his analysis, realizing that this person was not an enemy, but rather someone helping him from behind. Moreover, this person was a master. The level 1 reinforcement software they used was even more perfect than that of the reinforcement program experts. There's one more thing. This person is right beside him. Who could it be? The old curator, Hua Jia, Yuhan, Wanro, Yujia, Ku Yi. See you. Everyone thought about it and concluded it was impossible. Senggu intended to connect to that data, but it had disappeared. Moreover, another set of offensive data vanished along with it, as if it had never existed. Now was not the time to think about this. The data was about to finish transmission in 1 minute. The mastermind behind the scenes had appeared, but before he could take action, he was eliminated without a trace. He probably wouldn't show up for a while. Senggu immediately sent the yacht's location to Luo Qinan, who, upon receiving the address, commanded, "Have the counterterrorism unit act immediately." The officials were somewhat confused, as Luo Qinan only glanced at his device before activating the counterterrorism unit. What exactly had he done? Once the data transmission reached 100, a prompt indicated completion. Luo Qinan simultaneously sent the decompression program that Senggu provided to the engineers of the European financial system. At that moment, applause erupted from over 100 people at HNT. An official patted Luo Qin on the shoulder and said, "Well done. The contribution you made to the prosperity and stability of Xiangdao will never be forgotten by the Xiangdao government. Thank you all." At the Xiangdao Hotel, Tian Wu returned with roast goose rice. After taking a bite, Sun Gu remarked, "This flavor is indeed good, but it's too spicy. Do you think chili powder is free? You can't put this much." Tian Wu replied, "I used the least amount possible. You should have said you can't eat spicy food earlier." Chapter 433. Black Sun Gu resolved the situation with Han Xinghai and his group of hackers. But he didn't feel there was anything to celebrate. To others, it seemed as if they had saved the entire world, but for Sun Gu, the performance in this dark world still featured him as the sole protagonist, appreciating the loneliness of this luxury alone. The counter-terrorism unit surrounded the yacht and acted immediately. Han Xinghai and the others didn't even have the chance to jump into the sea. Armed helicopters hovered above them, and the coastal forces dispatched several armed speedboats. The commander of the counter-terrorism unit shouted, "You're surrounded like sausages in a hot dog. Put down any weapons and get the hell out of that damned cabin." Thus, Han Xinghai and a few others emerged from the cabin with their hands raised, surrendering, as they had no courage to die. Furthermore, they had deleted all data from their computers, feeling invincible. Meanwhile, Luo Qin returned to the hotel, partly to thank Sun Gu, and also because the people from the European financial system were interested in Sun Gu's compression software. They believed it was the best and safest compression software they had ever seen and insisted on purchasing it. Sun Gu really wanted to tell them that he could write such software in a minute, but he said, "This software took me 6 months to develop. If you want it, it's 50 million euros. Sun Gu was just throwing out a number. Luo Qin immediately connected with the European side and quickly received a reply. 50 million deal. Sun Gu regretted it. He should have said 100 million. They gave Sung a large sum, with the only requirement being that this compression software must not be sold to anyone else, as they intend to use it to enhance future data security. Sang's compression software is virtually unbreakable by any known programming language, and some of the symbols within it are unfamiliar even to experts. Of course, these symbols are not code symbols, but rather unique symbols created by Sung, which are just ordinary symbols commonly used in programming software after integration. For Sung, this is nothing, but for those expert engineers, it is almost like reading a foreign language. Luo Qinan expressed his gratitude for quite a while, without even offering to treat Sang to a meal. Whether to go or not was up to Sung, and whether to invite him reflected Luo Qinan's character. However, Sang didn't take it to heart. If you look down at shorter people from a height, you wouldn't regard their actions seriously. Sang also didn't ask about Han Xinghai. These pieces of information would naturally be conveyed to him by Liao Ximin, so there was no reason to inquire. The next morning, Sang and Tian Wu returned to the capital, where Siyu and Wanru, along with Ku Yi and Yu Jia, came to pick him up. Upon seeing them, Sang felt a bit of a headache. Passers-by were all looking at them, especially at Sang, who was dressed casually. Why did he have so many beautiful women surrounding him? Was it the rise of a new force in the capital? Who cared anyway? Those women had stunning figures and were incredibly good-looking. How nice it would be if one of them were his wife. Typically, men with such thoughts would be knocked down by their wives on the spot. As a man, is it easy for you? Just looking at a beautiful woman could land you in trouble. They headed straight to a restaurant, where Siyu had reserved a private room in advance. As soon as they arrived, the dishes began to be served. At that moment, Liao Ximin also walked in. Everyone stood up to invite Liao Ximin to take a seat. Liao Ximin smiled and said, "No need for formalities, everyone sit down. Tell the waiter to stew me some abalone." Sung replied, "Aren't you afraid of being scolded by your old leaders? Stewing abalone? How about I get you some shark fin as well? One bowl is fine, others can't eat it. But you can have as much as you want. In the future, you will either be my son or my son-in-law. We are family. No need to worry about such things." Ku Yi glanced at Siyu, who showed no expression. Siyu thought Liao Ximin was someone who spoke without much thought when they were at CNC, so there was no need to care about what he said. At this moment, Liao Ximin continued, "Gezi, didn't they give you anything as a token of appreciation from the island?" Sing responded, "They said a lot of thank yous, but nothing else." "What? They didn't even treat you to a meal?" It was already evening, and they had just wrapped up with that group. Who had the mood to eat? Liao Ximin's face immediately darkened. Siyu hurriedly tugged at Sung under the table, and Sung then realized that Liao Ximin was a bit upset. It was understandable for Liao Ximin to be angry. Sung went to the island to help them purely out of respect for Liao Ximin. If it were someone else, who could get Sung to help? After doing such a big favor, not even treating him to a meal, how could that be justified? How could Liao Ximin continue to speak to Sung with any face left? Without further ado, Sing completed data transfers worth hundreds of billions of euros for them. Even a mere 1% of gratitude would amount to hundreds of millions. Did they think Sung was just an ordinary engineer? Someone in Europe spent 50 million euros on just one of his software products. Doesn't T. Luo Qinan understand Sing's value? The more Liao Ximin thought about it, the angrier he became. He barely touched his meal and had a few drinks with Sung before leaving early. Sing walked him to the door, reassuring him not to be upset, as he truly didn't care about these matters. Liao Ximin said nothing and simply left. Back at the office, Liao Ximin immediately connected with Luo Qinan and said, "I heard you received an Outstanding Youth Award?" Noticing something off in Liao Ximin's tone, Luo Qinan hurriedly replied, "Mr. Liao, this is all thanks to you. Your thanks have been said too many times already, and they've lost their value. Sing helped you this time because of me. Next time, whose face will he consider?" After saying this, Liao Ximin cut off the connection. What the hell? Luo Qinan slapped his forehead heavily, standing still in the middle of the H&T office area as if he had been struck by a tranquilizer, leaving others to wonder if he was possessed. His secretary cautiously asked, "Mr. Luo, the Outstanding Youth Award banquet is about to start. Are you not going? Arrange it immediately. I need to go to the capital." Sing didn't return to the library but went to a bar instead, where someone who had previously helped him used to connect to the internet. The bar was quiet and had a somber theme, with couples softly whispering sweet nothings in their corners amidst the dark ambience. The drinks had interesting names, and Sung ordered a Rare Lovers. He enjoyed the environment, as if the whole world had shrunk around him. When a new song started playing, the drink Rare Lovers was placed in front of him. The blood-red color was striking against the black table. Chapter 434. Preparation. Sung stared at the red in the glass, so glaringly bright, resembling a cup of thick blood, just like its name, Rare Lovers. Love was akin to the blood color in the cup, wild, passionate, yet lonely and painful. For years, Sung had been searching for his own world in the darkness, while in the depths of his dreams, there was always boundless fire. Therefore, Sing often wanted to ask himself what he had gained and what he had lost. However, he couldn't voice the questions, remaining lost in his pursuit. Every living person experiences this cycle of gain and loss in life, and in the end, we only gain memories. Sing opened his eyes, his gaze always so melancholic, like a child yearning for warmth in the cold winter. Even the staff in the bar cast a gentle glance his way. His figure was so solitary that any woman would feel compelled to offer him a comforting embrace. He opened his portable device, accessed the bar's computer system through a wireless channel, and saw the hacker. Although she was wearing a mask, a hat, and dressed warmly, Sing could still tell that she was a woman. A foreign woman, in fact, as he noticed her blonde hair and those enchanting yet mysterious eyes. She was sitting behind the table where he was, as if everything was predestined. She only sat there for a few minutes before quickly leaving. Who was she? The waiter said he had never seen her before. She had rushed in the night before, ordered a rare drink, played on her computer for a while, and then left. Sing looked at the drink again, and through the blood-red glass, he seemed to sense her loneliness and the unshakable sense of loss. The waiter, unable to bear it any longer, whispered, "I have half an hour left on my shift. Would you like to go for a walk?" Sing smiled and replied, "Sorry. I want to live a little longer." After Sing left, the waiter was still immersed in his thoughts about Sing. What a wonderful man he was. Why couldn't he belong to her? In a villa in a high-end residential area of the capital, Love Luo was dancing on the floor to slow music. As she danced, tears slowly streamed down her face. It was a love song she had cherished for over a decade. She had given everything to love, only to be abandoned by it. The lover she once kissed was now just a memory filled with tears. She could not forget the romance of the past. Touching the phantoms in her mind pierced her body like thorns, her broken heart and fallen soul. Love Luo hugged her knees tightly, already sobbing uncontrollably. A man can remember a woman for a lifetime, while a woman will remember a love for a lifetime, because they know that men can easily have what they desire. But love is something that always eludes them. Sang stood by the window in his bedroom, gazing at the starry sky, pondering what Love Luo would continue to play. Music was truly everywhere, and at that moment, it played behind him. Suddenly turning around, he saw Siyu in a nurse's outfit walking towards him step by step. Her gaze enchanting, her movements sensual and alluring. "Sir, would you like an injection?" Sang wiped his nose and said, "The plot can end here. We can now proceed to the next act." Happy times always pass quickly, and soon it was the next day. When Singh arrived at the library and turned on his computer, he received a video file. Upon opening it, he was surprised to see Love Luo, still wearing a mask, standing against a backdrop of darkness. She said, "Yes, I am Love Luo, the mastermind you've been looking for. I am the one who made Han Xinghai and his group do this. You must be wondering why I did it. It's not for money, but for rebirth. You made me lose the most precious thing, and I want to reclaim it through you. Ghost Butterfly, are you ready?" The video ended, and Singh looked at the address from which the video was sent. It was from a hotel in the capital. There was no need to check. Love Luo was surely no longer there. What did she want to prepare herself for? And what had she truly lost in her quest for rebirth? It was as if she had lost her sanity. Senj didn't care about Lovelock. Instead, All his thoughts were focused on that mysterious foreign woman. He wanted to find her and ask her why she chose to help him. At a hospital in a certain region, a doctor started his computer as usual and instructed the nurse to bring in the first patient. They were all familiar faces. The doctor inputted the patient's name into the system, only to find that his medical funding had suddenly increased to 10 million. What was going on? The doctor thought he might have made a mistake in entering the name, but after checking, he confirmed there were no errors. Just 2 days ago, this unfortunate man had less than 1,000 in medical funds. How could it have changed to 10 million overnight? At that moment, other doctors found their patients in the same situation. In this region, medical funding is issued by the government. But the government wouldn't just allocate such a large sum for medical expenses, let alone treatment. That amount was enough to replace all of a person's organs. After checking the network, an IT engineer reported to the director, "Director, it seems our network has been attacked by hackers." What? Hackers attacking a hospital? Do these hackers have an interest in patients too? Probably not. The data wasn't modified in our hospital, but on the medical department's server. The hospital immediately stopped all patient treatments and reported the issue to the officials in the medical department. However, the officials responded, "Now, all hospitals in the region have been compromised. We are working on a solution, just wait." The official glanced back at the office area, where everyone looked as if they had encountered the apocalypse, and with a trembling voice said, "My goodness." An hour later, engineers from the ENT department arrived at the EDH server room. These engineers, dressed in black suits with sunglasses and headphones, each carried a laptop. They looked quite intimidating. But once they connected to the server, they discovered that after being hacked, the EDH server had been reinforced, and they couldn't get in. At that moment, a video appeared on the large screen in the EDH office area, featuring Lovelock wearing a mask. "Listen, only Ghost Butterfly can help you solve this black attack. Right now, your EDH has been hacked, and there will be more servers targeted. Are you ready?" After the video ended, one of the men in black said, "Connect with Ghost Butterfly immediately." In Chapter 435, as Singe pondered over the mysterious woman, a notification from the shield code alerted him that there was news in the Ghost Butterfly forum. This was a privilege he had given to the creator. If there were any issues in the forum, they could send him a message directly. It was a necessary measure, as those hackers often lurked in the forum, and one could never tell when they might decide to drop a bombshell. However, this time it wasn't a bomb, but a distress signal from ENT, as they had no way to connect with Singe and could only reach out to the creator, pleading for assistance before sending this message. After the summary, Singer learned that Lovelock had attacked the EDH server, causing all hospitals and pharmacies in the region to shut down. Patients urgently waiting for surgeries were now all gathered at the hospital entrance, facing life-threatening situations. The financial system EFS had already closed all service platforms to prevent the withdrawal of medical funds. If any issue arose in one part, the entire system would be affected. For better management, like many other regions, all departments in the area were integrated into a single network system, ENT. Lovelock had only cracked the medical server module, yet it had already thrown the region into chaos. Singer only had one question. Why did Lovelock want to attack ENT? What was she trying to achieve? Moreover, why did she tell those at ENT to specifically contact Ghost Butterfly? Was she out of her mind? The people at ENT even set up an online wait. Singer simply replied with 4 words, "Not my business." Kress, the head of ENT and a senior agent in the intelligence department, saw Singer's response on the other side of the computer screen, and a sense of urgency washed over his scruffy face. The region must not become a second version of another country, and he was willing to pay any price to prevent that. However, Kress, who prioritized government interests, did not have a good reputation. The Ghost Butterfly forum had exploded, with many threads blaming Kress for the attack. In the region, almost all hackers were on Kress's blacklist. To protect the network security, Kress resorted to any means necessary to eliminate any hacker that could pose a threat. He had the conditions and capabilities to do so because as a senior agent, he knew that hackers had one weakness. Without the network, they were nothing. He kept most hackers within his sight and would take out a few to set an example. Many hackers in the region wished for Kress to suddenly die in his sleep or in the bathroom, just to relieve their frustration. Thus, under Kress's control, the network remained stable. His proposal to expel the Ghost Butterfly forum from the region also stemmed from this control. Now, this person was the enemy of hackers. Yet he was turning to Ghost Butterfly for help? Where was his dignity? Did he tuck it away? Someone even initiated a poll supporting or opposing Ghost Butterfly's assistance to ENT, with the latter receiving 95% opposition. Singer had never considered taking action. Why should he? Lovelock was acting like she was on a high, thinking that Singer would jump in just because she wanted him to. If she wanted to play, she could do it herself. All Singer wanted was to quietly observe. Kress continued to negotiate, using financial tactics, promising to meet all of Ghost Butterfly's demands if they agreed to help the region. Singer glanced at the message and then closed the window. Now he felt relieved. Lovelock's attack on the region was clearly not something she could accomplish alone. Perhaps a new batch of remnants from the Nirvana organization will emerge, and at that time, it would be quite satisfying to deal with them all at once. As for that country, who cares? It's not like it's my own. Moreover, hackers have never really had a sense of national identity. Some say hackers are anarchists, which does make a lot of sense. Who can stop hackers online? In fact, hackers can do whatever they want on the internet. As the world has developed, everything has merged into the network. No matter where you are, just take a look around. Everything is built on the network. Wi-Fi, online shopping, entertainment, learning, work, casual encounters, flirting. Even older individuals know that without the internet, nothing can be done. Hackers move freely in the online world, doing whatever they please, which is one reason why so many people want to become hackers. However, Sung is not an anarchist. He knows one thing. Without a government, there's no damn network. Do you expect hackers to set it up themselves? Sure, they could throw bombs. But setting up a network? Don't even think about it. That's just how the world works. Some create, and others exploit that creation. The person who invented the internet would surely be driven crazy by hackers. As for Kress, he had been sitting in front of the computer waiting for Seng's reply. But the computer shut down automatically without receiving any response. The Prime Minister felt that at this moment, he could only rely on himself. He ordered all hospitals and pharmacies to open for free and instructed EFS to close all medical funding channels, invalidating everyone's medical funds, which would be reissued once the network stabilized. Citizens wouldn't think too much about it. Free medical care is a rare opportunity, and nearly every citizen rushed to the hospitals. Even if someone just had a slight issue, they wanted to get checked out. Without changes to the rules, the social order could only collapse. Coupled with Level O's ongoing attacks, not only the medical system but all cable TV programs in that country began airing adult films. Some people on the forum were posting threads saying that all TV shows in that country were showing adult content, and one guy was excitedly engaging with a live chicken. Without the intervention of the ghost butterfly, Level O would never give up on the attacks, which were becoming increasingly severe. Singh also connected to the network and entered the Yanti server because he wanted to know where Level O was launching the attack. The IP address showed it was in the capital of an island nation. What the hell? When did she start targeting that country? Does she want to become a hostess too? Seeing this, Singh exited the Yanti network without doing anything. He didn't want to act as a global firewall or a messenger of justice. If Level O wanted to self-destruct, let her walk further down that path of death. It was lunchtime when Singh finally left his office, and Wanru brought Luo Chinan to him. Singh didn't look at Luo Chinan, but focused on Wanru. Chapter 436, Attack on the Island Nation. In this moment, Singh suddenly saw a familiar figure on Wanru. It was the mysterious expert who had once sat in the same spot as him at the bar. Just as Luo Chinan was about to speak, Singh motioned for him to hold on, and said to Wanru, "Wanru, turn around and walk forward." Wanru looked at Singh in confusion, but followed his instructions and walked to the door of the conference room. Singh glanced around, reached out, and snatched the bag from Luo Chinan, stuffing it into Wanru's arms, prompting her to walk again. Now Luo Chinan was also puzzled. Were all online experts so eccentric? What was Singh up to? Did he have a peculiar habit of watching women walk? Wanru walked again as Singh instructed. In the end, Singh shook his head helplessly. The phantom in his mind had a certain appearance, but he was sure this person was not Wanru. Wanru walked like a model, while that mysterious woman walked as if she were rushing to the mall to grab discounted toilet paper. Sung then turned to Luo Chinan and asked, "What brings you here?" Luo Chinan hurriedly replied, "I came specifically to thank you for the island." "Didn't you already thank me? How many times do you need to say it?" Sung said while walking outside, with Luo Chinan following him. Wanru looked around and covered her mouth, laughing. At the club on the first floor of the library, Sung ordered a piece of cake and a drink, then sat down on the sofa. Luo Chinan followed, saying, "Mr. Sung, I haven't eaten either. How about we go out for a drink?" Sung already knew that Luo Chinan had come to the capital because Liao Simin had been angry with him, which had scared him into coming. Since that was the case, why bother with a meal? It was better to just chat. The situation in the region was dire, and there was no time to waste on food. Faced with Singh's refusal, Luo Chinan could only leave the library helplessly and head to visit Liao Simin instead. Wanru also ordered a piece of cake and sat opposite Sung, smiling as she asked, "Why did you make her walk back and forth? If you wanted to see, we could go somewhere else." "No need. We all need to live well. It's not worth risking lives over this." "Then why did you make me do it?" "Sometimes men leave an everlasting impression on certain moments, but it's just an impression." Singh wiped his mouth, stood up, and left. Wanru looked out the window and let down her golden long hair, hoping to hide her tear-filled eyes with the waves of her hair. Singh's careless praise would leave an eternal mark in her heart. On the side of the region, it was already late at night, and the citizens seemed to think that sleeping was more important than seeking medical attention, which gave the Yanti some time. They were still waiting for the reply from Ghost Butterfly. Kress found it all so ridiculous. Usually, he did not take these hackers seriously. Yet now the survival of a nation depended on one hacker to save it. What was happening to the world? Why did humanity have to live online? This was the question Kress pondered the most at this moment. Everyone has different questions. This is true for Sung, and even more so for Levelo. What is the same is that Kress is waiting, Levelo is also waiting, and Sing is waiting even more. Regarding Sing's inaction, Levelo naturally has her own understanding. She does not believe Sung is afraid. On the contrary, Sung at this moment resembles a beast on the hunt, ready to strike at any moment. Therefore, Levelo absolutely cannot give Sung this opportunity. Sung remains still, but someone else took action. This person is Misha. She actually reinforced ENT's server under the name of Ghost Butterfly. Levelo's cyber attack team was completely blocked outside the server, unable to breach it because they couldn't find the code to crack the reinforcement program. After Sung learned that Misha had intervened, she felt like kicking her to death. What is she doing? With this move, Levelo had safely retreated. Thus, Sing immediately logged into the forum, connected with Misha, and started by saying, "Are you having hormonal issues? Wanting to gain physical pleasure this way?" Misha replied, "You're the one who's confused. I'm helping you, and you're cursing at me. I need your help. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Now the whole world knows your reinforcement software is effective, but you've also made a group of extremely dangerous hackers disappear without a trace. Do you know they are remnants of Nirvana? I really want to kick you to death right now. Fine, come at me. You know where I am." Sung was at a loss against such a tenacious woman. Her entire plan had been disrupted. If it weren't for Misha's reinforcement software, Levelo would have continued her attack on Yenti. At that time, the Fog Nation would definitely have been at the forefront of attacking Levelo. Now, Levelo and her cyber team had retreated, and Levelo's true intentions had become even more elusive. Misha truly did not anticipate all this, nor was she aware of the underlying issues. She simply wanted to help Ghost Butterfly teach those hackers a lesson because she felt that Ghost Butterfly was too weak in this attack, hesitating to take action, likely due to some unspeakable difficulties. Since she couldn't do it, Misha thought she would step in, which was indeed her real intention. However, she did not expect her good intentions to ruin Ghost Butterfly's plan, and now she was being scolded by her, accused of acting for her own reinforcement software. Infuriated, she sent a voice message filled with anger and grievance, with a hint of tears. "Ghost Butterfly, you jerk." She then disconnected the call. Gung Yu shook his head and said, "You're still angry, you little brat." Sung intended to exit the forum and find a random site to vent her frustrations, but found that the hacker news had been updated. Levelo launched a full-scale cyber attack on the island nation. Sung suddenly felt happy and immediately connected to the backbone network of the island nation. Upon checking, she saw that all the main cities in the island nation were broadcasting adult films on large screens and television programs. The adult industry in the island nation is quite developed, but more than 80% of the actresses are doing this job secretly behind their families' backs. Now, the entire island nation was in a state of shock, with everyone frantically searching for these actresses. At the same time, the data from the JNT servers in the island nation was completely replaced. Every network-connected device across the nation received a message calling for assistance from a figure known as the Ghost Butterfly. The Prime Minister urgently summoned all members of the cabinet at the official residence, and one official stated, "Prime Minister, at least 700 individuals are currently under varying degrees of attack. Additionally, our electricity, water, and gas supplies have all been compromised, and they have even shut down the sewer system. The situation is extremely critical. Please issue an order to enter a state of emergency immediately." Chapter 437. A singular focus. Seeing this, Sank immediately accessed the island nation's financial system, bypassing firewall defenses and utilizing the powerful decryption capabilities of a special code. He easily entered the server's data directory and downloaded all the data within it. Following this, he modified the core control permissions of the server and deleted all the data on it. With such a great opportunity, how could Sank not take advantage? What was Lavlo thinking, expecting him to help the island nation? Sank had no interest in the island's currency, as taking their money was not valuable to the islanders. It was indeed money, but with all the data deleted, everyone's funds vanished. Moreover, while Sank's deletion of these individuals' funds did not significantly damage the island's economy, since the money still existed, just the data was gone. It would at most lead to islanders protesting in front of government buildings. What Sank truly sought was the government's overseas investment data, which he transferred to global charitable organizations. Hundreds of billions of euros disappeared in less than 10 minutes, causing the island nation's stock market value to plummet and its economy to collapse. However, this was not the end. Sank replaced the key codes across the entire island's network and, within the module of the Ghost domain, located the island's largest hydroelectric power station, the Kirobe Dam. Without any defenses in place, he smoothly accessed other management networks, altered and obtained relevant data permissions, and opened all the floodgates of the dam. Over 200 million cubic meters of water surged out in an instant, overwhelming the power units that supplied electricity to half the nation, causing them to shut down completely. One-third of the cities in the island nation experienced total power outages. The most tragic situation occurred in the cities downstream of the dam, which were instantly flooded, with countless homes destroyed and the largest national park of the island submerged. The Prime Minister fell silent, unable to devise any further response. This was the end for the island nation. Yet, their only savior, the ghost butterfly, offered no response, leaving them in complete despair. The chief of the defense province, somewhat foolishly, spoke up. Prime Minister, we have deployed a rescue team to assist the refugees in evacuating the flooded areas as quickly as possible, but the hacker attacks continue. Now, half the island's hackers have joined the defense against Lavlo, but the results are not promising. Our engineers are reinforcing our defense systems, and the rescue team is fully prepared, willing to make sacrifices for the island nation. The Prime Minister asked with a stern face, what are the current losses? The head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs bluntly replied, Your Excellency, half of the nation's power supply is interrupted, and the remaining electricity won't last long. Over 1 million homes have been destroyed, and 50% of the units in the black area are damaged and unusable. In addition, all our overseas investments have been taken over by hackers and redirected to global charitable organizations. The market value of our companies in the global securities market has dropped to a level where they are practically worthless. Furthermore, most of our department systems have been hacked. 98% of our websites are shut down, and a large amount of data has been stolen. In the distance, the sound of bells echoed, dull and mournful, as petals slowly fell. This should have been a season of enjoyment, but now they had to deal with a group of hackers attacking and destroying. Connect with the leaders of certain countries. I need to discuss with them. In a dimly lit room, Lovelo sat, the melody of a love song still ringing in her ears. It was during such times that she felt the saddest. She had never believed that the phantom butterfly would be so difficult to deal with, but now she did. She thought she understood every hacker, yet she could never fathom the thoughts of the phantom butterfly. She had considered all possibilities, except that the phantom butterfly would join in attacking the nation, forcing her plans to undergo significant changes. The game was getting more interesting, but the enjoyment of it was hers alone. What was Sung doing? Counting money. Lovelo's 2 operations had brought Sung about 10 million euros in revenue, and just the theme of the attack on the nation had garnered over 7 million clicks. Sung checked his personal assets, which were nearing 500 million euros and still increasing. He was undoubtedly the most profitable hacker in the world. Moreover, all this money was legitimate income, and the information was absolutely confidential. Even the high-ranking officials within the financial system did not know that the person named Sung was the super hacker known as the Phantom Butterfly. Who cared who he was? As long as he deposited the money here, even if he were an alien, they wouldn't mind. While Sung was pondering Lovelo's next steps, Fong Kailuan and Xiao Jia, who hadn't visited him for a long time, came to see him. Fong Kailuan, looking at Sing's luxurious office, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Sing stood up and smiled. I thought you had gone to the moon. It's been so long since I last saw you. How are your godparents? Kailuan replied. They mention you every day and specifically sent me to invite you home for dinner. Sing nodded. Let's go after work. Xiao Jia was not polite. He opened the wine cabinet in the office, took out a bottle of Lafite, and poured 2 glasses. This was a gift from Chu Long, and Wan Ro had specially bought Sung a high-end wine cabinet, filling it with various fine wines. Sung rarely looked at it, and since Xiao Jia wanted to drink, he stop him. By the way, Kailuan, you're not here to see me today. This guy has a thing for the opposite sex. Sung joked. You're here to see Yu Jiao, right? She asked next door. I'll have someone call her. No. Karen hurriedly interrupted. Yu Jia has already rejected me. There's no possibility between us. He downed his drink in one go, poured another glass, and the atmosphere instantly became somewhat oppressive. It seemed like Karen was transported back to the moment he confessed to Yu Jia, in the Western restaurant, with candlelight and soft music. What could be more suitable for a confession? Dressed in a suit, Karen looked at Yu Jia and said, Yu Jia, although our meeting was coincidental, you have entered my heart, and I can no longer let you go. Please agree to let me be by your side and be your knight. While eating, Yu Jia accidentally dropped her fork onto the plate, creating a jarring sound that interrupted Karen's passionate declaration. Wiping her mouth, Yu Jia replied, Karen, you are a great person, but I really don't think we can be together. My heart already belongs to someone else, and I probably won't have room for anyone else in this lifetime. I'm sorry. Thank you for the dinner, but I have to go. Karen abruptly stood up and hurried a few steps to catch up with Yu Jia, asking, Who is this person? Yu Jia looked at him and could only helplessly say one thing. Chapter 438. In the heat of emotion, Sinj was very curious about what Yu Jia had said, and Karen did not hide it. Yu Jia told him that they both wanted their own love, but this affection couldn't be reciprocated. Karen appeared very despondent. Men troubled by love often feel such despair. The pain of romance is something only men can deeply understand. As for women, well, They can make grand promises, but then get swept away by someone else. However, Yujia was not someone who could be easily swayed, as her heart only belonged to Senj. In truth, Karen was also clear about Yujia's feelings. He didn't blame Senj. He only blamed himself for his misfortune. Given that, Senj could only offer some words of comfort, knowing well who Yujia's heart belonged to. He also lacked the fortune to love every woman. Sometimes, one must give up or bury their feelings deep within, avoiding any contact or emotion. At that moment, Kadi walked into the office with Yujia. They exchanged glances, but no words were spoken. As Yujia turned to leave, Senj called out to her, "Where are you going?" "Everyone's here. It would be nice to chat." Senj intentionally wanted to match Yujia and Karen because he didn't want anyone to suffer emotional torment because of him. He already had Siyu, and that relationship might never change, or one day, everything could be different. In that case, he could never be with Yujia. He liked Yujia, but he didn't want her to suffer. Perhaps being with Karen was her best choice. At least he would love her wholeheartedly. Yujia simply sat in Senj's office chair, scribbling on a piece of paper with a pen, remaining silent and wearing an unusually cold expression. Kadi looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Gezi, the overall decoration of the bar is almost complete. Shouldn't we come up with 7 names for it?" Xiaojia replied, "That is not hard. Let us just call it work hard. It sounds powerful." Senj helplessly responded, "Aren't you afraid of working people to death? Work hard. What were you thinking? A bar is a place for leisure, where one can relax, have fun, and do whatever one wants. Of course, do it vigorously." Sang walked to the window, thought for a moment, then turned back and said, "Let's call it sentiment. Everyone has a persistent feeling in their hearts, like the sweetness or bitterness of first love, which can never be forgotten. Each person has